Go to hell, jinx. The further you die, the better. This was the first sentence Xia Huan heard upon opening her eyes. Vicious and cold. Dizzy and disoriented, she struggled to sit up. In the process, she saw a crowd of people before her. Standing at the forefront was a fierce-looking middle-aged woman with glaring eyes and hints of white hair at her temples. Strangely, upon seeing these people, their identities automatically surfaced in her mind. For instance, the one who had just cursed her as a jinx was Wang Guifan, the middle-aged woman, standing right in front of her. Immediately after, an unfamiliar scene flashed in her mind. A dark-skinned young woman, whose features somewhat resembled hers, charged at a wooden pillar like a maddened cow. The woman fell to the ground with a bleeding head, unable to rise. Several people suddenly rushed into the room, led by a cursing Wang Guifan. From the words exchanged, it became clear that Wang Guifan was the woman's biological grandmother. Just as she thought of this, Xia Huan's gaze met Wang Guifan's. The latter's ferocious glare looked as if it could swallow her whole. Xia Huan, you caused your father's death, yet you are still alive. Heavens, what sin has our Xia family committed to attract a jinx like you? Are you talking to me? Xia Huan was utterly bewildered. Suddenly, more unfamiliar scenes surfaced in her mind. As the visions ended, Xia Huan realized with a start that her soul had transmigrated. She had transmigrated into the body of a scrawny peasant girl as thin as a bean sprout, the very same woman who had died hitting the pillar. The peasant girl was the original owner of this body. The original host's family environment was extremely poor. Her father, Xia Changjian, was a scumbag who loved gambling and drinking and would beat the children whenever he got drunk. The family only had a small half-acre of land and a house with a courtyard left. Everything else had been taken to pay off debts. Just moments ago, Wang Guifan was preparing to sell off the newly 15-year-old original host. The drunk Xia Changjian, completely muddled, staggered a few steps and accidentally stepped on a hoe. The rising wooden handle struck his head. With a table right behind him, the back of his head coincidentally hit the corner of the table, killing him on the spot. As for the original host's motherly maying, there was even less to say. She had run away with the family's meager remaining money a few months ago and had never returned. Therefore, with the father dead and the mother gone, all that was left in the family were a pair of 10-year-old twins, a younger brother Xia Xing and a younger sister Xia Lo. The original host shared the exact same name as her, and even their family circumstances were somewhat similar. Seeing Xia Huan staring blankly at one spot, without uttering a word, Wang Guifan grew furious. Jinx, let me tell you, Xinger is the bloodline of the Xia family. He will live with us from now on. As for you and your money-losing sister, roll as far away as possible. It would be best if they both died outside. Just as she finished speaking, the pitter-patter of footsteps echoed from inside, and two small figures, one taller and one shorter, ran out one after the other. Running at the front was Xia Xing. He dodged Wang Guifan's outstretched hands, bent down, and swiftly threw himself to sit beside Xia Huan. His dirty little face still bore wet tear tracks, and his tear-soaked eyes held a pleading look. Sister, I don't want to live with grandmother. Xia Lo also ran over. She squatted behind Xia Xing and hugged him secretly, casting cautious glances at Xia Huan, her face growing paler by the second. For the longest time, their sister would only listen to Zhang Jinjin's words, disliking her and her brother and completely ignoring them. This time, surely their sister would ignore them again. Looking at her pitiful younger siblings, Xia Huan felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, reminding her of the dark days of her own childhood in her previous life. She forced a smile. Xinger Lur, don't cry. Help me up first. Wang Guifan was a difficult character to deal with, and she needed to muster 120% of her energy to handle her. Since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. She would solve the immediate problems first and figure out the rest later. Xia Huan's friendly attitude stunned the two little ones, making them hesitate, too afraid to help her up. Alas, it was all to blame on the original host's past cowardice and ignorance, listening to her good sister, Zhang Jinjin, from the village and neglecting her younger siblings. Holding her breath, Xia Huan pressed her hands against the ground and struggled to stand up. Once upright, she saw stars and staggered a few steps before steadying herself. Xing, come here to grandmother quickly. Don't stay near that jinx. Wang Guifan coaxed with a smile, but a ruthless glint flickered in her eyes, making her look utterly grotesquely unnatural. Seeing this, Xia Xing took his sister's hand and hid behind Xia Huan, an action that turned Wang Guifan's face green with anger. At this moment, a neatly dressed man with a piercing gaze and a graying beard walked out of the house. He said, "Wang Guifan, the most pressing matter is to deal with Changjin's affairs first. Don't let your age blind you to priorities." Wang Guifan's face turned red and then pale. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Village head, my son just died like this. Xing'er is my grandson, and if I don't take care of him, who will?" Xia Huan took a step forward, her gaze burning bright. "Grandpa, village head, our branch of the family was driven out and forced to separate by them back then. Personally, I want to take care of my younger siblings. Furthermore, since Xing'er and Luer are willing to follow me, I believe it's best to consult their opinions on this matter." "Ugly girl, you." Village head Zhang Yuming looked at her in astonishment. "Are you truly willing to take care of your younger siblings?" "Yes," Xia Huan answered resolutely, drastically different from the her of the past. This greatly astonished everyone present. While Zhang Yuming was deep in thought, Wang Guifan, seeing the situation turning unfavorable, argued forcefully, "That Jinx is just a child herself. How can she take care of them? She might end up cursing my grandson, just like she cursed her father too." "Shut up." Zhang Yuming stared sternly at Wang Guifan. "I have already investigated Changjin's matter clearly. He died from his own accident. Stop spreading malicious rumors here. Leaving the corpse in the house all the time is not a solution. Moreover, the children are still young, so we must quickly settle everything today. Someone in the village made coffins, so buying one right away was convenient." Wang Guifan thought about it and agreed. Keeping a corpse in the house was inauspicious. Although it wasn't her house, she still wanted to lay her son to rest as soon as possible. The moment she realized the son she had raised with her own hands was gone, just like that, her maternal grief suddenly erupted. Opening her mouth, she wailed, "My son, my pitiful son." Thus Zhang Yuming gathered some villagers. Everyone pitched and placed Xia Changjian into a coffin and buried him in the back mountain. They were busy from morning until late afternoon. Had it not been for her younger siblings by her side, the struggling Xia Huan would have nearly fainted several times. Once finished, Wang Guifan immediately returned to find Xia Xing, demanding he leave with her. However, no matter what she said, he refused to go. Consequently, she pinned all the blame on Xia Huan. "Damn Jinx, how can you be so vicious as to not even spare your own brother? Why didn't you just die earlier?" Wang Guifan reached out her hands, a ferocious glint in her eyes, preparing to strike Xia Huan. Originally, selling Xia Huan would have meant she wouldn't have to worry about her Xinjin's dowry anymore. But the commotion of Xia Huan hitting the pillar had caused her son's death. The money that was practically in her hands couldn't be obtained today, and everything was lost. She was so angry, so full of hatred. Smack, smack. Two crisp sounds echoed throughout the courtyard, drawing the gazes of many. "Jinx, you dare to hit me." With her ears ringing from the blows, Wang Guifan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The turn of events happened so fast that she hadn't even seen how that Jinx had made her move. Xia Huan calmly met those strange gazes. Shaking the hand she used to strike, she said, "Wang Guifan, you open and close your mouth calling me a Jinx. With a mouth so foul, you are truly disgusting. Well, you want to hit me and sell me for money, and I should just stand here foolishly to be beaten and scolded. Should I just obediently listen and let myself be sold?" The courtyard fell into a dead silence. "Jinx, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Guifan's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. To prevent Xia Huan from continuing, she decided to strike first. "How dare you hit me? Is this how a junior treats their elder? I'll beat you to death today." Humiliated and enraged, Wang Guifan reached out to slap Xia Huan's face, her 10 fingers sharp with black grime embedded under her nails. Prepared, Xia Huan did not stand idly by. She sidestepped, grabbed Wang Guifan's arm, yanked it, and swiftly struck her face with the other hand, simultaneously lifting her right foot to kick the woman's kneecap. She used all her strength and sent Wang Guifan flying 2 meters away. If this body were not so weak, she would have beaten Wang Guifan to a pulp, unable to even get up. In her past life, she had worked hard to save money to learn self-defense, kickboxing, and martial arts. It was not in vain. This move by Xia Huan caused another uproar, and some onlookers couldn't stand by and stepped forward to intervene. She looked around at them, her gaze calm. "Wang Guifan is heartless and cruel. She doesn't treat me as her own granddaughter. Against my will, she tried to sell me off to a 60-year-old widower living in a remote mountain valley. On the surface, she claimed it was a good place for me, but in truth, She only wanted to sell me to gather a dowry for her youngest daughter Xia. Otherwise, why would I have been driven to attempt suicide? I Xia Huan have no such relatives. From now on, aside from my younger siblings Wang Guifan and the rest of the Xia family, have nothing to do with me. I am severing ties with them. Xing'er, if you are still willing to live with me, as before, take my hand. If you want to go with Wang Guifan, then take hers. If her younger siblings did not choose her, then they would have no further connection. But if they did, she would protect them for the rest of their lives. Wang Guifan, still lying on the ground, was furious, but suppressed her anger for the sake of her grandson. Xing'er, come to your grandmother quickly. That jinx is a monster. If you stay with her, she will only bring you to ruin. No sooner had she spoken than a figure rushed before her. Before she could react, a burning pain seared her face and a crisp slap echoed in her ears. Stunned, Wang Guifan covered her face with her hand, dazed, as if still dreaming. After delivering that slap, Xia Huan was panting heavily, her head spinning. She forced herself to endure the discomfort and spoke coldly. From now on, every time you call me a jinx, I will slap you. Call me that again and again, and I'll slap you again and again. Xia Xing, who had been watching in shock, noticed his sister wobbling unsteadily. Though she seemed strange now, he truly did not want to live with the Xia family. So he grabbed his little sister's hand and ran over. Lure, quickly help sister. Don't let her fall. With the support of the two children, Xia Huan managed to stand steady again. Zhang Yoming, finally regaining his composure, frowned and stared at her sternly. Ugly girl, how could you? Elderly Zhang, if the Xia family had ever treated us as family, even once, they would not have treated our branch this way. No one knows better than us what kind of life we've endured all these years. So never judge someone unless you've walked in their shoes. I have made up my mind. Elderly Zhang, please let Xing'er and Lure make their own choices. As long as I am alive, I will never abandon them. Seeing Zhang Yoming's expression soften, Xia Xing grabbed Xia Huan's left hand and shouted, Elderly Zhang, I want to stay with my sister. What about you, Lure? Xia Lu had always been close to Xia Xing, and she did whatever he did. Timidly, she took hold of Xia Huan's right pinky finger. I want to stay with sister too. Zhang Yuming looked down at the two children, who were nothing but skin and bones, and then at Xia Huan, whose head was bleeding. His heart wavered. Finally, he thought of a compromise. Wang Guifan, they are all your grandchildren. You can't just take one and leave the others. Take them all. Changjian is dead, the children's mother is gone. If you only take Xing'er, what will happen to Ugly Girl and Lure? They are still children. Pa, I don't care about those two worthless girls. They can live or die for all I care. Wang Guifan struggled to get up, her knee aching excruciatingly, deepening her hatred for Xia Huan. Since reasoning was useless, she would just snatch the boy away. Dragging her injured leg, Wang Guifan lunged towards Xia Xing. Xia Huan saw through her intent at once, and she remembered spotting Zhao Xiui, the wife of Xia Huan's third uncle, in the crowd. Zhao Xiui and Xia Huan's third uncle Xia Changjin had a son named Xia Wei and a daughter named Xia Yun. Wang Guifan doted deeply on little Xia Wei. Wang Guifan, let me ask you, if you take Xing'er back, will you treat him as well as you treat Xia Wei? Both were grandsons, but Wang Guifan opened her mouth to answer. At that moment, a plump woman with powder and lipstick squeezed out of the crowd. It was Zhao Xiui. She grabbed Wang Guifan and whispered a few words in her mother-in-law's ear. Whatever Zhao Xiui said to Wang Guifan, the latter stopped clamoring for her grandson. Xia Huan curled her lips in a cold smile. She had already anticipated this. Zhang Yoming, seeing Wang Guifan's true colors, announced on the spot that Xia Huan and her siblings would live separately from now on, severing ties with the Xia family. He had the clan head summoned and personally prepared the deed of severance. When it came time to sign, Wang Guifan hesitated, holding the brush. Zhao Xiui grew anxious and leaned in to whisper, Mother, the dowry for your youngest daughter is still not settled. How can we afford to support those two girls? Let Xing'er suffer a few days of hardship, and he'll come back to you on his own. Now is the best time to sever ties with Ugly Girl and the others. It saves us from having them stick to us like plaster. After a while, the two sisters will surely be so cold and hungry that they can't bear it, and will come crying back to you. Then they'll have no choice but to obey and be under your control. Wang Guifan found this reasoning sound and hurriedly asked Zhang Yuming to teach her how to write her name, as if afraid Xia Huan would change her mind about the severance. Seeing this, Zhang Yuming was even more convinced that he had made the right choice. It would be better for the 3 children to live on their own. He would help them as much as he could. It was not until dusk that the surroundings finally quieted down. In the yard, only the 3 siblings remained. The cold wind howled, lashing against Xia Huan's face. The stinging sensation kept reminding her she was not dreaming. Her current situation was dire: no food, no money, only a livable house, and half a mu of land plus young siblings to support. At that moment her heart was colder than the biting wind. Why did other transmigrators start with a golden finger while she had nothing? Growing melancholy, she slowly raised her head. Just then a black bird flew by in the sky. When the bird was almost level with her, a small white dot fell rapidly. Plop! The white dot landed squarely on the center of Xia Huan's forehead. She felt a mix of warmth and coolness there. Squinting, she saw a small blob of bird droppings. Ah, heavens, are you sure you want to treat me this way? Xia Huan bit her lower lip hard and wiped off the bird dropping with her trembling hand and sleeve. The white on the dirty sleeve stood out starkly with a bit of yellow at the center of the dropping. Just as Xia Huan felt nauseated, she suddenly realized that the yellow part was not bird droppings, but a rice grain with its husk. To confirm, she rubbed the dropping with her sleeve, and a golden grain of rice appeared in her hand. Ding! A grain of rice seed detected. Would you like to enter planting mode? The sudden voice made Xia Huan pause slightly. Xingler, are you two talking to me? The siblings looked up at her and shook their heads in bewilderment. You need to collect 5 types of crop seeds with a requirement of 10 seeds each to unlock the planting mode. Seeds are collectively referred to as planted crops. Planted crops can grow autonomously in the spatial farm. Under natural growth conditions, without manual watering, they require at least 15 days to mature and be harvested. Successfully harvesting 15 types of planted crops unlocks the breeding farm mode, 30 types unlocks the medicinal field mode, and 45 types unlocks the flower field mode. Wait a moment, these words sound so familiar. Isn't this similar to that game called Joyful Farm I used to play? Xia Huan noticed that when the voice spoke, Xia Xing and Xia Lu showed no reaction. They simply stared at her with strange expressions. Could it be they cannot hear that voice? Correct. Only you have bound with the spatial farm, so only you can hear my words. You can also communicate with me through your thoughts. I am Nong, the system of the spatial farm that accompanied you across to this foreign world. Do you still remember the dream you had before you died? Wasn't the name Nong what I had given to the system that assisted my leveling in Joyful Farm? And when exactly did I die? As soon as Xia Huan finished speaking, a chill ran through her body. Only if the person from her past life had died would her soul have transmigrated into this original host. But how had she died, and what was the meaning behind that dream? In a daze, long-buried memories gradually resurfaced. In the dimly lit room, the clock by the bedside showed exactly 3:00 a.m. She had been lying in her blanket enthusiastically playing Joyful Farm until the clock struck 5. She fell asleep with her phone screen still glowing on the game's interface. A flash of white light passed the scene, hazy and indistinct, but she could roughly make out this was the planting field from Joyful Farm. Nong's voice echoed, "This was your final dream before death." Xia Huan watched herself in the field examining fruits and vegetables, when suddenly Nong's grave voice rang out through the dream. Your prolonged play of Joyful Farm has opened the spatial farm. Once the space opens, it destabilizes the space-time magnetic field, and you could transmigrate to any era at any moment. Hearing this in the dream, she actually burst into a foolish laugh. Great. If I can really transmigrate, I'll go gather supplies now. Can you help me? I can help you store supplies in the space, but everything else is up to you. As Nong's words faded, the scene shifted and grew clearer. Still in that same room, Xia Huan watched her sleeping self suddenly jolt awake, then rummage frantically through the room, gathering everything she owned. Clad in pink cartoon pajamas with messy hair and slippers, she headed downstairs to raid the convenience store chain supermarket and 24-hour pharmacy. The sheer volume of purchases startled the clerks, who repeatedly verified whether she truly needed everything. Eventually, over a dozen employees made dozens of trips shuttling all the goods back to her home. Her one-bedroom apartment was crammed to the brim with no room to stand, and even the hallway and stairs outside were overflowing with items. Xia Huan frowned deeply at this sight. She had so casually spent years of savings and the money her grandmother had left her. That was nearly 200,000 yuan. Wait, she had read in novels that spaces come with storage functions. Where had all those supermarket purchases gone? If they were still left in her room, she would truly be driven to despair. 2 minutes before the space-time magnetic field became chaotic, I had already transferred those items and anything usable from your room into the space. They are now arranged on the agricultural and vegetable shelves, and you can access them whenever you wish. Nong's explanation brought instant relief to Xia Huan. She was profoundly grateful that her past self, mistaking the situation for a dream, had spent all her savings on supplies. Had she been any more lucid at that moment, she would never have risked such reckless actions. Moreover, during the period before transmigration, she had devoured multiple novels featuring pre-transmigration warnings and supply collection, and had even fantasized about such scenarios, so she accepted it so calmly while dreaming. After reflection, Xia Huan suddenly realized something was wrong, and asked through her thoughts, Nong, I died in my past life before my soul transmigrated. So how did I die? Sudden death from consecutive nights of staying up late, playing on your phone. A thunderous crash exploded above Xia Huan's head, and she clutched her chest in utter despair. Her toes curled tightly inside her worn-out shoes, and she wished she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment right where she stood. She could easily imagine the uproar her discovery would cause in her past life. Major news outlets would headline stories like, "Fresh female college graduate dies from overwork. Is it pressure, hidden circumstances, or moral decay?" Sister, what's wrong? Xia Xing's voice pulled Xia Huan back from the brink of breakdown. I'm fine, sister. It's so cold. Let's go home. The weather approaching the 12th lunar month was bitterly cold. In just the time she had been lost in thought, the sky had grown darker, and the biting wind whipped against her face, stinging her skin. On the walk back, Xia Huan suddenly remembered she hadn't planted the grain seeds yet, so she mentally asked Nong to sow them first. As the 3 siblings neared the eaves, a brisk voice called from behind, "Ugly girl, come help me carry this. It's incredibly heavy." Xia Huan turned around and saw 2 familiar women carrying bundles and bags. The lead woman was Sun Shi, the youngest daughter-in-law of Zhang Yuming, the very person who had asked for her help. Guessing the situation, she hurried over to help them. "Aunt Sun, Aunt Li, what are all these things you're carrying?" Puffing and panting with red cheeks from the cold sun, Xiaozhen said, "I brought some bedding and clothes that Gooden and Taoya have outgrown. The clothes can go to Xing'er and Lure. Here are bags of sweet potatoes and brown rice. A hot porridge will warm you up before you climb into bed. Take these first while I go inside and make up the beds for you." Xia Huan froze as she reluctantly took the 2 cloth bags, and by touch she felt 3 round egg-shaped objects inside the sweet potato bag. "What are you thinking about, ugly girl? Let's get these things sorted in the kitchen first." Xia Huan was pulled toward the kitchen by Li Sufan. "Don't worry about other things right now. Your health comes first. Let's clean your wounds and apply some of the herbs Ziyang brought back. They're excellent for treating external injuries." Drawing on the farmer girl's memories, Xia Huan immediately recalled that Ziyang was Li Sufan's son. More than her wounds, she was concerned about something else. "Aunt Li, I'd like to borrow some seeds from you. Any kind will do." She now had a house to shelter in, and supplies hoarded within her spatial dimension, but with winter approaching, relying solely on preserved goods without fresh vegetables was unsustainable. Eventually the supplies would run out. As the saying went, better prepare early to avoid depleting resources without replenishment. Therefore, her immediate priority was to collect enough seeds to unlock the planting mode in her space. The more crops she could grow, the better. Only then would she feel truly secure. Li Sufan froze. Seeds. Planting in this weather might not even sprout. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't survive. It's much colder this year than previous ones. As she spoke, she felt even more sorry for the 3 Xia siblings. "Auntie, I can grow them. Could you lend me some seeds? I'll repay you double in the future." Xia Huan's wide, clear eyes stood out against her small, dark face. Li Sufan was momentarily spellbound and stammered, "All right, come to my house tomorrow to get them." "Thank you, Auntie." Xia Huan beamed with delight. After cleaning away the dried blood, Li Sufan could finally see the full extent of Xia Huan's injuries, gory and gruesome, and couldn't help but gasp in shock. A look of astonishment crossed her face, but when she saw the little girl before her gazing back with bright, calm eyes, she felt she was the one who had been reckless, not even matching a child's composure. After all, it was the young girl who was injured, yet she hadn't cried out in pain the entire time, only furrowing her brows a few times. This made Li Sufeng glance at Xia Huan several more times. Xia seemed different from before. The herbal medicine had been crushed in advance and placed in a small earthenware bowl. The dark green herbs emitted an indescribable odor that Xia Huan wasn't accustomed to, but Li Sufeng carried a light, pleasant fragrance that made her feel somewhat better. Soon after the herbs were applied, Li Sufeng took out clean thin cloth she had prepared earlier and wrapped it around Xia Huan's forehead several times, tying a slip knot at the back of her head. Keep the wound dry for now. The herbs are most effective when freshly crushed. I was in such a hurry earlier that I forgot to bring them. I'll bring them tomorrow. This cloth bag contains some of Yeya's clothes. You're the same age and about the same height, so they might be a bit loose on you, but you'll wear more layers in winter anyway, so it won't matter. And Yeya and Xiang both took their mother's surname Cheng. They were Li Sufeng and Cheng Liging's son and youngest daughter. Listening to Li Sufen's rambling voice and seeing those clean but patched clothes, neither new nor old, Xia Huan, who had been shivering and gritting her teeth from the cold, felt warmth spread through her chest, dispersing much of the chill from her body. Li Sufen reminded Xia Huan of her grandmother from her past life. The mere thought of her deceased grandmother made her nose tingle and her eyes well up with warm tears. From birth until age 5, she endured her so-called father's domestic violence and verbal abuse. When she was 6, her tormented biological mother abandoned her at her grandmother's house and left. 2 years later, her mother started a new relationship, and her father relentlessly harassed her grandmother about it, on 2 occasions driving her so angry that she was hospitalized. To protect her grandmother, the only person who had ever treated her kindly, she began plotting to assassinate her father. Just as she had finalized her preparations, her father accidentally fell to his death from a high floor while drunk. From that point on, she lived a few peaceful years with her aging grandmother. During that time, her biological mother never showed any concern, not even a single phone call, which only reinforced her belief that she could rely on no one but herself. To ease her grandmother's burden, she worked part-time while studying, rising before dawn and sleeping long after dusk. Remembering those days, tears filled Xia Huan's eyes. Just as she was about to wipe them away to hide them from others, there was a commotion outside the house. Li Sufen heard the noise and stepped out of the kitchen, failing to notice Xia Huan's changed mood. "Xia, I'm heading back with your aunt's son. Come to my house tomorrow to pick up the seeds." Xia Huan hurried outside, calling out as she saw Sun Shi and Li Shi nearly reaching the courtyard gate. "Thank you both, aunties. I'll forever remember this kindness and repay you someday." Li Sufen and Sun Xiaojin exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions of shock mirroring each other. They both sensed that Xia had changed. After all, losing close family in a single day and severing ties with those who shared only blood but no affection, it was circumstances that had forced her hand. From now on, there would only be the 3 of them at home with Xia as the eldest sister. It was all driven by necessity. The surroundings fell silent save for the howling of the cold wind. "It's so cold, so cold." Xia Huan clutched her thin clothes and ran back to the kitchen. The moment she entered, she caught the aroma of cooking food. Xia Lu, her face flushed red from the cold, sat by the stove adding firewood, while white steam rose from the pot on the front burner. Xia Xing stood at the stove cutting a small sweet potato. They say children of poor families mature early, and indeed it was true. Watching her younger siblings, Xia Huan was reminded of herself as a child in her past life. She blinked her slightly sore eyes and walked toward the stove. "Xinger, 1 sweet potato isn't enough. We have 3 people. We need at least 3. At the sound of Xia Huan's voice, Xia Lu dropped the tongs she was holding, and Xia Xing looked up in astonishment. Their older sister was acting so strangely today. She not only protected them, but also dared to fight the Xia family members. Seeing how startled the 2 little ones were, she raised her hand to touch the bridge of her nose. "Did I scare you with my sudden way of speaking? I'll be more careful from now on." "You..." Xia Xing stared at Xia Huan, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Xia Huan knew what he was about to say. She smiled faintly. "This bump on the head today cleared my mind. I was foolish before, thinking that if I just protected myself and ignored you 2, I wouldn't get beaten or scolded. But the opposite was true. I still suffered beatings and insults, and I ended up causing you both to suffer as well. Now I realize you're my younger siblings. If I don't protect you, who will?" I can't promise I'll be perfect at taking care of you, but as long as I'm alive, I won't let you go hungry or cold or suffer injustice or bullying. If you still don't believe me, just feel it with your hearts." Both Xia Lu and Xia Xing stared at her with wide eyes, their expressions of amazement, as if they didn't recognize the person before them. Yet she was indeed Xia Huan, their older sister. Had she truly changed overnight? The pot lid rattled as boiling water surged against it, the overflowing rice soup sizzling as it hit the fire, sending up wisps of smoke. Xia Lu, closest to the pot, reached to lift the lid, but Xia Huan was quicker. She opened it while saying, "Don't come over yet. The steam is too strong here. Could you fetch me a spoon?" Her voice was gentle, and Xia Lu stood frozen for several seconds before running to retrieve a wooden spoon. Soon the sweet potato porridge was ready. Xia Huan gazed at the thin, watery broth and felt her hunger intensify. Remembering the supplies in her spatial dimension, she excused herself and stepped outside. Closing her eyes, she focused her mind on entering the space to retrieve them. Opening her eyes again, they sparkled with excitement. "So this is the kingdom I built before my transmigration." Rows upon rows of shelves displayed neatly categorized goods: seasoning section, snack section, toiletries section, bedding section, and so on. Looking around, all she saw was shelves, still a far cry from the big supermarket near her home. Excited, she walked and looked around, just like browsing a supermarket in her previous life. "Nong Nong, did you sort all these for me?" "Yes, little Huan Huan. Also, the cold storage room in the space farm has some frozen goods you bought before transmigrating." Xia Huan's footsteps faltered. The nickname Little Huan Huan made her cringe all over. It was the ID she had chosen for the game, Happy Farm, a lazy name she came up with because she was terrible at naming things. "But Little Huan Huan sounds lovely. Why don't you like it?" Nong Nong's voice was filled with confusion. Fine, fine. I need to grab some things and go out. The two little ones are still outside." Xia Huan hurried to the seasoning section, took a pack of pickled mustard and a pack of shredded seaweed, then ran to the snack section and grabbed several packs of spiced eggs and honey-flavored chicken drumsticks. When she came out from Xia Xing's words, she learned that only a short time had passed outside, meaning there was a time difference between the space and the outside world. "Xingler, when I hit the pillar and passed out earlier, I dreamed of a white-bearded old man who told me I wasn't meant to die. He said the three of us siblings had suffered too much. We were the most pitiful people in the world. So this kind old man gave me a small ability, the only chance to improve our lives. But this ability must never be known to anyone outside the three of us. If outsiders find out, the ability will be taken away." Xia Huan's heart was uneasy. She wouldn't have dared to gamble like this if she hadn't known from the original memories how Xia Xing and Xia Lu were. But she had to tell them. Having transmigrated into such impoverished circumstances, she had a space with supplies. As long as she didn't use them too conspicuously and let her siblings know the three of them could use them secretly. How wonderful would that be? Xia Xing was stunned for a long time, his hands on his knees, slowly clenching into fists. Was that old man a celestial being from the heavens? What kind of ability is it? Though he was still a child with youthful innocence, Xia Huan could clearly see the steadiness in his eyes, a maturity beyond his years. Her heart aching, she took out the pickled mustard, spiced eggs, and chicken drumsticks she had hidden behind her back and placed them all on the table. "These things, I got them with the ability." Ancient people believed in gods. She didn't know how much they would believe, but at least she had found a reasonable excuse to produce supplies. She opened all the packages and divided them into their bowls. "Eat up." Starving Xia Huan smelled the food, and her stomach growled incessantly. Without any pretense of ladylike manners, she finished the bowl of thin sweet potato porridge along with the pickled mustard and spiced eggs. Seeing her finish, the two little ones exchanged glances. Xia Xing hesitated. "Can we really eat these?" Xia Huan placed her empty bowl in front of them. "They're delicious. See, I'm perfectly fine after eating." Seeing her unharmed, Xia Xing made up his mind. Not eating meant hunger, and hunger was unbearable. He tentatively bit into the pickled mustard, salty, crisp, and refreshing. His eyes widened in surprise. Seeing her brother start eating, Xia Lu picked up her chopsticks. Soon their bowls were empty too. Xia Huan smiled. "How was it?" "Delicious." She casually wiped a grain of rice from Xia Li's mouth, ignoring her sister's instinctive flinch. It didn't matter. There was plenty of time. She would make these two little ones truly feel that she had changed. Delicious. Surprisingly, Xia Lu whispered with a smile. Xia Xing too was won over by the unfamiliar yet remarkably tasty pickled mustard and spiced eggs. Seeing his sister smile, a slight smile tugged at the corner of his own mouth. If only things could always be like this. Was this all a dream? Just as he thought that something touched his lips, he could taste a hint of sweet and salty on his tongue. It turned out Xia Huan had opened the chicken drumsticks and handed one to each sibling. Eat up. She was craving them too, so she quickly opened a pack and ate. Full and satisfied, they all grew drowsy. The three of them washed the dishes together, and the water heating on the stove was just warm enough. They each washed up. When washing her face, Xia Huan wiped off a handful of black grime. The more she washed, the more incredulous she became. How dirty had the original body been? She turned a whole basin of water pitch black and still hadn't gotten clean. The hot water ran out, so she had to add cold water, enduring the stinging cold on her face until the water in the basin became clear. The only light source in the house was the firewood in the stove. Since her siblings were already cleaned up and huddled together for warmth, Xia Huan didn't linger. She put out the fire and, relying on memory, groped her way to the room with the children. As she entered the room, she remembered there was a solar-powered flashlight in the space. With a thought, an object appeared in her hand. Click! The pitch-black room was instantly illuminated. The two little ones were startled by the sudden light. Don't be afraid. This glowing thing, I got it with the ability to. With the light, Xia Huan noticed that her siblings' faces were dry and red with chapped corners of their mouths. She silently took out a bottle of face cream from the space. Here, put on some cream. After a quick application, the two little ones stared blankly, their faces tingling slightly. Their attention was drawn to Xia Huan's face. The two little ones stared at her face with strange expressions, leaving Xia Huan puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Why are you both looking at me like that? Xia Huan started doubting herself. Xia Lu covered her mouth with her hand and gasped sister's face. Xia Xing looked thoughtfully at Xia Huan. Sister, your face. Xia Huan touched her cheek. Had this body become even uglier? No, ugly and dark were already bad enough. If it got worse, she couldn't bear it. With a nervous heart, Xia Huan turned her back and secretly took out a mirror from the space to look at her reflection. Hiss! The mirror reflected a small palm-sized face with strikingly large round eyes. But the most noticeable thing was the skin tone. The original body's skin was dark. Now the face in the mirror wasn't as fair as her previous life, but it was significantly less dark. There was still a sallow complexion, clearly a sign of malnutrition. Suddenly, she remembered the basins of dirty water she had used to wash her face. Oh heavens! Had the original owner been so careless about cleanliness? At the same time, she was relieved that her face could still be saved. Xinger Lure, it's nothing. It's late. Let's go to sleep early. Tomorrow she planned to do something big. The relatively spacious room had two beds on opposite sides. Originally, Xia Lu slept with Xia Huan, while Xia Xing slept on the other bed. Before, they had only the thinnest, dirtiest covers. Now, although Sun Xiaojun had replaced them with clean old quilts, they were still too thin. Sleeping in such cold weather would surely make them shiver. While the siblings weren't looking, Xia Huan hid her hands behind her back and took out two new thick quilts from the space. Ones with cartoon pattern covers. Let's use the bedding Aunt Sun gave us as padding and sleep under these new quilts tonight. Seeing the dirty clothes on herself and her siblings, she frowned deeply. Being a clean freak, she found the smallest clothes she could for her siblings, simple, white long-sleeved shirts. The two little ones looked like they were wearing dresses, which was oddly adorable. Xia Xing and Xia Lu watched her pull out things they had never seen before, astonished. They peppered her with questions about where they came from, but she brushed them off with the ability excuse. After their initial surprise and curiosity, it was clear they were happy. With these things, they wouldn't go hungry or cold, and that was what mattered most to them. A good night's sleep. The next morning, when the light was bright, Xia Huan woke up to see the sleeping Xia Lu nestled in her arms. A smile unconsciously spread across her lips. She cooked a big pot of thick sweet potato porridge with rice from the space. The two little ones were still asleep, so she went alone to Li Sufing's house to borrow seeds. The borrowed seeds included Chinese cabbage, radish, millet, wheat, and corn, 10 of each. Xia Huan thanked Li Sufing repeatedly. Thinking of her younger siblings at home, she used her will to have Nong plant all the seeds. Congratulations, little Huan, on successfully unlocking the planting mode. If you can persist in watering with spiritual spring water 3 times a day within the space, you will be able to harvest in about 10 days. For every 5 types of crops harvested, you will receive 2 types of seeds provided by the farm. Is spiritual spring water the kind of water from novels that strengthens the body and beautifies the skin when consumed? Indeed. The spiritual spring water in the space can not only be drunk by humans, but also used to irrigate crops and given to animals. Because the space contains spiritual energy supplemented by the spiritual spring water, plants grown here flourish faster and better than those outside, and animals raised within the space grow stronger and healthier than their counterparts beyond. Wonderful. It can be this remarkable. After her amazement, Xia Huan, seizing the opportunity while no one was around, quickly entered the farm area of the space. The farm area was at some distance from where the supplies were stored. The latter side was flat ground upon which stood a row of 3-story wooden houses, exactly as in the game. She knew what lay inside without needing to go and look. The farm area consisted of patchwork fields stretching as far as the eye could see. To the left, a vast forest extended, its trees lush and verdant. 2 winding rivers cut through the fields in a crisscross pattern. Willows drooped gracefully along both banks, and through the dense foliage shimmering ripples could barely be discerned. Nong, is that river the spiritual spring water? That is ordinary river water suitable for drinking and irrigation. Though it falls several tiers below spiritual spring water, it is still somewhat superior to ordinary water outside. Xia Huan nodded in understanding, and following Nong's guidance, arrived at the spiritual spring. Gazing at the clear, deep pool before her, her eyes slowly widened. So this is spiritual spring water. Before her stood a wellhead 3 or 4 times larger than an ordinary water well, its water level perfectly flush with the rim, threatening to spill over at any moment. To verify whether spiritual spring water was truly as miraculous as claimed, Xia Huan ran to the supply area, fetched a porcelain cup, and scooped a little of the water. She drank it in one gulp. A cool freshness lingered between her teeth, followed by a sweet aftertaste. More importantly, after swallowing, she felt refreshed throughout her entire body. Spiritual spring water truly lives up to its reputation. Recalling her emaciated younger siblings at home, she scooped a cup of spiritual spring water and left the space. Approaching her home, Xia Huan saw Xia Xing and Xia Lu standing at the courtyard gate, peering anxiously. It's so cold outside. Why are you both standing out here? There's sweet potato porridge simmering in the kitchen. Let's go and wash up and have breakfast. The 2 little ones obediently followed her into the kitchen. Having woken up to find Xia Huan missing, they had feared she had abandoned them. Thank goodness she had returned. Xia Huan stirred the porridge in the pot, its aroma filling the air. Secretly, she added some spiritual spring water. She recalled that there seemed to be eggs in the space, and inquired with her whether they were edible. Upon receiving a satisfactory reply, she turned her back to her siblings and retrieved a new pot, several eggs, and a bucket of peanut oil from the space. She seasoned the new pot, poured in oil, and fried a few eggs. Sweet potato porridge, fried eggs, and a small dish of pickled mustard tuber constituted a simple breakfast for the 3 siblings. In the past, such a meal would have been unthinkable to them. During the meal, Xia Huan noticed Xia Xing repeatedly glancing at her. She waited until they had finished eating before asking the reason. Meeting Xia Huan's puzzled gaze, Xia Xing's hands gripped the hem of his clothes tightly. Sister, from last night until now you have used some celestial power to produce many things we have never seen before. We believe it, and we will absolutely keep this secret. No one else will ever know about your ability. Xia Lu, did you hear that? Xia Lu obeyed her elder brother the most. She nodded earnestly. A gratified smile spread across Xia Huan's face. She reached out and patted her siblings' heads. That's right. Our days ahead will only get better and better. After finishing the meal and washing the dishes, Xia Huan helped her siblings wash their faces and applied face cream. She applied some to her own face as well. Her dry, flaking skin finally felt somewhat relieved. Xinger Lure, stay home. Once the sun comes out, go into the courtyard and bask in it. I'm going to the town and will be back shortly. Although they would not go hungry thanks to the supplies in the space, there were no fresh vegetables or other essential daily necessities. Their clothes were still tattered and worn. This only strengthened Xia Huan's determination to accelerate her efforts to earn money. All she cared about now was making money to improve their lives. The more money, the better. If possible, she wanted to become the wealthiest woman in this lifetime, sitting back and counting her fortune while enjoying life. Xia Xing and Xia Lu, seeing that she was about to leave home, followed her, like little tails, all the way to the courtyard gate. Hearing the rustling behind her, Xia Huan turned around and took in the startled expressions on her siblings' faces. More than fear, there was deep anxiety. They were afraid she would never return, weren't they? Wait for me at home. I'm going to buy you delicious food and new clothes. She bent down and patted their bony shoulders, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. With her siblings settled, she left home with peace of mind. It took about half an hour on foot from Fushan village to Qingshui town, a little over half an hour by ox cart for 2-1, or just over 15 minutes by horse-drawn carriage for 5-1. Having not a single coin to her name, she could only brave the biting wind and walk. Resting occasionally along the way, she suddenly remembered at the halfway point that she was currently disguised as a girl. To be safe, she tied her hair up in a boy's style and smudged some thin mud on her face. Her naturally dark complexion looked even worse. Today was market day. The streets were bustling with carts and pedestrians, and cries of vendors rose and fell in succession. It's quite lively, Xia Huan mused as she strolled along, looking left and right. After walking for a short while, she was drawn to the large characters on a flag fluttering in the wind ahead, Chongqing Pawn Shop. That was the place. Xia Huan quickened her pace and arrived at the pawn shop. However, before she could enter, a shop assistant stationed outside stopped her. "Little beggar, do you know where you are to dare barge in recklessly?" The assistant, sneering, reached out to push her away. But before his hand could touch her, she countered with a joint lock, forcing him flat onto the ground. "Good dogs don't block the way." Casting those cold words over her shoulder, Xia Huan straightened her back and walked into the pawn shop. The two assistants inside, seeing her enter, also mistook her for a beggar and attempted to throw her out. Yet they had underestimated her, and both met the same fate as their colleague outside. The commotion roused the occupant of the private room. A man in his mid-40s with a short beard and sharp, piercing eyes emerged. His expression grave, he addressed the assistants, who had just scrambled to their feet. "A visitor is a guest. Have you forgotten the rules I have repeatedly instilled in you?" The assistants' faces paled, and they begged for forgiveness and terror. Seeing at least one reasonable person, Xia Huan spoke directly. "May I ask if you are the manager here?" "This humble one is Lin Wenbai, the proprietor of this pawn shop. May I inquire what the young master wishes to pawn?" He studied her discreetly. She tilted her chin slightly and delivered a startling remark. Naturally something of fine quality. The two assistants beside her cast scornful glances her way. What valuable item could a beggar clad in filthy, tattered rags possibly possess? Lin Wenbai paused, then gestured for her to follow. He led her into the private room. After several cups of hot tea had warmed her body, Xia Huan produced the item. "May I ask, proprietor, whether you accept this object?" She took out a round vintage mirror. Lin Wenbai took the mirror and examined it, immediately amazed by its clarity, then captivated by its design and craftsmanship. It was a medium-sized antique-style mirror, its lens set within a dark, intricately carved circular wooden frame. The patterns on it were machine-crafted with smooth lines and exquisite designs. This mirror boasts a unique design, quite unlike the common ones seen elsewhere. Xia Huan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, and this mirror requires no polishing. It will remain functional no matter how much time passes." Lin Wenbai spoke in astonishment. "Is that truly the case?" "Absolutely." The previous evening, while her younger siblings slept soundly, she had wandered through the storage area of her spatial dimension. After exploring, she discovered that many items couldn't be utilized directly in this context, so she ultimately focused on colored glass cups and antique-style mirrors that could stand upright. She knew that lioli was highly prized in ancient times. Though colored glass cups differed slightly from lioli, they should still hold some value. Currently, the space contained only 4 colored ones and several transparent ones. Ancient mirrors were made of bronze. While not vastly different from the mirrors of her past life, over time, certain components within the bronze would gradually evaporate, requiring polishing to restore them to their original condition. However, mirrors from her previous life were clear, could stand upright, and didn't require time-consuming polishing. Unfortunately, the space only held 3 finely crafted antique-style, standing mirrors and 2 large red circular plastic mirrors. After much deliberation, she decided to take these 2 items to Qingshui town to sell. While Lin Wenbai was closely examining the mirror, Xia Huan quietly produced a sky-blue water-patterned glass cup. "Shopkeeper, I have another item here for you to inspect." "What is this?" In an instant, Lin Wenbai mistook the glass cup for Liu Li, reaching out with both hands to take it, examining and feeling it as he looked. She added, "Though this differs slightly from Liu Li, both are finely crafted items. Whether in design or color, each possesses unique qualities." He nodded in agreement, his thick black eyebrows slightly furrowed. "To be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen such a mirror and cup. Young master, do you intend to pawn both of these items?" Finally, getting to the point, Xia Huan slowly curled her fingers that had been resting casually on her knees, her expression calm and composed. "Indeed, shopkeeper, your discerning eye is impressive. You surely have a clear understanding of what these 2 items are truly worth. They say every item has its value, and I trust that with your sharp judgment and your pawnshop's renowned reputation, you'll certainly offer a fair price." Lin Wenbai's eyes lit up, taken aback by the words and mannerisms of this unassuming young master before him. Such poise and composure were far beyond what one would expect from a mere beggar boy. After all, from the moment he witnessed the young man take down 2 assistants single-handedly, he had already recognized that this person was extraordinary. A faint smile finally appeared on his face, his eyes barely concealing his admiration. "Young master, you are straightforward and refreshing, so I won't beat around the bush either. I would like to acquire both of these items, as their unique design and meticulous craftsmanship are truly remarkable. I'll set the price by referencing similar items from the past. I'm prepared to offer 50 taels for the mirror, and since the cup is a novelty item, I can go a bit higher. How about 200 taels? 205. As he quoted the price, Xia Huan automatically converted it in her mind to the local purchasing power. From the original owner's memories, she knew that rough rice cost 10 cash per shang, a unit roughly equivalent to 120 jin in her previous life, priced at about 1 tael of silver. Hulled rice with broken grains went for 15 cash per shang, about 1.5 taels per unit, while a steamed bun cost 2 or 3 cash. By this conversion, 250 taels was truly a substantial sum. Xia Huan found the number 205 rather uncomfortable, so she deliberately furrowed her brow in feigned distress. "If not for sudden misfortune, I would never have brought out these 2 items to sell. But alas, I have an unworthy brother at home who loves gambling and has accumulated debts. If our ancestors knew that their unfilial descendants had done such things, they would never find peace in the afterlife. Alas." She shook her head with a tormented expression. Lin Wenbai had navigated the business world for many years and encountered all sorts of people, so he had developed keen judgment. Rather than growing angry, he smiled. "Young master, how about this? Since some of my shop assistants were quite rude to you earlier, I'll add a bit more silver to round it up to 288, an auspicious number as compensation. Next time you have fine items, feel free to bring them for me to appraise." "That would be wonderful." The 2 exchanged smiles, each noting the shrewdness in the other's gaze. 288 taels was a substantial sum, and Xia Huan preferred smaller amounts of silver that could be used for daily expenses. Lin Wenbai spent quite some time gathering this much money for her. As soon as she received the money, Xia Huan immediately stored it within her spatial dimension. With money in hand, she went shopping with purpose. Passing by a clothing store, she went inside and bought 4 sets of cotton clothes, pants, and shoes, each for herself and her younger siblings, as well as some undergarments. With her new clothes, she also picked up some household items, spending over 5 taels of silver in total. At the agricultural market, she stopped at a small stall selling seeds and purchased some seasonal vegetable seeds, planning to plant them all in her space. As she wandered along, she bought quite a few vegetables at a produce stall and picked up some other items as well. Seeing that she had bought enough, she thought she would go buy some small snacks for her younger siblings before heading home. It had been a fulfilling day that filled her with joy. Nearly half a zhun later, Xia Huan returned home empty-handed, the courtyard gate still closed as she had left it. Before departing, she had instructed her younger siblings to keep the gate shut and only open it when she returned and called for them. Although this wasn't a long-term solution, it could at least protect them for now. It was fine. She would take things slowly. She had already decided to set aside a fixed time each day to teach them physical exercises and self-defense techniques. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. they still needed the ability to protect themselves. Xingalur, hurry and open the door for me. I'm back. In the kitchen where Xia Lu and Xia Xing were tending the fire to prepare dinner, both broke into simultaneous smiles of delight. Sister is back. She had truly returned. She hadn't lied to them. The two ran out one after the other to open the door. Closing the courtyard gate behind her, Xia Huan took one hand of each child and led them into the kitchen, then retrieved freshly bought candied hawthorn from her spatial dimension. One each. Eating too much candy will cause cavities, so don't eat too many, understand? The bright red haws were coated in a layer of crystal clear sugar syrup, their color most tempting. Xiaola stared at the candied hawthorn, his eyes transfixed, and asked in a soft voice, Sister, what is this? Where did you get it? Can we really eat it? Although Xiaolu said nothing, his expression clearly showed disbelief at the scene before him. Sister, where did you get the money? If grandmother and the others find out, they'll certainly accuse you of stealing their money. I hadn't realized it. My younger sister is quite cautious and my younger brother is rather clever. Xia Huan smiled and patted his shoulder. It's all right. You can eat without worry. I have a way to handle them. Fearing her siblings might be too timid to try it, she took one first and ate it, closing her eyes in delight as she sighed. It's delicious. Seeing Xia Huan eat, her younger siblings finally dared to each take one and eat. The three of them ate the sweet candied hawthorn and smiled at each other, the air itself seeming fragrant with sweetness. Unconsciously in front of Xia Huan, the two little ones were no longer as timid and wary as before. Just as noon arrived, Xia Xing and Xia Lu boiled water, while Xia Huan washed rice and sliced some sweet potatoes to cook the main meal. She used rice from her spatial dimension, worrying that Sun Xiaojin's rough rice might not suit their tastes. And since better options were available, there was no reason to deprive themselves. Today she had purchased some fresh pork and vegetables, planning to make a vegetable meatball soup. Having previously suffered from irregular meals with nothing but emptiness in their stomachs, she feared their bodies couldn't handle too much rich food all at once. She then took a few potatoes, shredded them for later use, and prepared a batter with eggs, getting ready to pan-fry some potato shreds cakes. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted through the kitchen. Xia Lu and Xia Xing watched the golden brown potato cakes sizzling in the pan, their mouths watering as they swallowed several times, unable to resist the temptation. Soon the first batch was done, and Xia Huan gave each of them one to eat while the rest continued cooking. After finishing the potato cakes, she heated the pan and fried 3 eggs, then added boiling water. When she lifted the lid, the soup had turned a milky white color. She added the meatballs first, followed by the green vegetables. 2 simple dishes were ready, and the 3 of them, already hungry, ate until their bellies were full. After finishing the meal, the sun was at its peak, and the warm sunlight felt pleasant on their skin. Xia Huan took out all the quilts from home to air in the sun, knowing they would be warm to sleep under tonight and carry the sweet scent of sunshine. She went back to the kitchen and brought out 3 low stools, calling her younger siblings over to sit together and bask in the sun. Just as she was drifting into a drowsy state, Xia Huan suddenly remembered she still had important matters to attend to and instantly woke up. I nearly forgot I needed to head up the mountain to gather some firewood. With such frigid weather, being without firewood would be disastrous. Cooking, heating water, and keeping warm all depended on it. She also intended to stockpile some charcoal. Before stepping out, she thought it best to bring in all the quilts lest anyone catch sight of them. As Xia Huan collected the bedding, Xia Xing lent a hand and said, Sis will come with you. I know where the good firewood is. All right, that works. Staying cooped up at home all day is no good. Once the house is tidied up, we'll all go together. Before they left, Xia Huan strapped on a bamboo basket for appearance's sake. Her plan was to stash most of the dry wood into her space and only carry a small bundle back on her back. Otherwise, she doubted this frail little body of hers could bear the weight. And so the 3 siblings locked the door and walked shoulder to shoulder toward Fushan at the edge of the village. At the foot of the mountain, usable firewood was scarce. Finding the pickings unsatisfying, Xia Huan instructed her younger siblings to stay in that area and not wander off. Then she headed straight up the mountain. Reaching a spot just above mid-slope and venturing deeper into the dense woods, she finally spotted plenty of scattered dead branches and half-rotten fallen logs. Clearly a place rarely trodden by others, abundant in firewood. Once she started, she couldn't stop. After gathering easily flammable dry twigs, withered grass, and countless pieces of wood, Xia Huan sat down in a patch of grass nearby, to rest, weary from the effort. Watching the sun climb higher in the sky, her chilled body gradually warming, she clapped the dirt from her hands and rose. Time for the real work. She collected more large logs into her space, and only when her haul felt satisfyingly full did she head back down the mountain with a half-filled basket. As she approached the spot where Xia Xing and Xia Lu were gathering firewood, she heard chaotic noises and the sound of crying ahead. It was Xia Li's sobs. Xia Huan rushed over, frantically brushing past a tall man who had just come down from a side path. Drawing closer, she saw the scene clearly. It was a bunch of brats from the village bullying her younger siblings. Among them was Zhang Jinjin's younger brother, while Zhang Jinjin herself stood off to the side with her arms crossed, watching the spectacle with an air of leisurely amusement. Wang Guifen's youngest daughter, Xia Jinju, nominally the original owner's young aunt, was egging those little brats on, instructing them on how to beat her nephew and niece, cackling with gleeful malice. In an instant, Xia Huan burned with fury. She clenched her fists and charged at the brats, tormenting her siblings, striking with both hands and feet, showing no mercy. She beat them until they howled in pain, their screams as miserable as pigs being slaughtered. Xing, get behind me quickly. Don't be afraid. Your sister is here. Xia Xing, whose mouth was bleeding from the beating, looked at Xia Huan with astonishment. His nose stung and tears threatened to spill, but he held them back, desperately helping his fallen little sister to her feet. Ugly girl, what do you think you're doing? Zhang Jinjin's eyes widened as if she'd seen a ghost. In just one day, how had the ugly girl changed so drastically? Push those thoughts aside. Seeing her brother get beaten, she spoke up with an angry threat. Ugly girl, how dare you hit my brother? Are we still good sisters or not? If you keep this up, I won't play with you anymore. In the past, this tactic had always worked on Xia Huan, never failing. As soon as Xia Xing and Xia Lu heard Zhang Jinjin say this, they both looked at Xia Huan in terror. In times past, under such circumstances, their sister would abandon them and run to Zhang Jinjin's side. Zhang Jinjin, do you think you're made of gold and jewels that everyone adores you? Anyone who laid a hand on my brother and sister today won't get away. In the blink of an eye, Xia Huan lunged forward, in a few strides grabbed Zhang Jinjin by the hair and delivered several resounding slaps. Seeing this, Xia Jinju planted her hands on her hips, her thick black caterpillar-like eyebrows twisting askew from anger. As she spoke, the fleshy folds of her face quivered several times. Xia Huan, you little wretch, what business is it of yours to meddle? Who are you putting on that hypocritical act for? Your mouth is so filthy, it's disgustingly vile, just like that repulsive mother of yours. Having beaten Zhang Jinjin to the ground in wailing agony, Xia Huan charged at Xia Jinju. Her clenched hard fists pounded several times into the woman's soft blubbery belly, her face, and her chest. The woman was bulky and puffy, and after just a few hits, she was knocked to the ground. Xia Jinju, lying on the ground, burst into loud, childish wailing. Her tears washed away the ghastly white powder and bright red lip paint on her face, leaving it smeared white and red. A horrifying sight, like a vengeful ghost. You cursed jinx, how dare you hit me? The moment my mother hears my crying, she'll come running. Just you wait until she deals with you. She wailed even louder and more pitifully, flailing her hands and feet against the ground to make as much noise as possible. Slap, slap. Two sharp, crisp sounds rang out as Xia Huan stomped her foot onto Xia Jinju's chest with all her might. Keep cursing. You cursed jinx. You ugly, swarthy disgrace. And those two little money-losing brats. You'll all slap, slap, slap. After several more slaps, Xia Jinju's cheeks swelled up like freshly braised pork head. Blood dripped endlessly from her mouth, and the pain squeezed her already small eyes shut so completely they disappeared, leaving her unable to utter another word. Meanwhile, Xia Huan's awe-inspiring ferocity had long since terrified those little brats and Zhang Jinjin. They all fled, shouting as they ran, "The ugly girl is beating people. She's killing someone." Before long, villagers began to drift over to watch the commotion, including Wang Guifen, who rushed over from the fields, hoe in hand. Wang Guifen shoved her way through the crowd and immediately spotted her youngest daughter lying on the ground, beaten senseless. And the culprit, Xia Huan, was standing with her foot on the girl's chest. Wang Guifen's heart ached with rage, her eyes splitting with fury. You cursed jinx. You've got some nerve. If anything happens to my Jinju, I'll make you pay with your life. She swung her hoe at Xia Huan, her gaze ferocious. The sight terrified the surrounding villagers, who all scrambled backward. Xia Huan stood perfectly still, staring at the hoe with icy calm. The crowd held their breath for her. The tall man standing behind her, having witnessed everything, tensed and was about to intervene when she made her move. Before anyone could even see how she did it, the hoe was wrenched from Wang Guifen's grasp and into Xia Huan's hands. With a swift pull and shove, Wang Guifen went sprawling face first into the dirt. With a thud, Xia Huan planted the hoe into the ground. She stared coldly down at Xia Jinju, who lay beneath her with eyes closed, and was about to make a move when she caught sight of a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. She was about to greet the person when those around her reacted faster. Xiang, what are you doing here? Didn't you go hunting up the mountain? Cheng Xiang answered those who asked him politely. There was no game to be found up there. I came down not long ago. Xia Jinju, who had been unresponsive, snapped her eyes open the instant she heard the name Xiang. She frantically looked left and right, her eyes gleaming as she muttered, "Where is he? Where?" After scanning the area, she spotted Cheng Xiang standing off to the side behind her. Lowering her gaze with feigned shyness, she murmured, "Xiang." Her voice was sickeningly sweet, and paired with the coy expression on her swollen face, it left the onlookers thoroughly disgusted. Cheng Xiang said nothing, his demeanor cold and indifferent. Xia Jinju's infatuation with Cheng Xiang was common knowledge in Fushan village. She wore her heart on her sleeve, yet he avoided her like the plague. The villagers had long enjoyed gossiping about this very topic. Seeing fresh material now, they all began whispering among themselves. Their laughter and chatter didn't embarrass Xia Jinju in the least. Instead, she stared at Cheng Xiang even more boldly, her face brimming with adoration. The murmuring grated on Wang Guifen's ears. She absolutely could not bear her precious daughter being mocked by outsiders. She scrambled to her feet. Without the hoe, she still had her hands, and she would claw Xia Huan to death with them. "You little bitch, today either you die or I do." Xia Huan narrowed her eyes, ready to strike. Today she would teach the Xia family a lesson in front of everyone, making them realize she was no longer the ugly girl she used to be. She would beat them until they feared her and dared not bully her younger siblings again. Just as she was about to strike, Xia Xing ran out to block her way. "Don't hit, sister." Seeing her precious grandson, Wang Guifen hastily braked. Xing'er, move aside quickly. Seizing the opening, Xia Huan struck first, gripping Wang Guifen's wrist with one hand and squeezing hard until the woman screamed. She gently pushed her brother aside and kicked Wang Guifen in the stomach, sending her flying several meters away. "Today, in front of all these villagers, I have something to say. Anyone who dares to touch my family from now on will meet the same fate as Xia Jinju and Wang Guifen. It doesn't matter who you are. I won't hesitate to use force if I can. Those who want to test me, come and try." The villagers stood, stunned silence falling over the crowd. Xia Huan ignored their bewildered stares and led her siblings away by the hand. They had walked a considerable distance, nearly home, when Cheng Xiang's voice called out behind them. "Chuya, what was that just now?" Xia Huan stopped cursing inwardly. She quickly composed herself, turned around with a smile. "Brother Cheng." She guided her siblings to the side and cleared the path. Cheng Xiang stepped forward, a trace of confusion in his expression, looking at her as though she were a stranger. From what he knew, Chuya, as the eldest sister, had never shown any affection for her younger siblings, being extremely selfish. Only Xia Xing had protected his sister, and the relationship among the three siblings was far from harmonious. For this reason, he had never held a favorable impression of her. But now everything had changed. Chuya was defending her younger siblings, even going against the Xia family, and Xia Xing would step forward for her. He had only been away hunting on the mountain for a few days, yet returned to find such bizarre occurrences. What had he missed during his absence? Xia Huan understood what Cheng Xiang was thinking. Her actions had indeed seemed sudden and strange to an outsider, since they completely contradicted the original owner's personality. After a moment's thought, she looked straight at him with sincere eyes. "Brother Cheng, I've come to understand something. Constantly yielding only emboldens those in the Xia family to push further. Only by daring to resist those who harm us can we protect ourselves and those we care about. I know that filial piety has always been held as the highest virtue, but the Xia family are only relatives in name. especially Wang Guifan, whose heart is vicious and cruel. You might say that striking someone in public would damage my reputation. Reputation does matter, but it is nothing compared to staying alive. Wang Guifan has driven us into a corner with no way out. If I don't fight back now, I'm simply handing myself over to death. Xia Xing sensed his sister's emotional turmoil and tugged at her sleeve. Though he said nothing, his wide eyes brimmed with urgency and worry. Xia Lu also held on to Xia Huan's hand, calling out, "Sister, sister." Cheng Xiang watched their actions with astonishment. It wasn't just Chuya who had changed. Her younger sibling's attitude toward her had shifted as well. He pondered over Xia Huan's words carefully. They made perfect sense. If it were him, he would have made the same choice. Nothing is more important than oneself and one's family. Though her reasoning was sound, he still found it puzzling. How had she suddenly come to this realization? Cheng Xiang scratched the back of his head and said, "Chuya, it's good that you've come to understand this. It's getting late, and my mother and the others are waiting for me to return." He gave her a polite nod and headed home. As soon as Cheng Xiang was gone, Xia Huan exhaled deeply. "Phew, it's really cold today. Let's hurry home and start a fire to warm up." Xia Xing and Xia Li looked at her and smiled, unable to help but laugh along. With the sun still hanging in the sky, Xia Huan quickly spread the firewood she had gathered in the courtyard to dry, making it easier to burn once it was thoroughly dry. Gazing at the reasonably spacious courtyard and the few brick houses with green-tiled roofs, she couldn't help but remark, fortunately Xia Changjian and Li Meiying had some sense about them. They weren't completely useless. The land and house here were something they had built together through hard work, making it one of the finest properties in the village. In the past, Xia Changjian's gambling debts had led to trouble with Xia Changjin, stirring things up from behind the scenes, forcing their branch of the family to separate and live independently. At that time, Xia Changjian harbored a fierce determination to prove that living apart would yield better results than staying with the Xia family. He reformed himself, completely returning to his carpentry craft. Working in town, his reputation for quality work was well known. When he put his mind to it, he produced fast and fine pieces that brought considerable business to the furniture shop. Li Meiying, seeing her husband's transformation, found hope renewed. The couple, united in purpose, determined to build a better life together. She also possessed embroidery skills and worked at a stitching workshop, earning more for more effort. For 2 years, the couple worked tirelessly, using their hard-earned savings to pay off debts, purchase land, and build a house. They even acquired 2 mu of farmland. Before this, they had been living in the dilapidated ancestral home of the Xia family, which offered no shelter from summer rains or winter cold. After the new house was completed, Xia Changjian boasted to anyone who would listen. Gradually fed by flattery, his restlessness returned. He took up gambling again, eventually losing all their remaining money and even mortgaging their land to cover debts. He grew increasingly despondent and took out his frustration on his wife and children. This is precisely why Li Meiying had fled in desperation. Fortunately, Xia Changjian's pride prevented him from losing the house. It was his greatest source of pride. The afternoon sun didn't last long before dark clouds swallowed the sky. As the 3 siblings returned with firewood, slanting rain began to fall. A chilling wind swept in, pouring through their pant legs and sleeves, making all 3 sneeze in unison. "It's so cold, so cold. Hurry into the kitchen and start a fire to warm up." The moment the kitchen door closed, a banging sound echoed from outside and the roof, as though something heavy had fallen. Xia Huan opened the kitchen door and saw hailstones the size of eggs scattered across the courtyard ground. "Good heavens, it's hailing." Xia Xing and Xia Lu, who had already started a fire at the stove, rushed over at the sound, their faces etched with worry. Xia Huan sensed their anxiety, closed the door, and wrapped an arm around each of them. "It's all right. We're safe inside and won't get hit." "Sister, I'm worried about the vegetables in our field," Xia Xing said weakly. Right, how could she have forgotten about the field? Drawing on the original owner's memories, she recalled that potatoes and radishes were planted in the field, but they had rarely been tended to, so they hadn't grown well. So the 2 little ones were worried about their future food supply. "Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, you'll never go hungry." Whether her words comforted them or not, they no longer seemed as worried as before. The warm fire dispelled some of the chill. Xia Huan remembered the new cotton-padded jackets and shoes she had bought today, so she quickly took them out and had her younger siblings put them on, putting on her own as well. The new cotton-padded jacket was indeed effective. Once she wore it, she didn't feel as cold. Sister, this jacket is so pretty and warm, but where did you get it? Xia Lu lowered her head, looking at the pink cotton-padded jacket she was wearing, her eyes unable to hide her joy, yet more filled with anxiety. Xia Xing was wearing an indigo blue jacket. He stared blankly at the new clothes, his eyes full of doubt, as he looked at Xia Huan. A few days ago, I found some medicinal herbs on the mountain. I'd heard someone say that kind of herb could be sold, so I took a chance and went to the herbal shop in town. To my surprise, someone actually bought them. That's how I got the money to buy the clothes. To reassure her younger sibling, Xia Huan lied without a blush or a racing heart. I see, Xia Xing said quickly. Thank you, sister. We're family, no need for thanks. As long as you like them, that's all that matters. Come, both of you, look up. Xia Huan hid her hands behind her back, secretly taking out a medical kit from her space. Her younger siblings had minor injuries on their faces and hands, so she needed to clean and dress them promptly. She had them sit down with her used iodine to disinfect the wounds and applied external medicine. Remembering that she hadn't treated the wound on her own head today, she took out a mirror and applied the medicine herself. Holding the mirror in one hand while applying medicine with the other was quite inconvenient, but fortunately this difficulty soon passed, as Xia Lu thoughtfully helped her hold the mirror. After applying the medicine, Xia Huan suddenly remembered that she hadn't watered the plants today. It had hailed, and it might snow tomorrow. If it stayed this cold, there might be a cold snap. A cold snap was no joke. Freezing temperatures would make it hard for both plants and animals to survive. Without food, they would die of cold and hunger. Realizing the severity of the situation, Xia Huan quickly made an excuse to return to her room and entered the space. On her way back from town, she had asked Nong Nong to plant all the newly purchased seeds. The ones planted yesterday had already been watered twice with spiritual spring water. Neat rows of green sprouts had emerged from the fields, each as tall as her index finger. Xia Huan exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, they grow so fast." This only reinforced her determination to water the newly planted seeds immediately. The seeds were quite numerous today, covering about half an acre of land. Fortunately, the supplies included a hose. After some tinkering, she used the siphon principle to draw the spiritual spring water through the hose, so she no longer had to run back and forth. She could just water with the hose. After a flurry of activity, she was exhausted and panting, her hands and feet sore. Coming out of the space, Xia Huan saw that the sky outside had darkened, covered with thick clouds. Through the slightly open window, she saw many villagers running past their yard gate, crying out to heaven. The crops in the fields are all ruined. What are we going to do? We can leave the tough potatoes and radishes for now, but we need to salvage the delicate greens. Save as many as we can, otherwise how will we survive this winter? After a long time, the commotion outside subsided. While others worried about their crops, Xia Huan, wearing an apron, sat on a low stool washing vegetables. Tonight she had decided to make hot pot. Eating a hot pot in such weather was incredibly warming. Though she didn't have an electric split pot, she had hot pot-based dipping sauces and seasonings. The greens and meat were freshly bought today, and the ice room in her space still had supplies from her past life, all edible. After cutting all the side dishes, the hot pot soup in the clay pot on the simple clay stove came to a boil, releasing layers of fragrant steam with a bubbling red broth. Before deciding on hot pot, Xia Huan had asked her younger siblings if they could eat spicy food. After getting their answers, she cautiously used only half the hot pot base, afraid they couldn't handle the heat. She herself couldn't live without spice. She threw in sliced radish, potato slices, and soaked wide noodles to boil first, while the sliced meat and fish were cooked piece by piece, dipped in her secret sauce. Xia Xing and Xia Lu praised it enthusiastically, asking her all sorts of questions. Because it was cold, night fell quickly. After cleaning up and washing, they all lay down in their quilts. Xia Xing and Xia Lu soon fell into a deep sleep. Xia Huan, worried about the vegetables in her space, went in and changed into a thin set of work clothes. The temperature inside was pleasant, and wearing just one layer was perfect. The next day, the weather was bitterly cold with howling winds. Layers of dark clouds piled up like mountain peaks. After a simple breakfast, the three siblings braved the weather and headed to their small half-acre plot of land. On the way, they saw many villagers tending to their crops with their backs bent to the sky and faces to the earth. Most of the greens, like cabbages, were shattered and rotting in the fields. The villagers' cries of grief rose and fell one after another, and none of them noticed Xia Huan and the others. The small plot of land was wet and muddy. The potato leaves and radish tops lay twisted and flattened on the ground, wilted and lifeless. Xia Huan, wearing dirty old shoes, stepped into the field. She picked up a hoe and started digging potatoes nearby. The sticky soil made it hard to dig, and she struggled to unearth one. A potato mixed with mud smaller than her fist. "They're so tiny. Let me pull out a radish to see." As she moved to do so, Xia Xing was quicker and more adept. He grabbed the radish leaves and effortlessly pulled out a radish. Though called a radish, it was as thin and slender as a thumb, resembling a small ginseng root. Xia Xing was startled by the radish's small size, furrowing his brows like a little adult. "Sister, the radishes and potatoes are still okay. If we weed the field, and when it clears up I bring some urine to water them, they should grow better." Previously, most of the household burdens had fallen on his shoulders. The original owner only helped occasionally, and Xia Changjian, after Li Meng ran away, was out all day, neither caring for the house nor the children. Thinking of the past, Xia Huan sighed inwardly. She truly felt for Xia Xing, so young yet bearing so much. "From now on I'll help with these chores. Today let's start by weeding. I promise that the potatoes in this field will grow bigger than my fist, and the radishes will be as thick as my arm." Her confident declaration and the mysterious smile on her face made Xia Xing and Xia Lu intensely curious. This land wasn't fertile to begin with, and with little care, how could the crops possibly grow well? "Oh, what big talk. Do you think lying to yourself will keep you from starving?" The sharp voice came from the ridge of the field. It was Xia Zhenju holding a vegetable basket, her expression arrogant. Beside her stood Wang Guifan, looking slightly haggard. "Xing'er, your little aunt is right. Follow the disaster." Wang Guifan didn't finish the last word, as if recalling something unpleasant, and quickly stopped herself. When Wang Guifan spoke again, she shot a fierce glare at Xia Huan, then turned to Xia Xing with a smile. "Come to your grandmother's home, and you'll have enough to eat and warm clothes. Look at those rags you're wearing. You probably haven't had a proper meal in the last 2 days, have you? Come with your grandmother. I'll boil you an egg, cook you some rice, and fill your belly. Then I'll have Wei Wei give you some thick clothes so you won't be cold anymore." At this, Xia Huan couldn't help but snort with laughter. "Where were you before? Now you're pretending to be kind. I only want to be with my sisters." Xia Xing stepped forward and declared firmly. His repeated resistance chilled Wang Guifan's heart. She had gone out of her way to consider his situation, yet he showed no gratitude. Furious, she wanted to lash out at Xia Huan, convinced that this damn jinx was meddling. "Wang Guifan, are you cursing me in your heart again?" It was a statement, not a question. Xia Huan raised her hand and swung it toward Wang Guifan. Wang Guifan recalled the scenes of being beaten before. The burning pain was still fresh in her memory. Instinctively, she grabbed Xia Zhenju and ran forward, shouting indignantly, "In this freezing weather you have no food or supplies, and only a tiny bit of crops. In a few days, when you can't bear the hunger and come back begging us, I'll see if you're still so stubborn." After running a distance, Xia Zhenju was flushed and out of breath, refusing to run any further. She grumbled discontentedly, "Mother, you promised to avenge me. Yesterday, she bullied me so badly, and I lost face in the village. How could you just let her off so easily?" "Who said I let them off?" Wang Guifan sneered. "Zhenju, do you know how many people froze or starved to death in the village last winter? Dozens of people, including a whole family that died together. Fortunately, your father was hardworking when he was young. Whenever others needed help building houses or doing other work, he would work as a hired hand. In those years, several families in the town wanted to build houses and paid relatively well. He toiled for a while and finally managed to save some money. With that money, he built the house we live in now and bought 8 mu of land. That's how our family's life improved a bit. We country folks rely on land and crops to survive. That ugly girl and her siblings are destitute now with nothing. In a few days, they'll come running back to beg us. By then you can take revenge however you like. If they want to eat even a single mouthful of rice, they'll have to follow our orders. Make ugly girl crawl on the ground and bark like a dog, make her sleep with the pigs in the pen, and she won't dare to talk back." Xia Zhenju's eyes lit up with excitement, eager to try. Great, great. I knew Mother wouldn't not love me." The mother and daughter laughed arm in arm and left together. At noon, a ray of golden light broke through the thick clouds, warming the temperature. After lunch, Xia Huan waited until the food in her stomach was mostly digested, then mentioned to Xia Xing and Xia Lu her idea of teaching them self-defense techniques. "Sister, after learning, will I be as strong as you when you fight?" Xia Xing asked with great interest. "Of course. I didn't know how to fight either, but that day I hit a pillar and fell unconscious. In my dream, a celestial being taught me some self-defense techniques, telling me to protect myself and not to be soft on enemies. Once you learn self-defense, you will have the ability to protect yourself and repel enemies. For example, those village bullies like Iruzi and Sanlingzi. Dealing with such small fry will be a piece of cake. On the other hand, if you don't learn and don't resist those who bully you, they will think you are weak and easy to push around, and they will only become more relentless. I want to learn," Xia Xing declared firmly, his eyes burning with determination. Xia Lu, seeing her brother say that, reddened her eyes as tears silently fell. Gathering all her courage, she echoed, "I want to learn too. I never want our family to be bullied by others again." She still remembered that day when her sister by herself knocked down those who bullied her. At that moment, she felt her sister was the most powerful person in the world, and a sense of admiration filled her heart. Alas, the two little ones had suffered too much before. Xia Huan bent down and patted their shoulders, smiling with encouragement in her eyes. "Then let's start with the most basic horse stance." It had just begun, and Xia Huan didn't let them practice too long, but the perseverance of the two little ones surprised her. Even though it was obviously hard and tiring, they didn't utter a single complaint or thought of giving up, but gritted their teeth and persisted. After finishing, Xia Huan went into the storage space and took out some individually packaged small cakes. She added some spiritual spring water into the water that had been boiled and cooled to a suitable temperature. "Xingerlure, come and have some snacks." Xia Xing took a few sips of the water with spiritual spring water and felt his fatigue ease. He smiled and said, "Sister, I suddenly don't feel tired anymore. I think I can keep practicing." Xia Lu, who also drank the water, felt the same way. Xia Huan picked up a small cake with each hand and stuffed them into their mouths. "Since you're so energetic, come with me to the mountain to gather some more firewood later. Doing more work also exercises the body." The next day, Xia Huan got up early. She cooked some sweet potato porridge and stir-fried 2 dishes. After eating her fill, she put away the remaining food so that her younger siblings could heat it up when they woke up. She got up early because she was going to the town. It had just hailed, so prices would surely rise. She wanted to go around and take a look. Halfway there, just like last time she came to the town, she tied up her hair and smeared some mud on her face to disguise herself. After about an hour, Xia Huan arrived in town on foot and saw that the streets were somewhat desolate. Last time she heard only the sounds of hawking and shouting, and now she heard the sounds of bargaining. After a walk around, she found that most prices had more than doubled. For example, fresh vegetables had surged 3 or 4 times. They were already expensive before, and after the hail they became even more costly. Ancient farming techniques were relatively backward, and combined with the weather, the survival rate of vegetables was low. Even if they survived, their growth was barely satisfactory. This revealed a great business opportunity to Xia Huan. It was hard to grow outside, but she had the space. As long as she watered diligently, she could harvest in at most 10 days. As she mused, she wandered to the shop where she had bought cotton-padded clothes last time. The weather might get even colder, so it would be convenient to have a few more sets for rotation and washing. She went in and first asked about the price. Finding it acceptable, she picked 3 sets for each family member. Last time, besides buying plenty of seeds, she also bought a dozen or so chicks and ducklings each. She only missed buying piglets. Now thinking back, she had bought them just in time, or if she were to buy them today, she definitely wouldn't be able to accept the prices. Leaving the clothes shop, Xia Huan walked to the farmer's market. On the way, she felt something strange several times, but when she turned around, there was nothing. Soon she was drawn to a place ahead where a crowd had gathered. It looked very lively, and she could faintly hear bidding and shouting. She hadn't intended to join the crowd, but just as she was about to walk past, the people suddenly scattered for some reason, and she was jostled so much that she nearly lost her balance. Suddenly, she felt a tightness and pain in her hand. Turning around, she met a pair of surprised eyes. In panic, she looked down and saw that the hand of the person was hovering in the air, as if trying to snatch something from her hand. She had been carrying the newly bought cotton-padded clothes in her hand, but just now finding it too tiring, she had thrown them into the space amid the chaos. At this sight and the person's reaction, she immediately realized that this person had been following her all the way to snatch the cotton-padded clothes from her hand. Just as she was about to counterattack, the person acted faster, shoving her away. Fortunately, her balance was good enough that she stumbled a few steps and steadied herself, but her anger was aroused. "You shameless thief. Just you wait." In the sparse crowd ahead, a figure in black was walking away, gradually fading into the distance. That was the thief. Xia Huan forcefully squeezed through the crowd and chased after that figure. Though she had eaten well this morning and had energy, her current body had suffered from years of malnutrition, so her strength was less than half of what she had in her previous life. She gritted her teeth and pursued, noticing a man in black standing before a shop ahead, his back to her, resembling the thief. Without a second thought, she threw a left hook at him, shouting, "Thief, where do you think you're running?" Just as her fist was about to hit the man's shoulder, she caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye of a brat at the alley entrance not far ahead, wearing an insufferably smug grin. He yelled, "Idiot, come catch me if you can." She had mistaken the wrong person. In that moment of distraction, her hand suddenly ached. Xia Huan saw her hand tightly gripped by a fair, elegant hand. Startled, she instinctively tried to pull back, but she pulled too hard, and with a smack her hand hit the man's face. The back of her hand stung fiercely, indicating just how hard the slap had been. The thief had vanished into the crowd. Xia Huan withdrew her gaze and looked at the man she had slapped, a fleeting flash of admiration passing through her eyes, immediately followed by overwhelming guilt and remorse. She had not only mistaken the person, but also struck his face. Anyone would be angry. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's because a thief resembled you from behind, and I mistook you. In my haste, I lost control and hurt you. I'm truly sorry." Filled with guilt, she bowed deeply to him, her regret almost consuming her. "So let me take you to a nearby medical clinic. I remember there's one over there." She glanced around at the row of shops behind her and finally spotted a medical clinic not far away. The man's face was as cold as ice, his dark, deep eyes like ominous clouds before a storm about to crush the city. With his slender, well-defined fingers, he touched his reddened cheek and let out a cold snort. Xia Huan, focused on the clinic, didn't notice his reaction. She looked at his slightly swollen cheek with concern. "If we don't reduce the swelling in time, it could be a problem." Hearing this, the man's expression softened slightly. He had been in a hurry and hadn't carried any medicine. After a moment's thought, he said coldly, "Lead the way." Xia Huan quickly walked ahead. At the clinic, she asked the doctor for the best medicine for the man and paid for it herself. After applying the medicine, some of the swelling subsided. They walked out of the clinic together. Thinking of him as an innocent victim and considering his mental distress, Xia Huan also gave him half a string of coins. But the man refused the money, saying simply, "No harm done." Strange. Was there someone in this world who didn't like money? As Xia Huan pondered this, she caught sight of a familiar figure, none other than the thief from earlier. Without a second thought, she placed a half string of coins behind her back and mentally stored it in her space. The moment it was stored, she lunged fiercely at the thief. Seeing this, the thief swiftly changed direction, targeting the man's waist. The man, still unclear about the situation, reacted a beat too slow. He saw the thief throw a punch at his face and dodged to the side. After dodging successfully, he noticed a sly grin on the thief's face, which puzzled him greatly. Until Xia Huan shouted, "Did that thief steal something hanging from your waist?" "His pouch." The man looked down and found his waist empty. In the next second, he chased in the direction the thief had fled. "Should I follow?" Xia Huan hesitated, then gritted her teeth and said he refused money, so if I help him catch the thief and retrieve his belongings, that should make up for it, right? With that, she gathered her strength and gave chase. In the alley, Xia Huan saw the man's impressive martial skills. He caught up with the thief in no time and engaged him in combat. After just 2 exchanges, the thief was no match and was struck, spitting blood and kneeling on one knee. "Hand it over," the man said coldly. The thief slowly moved his hidden hand forward. Just as Xia Huan thought he was about to surrender the item, he raised his hand with lightning speed and hurled something toward a certain spot. She couldn't make out what it was, only seeing it glide through the air before landing in the hands of a shabbily dressed stranger standing on a rooftop. "He has an accomplice," the man said, then kicked the thief hard, sending him sprawling, and used his lightness skill to leap onto the roof and give chase. That kick knocked the thief out cold. Impressive, Xia Huan exclaimed, then followed the man's figure from below, thinking that if the accomplice came down to the ground, she might be able to intercept him. The two of them chased the thief's accomplice, one above and one below. The man's lightness skill was superb, and he quickly caught up. He grabbed the accomplice by the collar and fought fiercely to retrieve his belongings. Ugh! The accomplice struck hard in the back, spat blood, and with his last strength hurled the item away. This time Xia Huan had learned her lesson and followed the item closely. After a few steps, a tall figure descended from the sky faster than her. It was that man. He had seen with his own eyes the item being thrown into that house. Xia Huan watched him run into the room while she stood at the doorway peering inside. This was a remote, desolate place, and the house was extremely dilapidated and low, resembling a refugee slum. From outside, the room looked pitch black. Cautiously, Xia Huan stood at the door, hesitating to enter. Suddenly, a muffled sound of something falling came from within. Could there be more accomplices inside? She hesitated for a moment, then took out a stun baton from her space and stepped into the house. The place was a one-bedroom, one-living-room layout, utterly ruined, with a damp, musty stench filling her nostrils. "Sir, where are you?" The outer room was empty. Just as she was about to check the bedroom, she heard light footsteps from the doorway behind her. She turned to look. With a clatter, the room went dark as the door was shut from outside. A stranger's furious voice came from beyond the door. "Damn it! You dare harm my people. I'll make you regret it." So the thief had that many accomplices. Clearly another accomplice had closed the door. But what about that man? "Sir, are you in there?" I'm here," a faint voice came from the bedroom. Xia Huan hurried over. In the dim light, she saw the man pressed against the wall, his left hand clutching something tightly. "Are you all right?" Worried he might be injured, she rushed over to check. She noticed his shoulders trembling slightly, his lips pressed tightly together, and his pale forehead covered in fine sweat. Moreover, she sensed his breathing was rapid and heavy. These symptoms strangely reminded her of herself. She was afraid of thunder, and every time she heard it, she reacted just like him. This house was deep in the alley and very dark. Could it be that he was afraid of the dark? Or was she overthinking it? Or was there another reason? "I've retrieved the item. Quick, find a way out." The man took a deep breath, his expression growing colder as he scanned the surroundings, searching for an escape route. Xia Huan saw that he seemed fine again and nodded. "All right, let's search separately." She turned to push the outer door, but it was firmly shut from outside, refusing to budge no matter how hard she pushed. It seemed they'd have to find another way out. Suddenly, she remembered that these houses had windows. Windows also led to the outside. After scanning the outer hall, without finding anything, she set her sights on the room. Rushing in, she found a carved wooden window, but no matter how much force she applied, it wouldn't open. After much effort, Xia Huan leaned against the wall, panting. Suddenly, she remembered there might be tools in her space, so she moved to the other side, intending to secretly bring out a tool to smash the window. Bang, bang. The loud noise caught Xia Huan's attention. She turned to see the man raising his bare fists, hammering the window with blow after blow. Splinters of wood flew everywhere, making her cough. Soon the window was completely smashed open and sunlight poured in, dispelling the darkness inside, while fresh air rushed in eagerly. The man's tall, imposing figure stood bathed in the light. With his back to her, Xia Huan couldn't see his expression, only noticed his tightly clenched fists at his sides dripping with blood. Xia Huan clicked her tongue inwardly. This man was truly ruthless. Couldn't he feel the pain? She shook her head, telling herself it was none of her business, and walked over with a smile. "Wow, you're amazing. Now we can get out." But after smiling for a moment, she realized the problem: the window was a bit high. To climb out, they'd need something to step on. "Got it." After a brief moment of discouragement, Xia Huan turned and beckoned to the man. "Sir, the window is smashed. This opening is just right for my size to crawl through. There's a wooden table in the outer hall. Let's bring it in together. I'll step on the table to get out, then open the door. What do you think?" She noticed that as soon as the darkness was dispelled, he seemed to transform into a different person, his demeanor heavy and imposing, his aura formidable. Standing beside him, she felt a chilling breeze. The man had no desire to stay any longer either. He nodded to her. "That works." Together, they carried the wooden table beneath the window. Xia Huan successfully climbed out, ran to the main door, and unlatched it. As soon as it opened, a tall figure burst out, and before she could dodge, he collided with her. "Sir, are you all right?" She thought the man had been injured by the thief earlier. In reality, he was just eager to get out. "I'm fine." He lowered his eyes and gently pushed her away. Xia Huan looked him over to see if he was truly hurt. The man opened his mouth to speak, but an urgent voice came from ahead. "Master, are you all right?" The newcomer, dressed in tight black clothing, was about the same age as the man. "I'm fine." The man walked toward him. The black-clad man, seeing his master safe, relaxed, but his stern expression remained unchanged. He leaned in and spoke in a low voice. Seeing the two of them huddled together, muttering, Xia Huan busied herself with straightening her clothes. Before she finished, she sensed the man's side had gone quiet. Looking up, the two were nowhere to be seen. Leaving without even a word. Xia Huan recalled the troublesome events of the day and wanted only to leave this dreadful place quickly. After 2 steps, something under her shoe tripped her up. She bent down to pick it up. It was a clean but slightly worn pouch. Just as she felt puzzled, a cold breeze swept by, chilling her to the bone. It was freezing. She should put on an extra layer and head back. She took out clothes from her space and put them on, finally feeling less cold. As for the pouch, she casually tossed it into her space. Back in the village, Xia Huan ran into Li Sufin and Sun Xiaojin, who were walking together. Both greeted her with smiles. "Ugly girl, where are you coming back from?" Being cautious, Xia Huan didn't mention the town. "With the nice weather today, I went to check the fields." "What are you two Annies up to?" Sun Xiaojin, carrying 2 vegetable baskets, laughed heartily. "We just pulled some radishes from the field and are planning to wash them by the river." Xia Huan nodded knowingly, her attention drawn to the item in Sun Xiaojin's right basket. "Annie, what's in your basket?" "This is what I cleaned out from the straw today, intending to throw it away." "Silly me, I almost forgot." As she spoke, Sun Xiaojin prepared to dump the contents into the nearby weeds. "Wait, don't throw it. This is edible." Xia Huan quickly stopped her eyes gleaming at the fresh, plump mushrooms in the basket. "Annie, just rinse them simply at home and boil them in soup. It's delicious. My mother used to cook them for us." In truth, her grandmother in her past life had cooked these for her when they lived in the countryside. In their region, they called them straw mushrooms, and they were also tasty scrambled with eggs. "These are really edible?" Sun Xiaojin and Li Sufin asked simultaneously. "Yes, they're non-toxic. I've eaten them many times." Sun Xiaojin's surprise didn't fully fade, but after confirming with Xia Huan several times, she said, "This is the first time I've known these are edible. I still have some at home that haven't been cleaned. Take these home and cook them first." "That's too kind of you." After failing to decline, Xia Huan repeatedly thanked her and secretly decided to bring some cooked mushrooms to both Sun Xiaojin's and Li Sufin's homes later. "Oh, we got sidetracked. Let's wash these and get home before it gets colder." "Ugly girl, you go on back and keep an eye on your siblings." Sun Xiaojin chattered a few more words, then pulled Li Sufin toward the river. Back home, Xia Huan saw the half-dry firewood picked up yesterday laid out in the yard to dry. The sun was high and white clouds drifted across the blue sky. She didn't need to guess. The 2 little ones must have laid it out to dry. How thoughtful. Hearing sounds outside while boiling water in the kitchen, Xia Xing and Xia Lu knew their sister was back. The former ran out holding firewood, the latter a fire poker. Xia Huan couldn't help but laugh at their excitement. "Slow down, I'm not a thief. I'll make you something delicious for lunch today." "Xing, do we have any straw from this year's harvest?" Xia Xing pointed to the small room on the right. "There's some straw piled up in that room. We were going to dry it for bedding in winter." It really existed. Xia Huan happily opened the locked door, and indeed the not-too-large room was stacked with plenty of straw. The weather had been damp lately, and the straw felt moist to the touch. She turned it over and saw many white straw mushrooms just emerging. The best time to pick straw mushrooms is in the morning when they are at their tenderest. Once the sun is high, the caps spread open and they become older with a poorer texture than morning-picked ones. Xia Huan decided to cook the one Sun Xiaojin gave her first, planning to pick her own on a morning in the coming days. "Today for lunch we'll have mushroom soup, sweet and sour pork ribs, and a stir-fried vegetable. 2 dishes and a soup, balanced with meat and veggies. Eat well so you both grow tall." She smiled and ruffled the little ones' heads. With 3 people sharing the work, it was less tiring. Xia Xing tended the fire, Xia Lu cooked the rice, and Xia Huan washed, prepared, and chopped the vegetables. Once the rice was cooked, she set the pot aside on the back stove. On the front stove's high flame, she put a pot of water to blanch the ribs, then stir-fried the blanched ribs with seasonings, added her homemade sweet and sour sauce, and poured in water to simmer. Before long, the aroma filled the air, and the siblings sniffed eagerly, exclaiming how good it smelled. When the sauce had reduced nicely, Xia Huan scooped out the fragrant sweet and sour ribs and covered them with a clean plate to keep them warm. Then she quickly stir-fried a simple garlic cabbage and finally the highlight, mushroom soup. Once everything was ready, Xia Huan told her siblings to eat at home, while she packed 2 bowls of mushroom soup into 2 baskets, then headed to the Chung family's house. When she arrived, she saw Chung Xiang sitting under the eaves working with bamboo strips. He heard the noise, looked up, and saw Xia Huan asking in confusion, "Ugly girl, why are you here?" She laughed and retorted, "What, am I not allowed to come? Or are you waiting for someone else, brother Chung?" Hearing her laughter, Chung Xiang's tanned face flushed faintly, and he became even more awkward. The more flustered he grew, the more delighted she became, her eyes crinkling with mirth. "Oh, it's Shoya here." At the sound of her voice, Li Sufan emerged, wiping her hands on her apron and glaring at Chung Xiang with feigned reproach. "A guest has come, and you didn't even think to invite her inside." Then turning to Xia Huan with a smile, she said, "Xiang is so big and clumsy. I don't know who he takes after, certainly not me. Shoya, I'm just cooking and steaming some sweet potatoes. Take a few with you. Annie, I brought you some soup. It's made with the fresh mushrooms Aunt Sun gave me. It's really delicious." Xia Huan lifted the soup bowl from one of the baskets, removed the lid, and a fragrant steam billowed out, carrying a savory aroma. "It smells wonderful." Li Sufan inhaled deeply. Chung Xiang caught the scent as well, his face impassive, but his eyes fixed on the bowl of soup. Xia Huan handed the soup to Li Sufan, then lowered her head and grasped the basket. "The soup is best drunk while it's hot. I still need to deliver some to Aunt Sun's house, so I'll be going now." With that, she left. Li Sufan wanted to fetch some sweet potatoes for Xia Huan, but her hands were full with the soup bowl. Flustered, she hurried back to the kitchen, scooped a few steaming sweet potatoes from the pot into a bowl, and thrust it at Chung Xiang. "Quick, take this to Choya's house." "Me? Isn't Yaya at home?" Chung Xiang said with a deadpan expression. No sooner had he spoken than his mother elbowed him hard in the arm, and he met her exasperated glare. He had no choice but to relent. Fine, I'll go. I'm going now." As she watched her son walk away, Li Sufan's eyes held a trace of sorrow. She sighed helplessly. This wooden-headed boy. Why can't he see what's right in front of him? Shaking her head, she went back into the kitchen. After delivering the soup to Sun Xiaozhen's house, Xia Huan's stomach was growling with hunger. She quickened her pace home, not even noticing the Xia family's doorstep as she passed by. Xia Zhenju, who was eating in the courtyard, spotted Xia Huan passing by. Glancing at her own bowl piled high with food, she smirked wickedly, picked up the bowl, and walked out. "Shoya, if you have something to say it. If not, shut up." Xia Huan stopped impatiently. "Look at this, a big bowl of food. Don't you want some?" Xia Huan glanced over. The so-called big bowl of food was a bowl of coarse brown rice with sweet potatoes, a few pieces of blackened pickled cucumber, some pickled beans, large chunks of stewed radish, and 3 slices of cured meat. She knew that the cured meat must have been secretly cooked by Wang Guifan for Xia Zhenju. In the entire Xia family, no one got more food per meal than Xia Zhenju. Even the breadwinner Xia Changjin, who worked in the fields, and his second son Xia Changgui, could only have half a bowl of coarse rice each meal, let alone anyone else. "Shoya, if you want to eat, get down on all fours and bark like a dog. When I'm satisfied, I'll give you some food." Xia Zhenju held the bowl out to Xia Huan triumphantly, as if teasing a dog. Xia Huan rolled her eyes theatrically. She crooked her finger at Xia Zhenju. "Come here first. What are you going to do?" Xia Zhenju's small eyes were full of suspicion. Losing patience, Xia Huan suddenly stepped forward and struck out at Xia Zhenju's face. "I noticed that the bruise I gave you last time isn't quite symmetrical. Let me even it up now, so you'll look even prettier." "Oh!" Xia Zhenju shrieked, covering her face with her hands in panic. In her fluster, she spilled a lot of the food from the bowl in her other hand, and all 3 slices of cured meat fell to the ground. What she didn't realize was that Xia Huan had only made a few feints. "Xia Zhenju, open your eyes and look at the ground. Your cured meat fell." Xia Zhenju cracked her eyes open and saw that the meat was indeed gone from her bowl. Glancing down, she spotted the 3 slices of cured meat lying on the dusty ground. Frantic and distressed, she crouched to pick them up, but the excess fat on her belly made it hard. She could only half squat, stretching her arm as far as it would go, yet still unable to reach. In desperation, she set the bowl aside, dropped to her knees, leaned forward, and stuck her round bottom high in the air. Xia Huan delivered a swift kick to that backside. Bark. Didn't you say I had to get on all fours and bark like a dog? Let me hear a few good ones. Xia Jinju flopped onto the ground, her mouth full of dust. Jinju, who are you talking to? From inside the house came Wang Guifen's voice, followed by the shuffling sound of footsteps approaching. Show you, what are you doing here? When Wang Guifen saw her daughter on the ground, she was horrified. After much effort and stumbling several times, she finally managed to help her up. Jinju, what happened to you? Humiliated Xia Jinju burst into sobs, pointing a fat finger at Xia Huan. Mom Cho, you bullied me. Hey, don't slander me. You were the one on all fours barking like a dog, and you were having a great time at it. Wang Guifen glared at Xia Huan with hatred. You're the one who's like a starving dog hanging around other people's doors begging for food. Take a look at how other dogs do it. Can't you even manage the simplest tail wagging and begging? Look at how wretched you are now. I can already imagine how much Xinger will suffer with you. At this thought, an idea stirred in her heart. Choya, if you send Xinger back, I'll give you a certain amount of grain. Looking at Wang Guifen's shifty, calculating eyes, Xia Huan curled her lips into a scornful sneer. Did Wang Guifen take her for a fool? Not only would that essentially mean selling her little brother, but that certain amount of grain could be as little as a single grain of rice or a steamed bun. It was hopelessly vague. The old woman was truly sly. Just as Xia Huan was about to retort, a coquettish laugh accompanied by a wave of cheap, cloying perfume reached her. Mom, come eat. Why are you all standing at the door? Zhao Xiui seemed to just notice Xia Huan outside. She covered her mouth with a hand in exaggerated surprise, then spoke in the earnest, nagging tone of a close elder. Oh, it's Choya. Choya, you're the younger generation. You shouldn't talk back to your elders so often. After all, this is your own grandmother, and aunt, your own flesh and blood. Xia Huan rolled her eyes at Zhao Xiui's blatant hypocrisy. She was starving. Time to go eat. Seeing Xia Huan walk away without a backward glance, Wang Guifen was furious. Did you hear what I just said? You only get one chance. If you don't take it, you'll freeze and starve to death. Mom Choya bullied me like that, and you're just letting her go. Aren't there enough of us to take her on? Red-faced Xia Jinju rolled up her sleeves, roughly ready to charge after Xia Huan and settle the score. Wang Guifen also thought that Xia Huan had been too arrogant lately and needed to be taught a lesson. Mother, an arrow shot cannot be taken back. We've persisted for days already. What harm is there in a few more? Look at the two daughters of second brother and second sister-in-law. They barely went out to work for a while past noon and came running back crying and saying they were hungry. They're just like Xinger, still young. Once they suffer a little hardship or hunger, they know exactly who to turn to for food. Zhao Xiui spoke with a gaze full of sincerity, as if she were putting herself in Wang Guifen's shoes. Wang Guifen thought it over and felt it was reasonable. A forced melon is never sweet. Now old, she had 3 sons and 1 daughter, but her eldest son had passed away, leaving only Xia Wei and Xia Xing as grandsons. Her second son's household had produced only daughters. She had given birth to her daughter late in life. She recalled that not long after she became pregnant, her husband Xia Shun had earned a considerable sum as a hired hand in the town. Later, just as the new house was finished and 8 mu of land were bought, her youngest daughter was born. Thus, she believed her youngest daughter was the family's lucky star. She raised her with indulgence from childhood, even more carefully than she had raised her 3 sons. Though life was becoming more promising, Xia Shun had died of illness at the end of last year. He had given so much for the family, yet never enjoyed much in return. So standing before his grave, Wang Guifen swore that she would never let the Xia family line end and would guard their descendants well. Thinking of the deceased Xia Shun, Wang Guifen's face filled with melancholy. The fire in her demeanor gradually faded and her voice grew weak. Jinju, take your bowl back and prepare to eat. Your second brothers will be back soon. Mother. Xia Jinju, aggrieved, picked up her bowl and chased after her. Zhao Xiui, left behind, watched their retreating figures with a cold glare. Hearing overlapping footsteps and voices behind her, she turned around and greeted the family members returning home after a morning of labor, a smile on her face. The second eldest Xia Changwei, along with his wife Li Chuanxi and their daughters Xia He and Xia Lan, walked ahead carrying their tools, while Xia Changjin and his young daughter Xia Yun followed a little behind. Zhao Xiui exchanged a few pleasantries with the former, urging them to go inside and eat. She then sent her little daughter off as well. Once they were alone, her expression changed abruptly. Mother is still bent on bringing Xia Xing back. This won't do. You need to think of something fast. Exhausted from the morning's work, Xia Changjin felt a burning hunger in his stomach. Impatience crept onto his face. Isn't he just a child? As long as he doesn't want to come back, Mother has no way. Just drag it out. He tossed out those words and hurried into the house. Zhao Xiui glared at his back, furious. That useless thing. Only I am worrying day and night for our little family. Just wait. I'll never let Xia Xing step foot in this house. Meanwhile, back home, Xia Huan saw the dishes on the table untouched, exactly as they had been when she left. Since they were kept on the stove, they were still warm. Didn't I tell you to eat first? Why hasn't anyone touched the food? Xia Xing and Xia Lu exchanged glances and said in unison, we wanted to wait for you to eat together. A smile touched Xia Huan's lips. How sensible these two little ones were. Suddenly, she noticed a bowl of steamed sweet potatoes nearby. Noticing his sister's gaze, Xia Xing said, Brother Cheng brought those sweet potatoes. He left right after dropping them off. I figured as much. Let's get ready to eat. After we finish, I'll take you to see a surprise. When we get back, we'll make something delicious with the sweet potatoes and share some with Aunt Li and Aunt San. After lunch and tidying up the house, Xia Huan led Xia Xing and Xia Lu out. As they walked, Xia Lu couldn't help asking, Sister, what's the surprise? You'll find out soon enough. In the half-moved field apart from the broken, yellowed, and rotten leaves, the once wilted radish and potato greens now stood upright, fresh and vibrant, as if newly grown. When she had come to weed that day, Xia Huan secretly watered the vegetables with the spiritual spring water from her space. She had tried it on a whim, and when she later returned, she saw the vegetables had undergone a dramatic transformation. All these leaves have grown back. Xia Xing couldn't believe it. He ran into the field and turned over the leaves, but found no trace of manure water on the ground. That made it even stranger. The vegetables in other people's fields were still in their half-dead state. Maybe our soil is better. Haven't you noticed our soil is more yellowish than others? Unwilling to reveal the space and spiritual spring, Xia Huan had to lie with a straight face. Besides, we weeded last time, and the sun's been out these past few days at noon. Was that really the case? Xia Xing frowned, lost in thought. Taking advantage of the fine weather, Xia Huan brought Xia Xing and Xia Lu to the grassy slope at the foot of Mount Fu to practice horse stance in the sun. She joined them as well. Lately, she had even chosen to walk to town, all for the sake of exercise. Only a strong body could crush one's enemies. The session, including breaks and practice, lasted about 2 hours. Since it was still early, she took them to gather some firewood nearby before heading home. Once back, Xia Xing and Xia Lu voluntarily placed the collected firewood beneath the eaves. Seeing how thoughtful and diligent her younger siblings were, Xia Huan decided she couldn't idle either and went to the kitchen to busy herself. Soon wafts of fragrance drifted out, luring Xia Xing and Xia Lu into the kitchen. When they entered, they saw Xia Huan scooping out golden round fried food from the pot. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of oil and the sweet scent of sweet potatoes. Sister, what delicious thing are you making? Xia Lu stared at the food, swallowing hard at the smell. Xia Xing appeared more composed, but he too was drawn by the aroma. These are sweet potato balls made from mashed steamed sweet potatoes mixed with glutinous rice flour and a little sugar. You can fry them, steam them, or boil them. Here are some that have cooled down enough. Go wash your hands and eat. Xia Huan continued with the next batch, picking up pre-rolled balls from a round bamboo tray and dropping them into the oil. Her younger siblings ate happily, and Xia Huan also took a few moments to sample them. The outer skin was crispy, the inside soft and sweet. A perfect success. After frying all the balls, Xia Huan divided them into 3 portions. She put the other 2 in large bowls and placed them in a basket. Come with me. We'll go to Grandpa Li Jing's house and ask him to help arrange for Xing'er to attend the private school. Before, the family was too poor to send Xia Xing to school. In her view, education was very important. Now that he could go, he would have to start from the very beginning. Private school. Xia Xing's voice rose sharply. Sister, I don't want to go to school. I want to stay and work at home. Going to school would surely cost a lot of money. He didn't want his sister to bear everything alone. Besides, if he left, who would protect his sisters? Those Xia family members were all formidable. Xia Huan saw at once what was going through Xia Xing's little mind. I have a plan for this. I still have some money from selling herbs a few days ago, more than enough to cover your tuition at the private school. As for lure, if you want to learn something or have an interest, just tell me. In this era, women were not permitted to attend private schools. Xia Lu tilted her little head upward, her expression earnest. Sister, I only want to learn self-defense now, to become truly strong. All right. If you ever want to learn anything else, remember to tell me. Xia Huan smiled and ruffled her hair. But Xia Xing frowned, about to protest, but Xia Huan draped an arm over his shoulder. An elder sister is like a mother. Just listen to me. As before, they delivered to Li Sufin's house first. When they arrived, she was hanging clothes in the courtyard. After much persuasion, Li Sufin finally accepted the sweet potato balls. At village head Zhang's house, Zhang Yuming sat in the seat of honor, brows furrowed, his sharp eyes fixed on Xia Huan seated to his lower left. Choyi, are you truly determined to send Xing'er to the private school in the neighboring village? Yes, I'm certain. As I mentioned, I have some money on hand. Here are 2 taels of silver. If that's not enough, I'll make up the difference later. Village head, we are orphans with no one to rely on, and I am just a young girl who has seen little of the world, unfit to appear in public. So I have no choice but to seek your help. Xia Huan spoke with sincerity, placing the silver on the table beside Zhang Yuming. He glanced at the silver, then at Xia Huan's earnest gaze and the naive young Xia Xing. Finally, he said, fine. It's not a difficult matter. Go home and wait for news. Thank you, village head. Xia Huan bowed deeply, and behind her Xia Xing and Xia Lu mimicked her movements in earnest. As dusk fell, and before complete darkness, Li Sufin's family had already begun their evening meal. Although they were slightly better off than others, they still dared not waste oil on lamps. The whole family gathered in the kitchen, eating by the glow of the stove fire, which provided both warmth and light. Mother, what are these round things? They're quite tasty. Chewing his food, Cheng Xiang spoke indistinctly, reaching out to grab another one. Li Sufin came over with a bowl of thin porridge and sat down. These are sweet potato balls made by Choya and sent over. Her cooking is excellent, better than mine. The soup she brought at noon, who said it wasn't drinkable. In the end, they drank every last drop. A capable, virtuous, and responsible girl like her. Any family that marries her would be extremely lucky. I wonder if our family could have such fortune. Toward the end, she cast a meaningful glance at Cheng Xiang. Cough. Cough. Cheng Xiang coughed until his face turned red. Mother, where is her sense of responsibility? Her cooking is passable, but have you forgotten what she was like before? What kind of talk is that? Li Sufin set down her chopsticks. Cheng Ligan and Cheng Yiya, who had been eating silently, put down theirs, not daring to make a sound. If not for Choya, who knows what the Xia family would have done to Xing'er and Lure. Not only does she protect and care for her siblings, but she's also sending Xing'er to private school. Isn't that responsibility? How many people in the whole village could do that? Cheng Xiang was stunned. He truly hadn't known that Xia Huan had arranged for Xia Xing to attend a private school. The next morning, after an early breakfast, Xia Huan took her younger siblings on foot to the town. The purpose was twofold: to show them around and to buy school supplies for Xia Xing. After wandering for a while, they had bought everything needed. Xia Huan was about to head back when Xia Lu exclaimed, "Sister, there's a big crowd over there. Let's go see." Xia Lu pointed enthusiastically at a spot across the street where many people had gathered. Xia Huan bit her lower lip, thinking, "Fine, but you must hold my hands and not run off." The 3 walked over, finally finding a slightly elevated spot to stand on. Standing on tiptoes, they could barely see what was happening at the center. After scanning the scene, Xia Huan's heart raced. Opportunity. A new business opportunity. In the open center of the field, several large woks were set up at intervals, each accompanied by a table bearing cutting boards, cleavers, and various ingredients. Not far away stood a wooden board with a red paper pasted on it, on which bold black characters read, "Drunken Fragrance Tower offers a generous reward in a public cooking competition. The winner will be determined by the taste of the dishes and other criteria." Drunken Fragrance Tower was a newly opened restaurant in town, the largest in area compared to other establishments, with 3 full stories. Besides the contestants, 2 people sat on each side of the restaurant's entrance. Among them, a young woman stood out strikingly. Her face was delicate and refined with a natural heroic aura in her brows and eyes. Clad in a fitted light blue outfit, she looked crisp and capable. Xia Huan guessed those four were the judges who would taste the dishes and decide the winner. Dong dong, a gong sounded. A man walked around the field beating the gong and asking the onlookers, "The competition is about to begin. There is still one walk left. Is anyone brave enough to step up and challenge themselves?" There were 8 walks in total, and 7 contestants stood before their chosen walks. The ingredients on each table varied, but the remaining table held what they had left over: a grass carp, some dried chilies, and Sichuan peppercorns, a little ginger garlic scallions, a few eggs, 2 potatoes, and a turnip. The meat for the other 7 contestants was chicken, duck, lamb, pork, and goose, while the vegetables and seasonings were largely similar. Fish in this region was typically boiled, steamed, or roasted. No matter the method, even if done well, it carried a fishy smell. That was why they all tacitly avoided choosing the fish. Dong dong, one last time, is there anyone else? After waiting a moment, seeing no response, the man turned to walk back with his gong. He had only taken 2 steps when a crisp voice rang out from behind, "I want to compete." Instantly, all eyes turned toward her. Xia Huan calmly embraced this moment of glory, holding Xia Xing's hand with her left hand and Xia Li's with her right. The 3 walked together through the path that people automatically cleared. "Young lady, are you sure you want to compete?" the gong-beating man asked, sizing up the thin girl before him. "I'm sure." Xia Huan placed her sister's hand into Xia Xing's, speaking softly, "Stay by my side, don't run off, and don't go with anyone other than me. Understand? Sister, I'll take good care of her." Xia Xing promised like a little man. After instructing them, Xia Huan confidently walked to the large walk. As soon as she stood there, a rotund man beside her glared at her with hostility. "Little girl, this isn't a place for playing house. Go away, don't cause trouble here." "Exactly. She's skinny and dark like a dried monkey. Can she even handle a ladle?" Another middle-aged man with a black beard mocked her without reservation. The other contestants joined in the laughter, and the crowd began to murmur, pointing at Xia Huan. "When does the competition start?" Xia Huan, the person in question, remained indifferent, her expression calm. The gong man heard her, turned, and looked toward the judge's seat, where the woman in light blue sat. The woman nodded coldly. Receiving the signal, the man immediately struck the copper gong and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The competition officially begins. The time limit is 3 incense sticks. Anyone who exceeds it will be disqualified." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of chopping knives rang out. Except for Xia Huan, who had started a pot of water and was examining a fish, the other contestants rushed to chop their ingredients. The onlookers grew anxious, seeing Xia Huan leisurely tracing the knife along the fish's body, thinking she looked rather foolish and not at all clever. Xia Huan finally chose her spot, raised the knife, and brought it down. The fish was gutted, its innards swiftly cleaned, and the head severed. In a few swift motions, she sliced the fish into snow-white fillets, cut the bones into pieces, added egg white and a pinch of salt to the fillets, and secretly poured a few drops of liquor from her space. She then mixed and kneaded the mixture until it became elastic. Next, she sliced ginger and vegetables, cutting potatoes and radishes into thin rounds. The water in the pot had just boiled. She poured out half into a large bowl, then blanched the potato and radish slices in the remaining water, quickly retrieving them and placing them in the bowl. She heated oil in the pan, fried the fish head and bones until golden on both sides, then added ginger slices, bean paste, dried chili segments, and Sichuan peppercorns. After stir-frying until the red oil emerged, she poured in boiling water, producing a sizzling sound. The bubbling broth exuded a fresh, spicy, and aromatic fragrance. "What is that little girl cooking? It smells quite good. There's no fishy smell at all, and I've never seen this method before. Have you?" "I haven't." The onlookers buzzed with discussion. The other contestants also caught the aroma drifting from Xia Huan's station. Though curious, they focused on their own dishes, knowing the competition was paramount. In the tense moment when the 3rd incense stick was nearly spent, Xia Huan poured hot oil over the minced garlic, chopped scallions, dried chili segments, and Sichuan peppercorns. Layers of fragrance rushed into her nostrils. So delicious. She decided she would make spicy boiled fish for the 2 little ones when she returned home. The gong-striking man shouted again, "Time's up. Now for the tasting session. All contestants must present their dishes to the judges' table in order." After tasting, the judges will write down their favorite dish on a white paper. The one with the most votes wins. Hey, little girl, did you hear that? You're last. No cutting in line. By the time our dishes are tasted, will there be any point in tasting yours? You'd better go somewhere cool and stay out of sight so you won't embarrass yourself further when the results are announced. The speaker was a plump man standing at the front. After his taunt, he swaggered toward the judge's table with his dish. One by one, the contestants presented their dishes. Xia Huan was last. Several judges appeared satisfied after tasting a few dishes, but only one woman in a light blue robe remained expressionless, speaking not a word. Finally, it was Xia Huan's turn. She placed her divided portions on both sides of the judge's table. Unlike the previous contestants, she did not introduce her dish or its flavor. Instead, she stood calmly gazing straight ahead. The plump man sneered again. Honorable judges, this greenhorn girl knows nothing. She can't possibly make anything good. I think there's no need to taste her. Before he could finish, the woman in the light blue robe suddenly spoke. Excellent. Everyone looked at her in surprise. She was holding chopsticks, eating Xia Huan's dish bite after bite. Her brows relaxed. The other judges immediately followed suit. The moment they tasted the first bite, they froze, then eagerly helped themselves to more, scooping up mouthful after mouthful. While everyone's attention was on the judges, the woman whispered to her trusted aide, who then took a clean, untouched portion of the dish and quietly slipped upstairs to the second floor of Xianglu. Little girl, what is this dish called? A friendly, fair-skinned, plump man in his 30s or 40s asked Xia Huan with a smile. Xia Huan said calmly, this dish is called spicy boiled fish. The base is made of potato and radish slices. The overall flavor is spicy and numbing with a fresh aroma. The fish is tender and smooth, and the vegetables complement it perfectly, so it never gets cloying. Marvelous. The fish has no fishy taste and is incredibly tender. Not only that, but the vegetables also impress me. The crisp texture pairs wonderfully with the spicy and numbing flavor. The man engaged Xia Huan in lively conversation about the dish. The other contestants left aside wore grim expressions, glaring as if they could kill her with their eyes. At the same time, the trusted aide who had taken the dish to the second floor returned and whispered a few words in the woman's ear. After hearing them, the woman immediately stood up and said to Xia Huan, little girl, you win. Come inside with me for a detailed discussion. With that, she turned and left without waiting for anyone's reaction. The man, seeing her decision, declared, yes, I don't need to write my favorite dish on paper. My vote goes to this little girl. The other judges followed suit, all choosing Xia Huan and praising her dish. This enraged the other contestants, who began arguing and stirring up the crowd. Chaos erupted. Enough! The man shouted, his fair face flushed with emotion. He glared at the troublemakers. You all claim unfairness. Facts speak louder than words. Come and taste her dish. If anyone dares say they can cook better than you, do it. Fine, let me taste first. The plump man rolled up his sleeves, strode over, took a clean pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of spicy boiled fish, and chewed. His eyes widened in disbelief. He then tried the vegetables. After finishing, he stared at Xia Huan with a complex expression, as if looking at a monster. The other contestants, seeing his silence, grew curious and also tasted the dish. In the end, all were left speechless. This only made the onlookers more curious. How delicious could that little girl's cooking be to instantly silence the contestants? In a private room on the second floor of Xianglu, Xia Huan sat across from the woman in the light blue robe at a long pearwood table. The fragrance of tea filled the air, and through the wide-open door, she could occasionally glimpse Xia Xing and Xia Li peeking in. The woman spoke first. My name is Qiao Shuang, and I'm the manager of Xianglu. I'm very satisfied with your cooking. You turned the ingredients that everyone else rejected into something new and virtually flawless. Currently, the restaurant already has a head chef, the man who was chatting with you earlier, Huang Wenhe. You'll be working together in the kitchen. Also, as promised before the competition, we'll pay you 1,500 won per month. If your dishes become popular with customers, or if you create new, even better ones, your salary will increase accordingly. In short, here, as long as you have the ability, you'll get the pay you deserve. You're too kind, Miss Qiao. My name is Xia Huan. Spicy boiled fish is just a simple home-style dish. Xia Huan smiled faintly, lifted the teacup before her, and took a shallow sip. The fragrance lingered on the palate, of fine tea. Seeing Xia Huan so composed, an unruffled surprise flickered in Xiao Shuang's eyes. Though Xia Huan was plainly dressed, a mere country girl, her features upon closer inspection were striking even if obscured by her tan skin. Yet she radiated an innate confidence that overshadowed all her shortcomings, making her impossible to ignore. Miss Chow, to be honest, I didn't enter today's competition to become a chef in your restaurant. Xia Huan paused, meeting Xiao Shuang's increasingly puzzled gaze. I want to do business with your restaurant. You? Xiao Shuang scrutinized Xia Huan from head to toe. Yes, I specialize in making various sauces. The sauces I craft can not only elevate the seasoning in cooking, but also be used in simple ways such as mixing with noodles or pairing with steamed buns. In truth, her thoughts extended far beyond this, but she was in no rush. She would take it slowly and steadily. Xiao Shuang grew even more perplexed. What are mixed noodles? Xia Huan found herself momentarily at a loss for how to explain. She pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, How about this? I'll come again tomorrow and bring the sauces with me. You can taste them then and see for yourself. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. Xiao Shuang watched Xia Huan depart, murmuring under her breath, This person is rather peculiar. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly rushed to the adjacent room. The door of the adjacent room was open. Qiu Tong, her trusted confidant, stood at the entrance about to close the door. When she saw Xiao Shuang, she paused in her movements. That young lady named Xia Huan had just left, and the master departed as well. Gone again, and so quickly. Xiao Shuang could hardly conceal the disappointment in her heart. Her feelings betrayed her on her face. She stood there gazing blankly into the room. This room shared a wall with the adjacent one, and at an inconspicuous spot on the wall, there was a very hidden peephole. Sitting in this room, one could see and hear everything that transpired in the next room. Meanwhile, on the bustling street, two men stood back to back, each looking in opposite directions, as if searching for something. The man clad in a tight black tunic turned to the white-robed man and said, Master, I cannot find Xia Huan's whereabouts. I shall dispatch men to pursue her immediately. The white-robed man's gaze was heavy, his face as cold as frost. No need. Perhaps I misheard. The beggar I saw that day was a man. The black-clad man's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at his master. That day you had considerable contact with that beggar. The item might be in his possession. I will continue to send more men to search for him. Achoo! Xia Huan sneezed and clutched her clothes tighter around her chest. She shook her head, thinking how cold it was, and continued her journey back to the village. She needed to hurry back and enter the space because a few days earlier, while eating straw mushrooms, she had muttered to herself, I wonder if there are shiitake mushrooms around here. No sooner had she muttered that the gnome replied telepathically that there were shiitake mushrooms in the forest within the space. It was just like wanting a pillow the moment you felt drowsy. Back home, Xia Huan instructed her younger siblings not to run around inside the house, then went to the sleeping chamber and entered the space without delay. She had glimpsed a forest in the distance within the space before, but had been too busy with planting to ever go and explore it. Inside the space, as she drew nearer, her eyes were greeted by lush green leaves. Through the sparse foliage, she could see rolling hills blanketed in verdant trees, and the chirping of insects and birds filled the air, a scene not unlike the Fushan mountain outside. She trod upon the soft fallen leaves as she walked deeper in. After an unknown duration, she spotted something resembling shiitake mushrooms on a fallen log ahead. Excited, she dashed over. Nong are these shiitake mushrooms? To avoid poisoning, she refrained from sniffing them. Yes, there are shiitake and other mushrooms on the wood around here. Some are poisonous. If you want to pick them, I can help you screen them. Great. Please remember to give me a warning. I don't want to end up eating poisonous mushrooms. At best, I'd fall into hallucinations and grab at tiny figures or mice. At worst, I'd drop dead on the spot. Xia Huan had brought a basket with her. She began picking shiitake mushrooms nearby, each one plump and lustrous with a distinctive savory fragrance when brought close. After filling one basket with shiitake mushrooms, she gathered some other non-toxic fungi. Only when both baskets were brimming did she reluctantly leave the space using her will. It was exactly noon. Seeing her return, Xia Xing and Xia Lu promptly cleared the items from the table. The former scooped rice and washed it for cooking while the latter lit the fire. Xia Huan was not idle either. She rolled up her sleeves, took out a portion of the shiitake mushrooms, washed them, and sliced them, intending to stir-fry them with lean meat. If she could add some garlic sprouts, it would be even more fragrant. The garlic sprouts she had planted in the space a few days ago had already sprouted, but they were not yet very tall, so she decided to wait a few more days before harvesting them. After lunch, Xia Huan did not rest. She had to prepare the sauces she would bring to the Zuixiang Lu tomorrow. In her past life, she had learned many things from her grandmother. Among them, she excelled at making shiitake mushroom meat sauce, garlic chili sauce, and fermented bean paste spicy sauce. Now she decided to make the first two in the spicy sauce, since she lacked the key ingredient for the fermented bean paste. She would make that later when it became available. After more than an hour of bustling work, Xia Huan set aside the 3 sauces, now cooled and stored in several clay jars. With a moment of leisure, she stepped outside. While she was busy, Xia Xing and Xia Lu had been practicing horse stance in the courtyard. After a few days of training, their balance had improved significantly. She decided that from tomorrow on she would have them do exercises to build stamina and balance in the morning, and on fine afternoons she would explain techniques while demonstrating. Armchair theorizing was utterly useless. Practice was the sole criterion for testing truth. Seeing that the time was about right, Xia Huan took out some snacks from the space and let them take a break to eat. She planned to go alone to Fushan to find a suitable spot to build a kiln for making charcoal. According to the original owner's memories, charcoal was very expensive here and production was low. In her past life, when she lived in the countryside with her grandmother, every winter her grandmother would take her to make charcoal, and over time, she had learned the skill. Above the halfway point of Fushan, few people ventured, and the dangers lurking in the jungle were many. She did not want anyone to know about her charcoal making, so she decided to go to the mountainside alone without her siblings. The mountain was dense with trees, and fallen rotting logs lay everywhere. Xia Huan walked while observing. The light grew dimmer, and a chill wind swept around her. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind the bushes ahead. Fearing it might be a wild beast, she gripped her defensive stick tightly and assumed a defensive stance. The sound drew nearer, and just as she was about to strike, a familiar figure came into view. "Brother Cheng, it's you." The approaching figure was indeed Cheng Xiang. He froze for a moment upon seeing Xia Huan, then frowned with a serious expression. "What are you doing here? There are wild beasts on the mountain. It's dangerous, don't you know?" "I came to gather firewood." Her gaze lingered on the gray rabbit he was carrying. "You've caught your prey and are heading down the mountain, right? You go ahead, I still need to gather more." With that, she turned left and took 2 steps before abruptly stopping. Cheng Xiang, who had intended to caution her, found himself puzzled when she halted. "Brother Cheng, could I discuss something with you, eh?" Her lively eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. Cheng Xiang, seeing that smile, inexplicably felt a chill at the back of his neck. He stared at her and asked, "What do you want?" "That's good." Xia Huan smiled as she walked toward him. "The new year is approaching, and it will only get colder. Poor families like ours can only gather firewood to burn. How could we afford charcoal? But this morning I took Xinger to town to buy paper, ink, and books. One of the books illustrated the process of making charcoal. It looked quite simple. First you dig a kiln on a hillside, then stack the firewood upright inside and burn it. She had decided to do this for 2 reasons based on her deep understanding of the Cheng family's temperament. They were known in the village for their fiery disposition. They wouldn't provoke others, but if anyone dared to bully them, they would unite and retaliate. At the same time, the family was honest, hardworking, and frugal, and compared to other households in the village, they lived a fairly comfortable life. First, Cheng Xiang was an expert hunter in the village, often going to Fu Mountain, so he was familiar with the terrain and could find a well-hidden spot. Second, relying on her small frame to dig a kiln, chop wood, and burn charcoal would be time-consuming and exhausting, but Cheng Xiang was strong and robust. With his help, she could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Cheng Xiang stared at her with a skeptical gaze. Charcoal is always expensive and scarce. How could a book depict such a process? "Oh, this kid is quite shrewd," Xia Huan said calmly. "I found that book in a corner covered in dust. The shopkeeper noticed I bought a lot, so he gave it to me. What I want to discuss with you is that we could cooperate in making charcoal and then split it equally for the winter." He still looked at her, seemingly unconvinced. Xia Huan didn't insist, as she could do it herself, albeit time-consuming. She turned to leave. Just then Cheng Xiang called out to her, "How do we do it?" After saying this, he thought to himself, he must be crazy to go along with her antics. But the words, for the winter, deeply touched him. This winter was colder than usual. It's simple. First we choose a secluded spot to dig a kiln, making sure no one discovers it. Then we cut wood, preferably of similar sizes. Finally we burn it, and after a few days we open the kiln, and the charcoal is ready. She spoke with such confidence that Cheng Xiang's resolve stiffened. His thin lips pressed together slightly. All right. It's getting late today, we shouldn't start now. Let's meet here tomorrow morning. Xia Huan frowned slightly at that. Tomorrow morning, she had to go to Xianglu. The timing was tight. How about we come after lunch tomorrow? It'll be warmer then, and we'll work more energetically. All right. And so it was settled. Back home, Xia Huan took out the firewood from her basket and laid it under the eaves to dry. Behind her, Xia Xing hesitantly walked over, his hands tightly clutching his clothes. Sister, while you were away, the Xia family came. No matter what she said, I didn't open the door. Xia Huan paused, put down the firewood, and turned to face him. It was Wang Guifan trying to persuade you to return to the Xia family, right? Don't pay her any attention. If she dares to come and cause trouble, I won't let her get away with it. Xing starting tomorrow, I'm going up the mountain to make charcoal. With Brother Cheng helping me, you and Lure should stay at home, read books, practice calligraphy, and get some exercise. I'll find time to practice with you. Xia Xing had wanted to offer his help, but seeing that his sister intended for him and his younger sister to stay home, he thought it was better not to cause trouble and to stay and do more chores. Okay, sister. I'll take care of Lure, so don't worry. In the evening, just as the three were about to eat, Li Sufan smiled and brought over a bowl of radish stewed with rabbit meat, adding another dish to their meal. Xia Huan didn't need to guess. The rabbit was hunted by Cheng Xiang that day. Though the flavor was light, it was fragrant. After drinking the hot soup, her whole body felt warm. After eating her fill and washing up, she went to bed early. As usual, Xia Huan waited until her younger siblings were fast asleep, then entered the space to water the vegetables with spiritual spring water. She watered the vegetables 3 times a day, and they grew quickly. The cabbage planted first had already spread its leaves. In a few days it would curl from the core into a tightly packed round head. The radishes were growing well. She pulled one out to look. Its white tender flesh was thicker than her arm, and she could pick some to make pickles. The corn had grown to her shoulder, and it would take a few more days to develop ears. As for the rice and wheat, they grew more slowly. They were planted in 2 separate fields with green seedlings reaching just above her knees. The ones she had planted later from purchased seeds had grown to her calves. The vegetable seeds she had bought in town had also sprouted, including chives, cilantro, garlic sprouts, spinach, and small greens. When those vegetables were harvested, she could give some to the Chung family and the village head's family. But before that, she needed to clean out another sunlit room in the house, spread soil inside, and plant vegetables, so she could explain where the vegetables came from. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Xia Huan got up, tidied herself, and prepared breakfast. After eating, she left alone, not waking her siblings since she had already told them the night before. In a private room on the 2nd floor of Xianglu, a round table was set with several dishes that were pleasing to the eye, nose, and palate, along with 3 earthen jars of sauces. Xiao Shuang picked up her chopsticks and first tasted a dish Xia Huan called saliva chicken. It was salty, spicy, and fragrant with garlic, with tender meat that was not greasy and very refreshing. The next dish was not so much a dish as a bowl of noodles with mushroom sauce. Upon entering the mouth, it had an indescribable special aroma, mixed with just the right amount of oil fragrance. One bite made you want another. There were also 2 other dishes, spicy boiled pork slices and hot and spicy duck. Seeing that Xiao Shuang had sampled all the dishes, Xia Huan pointed to each one and explained which sauces were used. The ingredients for these dishes were all provided by Xianglu. She had only contributed some effort by stir-frying them herself. Xiao Shuang dabbed the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. Not bad. The food you made with these seemingly ordinary sauces is delicious, quite different from anything I've tasted before. Miss Xia, I'll say what I said before. If you're willing to be a chef at the restaurant with your skills, the pay naturally won't be low, and there's plenty of room for growth. Meanwhile, in the next room, Yi Luobai picked up his chopsticks and casually took a bite of the saliva chicken nearest him. After chewing a few times, his dark pupils slightly widened. Looking at the dishes, he said calmly, "Bring me a bowl of rice." Standing nearby, his trusted confidant Xia Huan was clearly stunned. He had clearly seen his master's eyes showing disdain and a mocking expression toward those dishes moments ago. How could it change so quickly? While waiting for his meal, Yi Luobai peered through the opening into the next room. From his current angle, he could just catch a glimpse of Xia Huan's profile. Just then, Xia Huan happened to respond to Qiaoing Shuang. Miss Qiao, my answer remains the same as last time. If you cannot accept it, then pretend I never came today. As she spoke, she began packing the clay pots, intending to take all the sauce back with her. Wait, Miss Xia. Seeing the other party was serious, Qiaoing Shuang quickly rose. This time she did not need to wait for approval from the neighboring room. She had full authority to decide. Young master, your rice. The silent Xi Hung returned and offered a bowl of rice with both hands. Yi Luobai took the rice, and the moment he inserted his chopsticks, the voice of that little beggar who had struck his face that day echoed in his ears. Xia Huan's voice also came from the partition, and as the two voices collided, that familiar feeling returned to him. Perhaps it was only the similarity of their voices. After all, they were of different genders. He gripped his chopsticks tightly, eating and picking up dishes. When the conversation in the partition seemed to be winding down, Yi Luobai glanced up by chance and caught sight of Xia Huan turning to face him. Those eyes. It's him. Yi Luobai burst through the door. Xia Huan was just descending the stairs, so he hurried after her. Xi Hung, observing his master's reaction, began to suspect the reason and quickly followed. Meanwhile, as soon as Xia Huan exited the restaurant, she felt something odd behind her, as though burning eyes were fixed on her. Remembering the last time she had been followed by a petty thief, she stayed alert this time and quickly ducked into a nearby alley, weaving through it. Behind them, Yi Luobai and Xi Hung caught up a few steps later, but after rounding a corner, there was no one in sight. They had lost track of her. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Huan was crouched in a large tree behind them, watching. She hissed in surprise. It was the person she had accidentally injured that day. Why would they be following her? Whatever the reason, Xia Huan had no intention of revealing herself. Soon Yi Luobai and Xi Hung split up to search elsewhere. Only after they had been gone for a considerable time did Xia Huan leap down from the tree and quickly depart. After lunch, Xia Huan instructed Xia Xing and Xia Lu to practice horse stance and other exercises at home. She left them water infused with spiritual spring water and some small bread from the supplies area for them to consume midway through their training. On Fushan Mountain, Cheng Xiang had finished lunch early and come up the mountain. Noticing Xia Huan had not arrived, he chopped some firewood nearby. When Xia Huan arrived, she happened to see Cheng Xiang panting and drenched in sweat with a neatly stacked pile of firewood beside him. Her eyes lit up. Brother Cheng, you are excellent at chopping wood. This kind of firewood is perfect for making charcoal. The unexpected compliment made Cheng Xiang slightly uncomfortable. He stood rigidly, gripping the machete in his hand more tightly, with veins bulging on the back of his hand. By the way, Brother Cheng, did you find a place to dig the cave dwelling like I mentioned yesterday? Yes, I found one. Once I finish bundling this firewood, I will take you there. After speaking, he used his machete to cut vines growing on the ground and quickly bundled the firewood into 2 bundles with just a few raps. He thrust a wooden pole through them and effortlessly hoisted both bundles onto his shoulders. After a few steps, he paused and said, "The forest is dangerous. Stay close to me." Xia Huan followed him into the dense forest. The light grew dimmer and the path became increasingly difficult to navigate, overgrown with weeds and brambles that clung to her clothes and pants. The more she walked, the more uncertain she became about which way to go, but fortunately, they eventually reached a relatively open area where the trees were sparse enough to see the sky above. Nearby, a slope stood out prominently. She ran over to examine it, set down her digging hoe, and took out a blueprint from her basket showing the design for the cave dwelling. She handed the blueprint to Cheng Xiang and said, "I have already figured out the size and layout of the cave dwelling. The firebox should be dug as large as possible with a smaller entrance, just enough for one person to enter and exit. Leave a small hole at the top for ventilation." The blueprint was simple and clear, and even Cheng Xiang, who could not read, could understand it after looking at it a few times. She led him to the soil mound and demonstrated where to dig and how to go about it. After discussing the approach, both of them picked up their hoes and began digging. Working together, they made quick progress. He was the main laborer responsible for digging, while she cleared away the excavated soil when she grew tired. After several trips back and forth, by the time the sky was painted with rosy clouds, the cave dwelling was nearly complete, though a few details still needed attention. Xia Huan was so exhausted her back could barely stay straight, and she was desperately thirsty. If not for the presence of others nearby, she would have already retreated into her spatial dimension for water. "Brother Ching, we have done enough for today. Shall we come back tomorrow morning to chop firewood and make charcoal?" She was mainly concerned about her younger siblings at home. It was getting late. Cheng Xiang, his face covered in dust from their hard work, looked up at the sky. He did not feel particularly tired, and could have continued if it were not for the approaching dusk. Looking at her, she was panting with flushed cheeks. She had been working so diligently just now. Though tired, she had not slacked off. Looking around, he wondered how many women her age could match her effort. Shaking off his thoughts, he bent down to gather the tools from the ground. "Hurry and pack everything up. I will take you down the mountain by the shortcut." "All right." Xia Huan smiled happily. Finally, she could stop and rest. The shortcut was indeed much faster. When Xia Huan arrived home, it was not completely dark yet. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the two little ones standing behind it, gazing at her eagerly. "You must be hungry. Sister will make you food right now." Xia Lu replied crisply with a smile, "Brother and I already finished cooking. There is some cabbage at home that we have also washed. Xinger and Lure are so good." Xia Huan held one in each hand and led them toward the kitchen. The night passed. The next morning, enduring the soreness in her body, Xia Huan took the farming tools and walked up the mountain along the shortcut. She had always had a good memory, and having walked it once the day before, she remembered the way. As she approached the cave dwelling, she heard a pounding sound. Walking over, she found Cheng Xiang chopping firewood with quite a pile stacked nearby. It was clear he had arrived very early. "Brother Cheng, why didn't you wait for me to chop together?" Seeing her surprised expression, the taciturn Cheng Xiang simply said, "To save time." After saying that, he went to bundle the chopped firewood and carried it to the cave dwelling. Xia Huan did not idle either. Not wanting to be a burden, she carried as much as she could at a time. Being slender, she crawled into the cave dwelling and arranged the firewood upright in order from the center outward. She placed the thicker logs in the middle, then added some flammable leaves on top of the wood near the entrance. Using a flint stone, she ignited the leaves. Once the wood inside had burned for most of the way, she sealed the entrance tightly with stones and yellow earth mixed with water, leaving only the ventilation hole open. Soon wisps of white smoke continuously drifted from the ventilation hole. By noon, exhausted from the work, Xia Huan grew hungry and told Cheng Xiang to descend the mountain first and return home to eat. But he was reluctant to leave, worried the fire might escape. With trees surrounding them on all sides, a blaze would be disastrous. She did not force him. "Then stay here and watch it. I will bring you food later." As she made her way down the mountain and reached the village path, Xia Huan passed by a house where a crowd had gathered. "Damn thief. They stole all the eggs our hens just laid, the rice from the grain jar, and even the vegetables from the kitchen. Strange though, our family has been missing things lately too. The garlic and dried chilies hanging under the eaves are gone. I thought your father had taken them in." Several women chattered away amongst themselves. Xia Huan listened for a while, then returned home with questions lingering in her mind. Upon returning home, Xia Huan busied herself with preparing lunch. After 2 consecutive days of hard work, she decided to treat herself to a meal of 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes: braised pork belly and spicy duck for the meat, and garlic cabbage and sour spicy shredded potatoes for the vegetables. Over the past period, she had healed the wound on her forehead using external medicine from the supplies area. During this time, she had succumbed to eating a bit of chili a few times, worrying that it might leave a scar. Now that the wound had fully healed and the scab had fallen off, the newly grown skin was noticeably fairer and tenderer compared to the rest, with no scar remaining. Thus today she planned to indulge in some heavy flavored food. Thinking of Cheng Xiang still pitifully watching the fire on the mountain, she finished her meal as quickly as possible, then packed 2 large bowls of rice and dishes for him. Before leaving, Xia Huan recalled the earlier incident and honestly told her younger siblings about it, concluding, "So the village has been unsettled lately. You two will come up the mountain with me later." Still uneasy, she stored all the valuable items from home into her space, picked up the basket of food, and led her siblings up the mountain via a small path. When Cheng Xiang saw the 2 full bowls of food and a large bowl of water, he was stunned. Although his family's meals were slightly better than others thanks to his hunting, it was only when there was game. But the dishes Ugly Girl had brought him were almost as good as what he had during the new year. Moreover, the dishes were fragrant, colorful, and delicious, even better than his mother's cooking. Eat up. Can staring fill you up? Xia Huan couldn't help teasing him, finding him more and more like a simpleton. Cheng Xiang swallowed hard and asked, Ugly Girl, did you make these dishes yourself? Yes. Seeing his puzzled expression, Xia Huan guessed what he was thinking. She sighed and spoke earnestly. Well, I got lucky and found some herbs on the mountain to sell. Otherwise, how could I afford to send Xinger to private school or buy meat and vegetables? You? His deep, piercing eyes fixed on her. She remained composed, unflinching, focusing intently to hear what he might say next, hoping only that he wouldn't suspect she had been replaced. Don't flaunt your wealth. And thank you for this lunch. Cheng Xiang said, then quickly lowered his head to eat. Xia Huan clearly noticed a suspicious blush creeping up his ears. She smiled without pointing it out. We're all fellow villagers, no need for formalities. Brother Ching, you go ahead and eat. I'll take my siblings over there to exercise for a while. She pointed to an open space not far away. Cheng Xiang glanced at it and nodded. The afternoon passed like that. Cheng Xiang guarded the kiln, occasionally glancing at Xia Huan, who was leading Xinger and Lure in some strange exercises. The sun slanted westward, and it grew colder. Xia Huan, shivering, pulled her collar tighter. Brother Ching, the smoke has turned blue, and I've sealed the vents. Now it's the carbonization period for the charcoal. We'll open the kiln the morning after tomorrow. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. I've sealed all the holes tightly. If you're still uneasy, come check tomorrow morning. With great effort, she managed to persuade him to leave. The next day, Cheng Xiang, who hadn't slept well all night, went up the mountain at dawn. Seeing the kiln intact, he breathed a sigh of relief and, leaning against a tree trunk, fell asleep. Meanwhile, Xia Huan brought several jars of sauce and freshly picked mushrooms and other fungi to drunken fragrance in. Unfortunately, Qiao Shuang was busy, so the waiter led her to the kitchen where Huang Wenhe was. Huang Wenhe's eyes lit up at the sight of Xia Huan. He quickly set aside his work. Miss Xia, you left so quickly yesterday that I didn't get a chance to talk more. I still remember the aroma of those dishes you made. Ooh, I even dreamed about them last night and drooled. She knew he was buttering her up to learn her recipes. After exchanging pleasantries, she showed him what she had brought and explained it concisely. Are these fresh mushrooms available even now? And are these edible? Huang Wenhe examined the fungi in the basket closely. I picked these fresh from the mountain. They're very tender. They're all edible and delicious. The mushroom sauce I brought today is made from mixed fungi, giving it a richer flavor than before. You can try it. Huang Wenhe took a clean wooden spoon and tasted it. The flavor was surprisingly excellent, and he praised it lavishly, buying all the mushrooms and sauces. Xia Huan, delighted with the several taels of silver in her pocket, left the kitchen. As she walked through the main hall past a table of diners, someone suddenly grabbed the back of her clothes. Turning around, she met a pair of dark, cold eyes. That face. It was him, the man she had accidentally injured. Why had he been appearing around her lately? Her heart skipped a beat, but she kept her composure. Sir, men and women should not touch without proper relations. Why are you treating me like this? To draw attention, she deliberately spoke loudly. It indeed caught the notice of the diners and waiters, but no waiter intervened. Because Qiao Shuang, standing behind Xia Huan, signaled them not to interfere. She slowly descended the wooden stairs. Meanwhile, Xia Huan, seeing that the man still wouldn't let go, knew in her heart that the previous stalking and this incident were no coincidence. He had deliberately ambushed her here. It was highly likely that he had recognized her. But she didn't want him to know her disguise as a man, as that would affect her future dealings. What should she do? Got it. She pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, and said in a pitiful voice, Sir, I don't even know you. Why are you destroying my reputation by pulling at me in public? Why are you harming me? Yi Luobai saw her sudden change of expression and remembered her various actions that day, as she was not as innocent and harmless as she appeared. He was about to be on high alert when the hand gripping her clothes was suddenly pulled aside with great force. Before he could react, she was already in his arms, his hand around her waist. To an outsider, it looked like he had pulled her into his embrace. After a moment of shock, Yi Luobai pushed her away with all his strength. But Xia Huan was ready. The moment he pushed her, she pretended to be indignant and ran off. Qi Heng, who was constantly watching his master, was a step too slow to stop her and couldn't find her when he chased outside. Xiaoling Shuang, who had witnessed everything, stared in the direction Xia Huan had fled, surprise flickering in her almond-shaped eyes. After lunch, Xia Huan went up the mountain again with food and her siblings, just like yesterday. Cheng Xiang was stunned when he saw the meal she brought. Eat while it's hot. After you finish, I'll watch the kiln so you can go home and sleep, Xia Huan said, and left, giving him space to feel comfortable. She didn't need to guess. He had been too worried about the kiln to sleep and had come to guard it early in the morning. After practicing horse stance and the 8 brocades with her siblings, the 3 of them, tired and thirsty, sat down to rest. Xia Huan gave her siblings water infused with spiritual spring water from a bamboo tube, then drank some herself. It not only quenched their thirst, but also relieved their fatigue. Leaning against a tree trunk, Xia Xing suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Sister, look. What are those 2 white things moving in the grass?" Xia Huan looked over. Amid the weeds, 2 moving white clumps stood out conspicuously. They were fluffy with fur as smooth as snow. Just as she was wondering what they were, the creatures emerged from the grass. The 3 of them were utterly shocked. "Sister, are they wolves?" Xia Xing asked, wrapping one arm around his younger sister's shoulders while gripping his older sister's arm tightly. If the moment proved perilous, he could pull them along and flee. Directly ahead of them, 2 wolves with robust frames fixed their eyes upon them, their 4 pupils gleaming with an eerie cold light. Sharp fangs peeked from their slightly parted jaws. Both animals stared at the same target, forelegs extended forward and hind legs slightly bent taut as bowstrings drawn taut, poised to strike at any moment. Xia Huan discreetly retrieved a solar-powered chainsaw from her space for self-defense. Though trepidation stirred within her, she steeled her resolve, her presence intensifying as she locked eyes with the wolves. "Don't be afraid, your sister is here." From her observations, these were no ordinary wolves, but snow wolves slightly larger in stature than their common kin. Cheng Xiang, who had just finished his meal and packed away his belongings into a basket, suddenly noticed the silence that had fallen over Xia Huan's group. Curiosity piqued, he glanced over, and his expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly grabbed his usual hunting crossbow and crept quietly toward them. As Xia Huan met the snow wolves' gaze, she noticed their unwavering stare fixed upon the bamboo tube in her left hand. Could it be because of the water within? To test this bold hypothesis, she tilted the tube and splashed some water onto the ground. At the sight of the water, both snow wolves stirred, immediately padding over to the damp grass to sniff and lap at it with their tongues. Cheng Xiang, who had been advancing halfway, nearly lost his grip on the crossbow. Had Xia Huan not spotted him and called out, the bolt would have already been loosed. "Brother Cheng, hold your fire." She whispered the words, then gently clasped her younger siblings' hands together, guiding them backward toward Cheng Xiang. Xia Xing and Xia Lu assumed she would follow them and went ahead. Xia Huan, remaining in place, took a deep breath. With the chainsaw in hand and Cheng Xiang backing her up, it was worth a gamble. If her hunch proved right, it would be an unexpected windfall. Having made up her mind, she advanced slowly toward the snow wolves with the bamboo tube. The 3 behind her grew frantic, as anxious as ants on a hot skillet, calling out to her. The closer she drew to the wolves, the tighter Cheng Xiang's grip on the crossbow became. However, what happened next left him stunned in disbelief. Xia Huan raised the bamboo tube and poured out the water. Both snow wolves eagerly opened their mouths to drink, appearing incredibly docile, like little puppies wagging their tails for treats. In just a few moments, the bamboo tube was nearly empty. Xia Huan then conjured spiritual spring water from her space, and they drank until their fluffy tails wagged and their eyes narrowed to slits. The result confirmed her speculation. No longer fearing them as much, she said with a smile, "Would you like some more of this?" The snow wolves gazed at her, desire evident in their eyes, and both gave a slight nod. This startled Xia Huan. These 2 snow wolves were remarkably understanding of human nature. "If you want more, come back here at this time tomorrow. I'll be waiting." The snow wolves nodded gently once more, then took a few last looks at her before departing with reluctant backward glances. Seeing the crisis resolved, Cheng Xiang rushed down with his crossbow and immediately scolded her. "Those are snow wolves. They're extremely ferocious and rarely let go once they bite down. How could you take such a huge risk to get near them?" His tone was sharp, yet his eyes scanned her from head to toe, checking for injuries. Xia Xing and Xia Lu also ran over, clinging to Xia Huan and crying. Realizing she had indeed been reckless and caused them worry, Xia Huan sincerely apologized to them again and again. As the sun dipped low in the west, they descended the mountain together, and Cheng Xiang escorted them to their doorstep before taking his leave. After a simple dinner and a quick wash that evening, Xia Huan climbed into bed only to suddenly remember she had forgotten to lock the kitchen door. Slipping on her cotton slippers and grabbing a flashlight, she crossed the main hall toward the kitchen. A few steps into the hall, she heard an odd noise from the kitchen, a faint rustling that didn't sound like the work of rats, but something done by human hands. Recalling the recent thefts in the village, she immediately switched off her flashlight. The door connecting the hall and kitchen was open, and as she approached, she vaguely discerned a dark figure. The light was too dim to tell if it was a man or woman. Seizing the moment, she drew a stun baton from her space and struck at the back of the figure's neck. A violent convulsion seized the intruder, who crumpled to the ground, followed by a crackling sound. She quickly turned on the flashlight, revealing a middle-aged man in tattered clothes with disheveled hair, lying on the floor surrounded by broken bowls and scattered pots and pans. Ever since the village had been plagued by thieves, she had stored all her food in her space each night. Just how destitute was this thief to covet even the cookware? As she pondered, she noticed that most of the man's exposed skin was red and swollen, some areas blistered. These symptoms reminded her of frostbite. In a flash of insight, a thought struck her, and she murmured in shock, could it be? If her suspicion proved true, this was a matter of grave importance. While the man was still recovering, Xia Huan found a rope, bound him securely, and dragged him outside the yard. It was dark and cold outside. She wanted to fetch the village head Zhang Yoming, but feared leaving her younger siblings alone and unprotected at home. After hesitating for a few seconds, she decisively shouted at the top of her lungs, "Help! There's a thief! Thief!" Her cries were met by a chorus of barking dogs from the darkness, along with a jumble of voices and hurried footsteps. Soon points of light converged around Xia Huan. Most of the village had arrived, a few villagers held up oil lamps, allowing the surroundings to be faintly discerned. Xia Huan's sharp eyes spotted Zhang Yuming among the crowd, and she called out loudly, "Grandpa Li Jing, this is the thief I caught in my kitchen." Zhang Yuming approached and looked, his expression turning to surprise. "This man is a stranger, likely not from our area. Ugly girl, you've done a great service. Lately, folks in our village and the neighboring one have been losing things, and no one could catch the culprit. He's robbed dozens of homes with such audacity. Such a man should be taken to the county magistrate. He might even have accomplices." As he spoke, he gestured for a few men to carry the man away. At that moment, the man let out a miserable wail, "Please don't take me to the magistrate. I only stole a bit of food and some daily necessities from your village. I'm a refugee fleeing south from the north. The thefts in the neighboring village had nothing to do with me. Have mercy. I have an elderly mother and 2 children at home. We fled all the way here, but my mother starved and froze to death on the road. Now my wife and kids are burning with fever, and the children are crying for food. I was at my wit's end. I had no other choice." He burst into loud sobs, struggling to kneel and kowtow. "Refugees? Why are there refugees?" The villagers erupted into clamorous discussion. Then, "Quiet down, all of you. What's there to panic about? What's all this noise? Let's get the facts straight first." Zhang Yoming's voice carried enough authority to quell the rising din. After speaking, he crouched down to face the man. "Where are your wife and children now? This is a serious matter. Do you realize the consequences if you're lying?" The man wept, his face a mess of tears and snot. "Everything I've said is true. My family came south from Yingzhou. And it's not just that prefecture. People from Liangzhou, Gahanzhou, and Guiyangzhou have all been affected by the cold snap. Everyone is fleeing south." Then he revealed that his wife and children were currently in the abandoned hut at the village's edge. After a long moment of shock, Zhang Yoming, having regained his composure, summoned several strong young men from the village to bring them over. As soon as they left, an even louder wave of discussion erupted from the crowd, with everyone gripped by panic and unease. As everyone knew, the prefectures the man mentioned lay northwest of the capital. Their own Jinzhou was just 2 prefectures away from Guiyangzhou, Gahanzhou, and Yingzhou. If the man's words were true, then the arrival of northern refugees at their doorstep was only a matter of time. Seeing this, Xia Huan knew her guess was right. The man was indeed a refugee, and a cold wave had truly struck the north. Judging by the current situation, the temperature was dropping day by day, growing colder each morning. These days, thick white mist shrouded everything in a vast hazy expanse. A layer of white frost covered the grass and withered leaves. If this continued, not only refugees, but the cold wave itself would sweep southward. The villagers all chattered at once, with Wang Guifan being the loudest. Most of them were filled with worry and fear for the days ahead. This time Zhang Yuming did not scold them. Instead, he stared at the shivering man, lost in thought. Before long, several sturdy men returned with a woman and 2 children. The girl looked about 7 or 8, and the little boy around 5. The mother and her children, like the man, wore thin, ragged clothes, their faces dirty, revealing swollen bruises and old scars layered upon one another. The moment the family saw each other, they embraced and wept bitterly, begging Zhang Yuming not to turn them over to the authorities. The scene was utterly heartbreaking. Some, moved by compassion, couldn't help pleading for them. Village chief, they've had a hard time, poor souls, fleeing all the way from Yingzhou. Though stealing is shameful, they only took a little from each household, nothing excessive. Why not let it go this once? Even those who had been robbed stepped forward to speak in their defense. Most who spoke were women, and as soon as they finished, their husbands scolded them. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the man led his wife and children to kneel and kowtow. If you kind folks don't mind, our family can work off our debts with hard labor. We'll do any work, no matter how dirty or tiring, as long as we get 1 meal a day. The sight was heartrending, especially the 2 little ones. Some women couldn't bear it and wiped away tears, which prompted their men to scold them again. Zhang Yuming, irritated by the noise, his face as dark as soot, said, "Enough bickering. We'll deal with this after tonight. Tomorrow I'll consult the Ting chief. Until things are confirmed, keep your mouth shut tight. Spread rumors, and you'll face the strict punishment of the law." Those words cowed the villagers. "Village chief, then what about this family? If you ask me, Choya caught him, and her household only has 3 people. It's only right that she takes them in." It was Wang Guifan who spoke, her cold gaze fixed on Xia Huan like a knife. Xia Huan didn't take offense. Instead, she smiled and said, "You've got it wrong. My family can barely keep our own pot boiling. How could I possibly take care of them? They're strangers to me. Why should I be responsible for them? Besides, aren't your 8 mu of land planted with grain and vegetables? Your cellar is stocked with sweet potatoes and coarse rice. You're so kind and eager to worry. Who would dare compete with you for such a fine opportunity?" She looked down at the family and said, "Don't you see? This woman has gone to great lengths for you and wants to take you in. Hurry up and thank her." The man froze for a few seconds, then quickly caught on. He crawled on his knees over to Wang Guifan, kowtowing and thanking her profusely, promising that his family would work hard and take on any dirty or exhausting chores. At first, Wang Guifan was furious. She didn't want to invite trouble. But then she thought having a few extra free laborers in the house wasn't a bad idea after all. Previously, during the busy farming season, her 8 mu of land was too much to handle alone. She had hired villagers to help, paying 6 won a day. And these refugees only asked for a single meal. A vegetable bun or half a cornbread was enough. Even half a bowl of rice gruel would do. Either way, it was a bargain. Xia Chongjin, always one to shirk work, was the first to speak up. "Mother, the crops we planted after the hail need manure and weeding. Even if my whole family pitches in, we can't keep up." Xia Chonggui, honest and simple, merely said, "I'll do whatever mother says." Watching the family groveling on the ground, Wang Guifan savored the feeling. She deliberately delayed for a long while before speaking in a condescending tone. "Fine. He said he's willing to work off his debt. He stole our peppers and rice, so you all must work for us too." Right, and for us." The crowd dispersed and silence fell. Xia Huan watched the direction the Wang family had taken, a mocking sneer curling at the corner of her mouth. Just now, when she mentioned 8 mu of land, she had clearly seen the man's eyes light up like a hungry wolf spotting prey. That night, many people tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Early the next morning, a thick white mist obscured everything in the distance, as if in a dreamland. Xia Huan slept in until nearly the end of the Qin hour. The 2 little ones had already gotten up and cooked hot water and sweet potato porridge. She quickly stir-fried a couple of dishes and had breakfast. By then the mist had lifted somewhat, and she could see clearly. This morning she could open the kiln and harvest the charcoal. She told her younger siblings to stay home and guard the house, then hurried to Fushan. When she arrived, Cheng Xiang was already there, though she didn't know how long he'd been waiting. She nodded to him as a greeting, then went to open the kiln. He didn't idle, either, stepping forward to help. As soon as the kiln was opened, waves of hot air and black ash rushed out, and charcoal could be faintly seen inside the cave. They waited until the black ash settled before approaching. "Show you it really is charcoal." "We succeeded?" Cheng Xiang asked in disbelief. Xia Huan smiled at him. "It's real? In a bit we can start collecting it." "Oh, I rushed out in such a hurry. What should we use to carry the charcoal?" In truth, she had hemp sacks in her space, but she couldn't use them in front of him. "Don't worry, I brought some bamboo baskets," Cheng Xiang said, pointing to the left under a tree. Sure enough, there were 4 large bamboo baskets, all brought from his home. With that problem solved, Xia Huan had no other concerns. "We'll cover them with green leaves so no one sees, especially at this time." Her words struck a chord with Cheng Xiang. He glanced around cautiously, took a few steps closer, and lowered his voice. "Show you, there's something I want to discuss with you. Our charcoal making was a success. The weather keeps getting colder, and after what happened last night, I'm worried." Before he could finish, Xia Huan interjected. "I know what you're thinking and what you want to say. I feel the same. This morning we'll transport the charcoal back, and this afternoon we'll come back to gather firewood. While it hasn't snowed yet, let's burn as much charcoal as we can." Cheng Xiang looked at her, her eyes sparkling, and felt she had changed, so different from before. Could it be, as his mother said, that circumstances and environment can change a person? "What are you daydreaming about? Come help." Xia Huan was in charge of pulling the charcoal out of the kiln, while Cheng Xiang loaded it into the bamboo baskets outside. The two worked until noon. She estimated roughly that the 4 large baskets were full with some left over, about 500 jin in total. After lunch, Xia Huan took Xia Xing and Xia Lu to the mountain. Cheng Xiang and Cheng Ligan had already arrived and were chopping wood. The 2 snow wolves also arrived as promised. Except for Xia Huan, the others looked at the approaching snow wolves with full vigilance. "Don't get excited, everyone, they're here for me." Xia Huan didn't know how to explain to them, so she proved it with actions. She took out 2 empty bowls from her basket, poured the spiritual spring water she had prepared in a bamboo tube into the bowls, and then stepped back a few paces. The snow wolves kept watching Xia Huan's actions. As soon as they saw the spiritual spring water, they walked over and drank mouthful after mouthful. In no time, they finished it all, staring at Xia Huan with eager eyes. "These 2 wolves seem to understand human nature, as if they are begging Choya for water," exclaimed Cheng Ligan, who was stunned. Cheng Xiang recalled yesterday's scene. The 2 wolves also drank water without harming anyone, completely different from the wolves in his memory. "If you want to continue drinking my water, you must not harm anyone around me, understand?" As soon as Xia Huan finished speaking, they both nodded simultaneously. This shocked the others again. Xia Huan smiled and approached them, adding some spiritual spring water to the bowls. "Drink up." After drinking, the snow wolves walked away, looking back every few steps, just like yesterday. "Show you what's going on. Can those 2 wolves understand what you say?" Cheng Ligan looked at the direction where the snow wolves had left in astonishment. "Probably. Last time I noticed they had no hostility toward me. Perhaps they can sense that we are not bad people," she said seriously. In fact, she knew the snow wolves were so docile because of the spiritual spring water. Snow wolves are more ferocious and cunning than ordinary wolves. In cold winters, they mostly live in packs, cooperating to hunt prey, making them a united collective. If used wisely, they could serve as an excellent umbrella and partner. Especially after learning that refugees from the northern states were moving south, she felt uneasy. In the days ahead, she not only needed to earn more money, but also stockpile food and make thorough preparations. Cheng Ligan was about to speak again when a piece of firewood that had just been chopped and stacked fell with a clatter, diverting his attention. "Show you, thanks to you we were able to make charcoal." When Xiang brought the charcoal back at noon, our whole family was amazed. Charcoal is now a scarce commodity, only affordable for the rich. For poor families like us, just being able to see it is already a blessing. We never dreamed of getting to use it. Xiang said he would come again to make charcoal, so I told him I would also come to the mountain to chop firewood. Many hands make light work. We'll burn more charcoal for you, and our family is also benefiting from your kindness to use charcoal. Once this batch of charcoal is ready, don't worry. Xiang and I will quietly carry it to your home and chop more firewood for you. The weather is freezing now, and the situation is unstable. It's good to have more reserves." Xia Huan smiled modestly and waved her hand. Uncle Chung, don't say that. Senior brother Chung put in a lot of effort digging the kiln and chopping wood. I just happened to read about the method of making charcoal in a book. I had an agreement with senior brother Chung from the start. All the charcoal produced would be split equally between our families. If you don't want it, then there's no need to continue burning. She deliberately emphasized her tone. How can this be? Chung Ligan looked at his son, hoping he would say something. All right, since Joya has put it that way, it would be our fault if we still refuse. Li Sufin, who was slowly walking up the slope carrying 2 vegetable baskets, said with a smile. I brought hot water and freshly steamed cornmeal buns. Come over and sit down to eat. Take a break before continuing to work. The golden round buns looked appetizing. Xia Huan thanked her first, gave one to each of her younger siblings, then took a bite with great anticipation, only to frown slightly. This bun was really dense and firm, unlike the fluffy and soft one she had eaten in her past life. Well, in such an environment, being able to eat one's fill was already good enough. How could one care about anything else? In the future, she would show her skills and make steamed buns and mantou with fermented flour, perhaps even ushering in a new chapter of flour-based foods in this world. To not refuse their kindness, she smiled and finished it. Over the next few days, Xia Huan burned charcoal with the Chung family. In her spare time, she took her younger siblings to exercise and practice bajuanjin, each session ending with a practical sparring match. After a few days, Xia Xing and Xia Lu benefited greatly and trained even harder. Late that night, Xia Huan successfully harvested several kinds of plants in the space: cabbage, chives, cilantro, garlic sprouts, spinach, baby greens, corn, and so on. Including the radishes she had picked earlier to make pickles, she had harvested a total of 8 types of plants. She still needed 7 more to unlock the farm mode, where she could raise chickens, ducks, and geese in the space. Previously, the chickens and ducks she bought were kept in the backyard. As the weather grew colder and refugees moved south, she worried it was unsafe to keep the poultry at home. She had to work harder and make comprehensive preparations in advance. The next day, Xia Huan got up early, carried a basket filled with fresh vegetables, and walked to Drunken Fragrance Pavilion in the town. Chef Huang, these vegetables are all grown by our family. I brought some today. I wonder if you would accept them. When she took out those fresh, pristine vegetables without any insect holes, Huang Wenhe was stunned. He took the vegetables and examined them carefully. These vegetables are really well grown. It's been very cold this year. Many people's vegetables have either frozen to death or been crushed by the hailstones that fell some time ago. Xia Huan had thought of this and brought the vegetables to town. She smiled and said, I'm not familiar with the market prices outside. Just give me a price since we're old acquaintances. She said that, but in fact she had visited the farmer's market before coming to the restaurant and already had a good idea of the prices. Huang Wenhe chuckled. The restaurant is in urgent need of such fresh vegetables. These are really good stuff. How about this? Radishes are currently selling for 3 when per caddy outside. Since your radishes are fresh, flawless, and clean, the restaurant will add up to 5 when per caddy. For greens like cabbage and chives will add up to 15 when per caddy. What do you think? Seeing his smiling, slightly probing gaze, Xia Huan smiled back. Outside greens were now selling at a high price of around 10 won. The price he offered barely met her expectations. All right, Chef Huang, bring the scale to weigh the amount. After selling the vegetables, Xia Huan left the restaurant with an empty basket and over 200 won in her pocket. Instead of hurrying back to the village, she went into a secluded alley, entered the space to change her appearance, and headed to the Eternal Life pawn shop. Last night, she thought for a long time and finally decided to sell the crystal ball she had won in a supermarket lottery in her past life, exchanging it for money to buy more grain and useful items to prepare for emergencies. The round crystal ball was crystal clear with a pink tree of lush branches and leaves inside. When the ball was turned over, tiny white snowflakes slowly fell as if it were really snowing. Lin Wenbai was mesmerized, his outstretched hand afraid to touch it for fear that any movement would shatter the beauty before him. After gazing for a long time, he offered a price that took Xia Huan by surprise. 8,000 taels. Xia Huan tried to suppress her surprise, but a hint of astonishment still crept into her tone. She never imagined such a tiny object could be so valuable. In her past life, she could have bought something quite decent for just a few dozen yuan. Fearing she wouldn't believe him, Lin Wenbai immediately turned and went to the counting room to fetch the silver. Because the amount was so large he couldn't gather it all at once, and he broke into a sweat as he said to her urgently, "Young master, please wait a moment. The price is negotiable, and the money will be ready soon." If he could get his hands on that treasure, reselling it would yield a tidy profit. In the end, Xia Huan left the pawnshop with the 1,200 taels she had earned. Before heading home, she went to the market and bought many daily necessities. Though most prices had risen, they were still within her acceptable range. About half an hour later, as Xia Huan approached her own courtyard gate, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Because standing before her gate was a person she knew all too well, the one she had accidentally injured that day and who had also cornered her at the tavern. Who exactly was this man, and how had he found her home? For a moment, Xia Huan was filled with many concerns. After mulling it over, she resolutely walked over. She walked to her gate without looking sideways, raising her hand to knock. Seeing a dark shadow cast on the door, she couldn't help but bite her lower lip. "Give me the thing." The chilling words from behind made her break out in goosebumps. She feigned surprise and turned around saying, "Young master, who are you? Do we know each other?" Seeing that she was still playing dumb, Yi Luobai's patience was wearing thin. He enunciated each word. "I'll say it one last time. Give me the thing." Xia Huan's mind was full of questions, her brows slightly furrowed. "What thing? It seems your memory isn't very good. In that case, let me help you recall. That day you accidentally injured me while chasing the thief. Don't you remember?" As he spoke, his expression drastically changed, and he abruptly raised his hand. In truth, he was only pretending to attack. Xia Huan instinctively dodged backward. His repeated attempts to find her suggested he had truly discovered her identity. If that were the case, there was no point in hiding any longer. Raising her eyes again, Xia Huan looked straight at him, her gaze cool and clear. "Young master, you've come looking for me time and again. What is the real reason? Could it be that you regret not taking the half-string of cash I offered last time?" Yi Luobai finally saw her admit it, and his brow arched slightly. "I don't want money. I just want you to return my pouch to me." "A pouch? What pouch?" Suddenly something struck her in her agitated state, and her eyes widened. Yi Luobai, observing her every move, noticed her reaction immediately, and his heart tightened. She rolled her eyes, her gaze drifting. "A pouch? Now that you mention it, I think I do have some recollection. Was it a maroon one with a bamboo pattern embroidered on it?" "Where is it?" he asked urgently. Now Xia Huan finally understood why he had come looking for her so many times. It was all because of that pouch. At the same time, she remembered that day when the young thief had stolen the item hanging from his waist. The incident had happened so suddenly that she never got a clear look at what he had lost. From the time she picked up the pouch until now, had he not come to her saying this, she wouldn't even have remembered its existence. Nor would she have imagined that she'd coincidentally come across his belonging. Just as she was thinking this, Cheng Xiang came into her view. "Brother Cheng," she greeted with a smile. Cheng Xiang, who had been walking over, had noticed from afar that a strange man was standing in front of Xia Huan's gate, so he deliberately came closer. He stared at Yi Luobai with unabashed wariness. Seeing Yi Luobai's anxious expression, Xia Huan asked, "You say the pouch is yours, but how do I know? What are its distinguishing features?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Luobai blurted out the detailed characteristics of the pouch, many of which were details she had never noticed. "Ahem, the pouch is inside my room. Wait outside for a moment," she said, not giving him time to react, and knocked on the door for her younger siblings to open it. Xia Xing ran out and opened the door. Xia Huan immediately closed it behind her and went to her room, locking the door before entering her space. It took a little time to find the pouch, and upon careful inspection, all the features he described matched perfectly. When she went out, she saw Cheng Xiang still there. She then looked at Yi Luobai and asked, "Is this the pouch?" The moment he saw it, all his attention was drawn to it. His hands holding the pouch trembled slightly. He clutched the pouch tightly in his palm, feeling its soft texture. The weight on his heart finally lifted. He raised his eyes to Xia Huan, and his cold, hard features softened a little. "Thank you for keeping it safe for me." Xia Huan could clearly sense the change in his attitude. She was not someone petty who held a grudge, so she smiled back and said, "It was nothing." After thanking her, Yi Luobai left. "Ugly girl, do you know that man? He doesn't look like someone from our village," Cheng Xiang asked her. Through their time together, he had unconsciously changed his opinion of her. She didn't just put on a facade, she had genuinely reformed her character. I happened to find his pouch, and now it's returned to its owner, she said lightly. Just then she saw Zhang Yuming leading a few villagers hurrying toward the village head. Cheng Xiang followed her gaze, and also saw Zhang Yuming and the others. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Yesterday, when the village chief returned from the bailiff, didn't he mention that there have been many thefts in the villages within 100 li recently? Some villages even have villagers going missing. People have seen figures resembling refugees on the streets in the mountains and in the villages. Originally, they thought those people were beggars, but the bailiff only learned about it yesterday after the village chief told him. After learning this, the bailiff realized the severity and reported it up the chain. Now with the village chief and the others acting like this, it's likely. He knew this because Zhang Yuming had personally said it to the villagers yesterday evening upon his return." A jolt went through Xia Huan, and she finished his unfinished sentence. "It's likely they've found new refugees somewhere." Wanting to understand the situation, Xia Huan hastily arranged for her younger siblings, and then followed Cheng Xiang to keep pace with Zhang Yuming and the others. Along the way, villagers who sensed something amiss also joined, and the group gradually grew larger. The group arrived at a small forest at the foot of Fushan Mountain. Their several fellow villagers were subduing over a dozen refugees who looked like beggars. They were utterly disheveled, including men, women, old and young. Because she was in the front, Xia Huan had a good vantage point, standing at the very front and able to see clearly. An old woman, thinly dressed and as skinny as a bag of bones, threw herself to the ground and pleaded desperately, "Please have pity on us and give us something to eat. We haven't had a warm meal in days." Another middle-aged man, his eyes red, said, "We fled from Guhan Prefecture to this place. Originally my family had over a dozen people, but now only 6 remain. The others are from Liangzhou. We met on the road and journeyed together, surviving life and death to reach this point. The cold snap came suddenly, and the crops in the fields and the livestock all froze to death. We thought we could rely on our own grain reserves until the quartz relief grain arrived, but we waited half a month and nothing came. Only later did we learn that the officials had delayed reporting the disaster. Not only that, the officials embezzled the money and grain sent down by the court, so what reached us ordinary folks was just a bowl of watery rice soup. So not long after, uprisings erupted one after another in the northern prefectures. To survive, people fled south in search of hope. Some could no longer even be called human. They were utterly terrifying, dismembering living people and boiling them to eat." At these words, all the refugees began to weep, their faces etched with sorrow. The villagers of Fushan village, who had been wary of them, listened with complex emotions and inner panic, realizing that the missing villagers had been devoured by the refugees. They could not believe that humans would eat humans. Xia Huan felt a pang of empathy. If they had been born in the north, would they not have met the same fate as those refugees? Suddenly, she saw Zhang Yuming walk up to the refugees and say, "The imperial court has already distributed grain and money, and the corrupt officials involved have been thrown into prison." Yesterday, someone also reported the refugee situation to the higher authorities. The reply was that refugees heading south should first go to the local county office to declare their identity and place of origin, and then arrangements for food and lodging would be made. In short, you no longer have to wander and suffer. Unexpectedly, the refugees showed no joy upon hearing this news, as if they had not heard it at all, their faces like withered wood. Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang's hearts sank simultaneously. The refugees' reaction indicated that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. It's useless. Once the cold snap crosses the Anling Mountains, the chill will spread southward. By then, not only this place, but even areas farther south will be affected. When the cold snap arrives, everything exposed will freeze, losing its vitality in a short time. The man said, weakly, despair in his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yuming demanded in shock. The man lifted his eyelids to look at him, laughing bitterly. "On our way south, we climbed a mountain range and saw from afar that the cold snap north of the Anling Mountains was blocked by the towering peaks. But as time passed, we all felt it growing colder in the south. This can only mean that the cold snap is gradually crossing the Anling Mountains." Zhang Yuming stood frozen, his mind in turmoil. The man's words made sense. He too had felt the weather growing colder, much colder than in previous years. The villagers heard this and began to murmur in fear. "Enough. First take these people to the county office according to the rules. With Zhang Yoming's authoritative command, a dozen strong men led the refugees away. Once they left, Zhang Yuming surveyed the crowd with a deep, resolute gaze. What he said may be true or false, but I believe everyone has felt that this year is colder than usual. To be safe, we must urgently inform all the villagers and take preventive measures. Zhang, take a few men to gather the villagers under the willow tree at the village entrance. I'll address this matter publicly. All right. Cheng Xiang picked out a few relatively strong men from the crowd and left with them. At the Xia family home, Xia Xing and Xia Lu stretched their necks toward the door until their necks ached before Xia Huan finally returned from the village entrance. Sister, did something happen? We heard a commotion outside, some saying refugees had arrived, others saying the cold snap was coming soon. Xia Xing looked at her nervously. Though she was reluctant to admit it was the truth. There was no point in hiding it now. Xia Huan told them honestly, adding as they were stunned, we all need to be mentally prepared for this. If nothing happens, that's good. But if it does, don't panic. The more critical the situation, the calmer we must be to think of countermeasures. Understand? After speaking, she looked toward the room on the east side. The vegetable seedlings in there should have grown enough. Since Brother Cheng is heading up the mountain to open the kiln and collect charcoal later, I'll take some to them. You two stay home and watch the house. On Fushan Mountain, Cheng Xiang and Cheng Ligan had just opened the kiln, the residual warmth still lingering inside. They sat carelessly on the grass, chatting, oblivious to Xia Huan and the two snow wolves flickering in and out of view among the weeds to the left. When the figures were about to disappear, Cheng Xiang caught a glimpse, and a look of confusion crossed his face. On the other side, Xia Huan followed the snow wolves through the dark, dense forest, up a slope, and across weed-choked, untrodden ground. Eventually, she found herself in unfamiliar territory. The area was surrounded by trees with a towering steep cliff before her. The rock face was covered in a tangled web of slender, thorny vines like a massive net. Below, rocks were strewn about and weeds grew wildly, presenting a desolate scene. Why did you bring me here? A chilling wind made her shiver. Woof woof. One of the snow wolves glanced at her, then turned its head and barked urgently in a certain direction. The other wolf, seeing her standing still, walked to her pant leg, bent down, and gently tugged at the fabric with its teeth, dragging her toward that direction. Having spent time with them, Xia Huan knew they wouldn't harm her, so she didn't resist. Do you want me to go with you over there? The wolves nodded simultaneously, their deep eyes filled with expectation. All right, lead the way. Following them, she arrived at an earthen wall so covered in vines that she had to get close to see it clearly. There must be a reason they brought her here. With that thought, she began to examine the earthen wall intently. She was lost in observation. Ugly girl. Cheng Xiang emerged from another direction. If not for his years of hunting experience, he would never have found his way to her. Brother Cheng, what are you doing here? As she called out, she heard low, warning growls from the two snow wolves which were baring their teeth. What was this? Usually they would refrain from acting hostile toward people close to her for her sake. Calm down. He won't hurt you. Do you not want him to get close to this place? They nodded simultaneously. So that was it. She took out the bamboo tube she carried with her, trying to soothe them with spirit spring water. It's okay. Brother Cheng won't hurt you. We got along well before, remember. He even gave you chicken bones to eat. During this time, they had been burning charcoal on the mountain, and the snow wolves came every day. Over time, Cheng Xiang and his father had reduced their hostility, though some wariness remained. After repeated coaxing, the wolves finally relented. Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang stood side by side, examining the earthen wall carefully. She tapped her chin with her fingers, staring intently at the wall. A gust of wind made the vines sway slightly. I think I've figured it out. Struck by a sudden insight, she reached out, pinched a vine with her index and middle fingers, and felt its weight. This confirmed her guess. Brother Cheng helped me pull it aside. Pull it aside. Full of questions, Cheng Xiang complied. Together they pulled the vines aside, revealing a hole large enough for 3 people to enter. Beyond it lay an impenetrable darkness. How? How can this be? Compared to Cheng Xiang's shock, Xia Huan was much calmer. Holding a corner of the vine, she said, "Look at what's on the vine. Isn't it similar in color to the earthen wall?" At her words, he understood. He said, "The vines are covered with a thick layer of moss that matches the color of the earthen wall. Without careful observation, one would never notice the hole behind it. This is undoubtedly a good hiding place." The snow wolves must have brought me here for a reason. Let's go in and have a look first. Xia Huan finished speaking and walked in followed by the two snow wolves. Sheng Xing hesitated outside. It's too dark inside. Luckily I have a flint with me. I'll go find a way to make a torch for light. She was taken aback for a moment. Go ahead. She almost forgot about that, perhaps because she had a flashlight in her space, she had just walked in directly. Fortunately, she didn't reveal any other signs. She did not intend to let anyone know about the existence of the space except herself. Even if she needed to take something out from it, she would handle it discreetly. Before long, Sheng Xiang entered with a torch. Under the guidance of the snow wolves, they walked together into the depths of the cave. As they walked, a fork suddenly appeared ahead. The path ahead could still be continued, but on the left there was an opening that could accommodate 4 people walking side by side. Wind blew in from there, making Xia Huan sneeze from the cold. Brother Chung, let's check the left side first. The snow wolves were of the same mind and led the way. After walking for an unknown distance, the space suddenly opened up ahead with light streaming in. Lifting her eyes, she could see lush trees. Xia Huan was stunned. She quickened her pace and stepped out of the cave. Looking around, she saw mountains on all sides, their peaks shrouded in mist and clouds, making it impossible to see how high they were. Their current location was an open space protruding from the mountainside of one of the peaks. It was separated from the other 3 mountains by a great distance. No matter which mountain one looked from, they were just tiny black specks barely visible. Looking down from the edge of the clearing, they could only see trees and strange rocks, unable to discern the bottom. She raised her head and spun around to survey the surroundings, the scenery rapidly passing before her eyes. Nature is truly marvelous, able to create such a wondrous place. No wonder I felt like I was walking uphill all the time. My legs are still trembling from exhaustion. Sheng Xiang was also mesmerized by the sight. The 2 snow wolves rested on the ground for a while, then both walked over to Xia Huan's feet, tugging at her pants toward the cave entrance. Xia Huan, who had wanted to enjoy the scenery a bit longer, was reluctantly led away by them. They returned to the original fork and guided her forward. After walking uphill for a while, and then winding back and forth, the cave floor gradually widened. How much longer do we have to go? I can't take it anymore, huff. Xia Huan's knees ached, and she leaned against the earthen wall, panting. Ugly girl, look ahead. Sheng Xiang raised the torch to illuminate the front. Xia Huan looked and saw an open space larger than a basketball court with relatively flat terrain. Woof, woof, woof. One of the snow wolves called out, signaling her to follow. Having rested enough, she gathered her strength and followed it across the open space toward the earthen wall at the far end. A few steps and a chill swept over her, and the stray hairs on her forehead were lifted and then fell. There was wind. Was this place not sealed? She quickened her pace forward. When she got close to the earthen wall, she was shocked, her eyes wide. Ugly girl, do you feel the wind? Sheng Xiang, looking around, walked behind her. He turned his head, and his gaze happened to sweep across the earthen wall, then stopped abruptly. He moved the torch in his hand closer. Under the flickering firelight, several cracks were broken open on the earthen wall before them. 2 of the cracks were particularly long and narrow, and wind continuously poured in from there. Looking through the cracks, they could see rolling mountains and forests shrouded in swirling mist. Xia Huan, standing at the front, felt her legs go weak. The cold wind turned her nose slightly red, and her face was taut. Ugly girl, step back. Sheng Xiang pulled her by the sleeve of her clothes back a distance, standing in a safe area. The 2 silently looked at each other, both still shaken. Because the route was too complicated, the snow wolves led the way back. Xia Huan and Sheng Xiang did not speak. When they returned near the kiln, the snow wolves called out a few times to Xia Huan, and then turned back. Sheng Xiang watched the snow wolves leave and murmured, I never expected that hidden cave to be the snow wolves' home. Let's go. Uncle Chung is alone in the kiln, busy collecting charcoal. We need to hurry and help. Beneath her calm expression, Xia Huan's thoughts were racing. She felt that the snow wolves taking her to the cave at this time was no coincidence. After collecting the charcoal, they went down the mountain and returned home. At night, Xia Huan, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the cold. She was tightly wrapped in her quilt, so logically she shouldn't have felt cold. She realized something and instantly became alert. She ran to the window and gently opened it. Before she could see the scene outside, white tiny snowflakes carried by the cold wind hit her face, making her sneeze on the spot. In the process, she saw snowflakes flying outside. The ground, the withered trees in the yard. Everywhere her eyes could see was covered in a layer of white. It's snowing. Sister, what's happening outside? Xia Xing, awakened by the noise, sat up on the bed with sleepy eyes. Xia Huan closed the window tightly and warmed her hands with her breath. It's snowing. Lie down and pull the covers tight, don't catch a cold. She turned off the flashlight and took out 2 quilts from her space, covering one on Xia Xing and the other on Xia Le. With an extra quilt, Xia Huan slept warmly until dawn. Early the next morning, noisy sounds outside woke the 3 siblings simultaneously. Outside, the snow was white and vast, with snowflakes continuously drifting in the air. Xia Huan took out several thick clothes and dressed like a bear. Just as she was about to prepare breakfast, amplified clamor came from outside the front door. Damn it! How could there be such vicious people? I was kind enough to provide food for their family every day, but I ended up inviting wolves into my home. They stole most of my rice, vegetables, and the sweet potatoes and potatoes in the cellar. If I hadn't gotten up to relieve myself last night, they would have stolen everything in the house. Heavens above, how am I supposed to live? I might as well just die. Chang Gui's mother, don't panic. Chang Gui and Chang Jin have taken people to find that family, haven't they? As long as they can recover the grain, it'll be fine. This snow might not stop anytime soon, and it's getting colder every day. Without food, we can't survive. Voices chimed in from all directions, gradually fading away. The 3 siblings stood behind the door, hearing every word of the conversation clearly. Those refugees stole the Xia family's grain. Sister, did I hear that right? Xia Xing couldn't believe it. In his eyes, Wang Guifan was a very shrewd person. Xia Huan let out a cold laugh. These days, hasn't Wang Guifan been telling everyone how capable those refugees were working at her house? She wished the whole world knew she got a bargain. With a little flattery, she thought she was something special. There's a saying, the hunter often appears as the prey. Until the end, it's uncertain who has taken advantage and who has been schemed against. So we should all take this as a lesson. Never underestimate anyone. People's hearts are separated by skin. One must always be on guard. Xia Xing and Xia Le, who understood only half of what she said, exchanged a glance and said in unison, "We understand, sister." In the blink of an eye, it was almost noon. Xia Huan planted 2 seeds rewarded by the farm in her space: wooded-sized Savoy cabbage and cabbage. In a few days, she could harvest several new vegetables, and then she would unlock the livestock mode. Bang, bang, bang. A violent knocking suddenly sounded, startling the 3 who were preparing lunch in the kitchen. Xia Huan went out first to check. "Ugly girl, are you home? Open the door." It was Cheng Xiang's voice. As soon as the door opened, she saw his anxious expression. His thick, dark eyebrows were deeply furrowed with a few snowflakes on them. Perhaps because of the frost, his face carried a coldness. "Brother Cheng, why are you so anxious? Has something happened?" Cheng Xiang panted heavily, each breath forming a puff of white mist in the frigid air. "Bad news. I just heard that a flood of refugees has descended upon the neighboring village. Several of their villagers have already fled here to us. They say those refugees are desperate, seizing anything they lay eyes on. If anyone dares to resist, they. The word caught in his throat, impossible to utter in front of her and the 2 children. Xia Huan's expression shifted subtly. She already knew what he meant. The refugees must have resorted to murder in their frenzy to plunder. In her previous life, she had watched countless zombie films. The brutality, the testing of human nature, the cruel reality of being pushed to the brink, the ever-present danger. She understood it all too well. Those starving refugees, battered by the hardships of their journey, would be little different from flesh-eating zombies when they caught sight of food and supplies. "Ugly girl, for safety, Sake, hide all the food and supplies in your house right now. If you truly have nowhere to stash them, I'll go fetch my cart and haul both our family's belongings up the mountain to hide them." Just as she was about to speak, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night from outside. "Damn it! The refugees must be here." Cheng Zhang stared at the door, his face wrought with anxiety. Xia Huan knew he was worried about his own family, so she urged him, "Brother Cheng, time is short. Go home and secure your things first. We have little enough here, the 3 of us can manage quickly." He looked at her hesitant. Though her family had few possessions, her household was full of the young and the weak, with no one truly capable of taking charge. "Brother Cheng, listen to me. Don't waste time. The refugees will be here soon enough. If you hurry back and bring your cart to us, that's already a tremendous help." Her words made sense. Cheng Xiang quickly assessed the situation, seized his hesitation, nodded to her once, and sprinted off. What a mess, Xia Huan sighed, expelling a breath of frustration. She turned and saw her siblings standing under the eaves. They must have overheard the conversation. Sister Yu and little sister, pack up the kitchen. I'll go to the field and harvest the radishes and potatoes. Xing'er Yu. She had meant to comfort them, but her younger brother's calm and decisive demeanor took her by surprise. Seeing her sister staring dumbfounded at their brother, Xia Lu ran over, grabbed her hand, and shouted, "Sister, what's wrong?" "No, nothing. Forget the crops for now. Let's secure the food in the house first." If refugees were truly coming, their first targets would be food and clothing. She wasn't panicked, as she could stash things in her spatial realm. But to avoid suspicion, she'd need to leave some things out to keep up appearances. Tell you what, Xing'er and Laura, you keep watch outside. I'll go in and pack. If there's any commotion out here, come in and warn me. I'm quicker at this. Without giving them a moment to react, Xia Huan darted into the kitchen and shut the door behind her. She swiftly stashed the bulk of the rice flour, charcoal, seasonings, and household utensils into her space, then rushed to the bedroom to secure the quilts she'd gotten from the supply area, leaving only the thin, worn-out ones behind. With so few belongings in the house, she finished in just half an hour. Ugly girl. Ugly girl. An urgent call came from outside. Xia Huan flung open the kitchen door and saw Li Sufin rushing over. "Auntie, please catch your breath and speak slowly." Li Sufin's cheeks flushed red from running and, breathless, waved her hand in the air. Xiang and the village head, along with the others, managed to subdue the refugees and are escorting them to the county office. "Thank goodness we found out in time, and our village is well populated, or the consequences would have been unthinkable." After delivering this news, she gave a few more words of advice, didn't linger, and hurried home to secure her own belongings. Somehow Xia Huan felt this wasn't the end of it. And sure enough, in the dead of night, while the villagers were sound asleep, the village was suddenly filled with a cacophony of barking dogs, squawking chickens, and a chaotic mix of other noises. Xia Huan sat up the moment she heard the sounds. She woke her siblings, and they dressed quickly, then stood under the eaves, braced in tense readiness. Being cautious, she had already stored most of the household goods in her spatial realm. It was snowing, and the night sky was covered in thick, heavy clouds. The moon was hidden, and without its pale light, everything around them was shrouded in profound darkness and biting cold. Somewhere nearby, someone lit an oil lamp, dispelling a sliver of the darkness. As the sounds grew louder, Xia Huan was now certain that refugees were attacking the village at night. Earlier that day, she remembered Li Sufin mentioning that the county officials had gathered the refugees in one place. These night raiders could be refugees from the north, or perhaps the northern refugees had joined forces with the captured ones, even taking control of the county office itself. Either way, the situation was dire. "Sister, take this stick. If those refugees try to break in, we'll beat them back." Xia Huan looked at the long stick Xia Xing handed her, and a cold, sharp light filled her eyes. She gripped the stick tightly. "Xing'er, don't be afraid. Stay behind me, and don't." A thunderous bang. The sound of a door being kicked cut her off mid-sentence. Xia Xing and Xia Lu both flinched in fright. A few more heavy thuds, and the door burst open. Several disheveled, filthy individuals appearing like beggars surged in, 4 men and 1 woman. Their eyes lit up simultaneously upon seeing the 3 figures standing under the eaves. "There are 3 kids here. Where there are kids, there's bound to be food." The leader shouted excitedly, his face red and swollen from the cold, twisting hideously into a grin. Hearing there was food, the others broke into ominous smiles. And if there's no food, grabbing these 3 kids wouldn't be bad either. Except for that dark-skinned one, the other 2 looked nice and plump. A loud gulp of swallowed saliva seemed magnified 100-fold. Their greedy, vicious stares were enough to make one's skin crawl. The sheltered Xia Xing and Xia Lu trembled with an unconscious fear visible on their faces. The snow fell heavier, the air growing colder. "You want food? Let's see if you'll live to eat it." Xia Huan charged at the refugees, her movements swift and fierce like a biting winter gale. "Haha, this dark-skinned girl knows what's good for her, coming right to us. Excellent, excellent." The man laughed, utterly smug. The next second, amidst a whirring sound, the smirk on the man's face instantly froze, replaced by disbelief and excruciating pain. The vibrating chainsaw struck his waist with precision, embedding itself inches deep. bright red blood mixed with tiny shreds of flesh sprayed outwards. The warm blood splattered onto Xia Huan's hands, gripping the saw, making them tremble. The falling snow blurred her vision, yet it did little to dilute the horrifying red before her eyes. Being so close, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. The scene before her was an immense shock. Instinctively, her stomach churned violently. This was the first time she had ever killed someone. It was far easier than she had imagined, but why was her heart pounding so rapidly, so full of panic and fear? No, these were refugees who intended to harm her and her family. If she showed mercy now, she would be signing her own and her siblings' death warrants. A cold frost settled in her eyes. Xia Huan swiftly pulled the chainsaw free, and before the other refugees could react, swung it at the one nearest to her. This strike wounded two men, one in the abdomen and the other in the chest. Though the wounds were not fatal, blood poured from them, and they howled in agony. The remaining man and woman, seeing the tide turn against them, quickly devised a plan. They shifted their target to Xia Xing and Xia Lu, believing that if they captured the two young ones, Xia Huan would be forced to surrender. Thus they flanked left and right, moving with lightning speed to surround Xia Xing and Xia Lu. Xia Huan, seeing the two men harassing her siblings, cried out, "Xing, be careful. Lur, don't be afraid, just like we practiced before." As Xia Xing shouted, he raised his wooden stick into a defensive stance. The man sneered fearlessly, "Two snot-nosed kids think they can do anything with a stick. Be obedient and you'll suffer less. Don't worry, we won't make it too hard on you. We'll knock you out, toss you into boiling water, and you won't feel a thing." "Exactly," the grim-faced woman added, licking her lips hungrily. "With some salt and a few more seasonings, you'd make a delicious meal." No sooner had she spoken than the man lunged forward, reaching for Xia Xing's collar. In a flash, Xia Xing swung his stick in a feint. The man easily dodged to the left, unaware that the stick was waiting for him there. The moment he shifted his body, the wood struck his left eye, blood gushing from the wound. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the air. Xia Xing and Xia Lu, witnessing such a scene for the first time, stood frozen, their hands trembling around their sticks. A dark shadow on the ground crept closer. Xia Li's wide eyes were filled with fear and hesitation, her grip on the stick loosening. "Those people are so terrifying. Lure!" Xia Xing's shout snapped her back to reality, and she saw the shadow beside her reaching out with both hands. Her sister and brother were so brave, she couldn't hold them back. Filled with sudden strength, Xia Huan let out a yell. "Ah!" She swung her stick with all her might at the woman approaching her. Forewarned, the woman easily dodged the blow. But Xia Lu didn't lose heart. Instead, she grew calmer. She remembered her sister saying to strike at weaknesses to catch the leader first. Her brother had just bought time by blinding the man's eye, allowing them to press the advantage. So she would. As the woman grabbed at her, Xia Lu feigned a stumble, falling to the ground with a sob. "Auntie, please don't hurt me. I'm scared." The woman paused for a moment, then broke into a wide smile, coaxing softly, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Come, give me your hand, and I'll help you up." This scene was witnessed by Xia Xing, who was locked in a standoff with the blinded man. His heart raced with anxiety, wishing he could be in two places at once. Ugh! A pained groan escaped the blind man as he crashed to the ground. Xia Xing turned his head and saw his sister, her face splattered with blood, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Xia Huan watched Xia Lu and said, "Let's see what Lure plans to do." If anything went wrong, she would rush over in an instant. Xia Xing was initially puzzled by his sister's words, but when he looked back at his younger sister, he saw her pull a wooden stick from behind her and strike the woman's knees. A crisp crack echoed. The woman's knees buckled and she fell to the ground with a thud. Seizing the moment, Xia Huan stood up and wildly beat the woman's face with her stick. "Ah, you little wretch, you dared to trick me," the woman snarled in fury. As she dodged, her left hand slipped inside her clothes, a cruel glint flashing in her eyes. Witnessing everything from behind, Xia Huan sensed the danger. She dashed over, her chainsaw rising and falling in one swift motion. Blood and falling snow sprayed out together. The woman crumpled to the ground like a withered flower, her eyes wide open, filled with resentment and despair. A small knife was still clutched in her hand. Looking at the woman's corpse, Xia Huan no longer panicked as before, but her hands trembled even harder. She took a sharp breath of cold air, forcing herself to calm down. She turned off the chainsaw and set it down. Pulling Xia Xing along, she opened her arms and embraced the stunned Xia Le. It's okay, it's okay. Lur did great, and Xinger too. You were both amazing. The three siblings held each other tightly. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the corpse in white, and the blood on the ground began to freeze into ice. All of it reminded them that what had just happened was real, not a dream. Choya, Cheng Xiang, who had rushed over, stopped dead in his tracks upon seeing the 5 corpses on the ground, his heart jolting. Xia Huan looked over. In the faint moonlight, she saw that Cheng Xiang was no better off. Loose strands of hair fell across his temples and blood stained his high-bridged nose and clothes. Both sleeves of his jacket were torn off, revealing his strong, muscular arms marked with several fresh red wounds exposed to the cold wind. Clearly, he had just fought his own fierce battle. Cheng Xiang tore his gaze from the bodies and fixed his eyes on Xia Huan. Choya, quickly gather your things and come to my house. There are too many refugees. I heard villagers say that the county office and the town have been attacked. We can only rely on ourselves now. Xinger can't go with you. He has to come with me. A familiar voice came from the doorway, and Xia Huan turned to look. Well. Every single member of the Xia family, men, women, old and young, was laden with bags and bundles. Xia Changwei was leading an ox, pulling a cart loaded with supplies. Pots, pans, bowls, and everything imaginable. It was Wang Guifan who had spoken. She stood at the door beckoning and coaxed. Xing, come to your grandmother. The world outside is full of evil people now. They attack anyone on sight and steal food. You can only survive if you come with us. I have a cousin who married into Xiangzhou in the south. We've been close since childhood. We can find temporary shelter there until the storm passes, and then we can come back. Be a good boy and listen. Come over here. Zhao Xiui and Xia Chongjin, standing further back, darkened at these words. Xia Chongjin shouted impatiently, Mother, let's go. We just escaped with our lives. If we dawdle any longer, those refugees will catch up, and then none of us will survive. The food at home has already been stolen by those thugs. We're not even sure if our family of over a dozen can make it to Xiangzhou with what's left. Why add another burden? Exactly, Mother. I'm so scared. Let's hurry up and go. Xia Zhenju urged with a pout. Seeing Cheng Xiang there, her eyes welled up with tears. In the earlier chaos, she had cried out about going to find Cheng Xiang and had been slapped twice by her third brother for it. Her face still stung from the slaps. Her third brother was right. Those refugees were merciless demons. In such turbulent times, the only way to survive was to flee as quickly as possible. Wang Guifan, who usually doted on her daughter, didn't comfort her first. Instead, she stubbornly insisted to Xia Xing, I'm doing this for your own good. In this chaotic world, only we can protect you. You are of Xia blood, and I will never let anything happen to you. I'm not going. Wherever my sisters are, that's where I'll be. Xia Xing refused coldly and firmly. You. Wang Guifan grew dizzy with rage. Zhao Xiui shot Xia Chongjin a sinister look. He understood instantly. Taking advantage of his mother's distraction, he raised his hand and struck the back of her head, knocking her out with a single blow. Mother, I'm doing this for the good of the family. Xia Chongjin called Xia Chongwei over, and together they tied Wang Guifan onto the ox's back. Xia Chongwei, feeling uneasy, said, Third brother, are we just going to abandon those 3 kids? After all, they are big brother's children. Xia Chongjin returned a cold remark. If you want to manage them, then stay and manage them. With that, he went ahead and led the ox by the reins. Xia Chongwei, left behind, looked at his wife and daughters shivering together in the wind and snow. The struggle in his eyes was ultimately replaced by helplessness. He said apologetically to Xia Huan and the others, Huanersh, your second uncle is incompetent. I'm sorry. From now on, you must take good care of yourselves. After saying that, he hardened his heart and left. Zhao Xiui said nothing, just gave Xia Xing a cold snort. Xia Zhenju followed hesitantly with a mournful face. Xiang, come with us quickly. There are sweet potatoes and rough rice in our cart. If you come with us, you'll have food. Even if I have to leave, I wouldn't go with you. Cheng Xiang's face was cold, his words sharper than the biting wind. This sentence was like a knife stabbed into Xia Zhenju's heart, wounding her thoroughly. From the front came Xia Chongjin's urging voice. After hesitating repeatedly, Xia Zhenju bit her lower lip and said, Once the situation stabilizes, I'll come back to find you and marry you. Don't worry, while I'm away, I won't fall for anyone else. After saying that, she ran off. In the wind and snow, the figures of the Xia family gradually turned into black dots. Just as Xia Huan and the others finished packing up their belongings, Cheng Xiang returned pushing the cart. They moved the things onto the cart and went to his house. In the pitch-black house, Li Sufin sat with Xia Huan and the children in a corner, while Cheng Ligan and Cheng Xiang stood behind the courtyard gate, holding a sickle and a machete respectively. Unconsciously, the sky outside was slightly brightening. Xia Huan was drowsy but forced herself to stay awake. She was so cold that her body was numb, and the little sister in her arms was also chilly. She licked her dry lips and said, "Annie, let Uncle Cheng and Brother Cheng come back for a rest. I'll go keep watch." As soon as she spoke, Li Sufin refused. "That won't do. It's too dangerous. Besides, these matters are for the men to take the lead. We just need to protect ourselves and not cause trouble for them. That would be a blessing." Xia Huan really couldn't stand the cold anymore. She could feel her strength draining away bit by bit. "Auntie, then I'll go to the kitchen and boil some hot water. We can all warm up by drinking it." "What if the smoke attracts the refugees?" Li Sufin said worriedly. "Isn't there that small stove at home? I'll use charcoal to boil it. It'll be ready soon." This time Li Sufin didn't object anymore. She patted Xia Huan on the shoulder and said, "You've worked hard, ugly girl." Looking at the other woman's exhausted yet smiling face, Xia Huan sighed inwardly. In times of chaos, it has always been the common people at the bottom who suffer the most. After the hot water was boiled and had cooled down a bit, Xia Huan added some spiritual spring water into it. Both the father and son in the Cheng family had injuries that hadn't been treated. Coupled with the extreme cold and the need to stay on guard against refugees, everyone's bodies were weak and tense. After drinking a few mouthfuls of hot water, everyone gradually warmed up. By then it was already dawn outside. Because of Xia Huan's insistence, the Cheng father and son sat by the charcoal fire warming themselves and drinking hot water. Although they were indoors, their hearts were always vigilant about the outside. As time ticked by, occasionally screams and cries for help were heard from outside. Hearing these sounds, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They all understood that it was already difficult to protect themselves, and rushing out when powerless would only harm themselves and implicate their families. Half an hour later, the snow began to ease. Cheng Ligan and Cheng Xiang discussed and decided to move the few refugee corpses in the courtyard to the backyard, out of sight, out of mind. Just as they were carrying the corpses for the second time, the courtyard gate was suddenly banged loudly. Each knock struck their hearts. "Get the weapons. Wife, close the doors and don't come out." Cheng Ligan quickly picked up the machete. Li Sufin inside the house heard the commotion outside. Her face, which had just regained some color from drinking hot water and warming by the charcoal, turned pale in an instant. She tightly held her daughter and Xia Li's hand, gritting her teeth to endure. At this moment, Xia Xing stood up and said, "I also want to go out and fight the enemy." "Xinger, listen, don't act on impulse. I know how you feel, but inside and outside are the same. Uncle Cheng and Brother Cheng are fighting outside. If refugees rush in, we'll fight them here and protect Annie and the others. Understand?" Hearing the noises outside, Xia Huan felt anxious. "I'll go guard the door. Don't run around. Ugly girl, don't go outside." Li Sufin reached out to stop her, but it was too late. She grabbed nothing. After going out, Xia Huan closed the door behind her. She put her hands behind her back and took out 3 chainsaws from her spatial storage. She had already thought of an excuse. She'd say that Snow Wolf had taken her somewhere before and they found them. Although it sounded far-fetched under the current circumstances, she couldn't care about that. Nothing was more important than life. "Uncle Cheng, Brother Cheng here, take one each." She briefly taught them how to use them, how to turn them on and off, and the precautions during use. Before she could say much, there was a loud bang, and the kicked door fell heavily to the ground, sending snowflakes flying onto the 3 of them. They had no time to wipe it off because at least dozens of refugees surged in from outside, mostly men. The refugees' eyes lit up at the sight of the 3, as if they were fat meat in sight. Xia Huan, who had killed several people with the chainsaw the night before, thought she should step forward first to demonstrate the killing power of the chainsaw, and also show the Cheng father and son how to operate it in practice. She seized the opportunity and lunged at the nearest man with the chainsaw, aiming at his waist. The painful scream mixed with the whirring sound. The sudden event stunned everyone, including the refugees. "Attack now." With her loud shout, the Chung father and son snapped back to their senses and imitated her attacking the refugees, with the chainsaws gradually becoming more adept. The three slowly formed a triangle, fighting back-to-back against the refugees. The Chung father and son tacitly shielded Xia Huan from attacks. In the end, the enraged refugees, with a mindset of risking everything, forced them back step by step, leaving them overwhelmed. Xia Huan was also entangled by a man and a woman. Her chainsaw got stuck in the woman's waist, and she couldn't pull it out. As she was panicking, she saw a refugee with a leg injury dragging his leg toward the door. If that person went out and brought more refugees, it would be disastrous. Without a second thought, she abandoned the chainsaw and fought the man barehanded. After a few exchanges, she suffered because of her inferior strength and the bulky clothing restricting her movements. She took a few punches to her body, but the result was that she knocked the man to the ground, vomiting blood and twitching. After finishing him off, she immediately rushed to the door and tackled the refugee, who had already walked a few meters outside from behind. At the same time, she took a dagger from her spatial storage and swiftly slashed it across the main artery on his neck. After doing all this, she was exhausted and sat in the snow, panting heavily. The pain from the punches on her body gradually intensified. Chung Xiang, having dealt with the ones inside, trudged through the deep snow to her side and helped her up. "Ugly girl, are you all right?" Physically and mentally exhausted, Xia Huan shook her head. "I'm fine, Brother Chung. There's something I want to tell you." Chung Xiang's eyes widened suddenly, his gaze as blazing as flames. "I have something to tell you too." She stared into his eyes. "We might be thinking the same thing." Half an hour later, Xia Huan led her younger siblings and the Chung family, carrying large bundles and a cart. "It's snowing. The mountain path will be treacherous. Everyone take your walking sticks and follow the small trail to the cave dwelling." Xia Huan, like a leader, walked at the front beside Chung Xiang, while Li Sufan guided the children in the middle, and Chung Ligan brought up the rear. Thus the group set off toward Fu Mountain. Along the way, they saw every house with its doors wide open, some kicked down, others reduced to splinters. The courtyards and interiors were a mess, with food and supplies looted clean. Corpses lay everywhere, both villagers and refugees, the stench of blood thick in the air. Not a single home remained intact. Beyond that, in the nearby fields, clusters of refugees could be seen fighting over sweet potatoes, and vegetables, their clamor carrying over to them. When they reached the gate of a house at the village entrance, a strange noise suddenly arose. Chung Xiang raised his hand to signal a halt, listening intently. The sound came from inside the house. Fearing it might be refugees, he made a gesture for silence and pointed ahead, indicating they should proceed quietly. After a few steps, coughing and hushed voices sounded from within. "That voice sounds like..." Xia Huan, with sharp ears, stopped. The others also recognized the voices. Chung Xiang looked at Xia Huan, and though he didn't speak, she understood his gaze. She hesitated, then a man with a furious expression, holding a thick wooden club, suddenly burst out of the house. Both parties stood there staring at each other. The man was Zhang Kongxing, the younger son of Zhang Yuming and husband of Sun Xiaozhen. He was shocked to see Xia Huan and the others. "Brother Chung, what are you?" He addressed Chung Ligan. Chung Ligan, hearing the commotion inside, lowered his voice and asked, "Is the village chief inside? How did you end up here?" "In the chaos, my father refused to leave the village. While we were arguing, my elder brothers took most of the family's grain and fled. Then the refugees attacked. I took advantage of the disorder to bring my father Xiaozhen and the two children to the village head. After running for a while, my father couldn't keep up, so we had to hide in this house temporarily." As soon as Zhang Kongxing finished speaking, Xia Huan interjected, "The situation is unstable now. Refugees could come at any moment. We're heading to the mountains for refuge. Uncle Zhang, if you want to come with us, you must hurry." She said this for two reasons. First, she knew the character of Zhang Yuming and his youngest son's family well. They had helped her family many times before. Second, the refugees were numerous and powerful. With only 7 people, her 3 family members, and the 4 from the Chung family, mere flight was not enough. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. They needed to gather strength to resist the refugees, but only if they could trust the people they brought in. The Chung family was surprised by her decision. Chung Ligan was the first to react, urging Zhang Kongxing, "Brother Kongxing, what are you waiting for? Hurry." Deep in the mountains, an orderly line moved forward. Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang still led the way, now halfway up the slope. Everyone was panting heavily from exhaustion, and with the bitter cold and snow-covered ground, every step was arduous. Yet no one complained or asked to rest. When someone fell, they helped each other up and continued. Compared to the vicious refugees in the village, this place was far safer. Xia Huan turned back with her stick. Li Sufan and the others were pale, their hands trembling as they held their sticks. Because Zhang Yuming was unwell, Zhang Kongxing carried him on his back. Throughout the journey, he gritted his teeth and persevered, his face flushed red from the wind. Seeing they had covered half the distance, she said, "Everyone take a short rest and drink some water." She distributed water from bamboo tubes, mixed with spiritual spring water. Indeed, after drinking the spiritual spring water, they felt much better, all saying they were less tired. Just as they exchanged a few words, a rustling sound came from below them on the slope, instantly putting everyone on alert. Xia Huan looked toward the source of the sound and signaled for Cheng Ligan to lead the group onward. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Cheng Ligan did not hesitate. He exchanged a cautionary glance with Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang, then led the group forward. Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang, holding chainsaws, slowly descended. Their boots left footprints in the snow, soon covered by falling flakes. Something was moving behind a snowdrift, shaking the snow off nearby low trees and causing it to fall in clumps. As they drew closer, Xia Huan heard heavy breathing from behind the snowdrift. Suspecting it might be refugees, her face darkened. "Come out now if you want to live." She thrust the chainsaw into the snowdrift, cutting away most of it. "Ah, don't kill me. It's me, Choya, your best friend, Zhang Jinjin." The speaker burst out. She was disheveled, wearing thin, tattered clothes stained with blood. To make Xia Huan recognize her, Zhang Jinjin parted her hair from both sides, revealing her dirty, frostbitten face. She looked at Xia Huan with hope, unaware that the latter remained cold and indifferent. Brother Cheng restrained her. "Choya, what? What do you mean?" Zhang Jinjin's expression froze. Cheng Xiang said nothing, strode forward, and easily pinned Zhang Jinjin down. Xia Huan took a rope from her backpack and tied Zhang Jinjin's hands, not with a tight knot, but one that would require effort and time to undo. Zhang Jinjin, sensing danger, suddenly changed her expression and roared, "Choya, you can't do this. We're best friends. The refugees attacked the village, and I lost my family. I have no food left. Treating me like this is no different from those cruel, heartless refugees. Let me come with you, or I'll freeze to death or starve within a day. If anything happens to me, you'll be a murderer." Xia Huan's face was devoid of warmth, a mocking smile curling at her lips. "So you're the only innocent one. If I don't help you, I'm a great sinner." After finishing the knot, she clapped her hands and stood up, continuing, "How ridiculous. Have you forgotten how your brother used to bully my siblings? I hate nothing more than people who stand on moral high ground and point fingers, thinking they can force my hand. Do you think I'll give any? No, I'll never do as they wish." She shoved Zhang Jinjin backward, letting out a breath. "Take care of yourself." Zhang Jinjin fell into the snow, glaring resentfully, spewing threats and then curses. Finally, she uttered all kinds of vile words. Xia Huan stared at Zhang Jinjin's eyes, brimming with hatred, and felt a surge of irritation. To be cautious, she picked up the chainsaw again, cut a strip of cloth from the other woman's clothes, and used it to cover Zhang Jinjin's eyes. That way Zhang Jinjin wouldn't be able to see which direction they were heading. After finishing this, Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang exchanged a tacit understanding, saying nothing, and simultaneously turned to leave. On the road, Xia Huan hesitated, then spoke, "Brother Chengyu." Cheng Xiang stared ahead, his resolute face appearing stern under the biting wind. "No need to say more. I understand everything you did. Having someone like Zhang Jinjin follow us would only bring disaster. It's good that you understand." Xia Huan let out a puff of white mist. Braving the snowstorm, the two finally reached the cave dwelling, where they reunited with Cheng Ligan and the others. At the same time, Zhang Jinjin, lying on the ground and gradually being buried by the snow, shivering uncontrollably from the cold, had no strength left to struggle free. Just as she was resigned to death, she heard footsteps and heavy breathing nearby. Rekindled with hope, she struggled to lift her head. "Kind passerby, please save me. My hands and feet are tied by evil people." "Save you? What does it mean to save you?" A simple, foolish voice answered. Although her eyes were covered, Zhang Jinjin recognized the voice at once. The newcomer was someone she knew, a fellow villager named Dinyo, 10 years older than her, mentally disabled with the mind of a 3-year-old child. He had just been separated from his family while fleeing the refugees and had stumbled here. Dinyo, it's me, Jinjin. Untie the rope on my hands, and I'll give you something delicious. She coaxed him as if soothing a child. As soon as Dinyo heard delicious, his face broke into a joyful grin. Delicious, delicious. Thus Dinyo struggled for a long time to untie the ropes. Once freed, Zhang Jinjin vigorously rubbed her hands, rested on the ground for a moment, then slowly stood up, shaking off the snow. She suddenly pointed behind Dinyo and said, Dinyo, look. There's a big drumstick behind you. Big drumstick. Really? Where? The innocent, harmless Dinyo asked as he turned around. Behind him, Zhang Jinjin's face abruptly changed, her eyes gleaming with venomous malice. She grabbed a stone she had felt in the snow and smashed it against the back of Dinyo's head again and again. Warm red blood splattered onto her face, but she seemed oblivious, her wide eyes flickering with madness. In her eyes, he was merely a means for her to survive the freezing wilderness. Amidst the swirling snow, the frail Zhang Jinjin dragged Dinyo's corpse toward the mountain. Xia Huan, I will find you. Meanwhile, Xia Huan had everyone sit in the cave dwelling to rest. She secretly poured out spiritual spring water from her space, hoping to attract the snow wolves. She hadn't been here for a few days and was anxious, fearing that the snow wolves might have moved elsewhere due to the weather. If that were the case, it would be terrible. The last time the snow wolf led them to the cave, the path was so complicated that she hadn't memorized it. Neither had Cheng Xiang. Please, please come before the snow falls even harder. Heaven seemed to hear Xia Huan's prayer, but only despite her. The snow began to fall more heavily. Cheng Xiang was also secretly watching their surroundings. On the way here, he had discussed the snow wolf issue with Xia Huan. Now, with the snow intensifying, his anxiety grew. He glanced at her and saw her brows tightly knitted, leaving him torn. If the snow continued to worsen, they would have to turn back or find another hidden spot. The cave dwelling, though a temporary shelter, was too small, cramped, and lacked sufficient concealment. Easily discovered. The others were unaware of their concerns, huddling together for warmth. Zhang Yuming had drunk the spiritual spring water and was feeling much better. Sun Xiaojun held the two children, wiping tears. Zhang Kongxing and Cheng Ligan looked haggard, constantly alert to the outside. Sitting at the entrance of the cave dwelling, Xia Huan felt a chill of despair. The snow wolves still hadn't come, they must have left. She hung her head, dejectedly staring at the blackened ground. Could all dozen of them really be forced to take refuge in this dark, cramped cave where they could barely move? To be honest, she was quite unlucky. Having just transmigrated here not long ago, before she could earn enough money, she encountered this disaster. Refugees plundering villages to the south, treating their own kind as food. How terrifying was that? She was also worried that the extreme cold, as those refugees claimed, might have already crossed the Anling Mountains, leading to widespread devastation and even greater chaos. That's why if she could lead everyone to that hidden cave for refuge, at least they could survive without constant fear. Alas! But for now they couldn't go there. How sorrowful. Woo woo woo. Xia Huan, still with her head down, muttered gloomily, "Speak properly, don't just howl like that." Like what? That sound. Wasn't it the howl of a snow wolf? She lifted her head, and before she could see clearly, two white shadows flashed before her eyes. Two snow wolves leaping in from the snow. The snow wolves lowered their heads and rubbed against Xia Huan's feet, acting affectionately like long-lost friends. The Cheng family had seen the snow wolves before and remained calm, but the Zhang family was startled. After Cheng Xiang explained, they were no longer afraid. Cheng Ligan still found it hard to believe. Xiang, can the snow wolves really lead us to a safe and hidden cave? Before Cheng Xiang could answer, Xia Huan, now recovered, smiled and said, "Yes, they can. Let's set off now." Once outside, the biting wind made everyone shrink their necks. They trudged through the snowstorm, stepping deep and shallow, struggling forward. The world before them was almost entirely white. If not for the snow wolves leading the way, they would have thought they were going in circles. The monotonous colors stung their eyes unbearably, but thanks to Xia Huan's reminder to focus only on the person ahead, the situation improved slightly. Those behind could follow the front, but the two in the lead suffered the most, having to take turns every so often. Along the way, the children frequently fell. Taoya and Go Dan cried as they walked, tears streaming down their frostbitten faces, causing sharp pain. Xia Xing and Xia Lu each supported one child, comforting and encouraging them. The adults fared no better. Li Sufan and Sun Xiaojin fell repeatedly, plunging into snowdrifts and scattering their belongings. Even the ever-vigilant Xia Huan couldn't avoid falling several times. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Huan could no longer feel her feet. They had gone numb from the cold. But at the sight of the snow-capped mountains ahead, all the fatigue and pain vanished. The two snow wolves led them to a certain spot on one of the mountains and stopped, both raising their front paws, pointing to the same location. Xia Huan immediately understood. The entrance is here. They both nodded simultaneously. It was called an entrance, but it was invisible to the naked eye, covered by thick snow with ice beneath. They had to clear the snow first, then find a way to break the ice to enter the cave. After discussing with Cheng Zhang, Xia Huan decided to have the others stand guard around the perimeter, essentially letting them rest while the two of them figured out how to open the entrance. Working together, they first cleared the accumulated snow until the ice surface was exposed. Brother Cheng, I've heard that sprinkling salt on ice makes it melt quickly. Why don't we give it a try? Cheng Zhang frowned at the suggestion. Can that really work? Besides, salt is precious. The ice block is enormous. It would take a lot of salt, wouldn't it? Salt was extremely expensive here. For families like there's a single meal used only a tiny pinch, some couldn't even afford that, and had to eat bland, oil-less food. Xia Huan had anticipated his concern. She pulled a clay pot from her pack, containing refined salt she had taken from the supply area. Brother Cheng, I happen to have salt I bought from the town. The shopkeeper said this fine salt came from the Shisong kingdom overseas. My sister's pack has 2 more jars of it, so don't worry about the salt. Besides, the snow is falling heavily, and we've traveled a long way. If we stay outside any longer, everyone might catch a cold or fever, and things will only get worse. All right, I'll go with your plan. She breathed a sigh of relief and sprinkled the salt around the ice's edge. With every shake of her hand, Cheng Zhang winced and gasped, pained by the waist. Shortly after sprinkling, the edges of the ice began to show signs of melting. During this process, Xia Huan told Cheng Zhang to bend over and shield the ice from the wind and snow. Judging the timing was right, she said, now Brother Cheng, get an axe, a hoe, or a hammer to break it. It should be easier to crack now. The next task was heavy labor. Cheng Zhang insisted that Xia Huan not do it. He called Cheng Ligan and Zhang Kangxing, and the 3 of them each struck a different spot. Time slipped by silently. It's open. It's open. Zhang Kangxing's cheer made Xia Huan jolt. She called Li Sufan and the others to help carry things, and led them into the cave in an orderly manner. Once inside, everyone felt it was much warmer than outside. Cheng Zhang asked Xia Huan to take the group deeper to settle in while he guarded the entrance to keep out any refugees or others. The ice that had sealed the entrance was now shattered, but the falling snow would soon block it again. This made him worry about how they would get out later. If food ran out, wouldn't they starve or be trapped inside? In this weather, the forest animals were all hiding for the winter, making hunting nearly impossible. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Cheng Zhang suddenly recalled something. The last time he had come here on his way back, he had seen a large river to the northwest. There might be fish in it. Xia Huan returned with the snow wolf and saw Cheng Zhang crouching at the entrance, his brow deeply furrowed, worry written all over his face. Brother Cheng, are you worried about how we'll get out later? He was surprised to see her back, but nodded. Yes. It's snowing every day and the entrance is frozen and sealed. Though we no longer have to suffer the wind and snow, we fled in haste and couldn't harvest the crops. The food we brought won't last long. I might have a way out from another spot. Come with me quickly. Under her lead, they arrived at the clearing they had visited before, now blanketed in white snow. She led him to the edge of the clearing and pointed at a protruding area a short distance below at an angle. When we came that day, I observed that there are protrusions every few intervals down from here. We can grab a rope and step on those outcrops to descend. Maybe we'll find a suitable place to go down the mountain. Of course, this is just my speculation for now. We've had a long day, let's go back, rest, eat something, and regain our strength. Then we'll wait for good weather. What do you think? Cheng Zhang found the plan feasible and felt a little relieved, no longer as anxious as before. After confirming that the entrance had been frozen shut, they returned to find the group already organizing their belongings in the clearing, which was larger than a basketball court. Li Sufan and Cheng Yaya had cooked a large pot of ginger soup over a small stove and they were steaming the vegetable dumplings and sweet potatoes that Sun Xiaozhen had brought out in another pot. Sun Xiaozhen, Taoya, and Xia Lu were spreading straw mats on the flattest area. Every family had brought 2 mats, which was enough. Men and women were separated. Zhang Kongxing, Xia Xing, and Go Dan laid their mats a little behind and to the side of the women's area. At the bottom was oilcloth to prevent dampness, then straw mats, and finally mattresses and quilts. Though simple with charcoal burning, it was still warm. Zhang Yuming was in poor health, so as soon as the bed was made they forced him to lie down. Seeing Sun Xiaozhen about to put cotton batting into the quilt covers, Xia Huan carried 2 wooden boxes from the cart over to her, opened them, and took out 4 snow-white cotton waddings. "Auntie, I just bought these a few days ago. Let's use them." Sun Xiaozhen stared at the cotton waddings, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. "Ugly girl, come quickly and see what's going on." The call came from Cheng Xiang's direction. Xia Huan looked over and saw the father and son of the Cheng family staying close to the 2 snow wolves. A faint smile curled her lips. As she walked over, one of the snow wolves dropped a black object from its mouth and offered it to her. "Did you pick this up for me again?" she said in an exaggeratedly playful tone. "What do you mean by that?" Cheng Xiang asked. Xia Huan first pretended to be troubled, then handed the black object to Cheng Ligan and briefly explained. Holding the black item, Cheng Ligan asked in disbelief, "Ugly girl, are you saying that this thing and the weapon that made sound and killed people this morning were both given to you by the snow wolves?" Xia Huan looked at the snow wolf wagging its tail at her feet and feigned hesitation. "Yes, just now it was holding this black thing covered in snow and gave it to me. Didn't you all see it with your own eyes?" They had indeed seen it, but Cheng Xiang still found it strange. "These things look so odd. We've never seen anything like them. What is this black thing for?" "I don't know either. Maybe the snow wolf knows." "Uncle Cheng, try putting that thing in front of the snow wolf." Cheng Ligan knew the snow wolves were intelligent. They had proven it by leading them to this cave. So he decided to give it a try. One of the snow wolves extended its left paw to hold the black object, then used its right paw to scratch somewhere on it. With a click, a bright beam suddenly shot out. Except for Xia Huan's younger siblings, everyone else was startled. This object was a solar-powered, ultra-bright, multi-functional flashlight equipped with a window-breaking hammer, a hidden cutting knife, a magnet, and was waterproof and shockproof. This thing. Cheng Ligan stammered, squinting as the light shone directly on him. "This thing can actually illuminate." Cheng Xiang, bold of heart, bent down to pick up the flashlight. As he moved, the light shifted directions, sweeping across the faces of Li Sufan and the others one by one. Those on the other side rushed over to see what was happening, marveling at the unremarkable object that could emit light. While they were watching, Xia Huan quietly stuck out her tongue at her younger siblings and stroked the head of the snow wolf. Earlier, while no one was paying attention, she had taken the snow wolf to a secluded spot and communicated with it. She had initially thought the plan would fail, but against expectations it followed her instructions and retrieved the flashlight hidden in the snowdrift, handing it to her. In the future, if it became inconvenient to fetch anything from the supply area, this method could be used. Of course, not unlimitedly, but appropriately according to the situation. It must be said that the 2 snow wolves were truly intelligent. They could understand and comprehend her words. She had to reward them well. The flashlight as a novel object greatly astonished those who were unaware. Each person held it in their hands, examining it closely until Li Sufan shouted, "Come over and drink some ginger soup and eat something." By now it was nearly the Shan hour. Everyone had been on edge since midnight, dealing with the refugees, and hadn't eaten anything. They had traveled for so long in the wind and snow and were already famished. After a few sips of ginger soup and bites of sweet potato, their empty, uncomfortable stomachs finally felt a little better. After eating, they felt as if they had come back to life. They sat together talking about the hardships of the night and morning, and sighed with relief that Xia Huan and the snow wolf had led them to this hidden cave. As they chatted, Zhang Yuming cast a meaningful glance at his younger daughter-in-law. Sun Xiaozhen understood and brought out all the food from their family. She said, blushing, "Yesterday we happened to make some vegetable dumplings. After tonight's meal there are about 20 left, plus a bag of about 20 jin of brown rice, a few sweet potatoes, 1 hen, a few radishes, and a jar of lard. There are also some dried mushrooms, the kind Choya used to make soup with. After we had that soup we happened to have some radish leaves from radishes we pulled, so I dried the mushrooms and the leaves together. The cloth bag she held contained half a bag of dried mushrooms, but the leaves were nowhere to be seen. Both the Chung and Xia families knew the truth, but no one mentioned it. Then Li Sufin also took out the food she had just sorted from their family. Yesterday, when the refugees caused a commotion in the village, we became more cautious and stored our food in several places. The men were strong and managed to hold back some of the refugees, but half of our grain was still taken. Here are about 20 potatoes, 16 sweet potatoes, roughly 50 jin of brown rice, some garlic, dried chili, salt, lard, a dried rabbit, and 2 strips of preserved fish. We originally had 4 chickens and 4 ducks, but last night too many refugees rushed in and took several, leaving only 2 ducks and 1 chicken. Oh, and there's over a jin of white flour, 2 jin of peanuts, 3 cabbages, and some greens given to me by Choya. I was busy a few days ago and forgot to plant them in the ground. After she finished, her face showed a mix of feelings, lamenting how drastically things had changed in such a short time. The others also sighed at the unpredictability of life, their spirits low. Xia Huan noticed this and decided to distract them. She waved at Xia Xing and Xia Lu, and the 2 siblings opened their bundles at the same time, while she also opened the wooden box she was holding. Instantly, everyone was drawn to what they were holding. First, Xia Huan looked down at the wooden box and said, "I have over 10 jin of pork, 2 jin of potatoes, a little over a jin of sweet potatoes, about 4 or 5 jin of radishes, several cabbages, and some spinach. There are also 3 jars of sauce. The cloth bag at my left foot contains rice, about 100 jin or so. At my right foot, there's a bamboo cage with 2 hens, 1 rooster, and 2 ducks, all still young." Then Xia Xing spread his bundle on the ground. This cloth bag contains white flour, a ceramic jar of lard, 6 cabbages, some greens, coriander, and chives. At my feet is a jar of pickled vegetables. Finally, Xia Li's bundle mostly contains seasonings, 2 jars of salt, 2 small bags of Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili, and 2 jin each of garlic and ginger. Seeing those things, Cheng Ziang exclaimed in surprise, "Show ye your family." Meeting the inquisitive and doubtful gazes, Xia Huan smiled and said, "I told you before that I picked herbs on the mountain and sold them for money. I bought all those things not long ago." In truth, aside from the items in the supply area of her space, she had also stocked up on supplies from the market town some time ago. To be cautious, she only took out a small portion. Taking too much would not be good. Speaking of money, Zhang Yuming remembered the 2 taels of silver she had given him earlier. He had kept it on him, and after fumbling in the lining of his inner garment for a while, he finally found it. "Choya, this is the money you gave me earlier to arrange for Xing'er to attend a private school. Times are unstable now, and it's good to have money on hand. Take it back quickly." Zhang Kongxing and Sun Xiaozhen were astonished to hear this. They had no idea about this matter. They belatedly recalled that when their elder brother and sister-in-law were fighting for food that morning, that was why their father kept looking at his clothes. "Choya, my father is right. Take the money back quickly. Who knows how chaotic this world will become?" Zhang Kongxing urged. Sun Xiaozhen also chimed in. Xia Huan guessed that leaving the money with Zhang Yuming might cause him too much pressure. Since they all said so, she might as well take it back. By the time they finished speaking, the cave had grown completely dark. Cheng Ziang imitated the snow wolf's operation, fumbled for a moment, and pressed the button. Light immediately spread. By that light, the 2 women washed the pots, bowls, and chopsticks with hot water melted from snow. Xia Huan boiled some more hot water, and everyone washed up. The father and son from the Chung family found that their wounds didn't hurt as much, which seemed strange, but they didn't think much of it. The men and women slept separately in different areas. Not far from their bedding, charcoal fires were burning, dispelling much of the chill. The exhausted people soon fell asleep one after another. After they were all asleep, Xia Huan hurried into her space. She hadn't watered the plants inside all day. She watered them hastily, then too sleepy to keep her eyes open, she came out, hit the pillow, and fell asleep. Early the next morning, low murmurs of conversation woke Xia Huan from her dreams. She blinked her drowsy eyes, staring at the earthen ceiling above. These vegetable seedlings are still small. It would be great if they could be planted in the soil. And if we stay in the cave eating only stored grain, we'll eventually run out. I wonder if the fields in the village were ruined by those refugees. Sun Xiaozhen let out a heavy sigh. Li Sufin, stirring the pot of thin porridge with a wooden ladle, nodded, her face full of worry. Who knows when this will end? I really hope this matter passes soon, otherwise She didn't need to finish the sentence. Sun Xiaojun knew what she meant. Aunties who says we can't grow vegetables. We can plant them right here. After dressing, Xia Huan walked over to Li Sufeng, and Sun Xiaojun crouched down and said softly, "Let's have breakfast first. After we finish you'll understand why I said that." Li Sufeng and Sun Xiaojun stared at her, both looking incredulous. Because of this matter, they quickly finished their breakfast, then fixed their eyes eagerly on Xia Huan, who was still sipping her porridge. Cheng Ligan noticed their behavior and teased with a smile, "Look at you two. Anyone would think you're sizing up a bride." Cheng Xiang tightened his grip on his chopsticks. 8-year-old Go Dan noisily slurped his porridge with 2 grains of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth. Li Sufeng glared at her husband and emphasized, "What do you know? Ugly girl just told us we can grow vegetables here." Cheng Ligan, intimidated by his wife's glare, instinctively lowered his head. Then, realizing what she had said, he lifted his head and exclaimed, "Grow vegetables? Is it really possible to grow vegetables?" The others heard this and turned to look at Xia Huan, their faces brimming with excitement. Calm and composed, Xia Huan finished the last sip of her porridge, stood up, and said, "Everyone, don't be too hasty. It's still uncertain whether it'll work. Uncle Cheng, didn't you bring hose? Grab 2 and follow me." She led them to the passage that opened onto the open space. None of them had been there before. When they emerged from the cave mouth and saw the mountains and the vast expanse beyond, they were all stunned. Heavens, are we living in the skies? Sun Xiaojun gazed at the distant mountains and felt a faint weakness in her legs. Only then did they realize that the cave was situated halfway up the mountain. They began chattering about how sore their feet had been after the long trek the day before. Xia Huan pointed inside the cave entrance and said, "What I mean is we can plant vegetables near the entrance because this side faces the sun and gets sunlight as soon as it rises. As for the soil, I think we can move some from other parts of the cave. It might not be as fertile as the soil in our fields, but right now we have to try everything, even if it's a desperate measure. Or maybe there's soil under the snow here too. When the weather gets better we can gather some. After all, every little bit counts." Cheng Xiang looked at the large trees nearby. "We can also cut down trees to make everyday items like low stools and tables, and use the wood for firewood." Cheng Ligan and Zhang Kongxing thought it feasible and began planting around a few nearby trees. Meanwhile, Li Sufeng and Sun Xiaojun discussed with Xia Huan what to plant, each mentioning what seeds they had brought and wondering whether they would survive. For Xia Huan, who possessed the spiritual spring water in her space, none of these were problems. As long as she watered the plants with the spiritual spring, even the most difficult plants would thrive. Of course, she wouldn't reveal that secret. Instead, she encouraged them to be bold in their attempts. In the end, after discussion, they unanimously agreed to first demarcate a small plot of land to plant the seedlings. If they survived, they would expand to other crops. Having settled that, everyone split up to dig soil. They worked until noon, piling the dug-up soil into a field just inside the cave entrance, a spot that could be reached by sunlight, and yet was safe from sudden snowfalls that might crush the vegetables. Together, they planted the greens, and at Xia Huan's strong urging, also planted some garlic. They cut off the leaves of the existing chives for cooking and inserted the roots into the ground. After planting, it was time to water. Xia Huan insisted on taking over this task, making it convenient for her to irrigate with the spiritual spring water. Noon had passed, and everyone was hungry. Sun Xiaojun and Li Sufeng boiled water to cook rice while pondering how to prepare the chives. The men gathered in the open space to discuss defense. Although they had taken refuge in the cave, it was hard to guarantee that refugees or other ill-intentioned people might discover this place. Cheng Xiang gazed at the distant mountains with a deep, thoughtful look. Surely everyone has heard that there are bandits on the adjacent Sang'er Mountain who have built a fortress and live there. And there are wild beasts hiding deep in the mountains. The world is so chaotic now, nothing is certain. No matter what, we must be fully prepared. Zhang Yuming nodded, looking at Cheng Xiang with appreciation. "Xiang, tell us first, what do you plan to do?" Xia Huan, who was watering the vegetables with the spiritual spring water and eavesdropping, paused her movements and pricked up her ears. She too wanted to hear what Cheng Xiang would say. Soon he spoke. "I think we should prepare more defensive items, such as large stones for throwing bows and arrows and long sharp sticks. If bandits or refugees really come, we can use the geographical advantage to deal with them." This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. We occupy the high ground, and the entrance is frozen shut. They probably won't discover it or be able to get in. But if they do find out that we're living up here, the only way up is to climb. Then we can build a door at the cave entrance where we're planting vegetables, and another one further inside. At the same time, we must strengthen our own physical fitness to deal with them." Cheng Ligan and Zhang Kangsheng listened, both deep in thought. Zhang Yuming pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Xiang's reasoning is sound. If we set up defensive measures at the edge here, it might backfire and attract the attention of bandits and refugees. However, these defensive items might be difficult to make given the current situation. The snow has been heavy these days, and although there are some trees here, it will take time to cut them down. And the quantity is limited. Oh, what will we do when they're gone? We also need wood for making stools and other things. Hearing this, Cheng Xiang realized that his earlier thoughts had been too narrow. Suddenly, he recalled what Xia Huan had said to him yesterday, and a flicker of hope ignited in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of Xia Huan approaching from the corner of his eye. Xia Huan looked around at them and said, "I heard everything Brother Cheng said. He's absolutely right. Defensive items and strengthening physical fitness are both very important. I'm not just referring to those present, but all of us. Everyone has their own strengths, and we should use those strengths to teach each other. Brother Cheng, Uncle Cheng, you two usually go hunting in the mountains and are skilled with bows and arrows and dealing with wild beasts. You can teach us these skills. That way, even if we encounter danger in the future, we can protect ourselves. Uncle Zhang, you worked as an account keeper in a shop in town and know how to read. You can teach us to recognize characters. Not only will you impart knowledge, but it might also come in handy someday." The three men named in turn were dumbfounded at the thought that they could be of such use. They hadn't realized they had these talents. While they found it hard to believe, a hint of anticipation stirred within them. Could they really pull it off? Compared to the three men's mixed emotions, Zhang Yoming's expression darkened as he stared down at the snow. But what Xia Huan said next astonished him. She said, "And Grandpa Lijing, when you were young, you worked as an apprentice in a pharmacy in town, so you should be quite familiar with medicinal herbs. You can draw the herbs on paper and teach us to identify them. If we catch a cold or fever or encounter other emergencies, we can find the right herbs to treat ourselves." As soon as she finished, Cheng Ligan said politely to Zhang Yoming, "That's right, ugly girl is correct. Besides external enemies, we must also take care of our health. Only a strong body can withstand adversaries. Lijing, among us, only you have knowledge of medicinal herbs. We'll have to trouble you in the days ahead." After a few more exchanges, Zhang Yoming's face regained some color. Later in the conversation, Cheng Xiang mentioned the idea of descending from the edge of the open space. Several men immediately began discussing, each voicing their opinions. Meanwhile, Xia Huan had long since returned to the cave. For convenience, they had unanimously decided the day before to prepare meals near a stone wall with a crack allowing the smoke to dissipate. Whether due to the morning sun or some other reason, that spot remained unfrozen. By the time she arrived, Li Sufin had just poured lard into the hot wok, its rich fragrance filling the air. Sun Xiaojun was washing vegetables with water that had been melted from snow the previous afternoon and left to cool. Xia Huan had secretly swapped out their drinking and cooking water with river water from her spatial dimension. Snowmelt contained impurities, and the water from her space was safer and healthier. "Andy, son, I've sliced some pork. Could you stew it with those dried mushrooms later? Everyone worked hard yesterday, so let's have a proper meal at noon today to replenish our strength." The pork she carried weighed approximately 3 jin. Upon seeing it, both Li Sufin and Sun Xiaojun couldn't help but show expressions of distress. However, after reconsidering, they agreed with Xia Huan's reasoning. The previous night and morning had only consisted of simple meals, so it was reasonable to have a slightly better lunch each day. Sun Xiaojun responded and went to soak the dried mushrooms in water. Xia Huan was equally busy skillfully preparing the pork and cutting it into uniform cubes. Lunch featured 3 dishes and a soup, stir-fried chives, braised meat with dried mushrooms, and a clear radish broth. Everyone savored the meal with deep satisfaction. Once their bellies were full, Zhang Yuming and his son, along with the Cheng couple, began worrying about food supplies once again. Xia Huan, seated to the side organizing clothes, overheard them and was about to offer some words of comfort when Cheng Xing jogged over, his face slightly flushed but beaming with a smile. "It's clear outside. The sky has cleared and the snow has stopped. This was certainly good news, and everyone gathered together in the open area. The brilliant sun shone overhead, and the outside no longer bit with yesterday's piercing cold. Bathed in sunlight, everything felt warmly comfortable, and even the small vegetable plot they had specially tended received its light. This delighted everyone greatly. Just as the atmosphere grew harmonious, a sudden, unusual sound erupted alongside the rustling of leaves. On a tree to their left, a black object was lodged in the trunk, and snow from the branches fell in disarray from the vibration. Cheng Ligan squinted at the tree. Why does that black object look somewhat like a person to me? Zhang Kongsheng gazed upward and shook his head in disbelief. That can't be. This mountain is so high we can't even see the summit. If someone truly fell from here, how could they possibly remain unharmed? Let's go take a look and find out. Cheng Xiang stepped toward the tree, with the others following in his footsteps. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Xia Huan's sharp eyes discerned that the object was indeed a person. It's really someone up there. I don't know if they're still alive. They could be a refugee or possibly a bandit. Regardless, this person's origins are unknown. Should we bring them down? This question left the others speechless. What she said was all true. The person in the tree came from unknown origins and could potentially pose a danger to them. After a moment of consideration, Cheng Xiang spoke up. Let's bring that person down first. Having them hanging there isn't ideal. We should check whether they're alive or dead. Xia Huan and the others expressed their agreement, ultimately deciding to retrieve the person from the tree. While it sounded simple enough to bring them down, climbing the tree proved difficult. The ice coating the trunk hadn't melted yet, and their soles slipped with every step. In the end, Cheng Xiang removed his shoes and climbed barefoot, securing a rope around the person's waist before managing to pull them down. As Cheng Ligan shifted, the person lying face down in black, clothing their entire face, was revealed to the group. Cheng Xiang and Xia Huan both gasped in surprise simultaneously. This person? Hearing the unusual tone in their voices, Li Sufin asked, Xiang, do you two know this person? Cheng Xiang knew little and felt it unwise to speak further, so he silently turned to Xia Huan. Feeling the curious gazes of the others, Xia Huan pressed her lips together and replied, I would say we know each other, but not well. I once happened to find his pouch. Cheng Ligan placed his hand beneath Yi Luobai's nostrils and could sense a faint breath. He's still alive. Additionally, he has other external injuries. He raised his right hand, revealing traces of blood on his palm from supporting Yi Luobai moments earlier. Xia Huan gazed at the blood and, recalling the chaotic times they lived in, connected the preceding events to conclude that this person's identity must be extraordinary. He may have been pushed from the mountain by someone's hand. She spoke calmly. Looking at his condition, he's seriously injured. We don't know his background or origins, and his presence might bring us danger. Besides, in this freezing weather, we have no herbs to treat him. This made it clear she had no intention of saving him. Although her spatial storage contained medicinal supplies, she would never recklessly produce them unless absolutely necessary. And even then, she would only help those closest to her. What is this? Zhang Yuming happened to spot several small black porcelain bottles on the snow from his position. The moment he bent down to pick one up, Yi Luobai, who had been lying with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Those are medicines, both for external application and internal use. They can cure illnesses or kill. If you save me, I'll give them all to you. Xia Huan drew in a sharp breath. He had actually awakened and was speaking. Most crucially, why was he staring directly at her while saying these words? Poison. Father, put that down immediately. Zhang Kongxing was extremely alarmed. Zhang Yoming, still shaken, set the object down. Do you expect us to simply take your word for it? We're not fools. You could say anything you wanted. Besides, do you really think we'd risk our lives for these medicines to save you? Xia Huan's words served as a reminder to the others once more. Li Sufin and Sun Xiaojin, whose resolve had already begun to waver, immediately shifted their expressions and watched Yi Luobai with caution. Then what if I told you there are dozens of refugees camped at the mountain's summit? Would you still choose not to save me? Yi Luobai's words caused the Cheng Xia and Zhang suddenly change their expressions. Not one or two, not a dozen, but dozens of refugees. Though initially startled, Xia Huan quickly regained her composure. I'll say it again. You can claim whatever you wish. Even if it's true, if we rescue you, will the refugees on the mountain simply vanish? Speaking had exhausted him. Yi Luobai attempted to respond, but his breath caught in his throat, causing him to cough until his face turned crimson. It took considerable time before he could compose himself. When he finally spoke again, his voice was hoarse. Everything I've said is true. I was fleeing persecution when I passed through this area and accidentally fell into a trap set by refugees. Despite our smaller numbers against their overwhelming force, they intended to capture and roast me alive. With no other option, I had no choice but to leap from the cliff. In addition to me, those refugees had also captured nearby villagers, planning to slaughter and consume them. Even setting aside this matter, you're aware of what happens when the disparity in strength between enemies and ourselves is this vast. By saving me, you gain an ally. As it stands, I'm severely wounded and penniless. Outside are refugees who kill and devour without hesitation. Only someone without sense would oppose you rather than unite with you against them. The thoughts of those present shifted subtly with his words. Just then a sound descended from above. Everyone looked up to see something resembling a human plummeting rapidly toward them. The thoughts of those present shifted subtly with his words. Just then a sound descended from above. Everyone looked up to see something resembling a human plummeting rapidly toward them. The thoughts of those present shifted subtly with his words. Just then a sound descended from above. Everyone looked up to see something resembling a human plummeting rapidly toward them. The thoughts of those present shifted subtly with his words. Just then a sound descended from above. Everyone looked up to see something resembling a human plummeting rapidly toward them. The thoughts of those present shifted subtly with his words. Just then a sound descended from above. Everyone looked up to see something resembling a human plummeting rapidly toward them. Hurry, move away. Don't gather together. Cheng Xiang shouted loudly. They abandoned Yi Luobai and ran towards the cave entrance where the vegetables were planted. Before they could reach it, with a bang, a blood-soaked person crashed onto the snow. The moment his body hit the ground, his limbs and other parts successively broke apart. The indistinct flesh and blood splashed up and then quickly fell, blood spraying everywhere. Sun Xiaojin and Li Sufin, upon seeing this, supported each other, covered their mouths, and collapsed to the ground. Tao Yago Dan and Cheng Yaya were no better. Their faces pale, and the timid ones directly burst into tears. Xia Xing and Xia Le stood on either side of Xia Huan, witnessing the scene ahead. Although the bloody sight brought them great shock, even making them want to vomit, they endured it, tightly clutching their sister's hand. If you feel nauseous, you can look elsewhere to distract yourself, Xia Huan said, suppressing her own queasy feeling. If it were a time of peace, she certainly would not want her younger siblings to see such things. But now, in this chaotic world with cannibalistic refugees outside, it would be absolutely unacceptable not to encourage them to become strong and brave. She could protect them for a while, but not for a lifetime. The Cheng and Zhang families held the same thought. They did not comfort their own children. Not far away, Yi Luobai watched emotionlessly the corpse that had been smashed into pieces near him. Now you should believe what I said, right? In the evening, it was already dark. The wind howled outside, but inside the cave the charcoal fire was warm. Everyone sat around on the ground, covered with oilcloth, holding bowls and eating. For dinner, they had sweet potato porridge and vegetable dumplings. Cheng Xiang chewed the vegetable dumpling in his mouth while staring at the opposite side. On the open ground, Yi Luobai, with his right hand injured, struggled to use chopsticks with his left hand. He failed once, twice, 3 times, a hint of anger appearing on his handsome features. Unable to bear it, Cheng Xiang finished the porridge in his bowl in one gulp, stood up, went to place the wooden ladle from the pot into Yi Luobai's bowl, and left without saying a word. Yi Luobai stared fixedly at the wooden ladle as if trying to see through it. Xia Huan, while eating, occasionally glanced over, wondering whether saving and keeping him was the right choice. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yuming walked over to Yi Luobai with his hands behind his back, a hint of smile on his face. Are you full? If not, I'll get you another bowl. Because of the earlier scene of the shattered corpse, everyone's appetite was not good. There was still some porridge left in the pot. It's enough, Yi Luobai said with an indifferent expression. Yi Luobai's expression was indifferent. Enduring the pain, he pulled out several small porcelain bottles from the clothes on his chest. Because he took out too many at once, all the bottles fell from his palm and rolled in different directions. Even they were against him. Just as he was fuming, a dark shadow fell before his eyes. He saw Zhang Yuming squat down and quickly gather all the bottles into his hands. Zhang Yuming said, "Which one do you want?" I'll open it for you. Not liking to trouble others by nature, Yi Luobai said calmly, I can do it myself. However, before his hand could fully extend, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Grandpa Lijing, since he says he can do it himself, let him handle it, Xia Huan said as she slowly walked over. At this moment he was still being stubborn and refusing help. In the end, wouldn't he be the one to suffer? Did he have to hit a wall before turning back? Yi Luobai was about to reach for the bottles himself when his qi and blood suddenly surged upward. A warm liquid rushed up, and with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood splattered on the ground and on the clothes on his chest. Zhang Yuming and Xia Huan were startled. He asked again, which bottle should I open? This time Yi Luobai did not hesitate. He pointed his index finger at a certain bottle. Just pour out 2 pills for me. Zhang Yuming quickly did as told. As soon as the bottle was opened, a medicinal smell spread. He sniffed it while guessing the ingredients. Xia Huan noticed Zhang Yuming's actions, but did not expose him. Over there, Li Sufan and Sun Xiaojun had boiled hot water and urged everyone to go wash up. Since there were only 2 wooden basins, one for washing faces and one for soaking feet, everyone had to take turns, which was very inconvenient. Xia Huan casually mentioned, although it's cold now and we don't need to bathe frequently, the sweat from work sticks to the body and is uncomfortable. I think we should build a small square room specifically for washing made of wooden boards or bamboo. Also, if it's sunny tomorrow, we can first build a latrine near the cave entrance where the vegetables are planted using wood. It certainly won't be finished in a day or 2, but constant dripping wears away stone. If we do a little every day, it will get done. Men can wash up quickly, but women are different. They need to pay more attention to cleanliness and hygiene. As for the materials needed for these tasks during the day, when no one was around, she had used the telescope in the supply area to look at the situation down the mountain. She already had an idea. When they went down the mountain, they could find bamboo on the mountain. If the opportunity allowed, she also wanted to go back to the village to see how things were there. As the saying goes, everyone has 3 urgent needs. When Xia Huan said this, the others all agreed and stated that they would build the latrine first. After washing up, the men and women went to their sleeping areas. Earlier, Cheng Xiang had given Yi Luobai a set of clean old clothes and some hot water, and he had also washed up briefly. Yi Luobai clutched the clothes in his hand without changing. He watched those people sleeping on the large communal bed, feeling no drowsiness. The sounds of snoring gradually came from around. At that moment, only the charcoal fire emitted a faint glow. He glanced around, then moved quietly, taking off his dirty clothes and changing into clean ones as quickly as possible. Later, exhausted and sleepy, he thought he would just lie down for a moment, but ended up sleeping until the sun was high in the sky the next day. Also waking up late, Xia Huan was drinking a bowl of porridge. Not far away, Xia Xing and Xia Lu were practicing Bajuanjin with proper form. Go Dan Taoya and Cheng Ye were imitating them beside them, though their movements were slightly off. They were all very earnest. Sun Xiaojun, sitting nearby, watched her own children, her eyes stinging, and quietly wiped away tears. Li Sufan saw this and sighed lightly. Cheer up. Your maiden home in Xinghua village is close to the mountains. Maybe your parents are already in a safe place. Your elder brother and 2 nephews are strong and sturdy. With them, they should be fine. Speaking of this, she also thought of her own maiden home. Her maiden family was originally in the neighboring village. Later, her 2 older brothers, who had been traveling and working outside, gradually found some opportunities in Xiangzhou, so they took their parents and moved the whole family there. Now she didn't know how things were over there. I hope the heavens have mercy, and it's really so. My 2 nephews, Sun Zhan and Sun Jia, indeed take after my elder brother. Not to mention anything else, their strength is a bit better than other men. Afraid that her emotions would affect others, Sun Xiaojun hastily wiped away the tears on her face. Neither of them noticed the strange expression on Yi Luobai's face, who was sitting not far away. At that moment, Yi Luobai replayed the scene atop the mountain in his mind. In the chaos, he collided with a tall man who had also been captured by the refugees. The man claimed his name was Sun Jia, and that he had deliberately let himself be captured to rescue his grandfather. Initially, the 2 agreed to look out for each other. But then things went awry. The refugees, fighting over food, went berserk and began seizing anyone they could find, intending to cook and eat them. Unfortunately, he was caught. Unwilling to become someone's meal, and pushed to the brink, he had no choice but to leap off the cliff. The name Sun Jia was quite common, perhaps it was merely a coincidence of names. At noon, the sun blazed overhead. Another fine day. Cheng Xiang and the other men finished their breakfast and headed to the open area to plan the construction of the outhouse. To lift Sun Xiaojun and Li Sufin's spirits, Xia Huan asked them to check on the vegetables planted the day before. She was confident they would thrive, for she had watered them with spirit spring water. Sure enough, the green seedlings looked fresher than yesterday, and faint green shoots had emerged from the chive roots. So subtle, they were nearly imperceptible. They really can grow. Li Sufin shouted excitedly, clutching Sun Xiaojun with one hand and Xia Huan with the other. The others outside had already heard the news, and upon hearing her voice, smiled in unison. The site for the outhouse had been chosen, and Cheng Ligan and Zhang Kangsheng fetched the farming tools to begin work. Surprisingly, Cheng Xiang didn't go to help. Instead, he pulled Xia Huan aside. "Xia, the weather has been nice these past 2 days. I think we can go down to scout the area below." Xia Huan had already guessed what he wanted to say. "I heard Aunt Li say that Dabai picked up another thing this morning." Dabai was the name she had given to the larger snow wolf, and similarly the smaller one was called Xiaobai. "Right, speaking of which, I was just about to show you that amazing thing." Cheng Xiang handed her the object with great excitement. She took the telescope and asked knowingly, "What is this?" "The most wondrous thing about this object is that it allows you to see things far away. Place it over your eyes." As he spoke, he lifted the telescope to her eyes. "See, what you're looking at now is the distant view. Isn't it incredibly clear?" Xia Huan feigned astonishment, nodding vigorously. "What is this thing? How can it be so miraculous?" After expressing her amazement, she broke into a delighted smile. "Wonderful. With this we can see what the situation is like at the foot of the mountain." Earlier, after learning to use the telescope with the snow wolf's guidance, Cheng Xiang had immediately looked down at the mountain base. He looked at Xia Huan and said, "You're right. I just used this thing to look down. Below that small flat area there are protruding spots at intervals. One of them connects directly to the mountain. It's steep, but if we have enough rope we can enter or descend the mountain from there." Xia Huan had noticed the same thing yesterday and shared his thoughts. She tilted her head to look at him. "The weather is beautiful today. How about we go down now?" They presented their idea to Cheng Ligan and the others, and after much persuasion, they finally relented. However, what Cheng Ligan said next left Xia Huan feeling quite exasperated. He said, "Xia Xiang and I will go down." "You're not going." Zhang Kangsheng added, "Brother Cheng is right. You're a girl, you shouldn't do something so dangerous." "I can go too." Xia Huan looked to Cheng Xiang for help, but he saw her plea and said nothing. Left with no choice, she played her trump card. "The passage connecting to the mountain is narrow. My build is just right for going across first to secure the rope. Otherwise, Brother Cheng, do you want to tiptoe and hold your breath to get through? With the rope secured, it won't be so troublesome. Besides, I'll have a rope attached to me too, so nothing will go wrong." After much persuasion, they grudgingly agreed, repeatedly telling Cheng Xiang to keep a close eye on her. Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang divided the rope into 8 strands, each taking 4. They twisted every 2 strands together, creating 2 sturdy, thick ropes. After the earlier refugee incident, she had gone to the town and bought a large amount of rope. And since the Cheng family were hunters, they were hardly short of such supplies. Together, they spliced the ropes to an impressive length, roughly 100 meters. They tied both ropes to a nearby tree, keeping one in hand for descending while securing the other around their waists as a double safety measure against any mishap. And so, under everyone's watchful eyes, Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang grasped the ropes and descended slowly. The people above breathed sighs of relief when they saw the pair land safely on the first protruding ledge. Cheng Ligan shouted down to them anxiously, "If you can't hold on midway, shake the ropes vigorously and we'll pull you back up." "Got it, Dad, don't worry." Cheng Xiang and Xia Huan exchanged a glance, gripped the ropes, and continued descending in perfect sync. During the descent, Xia Huan glanced at the scenery below. She wasn't afraid of heights, but experiencing it firsthand still made her heart race with a hint of trepidation. Soon they reached the second ledge. This one was narrower, just enough for their feet. Then came the third, and upon reaching the fourth, they both noticed that over half the rope was already used. Fortunately, this spot was spacious enough to stand. Xia Huan used the telescope to look down. "Brother Cheng, I've checked. 3 more descents, and we'll be there. Good thing there's no wind today." Let's hurry and keep going. It was as if speaking of trouble summoned it. The moment they landed on the next ledge, a gust of wind swept through. Xia Huan, standing at the edge and not yet steady, wobbled as the wind hit her. She flung her arms out to regain her balance, but panic made her movements more frantic and clumsy. Xia, don't panic. Seeing her about to fall, Cheng Xiang acted without hesitation. He shifted his footing toward her, holding the rope with one hand, while reaching out with the other to grab her right hand. Fortunately, he caught her. After this close call, Xia Huan, despite the cold sweat on her forehead, became even more cautious, focusing with utmost vigilance. She didn't pause to rest, but urged him to continue downward. This made Cheng Xiang look at her with newfound respect. After more time, they finally reached the narrow passage connecting to the mountain. Only a little rope remained, not enough to reach the next landing point. Brother Cheng, I'll go across first. Taking a deep breath and holding it, Xia Huan clutched the rope, using her hands to grip the steep rocks nearby for leverage, tiptoeing carefully along the narrow path. During this time, Cheng Xiang also held his breath, not daring to make a sound. Time passed with agonizing slowness. Xia Huan had never felt walking so difficult. Seeing that she was about to reach the grassy area, she continued to hold her breath. With the rope, Cheng Xiang crossed over with ease. Before leaving, they hid the rope in the snow. Observing the surroundings through the telescope, they learned that they were currently on the left side of the mountain, while the cave entrance lay directly ahead. Therefore, they needed to descend and circle around to the front. They walked until noon, eating vegetable dumplings as they hurried along. Time was pressing. They had to return to the cave before dusk. After walking for about half an hour, they reached the front side. According to his memory, Cheng Xiang led her to the river he had seen before, but now there was no flowing water, only a frozen surface. Xia Huan removed an iron rod from her waist, its bottom sharp, and casually drew a circle slightly larger than a basket on the ice. Brother Cheng, let's work together to break through here and see if there are fish underneath. Cheng Xiang stared at the iron rod in her hand, his eyes showing great interest. Seeing this, she smiled and explained, I had the blacksmith in town make this specially for me after the refugee crisis hit the village. It's for self-defense. In reality, she had taken it from the supplies area. He didn't dwell on it further, untying the shovel from his waist. Step back. Seeing her move aside, he struck the ice repeatedly with the shovel, sending shards flying. In no time, an ice hole appeared before Xia Huan, and she couldn't help but marvel at how powerful strength could be. She took out chopped cabbage she had prepared beforehand and threw it into the water. Upon closer inspection, one could see fine particles sinking along with the cabbage. Fish bait also taken from the supplies area. I wonder if the fish will eat the cabbage leaves. If not, we should bring some minced meat next time. Cheng Xiang had barely finished speaking when he spotted a dark shadow beneath the water. Focusing his eyes, he realized it was a fish swimming toward them. Without a net, they each stood on opposite sides and caught the fish with their bare hands. The fish seemed either frozen stiff or starved into a frenzy, sluggish in their reactions, too focused on eating to notice. Every time they reached and they caught one, the icy water chilled them to the bone, yet their excitement grew with each catch. Xia Huan felt as though she were dreaming, walking along a path and finding money everywhere she stepped. In the end, they only stopped when their hands had lost nearly all sensation. She squatted down and began counting the fish, 16 on her side, 25 on Cheng Xiang's. Let's quickly pack the fish into the sack and clean up here before we head back. Having caught so many fish, Cheng Xiang's grin stretched from ear to ear. Brother Cheng, I want to return to the village and see if the refugees have left. If they haven't and have instead gone up the mountain, we should prepare a strategy in advance. What do you think? Cheng Xiang paused mid-motion, his brows furrowing. Before she could guess what he was thinking, he said, Then let's hide the fish in a safe place quickly. All right. After a difficult descent, the two of them hid behind an abandoned courtyard gate at the village entrance to observe what was happening outside. I don't see anyone in the fields. They're completely bare with all the grain and vegetables gone. There's no one on the village path either. Should we keep moving down? Since they were already there, Cheng Xiang also wanted to understand the current situation, so he nodded in agreement. They then quickly entered the courtyard of the same family, where Zhang Yoming's family had hidden last time, hoping to observe from that vantage point. Brother Cheng, don't you hear that strange noise? She wasn't the only one who heard it. He caught it too, and it seemed to be coming from that small house behind them. They exchanged glances and quietly made their way toward it in silent agreement. Peering through the dilapidated wooden door, which had several rotting holes, they looked inside. As their eyes adjusted, they both widened in horror, nausea rising in their stomachs. Inside the cramped, disheveled room, a disheveled woman with blood smeared across her face wore a sinister grin. She held a knife, methodically slicing through a naked corpse on the stove, each cut accompanied by a cold laugh. A bloodied left hand was tossed into the steaming pot nearby, followed by a right leg. The two witnesses outside were overcome with the urge to vomit. Suddenly, Xia Huan, whose hearing was keen, caught the sound of footsteps and voices approaching from outside. She tugged at Cheng Xiang's sleeve to warn him. The two quickly hid in what had once been a chicken and duck coop, where firewood was stacked high. No sooner had they concealed themselves than over 20 refugees entered the courtyard, men, women, and children of all ages, and surged into the small room like a swarm. This fucking bitch dared to cook and eat people behind our backs. Kill her. Get her dead and boil her up to eat right now. Eat her up, eat her up. Aunt. Accompanied by the woman's scream, she stumbled and pushed her way through the crowd. As she stepped just outside the door, thinking she might escape, she never saw the several dirty hands reaching out from behind to grab her. A burly man with thick flesh and an oily face wielded the bloodied knife, his expression savage, as he severed the woman's left hand in one brutal strike. The other refugees watched and erupted into excited cheers. The two hiding in the shadows watched with grim expressions. From what they had witnessed, they now understood that the situation was far more dire than they had ever imagined. While the group was distracted inside the small room, they slipped away quietly and quickly, heading straight back up the mountain. They didn't stop until halfway there, resting briefly before pressing on with renewed urgency until they reached the river where they had fished earlier. The fish, packed in a sack, had been hidden beneath a snowdrift somewhere. They had just arrived and were about to retrieve them when voices suddenly drifted from behind. Fortunately, the snowdrift behind them blocked the line of sight to where the voices were coming from. Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang exchanged glances, then quietly crept behind the snowdrift, peeking out just enough to follow the sound. They saw two men and a woman ahead. They could tell one was a woman because the figure lying on the ice had disheveled hair and a slight build. You fucking whore, how dare you deceive us and make us waste 2 days out here with nothing to show for it. No sooner had the brutal voice finished than the sharp sound of slaps rang out. Then another man spoke up. Brother Biao, what should we do now? If we go back empty-handed, those people on the mountain will surely skin us alive. The man known as Biao, with his rough features, smiled wickedly. We've got one right here. Bringing this dead bitch back will count as completing our mission. Most of the people on the mountain are men, and the few women they had before were all used to death. If we bring her back, those men will go absolutely crazy with joy. He bent down and scooped up the woman in one motion. As he lifted her, her long hair fanned out behind her, revealing her face. It was Zhang Jinjin. Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang, hiding in the shadows, were both startled. Zhang Jinjin's face was bruised and swollen, covered in wounds. Weak and helpless, she wept silently and pleaded in a mournful tone. I'm telling the truth. I saw with my own eyes several people from my village carrying a cartload of food along with many other belongings. They're right here on this mountain. If you search again, you'll definitely find them. Bah, you stubborn bitch, still lying after all this. I was fooled by you the day before yesterday and spent the whole day scouring the mountain for those people. It's freezing here, and our men are on the mountain. If there really were a dozen villagers as you claim, how could we have missed them? The anger surged within him, and Biaozi struck Zhang Jinjin twice more across the face. Beaten, Zhang Jinjin's heart turned to ash, her eyes filled with despair and resentment. 2 nights ago, as she was dozing off in a tree hollow, a torch suddenly illuminated her face, revealing the 2 men before her. That night was the most terrifying, nauseating, and suffocating experience of her life. They had just told her they would take her up the mountain, where dozens of men like them were waiting. The thought made her wish for death, but her will to survive drove her mind to race. Please, kind sirs, let me go. There's still food in our village. I can take you there. Biaozi exchanged a glance with the other man, their eyes betraying a hint of interest. This group had fled from various prefectures and met in a small village in Jinzhou, where they decided to travel together. They agreed to share fortunes and food, splitting into pairs. Each day 2 pairs would take turns foraging for anything edible. Whatever they brought back, no matter what it was, would be shared. If they failed to find food, they would have to offer themselves as sustenance for the others. Even if the faint-hearted fled to other places, they would still face starvation or be slaughtered by other refugees. Staying with the group gave them a better chance of survival. Zhang Jinjin noticed the exchange of glances between the 2 men and thought she might finally be spared from being taken up the mountain. A smile spread across her face. But the next moment Biaozi struck her on the back of the head, knocking her unconscious. He hoisted her onto his shoulder and sneered, "This woman is laughably naive." With that, the 2 men headed toward the mountain. Once they were far away, Xia Huan clutched her chest and shivered. "Ow, so cold, so cold." Cheng Xiang saw her pale face, turned around, and shouldered the sack of fish. "Let's head back. It's getting dark and the wind might pick up." She agreed, and realizing she couldn't be of much help, she picked up the iron rod and walked with a limp. After some time, the 2 returned to the spot where they had descended. Cheng Xiang first tied the sack of fish tightly with a rope, then swung it vigorously a few times. After waiting about a dozen seconds, the rope was pulled up. On the mountain, Cheng Ligan and Zhang Kangsheng were the ones pulling the rope. While digging and repairing the latrine, they kept an eye on the rope's movement. The moment they saw it move, they pulled together. As they pulled it higher, they spotted the sack. At first they were puzzled, but after hauling it up and opening it, they saw it was filled with fish. Delighted, they assumed it was Cheng Xiang and Xia Huan's doing. They lowered the rope again. Below, Cheng Xiang and Xia Huan, having secured themselves, grabbed the rope and climbed up the cliff face with their feet. Ascending was easier than descending, and even with occasional gusts of wind, they managed well. At last, Cheng Ligan and Zhang Kangsheng saw the figures of the 2 below. Each pulled a rope, hauling them up, then retrieved and stored the ropes. Once on top, Xia Huan collapsed onto the snow, panting heavily. Cheng Xiang was not much better, breathing slightly labored. "Xiang, Chia, have some hot water to warm yourselves." "Your aunt just brought it over," Zhang Kangsheng said, pouring a bamboo tube of hot water for each of them. Holding the warm water, they drank some, and the chill gradually subsided. After a moment, to recover, Cheng Xiang recounted everything he had witnessed down the mountain. The others who had come out of the cave joyfully upon hearing of Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang's return happened to overhear those words. Now the village and the mountain are overrun with refugees. It seems the outside world is truly in turmoil. I thought the imperial court would quickly devise countermeasures, but now it looks like a tall order. Zhang Yuming let out a heavy sigh, his face a mixture of helplessness and indignation. If outside refugees are cannibalizing each other, then my parents. Sun Xiaojin, her face drained of color, went weak in the knees and nearly collapsed, but was caught around the waist by the quick-eyed Li Sufan. Zhang Kangsheng, worried about his wife, rushed over to support Sun Xiaojin, soothing her gently and vowing, "Next time the weather is good, I'll go down the mountain with them and find them in Xinghua village." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaojin's tears fell even harder. She clutched the fabric of his back tightly. On one side were her natal family, on the other, her husband, the father of her 2 children. In this chaotic world, she didn't want to lose anyone. The others witnessing this scene felt a heavy ache in their hearts. Cheng Ligan, recalling his son's words, seized on a key point. "Xiang, didn't you say Zhang Jinjin told the refugees on the mountain that our village has food? I suspect they'll come to the village soon. If the 2 groups of refugees clash, no matter who wins, there will be countless casualties. Plus more refugees from other places will pass through here. The outside is bound to be in chaos for a while." Zhang Yuming nodded in agreement. "Moreover, the refugees on the mountain now know of our existence from Zhang Jinjin. They might not believe it yet since they haven't found any trace, but if they discover even a hint, they'll surely connect it to her words. For now, let's stay here and try not to go out," Li Sufan blurted out anxiously, then immediately realized her mistake. She cast an apologetic glance at Sun Xiaojin, who was silently weeping in Zhang Kangsheng's arms. Beside them, Zhang Yuming watched his son and daughter-in-law huddled together, thinking of his eldest son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and 2 granddaughters who had left. His hand instinctively reached for the tobacco pipe that used to hang at his waist, but found nothing. It dawned on him that he had lost it that day while fleeing from the refugees. Xia Huan looked at the heartbroken Sun Xiaojin and sighed inwardly. Life is unpredictable, and sudden events catch everyone off guard. Who could have foreseen this? Separated from family, each worrying about the other, the reality was cruel and moving. But she understood the current situation and would not overstep. She had neither 3 heads nor 6 arms, nor was she the Virgin Mary. She only wished to survive with her younger siblings by her side. Xia, what do you think? Given the current situation, how should we respond? It was Chung Ligan who asked. Over this period of time through their interactions, he had come to realize in many ways that Xia Huan had grown mature and sensible, her insights often surpassing those of someone her age. Xia Huan pondered briefly, then said, "In my view, upon hearing the news, the refugees in the mountains will likely deliberate carefully, for they know nothing of the situation in the village. Even if they harbor thoughts of launching an attack, they will first send scouts to reconnoiter and observe in secret before making a decision based on the actual circumstances. I believe they won't make any major moves in the coming days. If they do act, it will most likely result in mutual destruction. Should the mountain refugees emerge victorious, they would gain 2 strongholds. Conversely, if we prevail, the threat from the mountains would be temporarily eliminated. Therefore, I still think we should strengthen our defenses and enhance our own capabilities. Only when we are assured of our safety should we venture down the mountain to procure the supplies we need. After all, this place is relatively secluded and secure. It's the only spot where we can settle down in peace and continue to develop." The others listened to her words while contemplating the implications, and the more they thought, the more reasonable it seemed. Those who had been troubled, worried, and confused suddenly felt enlightened, gaining a renewed sense of purpose. What they had witnessed down the mountain had somewhat dampened everyone's spirits. As darkness fell, they returned one by one to the cave. Having returned to the cave earlier, Xia Huan worked together with Li Sufin to process the fish they had brought back that day. She took out 4 grass carp, each weighing about 3 to 4 jin, intending to make spicy boiled fish. She kept a few for Da Bai and Xiao Bai, while the rest were salted by Li Sufin to be preserved as cured or air-dried fish for later consumption. The meal turned out to be a feast of fiery, numbing fish that left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Even Sun Xiaojin, who had been in low spirits, couldn't help but praise Xia Huan's culinary skills. The fish was tingling and spicy, and with a sip of the savory broth, warmth spread through their entire bodies. While they ate with relish, Yi Luo Bai on the other side sat with a resentful expression, spooning thin porridge. His injuries required him to avoid certain foods. He glared fixedly at Xia Huan, who was eating with animated delight, convinced that she had deliberately prepared spicy food just to torment him and keep him from enjoying it. Yet, given his years of picky eating and exacting standards for food, just smelling the aroma wafting through the air was enough for him to imagine how delicious the fish must be. Yi Luo Bai lowered his gaze to his wounded area, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Those people would pay dearly for what they'd done. After washing up, everyone retired to their bedding on the floor, each lost in their own thoughts. Sleeping early meant waking early. Having kept a regular sleep schedule lately, Xia Huan took advantage of the quiet moment to look in the mirror, noticing that her face seemed even fairer than before. She attributed it to drinking the spirit spring water and using skincare products. It's said that women are naturally fond of beauty, and she was no exception. This realization lifted her spirits considerably, and she wasn't as stern as usual when teaching her younger siblings combat drills. Tao Go Dan and Cheng Ya's balance and other abilities were still below par, so they continued practicing the fundamentals. The men were outside working on the latrine. Lately, because of the snow, the ground had frozen solid, making it extremely difficult and time-consuming to dig. Li Sufin and Sun Xiaojin were busy clearing new plots of land to plant vegetables, having noticed that morning that the seedlings and chive roots in the garden were growing better and better, and the garlic had sprouted a small section of green shoots. Everyone was occupied with their own tasks, except for Yi Luo Bai, who was still recovering from his injuries. At noon, after lunch, taking advantage of the warm sun, the men discussed cutting down a couple of trees, some wood to make defensive bows and arrows, and some to dry for firewood. Using an axe was time-consuming and laborious, so Xia Huan brought out the chainsaw and demonstrated how to operate it, teaching them the proper technique. As a result, the time spent felling trees was greatly reduced. The freshly cut timber was still covered in snow and full of moisture, so they first sawed the trees into sections and laid them out to dry. Another peaceful day passed. The next day dawned clear and bright with blue skies and white clouds. Seeing such fine weather, Qing Ziang felt the urge to go down the mountain to forage for food once more. Knowing his mother would never agree, he went to pester his father instead. When persuasion failed, he invoked the words Xia Huan had spoken the day before. In the end, Cheng Ligan repeatedly admonished him and finally let him head down the mountain. Xia Huan, wanting to survey the situation herself, went along as well. With the experience from last time, the descent went smoothly. The two arrived near the riverbank. As they crouched behind a snowdrift that offered concealment, drinking water and resting, the sound of footsteps approached from their left. "Genre, don't be impulsive. Even if we find those people, what good would it do? They outnumber us. Are you in such a hurry to offer yourself up as a sacrifice? The ones taken were my own father and my own son. I'm just as anxious and furious as you. But we must stay calm, think rationally, and outwit them, not charge in recklessly like a hot-headed brute." A middle-aged man with a dark complexion, a short black beard, and wearing a thin patched garment placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and urged him. Beside them stood a gaunt, haggard-looking middle-aged woman whose eyes were swollen from weeping. The woman sobbed, "Your younger brother walked right into the wolf's den to save your grandfather. Now their fate is unknown. Your grandmother, unable to bear the successive blows, has already passed away. Genre, I can't endure another loss. I don't want you taking the same risks as your brother." The young man called Genre frowned deeply, his resolve visibly wavering. At that moment, he spotted two figures descending from the mountain in the distance. He quickly scanned his surroundings and, spotting the snowdrift before them, grabbed his father's arm with his left hand and his mother's with his right. "Father, mother, people are coming down the mountain. Let's hide." The three dashed behind the snowdrift, only to come face to face with Cheng Xiang, who was holding an axe and wore a fierce expression. You. The exclamation burst from both the young man and Cheng Xiang simultaneously, astonishment written across their faces. Clearly they knew each other. Hiding behind them, Xia Huan peeked out briefly, then urged, "Those two are almost here. Keep quiet, all of you." And so they all sealed their lips. Soon footsteps accompanied by conversation drifted over. "Daju, you and I have worked together several times now, fleeing south from the same place. We've been through so much together that we're practically sworn brothers. Today let me speak from the heart. That Su Daqiang bullies the weak, seizing territory and lording over everyone. Anyone who defies him meets a terrible end. He talks about sharing fortune and hardship, but every time we hand over the food we find, do we ever get an equal share in our bowls? The extra food goes to his lackeys and those who curry favor with him. When danger comes, we're the first ones pushed out. We risk our lives out here searching for food, while he lives in comfort and ease. More indulgent than the emperor himself, if you ask me. He sent us to scout out the village today. If the village has decent conditions, I don't even want to go back." Daju grew flustered halfway through the speech, his face full of anxiety as he said, "Brother Biaozi, that won't do. We all know Su Daqiang and his men aren't ordinary folks. They're notorious thugs from Liangzhou, infamous for their cruelty. That's the only reason they can keep the rest of us in line. From what I can see, the people in the village are likely just ordinary folk with no real strength. Given this contrast, you'll understand what would happen if we were to betray Su Daqiang. I'll pretend I never heard what you just said. Don't speak of it again." Daju spoke firmly and quickened his pace as he walked away. Biaozi, still standing in place, spat a thick wad of phlegm onto the ground. "Pa, cowardly weaklings." Several people hiding behind the snowdrift heard every word clearly. Once the others had walked far enough away, Xia Huan, whose legs had gone numb from squatting, rose to her feet and bent over to knead her thighs. "Brother Cheng, do you know these people?" Cheng Xiang gazed at the three figures and replied, "Those are Aunt Sun's family from her maiden side. Uncle Sun, Aunt Huang, and son Zhang, who's of our generation." The Zhang and Cheng families had maintained close ties over the years, which meant they'd crossed paths with the Sun family on several occasions. Xia Huan recalled that Sun Xiaozhen had once mentioned her eldest brother and nephew were both robust and powerful men. Now that she was looking at them, it proved to be true. Even clad in thin garments, their well-built frames remained unmistakable. "Xiang, it's such a relief to run into you here. Do you know whether your Aunt Sun and the others are doing well?" Sun Xiaowang, deeply concerned for his sister, asked anxiously. Cheng Xiang turned to Xia Huan, and after she nodded, he replied honestly, "Aunt Sun and the village head are currently in a very safe place." "However, what were you just referring to?" Hearing this, Huang Pingping's tears began flowing again, her expression filled with grief. Sun Zhan reached out and awkwardly wrapped his arm around his mother's shoulders. Sun Xiaoguang blinked his reddened eyes, drew in a sharp breath, and then began to recount the events. A few days prior, refugees had suddenly attacked the village. The three of them, father and sons, had protected their family and retreated to the mountains outside the village. Everything was fine until his father grew worried about the grain they'd left behind mid-journey and went back to retrieve it, but he never returned. We split up to search for him. When Zhan'er and I finally found him, we witnessed a group of armed refugees dragging away Jir, who had been trying to rescue our father. Zhan'er wanted to charge out and save him, but I held him back. At that moment, his only thought was to get his mother and son to safety first, then go alone to rescue them, even if it meant death. But what happened next caught him completely off guard. That very night, my mother, already frail and weakened by the exhausting journey and emotional toll, passed away. The place where we'd taken shelter wasn't particularly safe, and the provisions we'd brought were nearly gone. Zhan'er, desperate to save their family, secretly planned to go alone without telling me or Ping Ping. Fortunately, I discovered his plan in time, and we followed him here. Witnessing the steadfast man struggling to contain his emotions, Xia Huan could only imagine the hardships he had endured. How much willpower and endurance did it take to hold back his son when his own flesh and blood had been taken? He had to prevent further losses while bearing his own pain. A parent's love for their child drives them to plan for the long term. She recognized the crucial detail and asked, "Could the refugees who took your son be nearby?" Sun Zhan nodded. "Yes. That day my father and I followed them all the way to the mountain where dozens of refugees had set up camp together." Just as Xia Huan was about to speak, a brown object caught her eye at the edge of the snowdrift directly ahead. She exchanged a glance with Cheng Xiang, who immediately understood and tightened his grip on the axe as he looked in her direction. The Sun family members quickly sensed something was amiss and followed their gaze. Sun Xiaoguang exchanged a look with his son and Cheng Xiang, and they moved from different positions to form a surrounding formation, advancing toward the front. Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang took positions on the left, while the Sun father and son flanked them on the right. By the time the people behind the snowdrift realized what was happening, they were already completely surrounded. "How could it be you?" The Sun father and son stared at the two women, one man, and two children before them. One of the women was an elderly matron with sharp triangular eyes and a bitterly thin face. The other man and woman were her son and daughter-in-law, the children's parents. Those people were their neighbors, but the relationship between the families had never been particularly good. The old widow Lu was notorious for gossiping behind people's backs, sharp-tongued, domineering, and unreasonable. Her son and daughter-in-law were no better, and their influence had corrupted the two children, as well, turning them into the village's most notorious young bullies. Most of Xinghua Village's residents held this family in contempt. Once they realized they'd been discovered, Lu placed a hand on her hip and looked down her nose at Sun Xiaoguang. "This isn't your property, so we go where we please. Besides, I'm your elder and a fellow villager. With things so chaotic now, what harm would it do to offer some assistance?" Her son and daughter-in-law quickly chimed in, both wearing expressions of entitlement. Lu then turned her hostile gaze towards Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang, commanding, "Didn't they just say your sister is in a safe place? Make them take us there." "Exactly. You must have plenty of food there. We've been eating potatoes for days and have lost all taste. Whatever provisions you have, hand them over." Lu's daughter-in-law swallowed hard, her face twisted with greed. "Oh, who gave you the audacity to make demands here?" Xia Huan cracked her knuckles, ready for a fight. Seeing only a half-grown girl standing before her, Lu let out a mocking laugh. "How dare a junior speak to me this way? It shows just how poor your family's upbringing and character must be." Xia Huan had reached her limit. Insulting her family crossed a line she wouldn't tolerate. Without hesitation, she delivered 2 sharp slaps to Lu's face. Lu fell silent instantly, hands flying to her cheek in utter disbelief. Lu's son saw his mother struck and immediately straightened up, stepping forward to confront Xia Huan. "You dare lay a hand on her?" Sun Xiaoguang advanced a few steps, raising his fist in a threatening manner. The son turned pale with fear, unable to utter a single word. "Big brother Sun, how could you treat my mother this way?" he accused bitterly. "Say one more word, and I'll beat you to death." Sun Zhan swung his fist and knocked Lu's son to the ground in a single blow. He continued angrily, Father, this family must have followed us the entire way and stolen our potatoes while we were in disarray. No wonder our grain kept disappearing without explanation. Look at the cloth bag Lu is carrying. It's clearly ours. I tore the middle section while evading the refugees, and I remember it perfectly. We need to deal with them quickly before they attract those refugees from the mountain. Xia Huan examined the bag and confirmed it was theirs. His earlier hesitation hardened into resolve. If their potatoes hadn't been stolen, this family wouldn't have gone hungry for days. Seeing the murderous intent in the father and son's eyes, Lu and the others finally felt genuine fear. But Lu still clung to her seniority, sticking her neck out and shouting, "How dare you? Heaven has eyes." Xia Huan, having lost all patience, rolled her eyes. With people like this, there was no reasoning. Only force would work. If the old woman kept screaming, she'd bring the refugees down on them. Grabbing Lu by the collar, Xia Huan delivered several more slaps, then glanced back at the stunned father and son. "What are you waiting for? Move." The old widow Lu was notorious for gossiping behind people's backs, sharp-tongued, domineering, and unreasonable. Her son and daughter-in-law were no better, and their influence had corrupted the two children, as well, turning them into the village's most notorious young bullies. Most of Xinghua village's residents held this family in contempt. If the old woman kept screaming, she'd bring the refugees down on them. Grabbing Lu by the collar, Xia Huan delivered several more slaps, then glanced back at the stunned father and son. "What are you waiting for? Move." Snapping back to his senses, Xia Huan hesitated between Lu's son and daughter-in-law, ultimately deciding to tease Lu's son. Sun Zhan cared not whether it was man or woman. He showed no mercy to those who endangered his family. Ignoring their tearful pleas, he knocked them out with a single punch. The remaining two children glared at them with fierce eyes, spewing malicious and venomous words. "You murderous villains, you lowlifes. How dare you bully my parents? I'll kill you all, break your hands, and feed them to the dogs. Dare to touch my family. I'll beat you to death, bite you to death. None of you will escape." They bared their teeth and lunged at Cheng Xiang and the Sun family, father and son. The outcome was obvious. They were quickly subdued and restrained. Lu fainted from shock, while the other two were knocked unconscious. Sun Zhan snatched the bag with the few remaining potatoes. "Uncle Sun, last time a villager from our same village was captured by the refugees on the mountain. She told them we were on the mountain, but they didn't believe her yet. If this family gets caught by the refugees again, they'll surely reveal our hiding spot." So, Cheng Xiang gazed at the three unconscious figures, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Xia Huan raised her hand to express her opinion. "I agree." The Sun family had been through much recently and naturally understood the gravity of the situation. Thus, at Xia Huan's suggestion, they brought the 3 adults and 2 children to a remote, desolate place. The method of dealing with Lu and the others was the same as when Xia Huan had handled Zhang Jinjin before, except this time Cheng Xiang and the Sun father and son joined in. Following Xia Huan's lead, they stripped off the outer garments of Lu's group and tore them into cloth strips. Lu's son and daughter-in-law were quickly bound hand and foot with the cloth strips. Just as Sun Zhan was about to bind Lu, she suddenly opened her eyes, which had been shut tight, and rammed her head into his stomach, knocking him to the ground. Then she dashed swiftly to her 2 young grandsons, grabbed their hands, and fled. After them, Cheng Xiang shouted, and the group gave chase. Xia Huan stayed behind to clean up the mess. Lu had escaped. If those 2 also got away, it would be disastrous. After the Zhang Jinjin incident, she had fully learned a lesson. If you don't root out the weeds, they will grow again with the spring breeze. Some might call her ruthless and heartless, but if she didn't eliminate the threat completely, the consequences would be endless. In the end, she and her family would suffer. As she always said, she was no Virgin Mary, as she didn't have the magnanimity to keep ticking time bombs by her side, especially in this cannibalistic, chaotic world. She didn't want to gamble, and she dared not gamble. With a swift motion, she covered the 2 bodies with snow, piling it thick. Even if someone passed by, they would notice nothing unusual. After finishing, she entered her space to freshen up briefly, then went out to find Cheng Xiang and the others. Following their tracks, it wasn't long before she spotted Cheng Xiang and the rest heading back, but there was no sign of Lu and her group. With a nervous heart, she ran up and asked, "How did it go?" Cheng Xiang said, "When we caught up, Lu was running with her 2 grandsons toward the edge of a slope. They couldn't stop in time, and all tumbled down. By the time we got down to check they were. Later we buried their bodies under the snow. Xia Huan sighed inwardly for a moment, then perked up and said, "We've been out for quite a while today. Let's hurry and gather more useful things to take back, and be careful not to run into the refugees on the mountain. Brother Qingyu and Brother Sun go over there to cut more bamboo. Aunt Huang, Uncle Sun, you two come with me to the river to catch fish. When you're done, come find us." Cheng Xiang understood from her words that she was willing to bring the Sun family to the cave. He had no objections either. Through what had just happened, he knew the Suns were decisive and discerning people, not pushovers to be bullied. He acknowledged and called Sun Zhan to leave with him. Xia Huan and Sun Xiaowang each used tools to chisel open a smaller ice hole than last time. She worried that if they came too often, the refugees might discover there was a river beneath with fish. Although they always covered up after each visit, there was no guarantee against accidents. If the refugees found out, they would surely gather here, leaving them with even less room to move. This time, with 3 people fishing, they caught more and faster than before. With Sun Xiaowang carrying several burlap sacks, the 3 of them fished until they filled 2 large bags with fish. Xia Huan estimated that the last catch had weighed about 120,130 jin, while this one was probably over 200 jin. After tying the bags securely, Cheng Xiang and Sun Zhan returned carrying bamboo. Sun Xiaowang, without a word, had Huang Pingping help him hoist a bag onto each shoulder. He single-handedly carried both bags of fish. Xia Huan was once again astonished by the robust physiques of the Sun father and son. Time was running short, so the group headed up the mountain, first hauling the 2 bags of fish, then the 4 bundles of bamboo. Considering that the Sun family had never ascended the mountain by rope, Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang discussed and decided that each of them would take 1 person up at a time. First, Cheng Xiang took Huang Pingping up. Although the process was not smooth at the start, with his help the 2 eventually made it up and were pulled to the top by Cheng Ligan and Zhang Kongsheng. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Xia Huan and the others found themselves face to face with 4 refugees descending from the mountain. Sun Xiaowang stepped forward, shielding Xia Huan behind him. "Miss Xia, you go first. Leave the rest to us, father and son." Looking at his broad shoulders, Xia Huan did feel a sense of security, but the situation at hand was no trivial matter. They had to be on high alert. The 4 refugees opposite them grinned slyly at Xia Huan and the others. One of them said, "We're in luck today. We've encountered 3 fine goods right away. Take them back, and we won't have to come down the mountain for the rest of the month." The others shared the same thoughts, their eyes growing more sinister. The 4 advanced together, and the atmosphere became tense and explosive. The Sun father and son stood on either side, shielding Xia Huan behind them. They intended to hold off all the refugees, but they had overestimated their own strength. Having expended much energy carrying bamboo and fish and weakened by days of hunger, their stamina was far from what it used to be. Even with desperate effort, they could only manage to hold back 3 of them. The remaining refugees slithered like an eel towards Xia Huan, a wicked grin on his face as he raised his hand to touch her. Just as she was about to strike, she caught a glimpse of 2 white figures darting over. The next second, the refugee who intended to harm her let out a scream. Looking down, she saw that Dabai and Xiao Bai had both clamped their jaws onto the refugee's legs, blood staining the snow. Her mind was filled with confusion. How had Dabai and Xiao Bai descended the mountain? Xia Huan gazed at the mountain before her. From afar, the slopes appeared uneven and undulating, but having descended it before, she knew the actual terrain was not as steep and could be navigated around. The cave where they currently resided was situated halfway up the mountain. Outside the cave entrance, there was a clearing connected to the adjacent peak. Though the clearing sat at some elevation above the ground, snow wolves possessed powerful, agile limbs and superior jumping ability in every aspect compared to humans, so it was reasonable that they could descend the mountain. In that brief moment of distraction, Dabai and Xiao Bai had worked together to dispatch the refugee. Now a deep wound gushed blood from his neck. "Not bad, Dabai and Xiao Bai, you're actually so capable." Pleased by the praise, they excitedly circled around her. Seeing that father and son had not yet freed themselves from danger, Xia Huan called out to them, "Go help them quickly." No sooner had she finished speaking than Dabai and Xiao Bai obediently went to assist. With their help, the remaining 3 refugees collapsed into pools of blood, lifeless. Sun Xiaowang gazed down at the vivid red blood and urged Sun Jian, "Hurry and move them somewhere else. If other refugees discover this, it won't end well." Xia Huan had been thinking the same thing. She wanted to help, but they refused to let her touch anything, insisting she stay away from such ill-omened matters. While they carried the bodies away, she cleaned the bloodstains from the ground. Once everything was done, Sun Xiaowang said to Xia Huan, "Miss Xiaoyu and Zhaner go up first. I can handle this alone. We grew up playing on these mountains. Climbing is nothing to us." "Uncle Sun, that may be true, but this narrow passage suits me better if I stay behind to untie the rope. Don't argue with me. It's better to go up sooner." Those final words struck a chord with the Sun father and son. The sooner they climbed up, the safer she would be down below. They ceased their politeness and seized the rope, traversing the narrow path. Like Cheng Xiang and the others had done moments before, they secured a thick rope around their waists, gripped it with their hands, and stepped along the mountain rocks to climb upward. Meanwhile, those waiting atop the mountain noticed movement in the rope and waited anxiously. After a moment, they recognized the figures as father and son, and everyone exhaled in relief simultaneously. Standing to the side, Sun Xiaojin covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Amid her joy, worry dominated. "Choya, why haven't you come up yet?" By then the Sun father and son had been pulled up as well, and they briefly recounted what had just transpired. Only upon learning that Xia Huan was safe did Cheng Zhang refrain from rushing to grab the rope and descend. Before long, Xia Huan arrived. As soon as she gained her footing, she attempted to haul the rope up, but Zhang Kongxing moved faster. "Choya, you've worked hard. Go sit down and drink some hot water." Xia Huan turned and spotted Sun Xiaojin approaching with a bowl of hot water. She offered her thanks, accepted it, and took a few sips, feeling warmth gradually spread through her body. "Choya Zhang, your aunt may be uneducated and doesn't know how to speak eloquently, but I must thank you for finding my eldest brother and the others and bringing them back. Thank you truly." Before she could finish her words, Sun Xiaojin broke down in tears. She bent her knees to kneel, but Xia Huan quickly stopped her. The Sun family of 3 took turns expressing their gratitude on behalf of their younger sister, brother-in-law, and 2 children. They sincerely thanked Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang, once more acknowledging that without their intervention they would never have been brought to the mountain and reunited with their sister. Meanwhile, Zhang Kongxing finished his tasks and joined Zhang Yuming to offer his thanks, leaving Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang unsure of how to respond. It was only when Cheng Ligang stepped in to mediate that the Sun and Zhang families finally relented. As dusk approached, Sun Xiaojin led Huang Pingping into the cave to help Li Sufin prepare dinner. The Sun father and son noticed the untreated trees nearby and asked how to proceed before picking up their axes and machetes, swiftly clearing the wood with a few swift strikes. Xia Huan waited in place until Dabai and Xiao Bai leaped down from the mountain on the other side of the clearing, confirming her earlier suspicions. Since they had been so helpful today, and given their previous displays of capability, she generously offered them several fish with an ample supply of spirit spring water. Dinner that evening was lively, with 16 people gathered around the table after the Sun family joined them. 2 large pots of fish simmered on the small stove, and they enjoyed the fish while adding Chinese cabbage and potato slices to the broth. After days of hunger, the Sun family finally had warm food, and they once again expressed their gratitude to Xia Huan and the Cheng family. After the meal, the women worked together to clear the dishes while the men remained busy with chores, sweeping, heating water, and preparing bedding. Though the Sun family had run out of food, they had brought ample bedding, so there was no concern about sleeping arrangements. In the dead of night, as light snores filled the air, Xia Huan lay awake, unable to sleep. The night was quiet, and she could clearly hear Sun Xiaojin sleeping nearby, crying softly beneath her blankets. Sun Xiaojin had learned of her mother's passing and had held back her emotions from dusk until nightfall, only allowing herself to weep once the darkness and silence gave her the courage to release her grief. Sighs echoed through the quiet night as the weeping gradually subsided until silence returned. Xia Huan immediately entered her spatial dimension, where she had been tending to her crops whenever possible over the past few days, and now several plants were ready for harvest. In the fields, the wheat and rice, along with the later planted pumpkins, Chinese cabbage, lettuce, scallions, and mustard greens were all ready to be harvested. She had recently consulted Nong Nong, who explained that harvesting 15 different types of crops would unlock the breeding facility mode. meaning she still needed to cultivate additional varieties before accessing the medicinal field mode. Ding ding. Congratulations little Huan Huan on successfully unlocking the breeding facility mode. As usual, the farm will reward you with 6 types of crops. Turn around and look behind you. That is the breeding facility featuring an integrated land and water aquaculture system. Nong Nong's long-awaited voice resonated through the space. Xia Huan initially approached this with great anticipation but then reconsidered. The spatial farm bore little difference from the Happy Farm game she used to play, with wooden houses, forests, and cultivated fields differing only in the spirit spring and river. She had assumed the breeding facility would follow the same pattern, and upon turning around, she found it wasn't merely similar. It was virtually identical to the game. The land-based breeding facility, enclosed by wooden fencing, spanned roughly the size of a basketball court with wooden pens spaced along the eastern side for housing individual livestock, while the remaining area featured grassy grounds suitable for free-range poultry. Beyond the southern edge lay a circular lake with crystal-clear water where fish and shrimp could be faintly seen gliding slowly beneath the aquatic vegetation. Xia Huan herded all the caged chicks and ducklings into the land breeding facility, setting them free to roam across the grassy terrain. Little Huan Huan, are you worried about how to take the vegetables and supplies from the space to use for others? Xia Huan responded with a somber tone. I do have that concern at present, but I'm more curious about what you mentioned last time. Why did you say it's not suitable to bring others into the space? Isn't the spatial farm already bound to its master? In principle, I should be able to bring anyone I want inside. The current situation is unfavorable, and if things worsen in the future, I was thinking of bringing my younger siblings in so we 3 could live happily together inside. The spatial farm has indeed bonded with you as its master. In principle, it only opens to you alone. While you can bring others in at will, it will enter an emergency defense state, preventing anyone else from accessing or using anything within. Nong Nong's tone was grave. Is it not allowed even with my consent? Xia Huan asked. No. Xia Huan sighed in frustration. Why is this so difficult? She wasn't worried about the food supply outside for now. She had caught plenty of fish today, enough to last a long time, and she didn't want to keep bringing out provisions indefinitely. If she continued this way, a terrible problem would arise: dependency. If she kept providing supplies every so often, the people outside would just sit and wait for handouts. Though she knew the Cheng Zhang and Sun families were not lazy or unambitious, it still felt inappropriate. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. She simply couldn't bring herself to raise a crowd of people who expected everything handed to them, nor did she want to. The next day, Xia Huan slept until she naturally woke up. The others had already risen and were busy with their tasks. Sun Xiaojin and Huang Pingping were digging soil in a part of the cave far from the living area. They planned to plant more vegetables using seeds from the Sun family, radishes, cabbages, and small greens. The previously planted seedlings were growing better and better. Green shoots had emerged from the chive roots, and this sight gave them hope, leading them to decide to sow seeds and grow vegetables. After breakfast, Xia Huan went to check on her younger siblings' practice as usual. They had now started learning archery from Cheng Xiang. Over the past few days, Cheng Xiang had stolen moments of leisure to craft 2 miniature bows and arrows from wood for Xia Xing and Xia Lu, teaching them how to practice. Xia Huan wasn't very familiar with archery, but whenever she had time, she would join in the practice. She could clearly see that her siblings' drawing techniques had improved significantly compared to a few days ago. She thought it had been a few days since she last tested their close-quarters combat and taekwondo skills, so she engaged each of them in a practical sparring session. After the sparring, she noticed something amiss. What's going on? How have you 2 improved so much in just a few days? She could clearly feel that their movements had become more agile and unpredictable, no longer as straightforward as before, making it easy to anticipate their next move. Upon hearing the word improvement, Xia Xing wiped the sweat from his face, his eyes sparkling with joy. Sister, have we really improved a lot? Xia Lu also looked delighted. Sister, during our practice these past few days, Brother Yi Bai gave us some pointers. Yue Taoya and Go Dan have also improved a lot recently. Yi Luobai went by the name Yi Bai in public. Xia Huan thought of Yi Luobai, her feelings mixed. He was always proud and aloof. Why would he take the initiative to guide her siblings? By the way, where is he? He's been staying in the cave to recuperate from his injuries, so why is he nowhere to be seen? Outside the cave on the open ground, several men were chopping firewood and splitting bamboo on the open ground. They placed the flammable wood on the frozen soil and set it alight, then sprinkled wood shavings to keep the kindling from burning too fiercely. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 people used tools to pound the frozen soil. After this treatment, the frozen soil was noticeably easier to clear. Combined with the several days of clear weather, it was much easier to dig than before. After working for about half an hour, they dug out a square pit. Yi Luobai, standing at the edge, hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. May I ask if the son Jie you mentioned yesterday is about 16 years old with a black mole under his right earlobe and slightly shorter than Sun Zhan? With a clatter, the tool in Sun Xiaohuang's hand fell to the ground. Sun Zhan exclaimed excitedly, Yes, yes. Master Yi, have you seen my younger brother? Sheng Ligan, coming to his senses, slapped his thigh. Oh, my memory. I almost forgot such an important matter. This Master Yi was captured by the refugees on the mountain, then fell from the mountain and landed in a tree where we rescued him. Logically, the person he mentioned should be Sun Jie. His words were overheard by Sun Xiaozhen, Huang Pingping, Li Sufan, and Xia Huan, who were walking over together. Huang Pingping hurried over, her eyes reddened as she pressed Yi Luobai. Master, have you truly seen my son? How is he now? Seeing his wife about to corner, Yi Luobai's son Xiaoguang looked apologetic. He embraced her gently and said, Calm down first, don't be anxious. Let Master Yi speak slowly. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Luobai spoke calmly. During my captivity on the mountain, I happened to be tied up with Sun Jie. Those people wouldn't harm the food they intended to eat, afraid it would affect the taste. Moreover, the bandit leader Su Daqiang thought highly of his brute strength and had even untied him once, trying to persuade him to join their ranks. These words brought a collective sigh of relief to the others. And what about my grandfather? How is he? Sun Zhan asked. Yi Luobai shook his head and said nothing. Huang Pingping's legs gave way and she collapsed into Sun Xiaoguang's arms. He held her tightly, his eyes red, the veins on his forehead bulging. With a loud bang, Sun Zhan punched the earthen wall in front of him, his hand dripping with blood. Sun Xiaozhen fainted on the spot and was carried back to the cave by Zhang Kongxing. As the atmosphere grew tense, Yi Luobai spoke again. The refugees on the mountain send people down every morning and afternoon to search for food or patrol. If Sun Jie pretends to submit to Su Daqiang, he might have a chance to come down the mountain. In other words, Sun Jie might have an opportunity to escape. Renewed with hope, Sun Xiaoguang asked Li Sufan to take his wife back to the cave. Once she was gone, his expression suddenly turned grim, his eyes sharp. He cupped his hands toward Yi Luobai. Thank you, Master Yi, for providing us with so much useful information. At that moment, Cheng Xiang, who had been silent, spoke up. Yesterday, we heard from the refugees coming down the mountain that Su Daqiang and his men are local ruffians. Such people won't be easy to deal with. I think we should go down the mountain every day to first understand their movements, while also checking if Sun Jie has come down and finding a chance to rescue him. At the same time, we can gather necessary supplies like bamboo, fish, and game. Although the weather has cleared up in recent days, the mornings and evenings are colder than before. This suggests a cold wave might be moving south. We need to make thorough preparations before the cold wave arrives. Village head Choya, what do you think? Sheng Ligan asked, looking at them. Zhang Yuming didn't rush to express his opinion. He was related to the Sun family by marriage, so he had to consider their interests. At the same time, he didn't want to drag others down because of personal desires. Xia Huan saw through Zhang Yuming's thoughts at a glance. She smiled and said, Brother Cheng's proposal serves 3 purposes at once. I think it's feasible. The cold wave is no joke. Those refugees once said that when the cold wave comes, everything exposed will freeze. When that time comes, we'll have to stay in the cave. Food and supplies will be problems, and we'll have external threats like the refugees and bandits. With internal strife and external dangers, it's precisely at times like this that we need to be united, pooling our strength toward a common goal. We all know that a single strand of rope is easy to break. But what about a dozen strands twisted together? Take the rope we used to descend the mountain. It's still very strong. If it were just a single strand, it would have broken long ago. Village head, isn't that the truth? Zhang Yoming, upon being asked, caught his breath, and his previously dim eyes suddenly lit up. Was he in his dotage that he couldn't think as clearly as a mere child? The fathers and sons of the Sun and Chung families, hearing Xia Huan's words, felt their blood boil, instantly surging with strength and a burning desire to throw themselves into action. Yi Luobai, who had been the least conspicuous presence, fixed his gaze on Xia Huan, his eyes profound, and a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I believe she's right," he said, "and I second Cheng Xiang's earlier proposal. Now that my injuries have healed, I can go down the mountain." "I agree as well. Count me in." Zhang Yuming and Cheng Ligan voiced their assent one after another. The Sun father and son were moved to tears. Exchanging a glance, they bowed deeply to Xia Huan, Yi Luobai, and the Cheng family pair in heartfelt gratitude. After a midday meal, the sun blazed fiercely outside. Zhang Kangsheng was riding in the snow to teach the children, who all studied with great earnestness. Ready to depart, the group descended the mountain, comprising Xia Huan, the Sun father, and son Cheng Xiang and Yi Luobai. The others stayed behind to continue digging and building the latrine. As before, Xia Huan went down first to secure the rope, and the rest followed one by one. According to what Yi Luobai had said, hiding behind the snowdrifts, they indeed saw 4 refugees come down the mountain at the beginning of the way hour, splitting into pairs and heading in different directions. Once the refugees were far away, Cheng Xiang whispered, "It looks like they've split up to find food. We can head the opposite way. I plan to go into the woods to see if I can hunt something. If not, gathering firewood and bamboo would be just as good." He had specifically brought his bow and arrows today for hunting. At the mention of hunting, Sun Zhan, who was the same age as Cheng Xiang, lit up with excitement. "Xiang, I'll go with you." His household was practically out of provisions, relying on food provided by the other 3 families. Every bite he took made him feel uneasy. Now that this chance had come, he wanted to prove himself, ideally by bagging plenty of game to improve everyone's meals. Sun Xiaowang thought the same. "Then go ahead, but you must follow Xiang's arrangements. Don't wander off or act recklessly. We're unfamiliar with this area, so caution is paramount." "Understood." Seeing Sun Zhan nod in agreement, he turned to Xia Huan and Yi Luobai. "I've got good stamina. I'll head to the bamboo grove we visited yesterday and cut more bamboo. Once I've cut enough, I'll bundle it and tie it to the rope for you to haul up." The 3 of them left together, leaving only Yi Luobai and Xia Huan staring at each other at a loss for words. She broke the awkward silence. "You stay here and keep watch. See how long the refugees stay out, and if anything unexpected happens, come warn us in advance." With that, Xia Huan turned and left, not wanting to waste a single second of her time off the mountain. Yi Luobai was about to speak when Dabu and Xiaobai, the 2 snow wolves, came charging down from the mountain, baring their teeth and snarling low warnings at him as they passed. From his observations, they only acted this way toward him, not toward others, as if they could sense Xia Huan's likes and dislikes. He knew Xia Huan was wary of his identity, fearing he might bring danger to everyone. To the outside world, he was already a dead man. Those people would have stopped long ago upon learning of that, which was precisely why he had chosen to stay. Yi Luobai watched Xia Huan's retreating figure, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Although his first encounter with this rustic country girl had been marred by misunderstandings and unpleasantness, leaving him with a poor impression of her, he had come to realize over recent days that she was unlike any ordinary woman. She was accompanied by 2 snow wolves famed for their ferocity, yet they only became as docile as kittens in her presence. Who exactly was she? Meanwhile, Xia Huan, led by Dabu and Xiaobai, arrived at the base of several unremarkable withered trees. "What did you bring me here for? It's so desolate." Without a word, Dabu and Xiaobai arched their front paws and began digging in the snow. Before long, they nudged snow-dusted objects to Xia Huan's feet. She picked one up, brushed off the snow, and examined its dull, spiky exterior. Isn't this a chestnut?" Though not particularly large, they were indeed chestnuts, edible ones at that. Moreover, chestnuts are rich in vitamins, sugars, starches, proteins, and fats, boasting high nutritional value and excellent storage resilience. They can be eaten raw or boiled, and being small, they're easy to carry. This discovery invigorated her at once. She joined Dabu and Xiaobai in digging through the snow. Before long, her hands grew cold, so she pulled a pair of gloves from her supply area and continued digging and picking over and over. Finally, exhausted to the point her back ached, she sat in the snow to catch her breath. She had scoured nearly the entire area, picking up everything available, filling more than half a burlap sack. Dabu Xiaobai, is there more of this elsewhere? They shook their heads, then nodded. How odd, what did that mean? Yes or no? It wasn't until she followed them to another location and they brought her a tower-shaped object from the snow that she understood their meaning. These are pine nuts, aren't they? She picked one up, inspected it, and indeed found pine nuts inside. Wow, Dabu Xiaobai, you truly understand me. You know what I want and lead me straight to it. I must reward you handsomely today. After confirming no one was around, she entered her space. In less than a minute she emerged carrying a basin of spiritual spring water and a basin of fish and shrimp from the farm. The fish and shrimp were a gift from the farm after unlocking, of moderate size. Go ahead, eat up. She patted Dabu and Xiaobai on the heads. As they relished their meal, she reminded them, keep watch over the surroundings. Dabu and Xiaobai paused their eating, looked at her, and twitched their ears in unison, signaling they understood. Relieved, she focused wholeheartedly on gathering pine cones and shelling pine nuts. Good thing she had brought enough burlap sacks today, as she picked and shelled her way along, filling them as she went. At that moment she couldn't help thinking, if only I were picking up money. But in the current situation, even money might not guarantee food, right? In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. Xia Huan checked the time and started back. Halfway there, Dabu nudged her foot with his head. She looked in the direction he indicated and saw Cheng Xiang and Sun Zhan not far off on the opposite side. About to head over, she suddenly remembered that the pine nuts and chestnuts were still in her space. With a thought, she materialized them, a large sack in each hand. The chestnuts alone weighed dozens of jin, so she had to drag them along with effort. Hearing the noise, Cheng Xiang and the others looked over, spotted Xia Huan, and rushed over to help without a second thought. Ugly girl, what's in those sacks? Xia Huan replied with a smile. Dabu and Xiaobai just led me to a trove of chestnuts and pine nuts, and I've picked them all up. And you all? Her gaze swept past them, looking toward what lay behind. Behind the two of them lay a sika deer weighing some 200 or 300 caddies, along with 2 roe deer, each around 100 caddies, all collapsed in pools of blood upon the snow, motionless. Brother Ching, you're simply amazing. The mere thought of eating meat that evening made Xia Huan's mouth water. Concerned about their food supply, Li Sufin and Sun Xiaojin had been carefully rationing their provisions each day, with only the noon meal containing any richness. Praise earned. Cheng Xiang and Sun Zhan exchanged embarrassed laughs. Pure luck? We just happened to spot them coming out to forage. Indeed, Miss Xia, if only our movements had been a bit swifter, we could have brought back those fleeing fawns as well. It was getting late, so they tidied the area and headed back with their prey. Sun Zhan, being the strongest, shouldered the deer, while Cheng Xiang carried the 2 roe deer and also took the heaviest bag of chestnuts from Xia Huan's hands. The three soon reunited with Yi Luobai. Cheng Xiang told them to secure their belongings first while he went to fetch Sun Xiaoguang. After some effort, they successfully made it up the mountain. Upon their arrival, Cheng Ligang and several women were already processing the deer and roe, draining blood and removing hides. Xia Huan remarked, the hides should be removed as intact as possible. They can be used for warmth. Exactly. If only we had a few more such pelts, we wouldn't need to fear the cold so much in the days ahead. Tomorrow, Xiang and I will go back into the forest. Sun Zhan had hardly finished speaking cheerfully when he received a sharp flick on the head from his son Sun Xiaoguang. The forest is only so large. Did you really think you could hunt game with such good fortune every day, eh? Cheng Xiang, who was helping with the butchering, looked up and said, Uncle Sun has a point, but rest assured we won't act recklessly. Watching his sensible and considerate son Cheng Xiang, then glancing at his own foolish son Sun Xiaoguang, could only shake his head in resignation. That evening, Xia Huan took charge of cooking. She prepared 2 large pots of spicy deer meat stew, adding some chestnuts to it. Something spicy would help ward off the cold weather. In another pot, she made a soup with 3 fish and shredded radish, which tasted rich and sweet. Many fish had been caught previously, but Li Sufin had been reluctant to use all the salt for preservation, so she stored them in burlap sacks in the snow outside, taking them out as needed. By the end of the meal, Xia Huan had received numerous compliments, and she herself ate heartily, her spirits lifted. Yi Luobai, who was usually a picky eater, surprisingly finished 2 bowls of rice in that humble setting, and at night no less. Upon reflection, he realized the reason was simply that Xia Huan's cooking was utterly irresistible, unlike anything he had ever tasted before. After their satisfying meal, everyone cleaned up and gathered around the charcoal brazier to chat. Yi Luobai shared what he had observed that day. The refugees on the mountain descend twice daily in groups of 2 to 4. Each pair consists of 2 people. They went down around the first watch this afternoon and returned around the third watch, spending roughly 2 hours outside. This is only what I have observed so far. If the mountain refugees decide to take action against the village refugees, the situation may change. Sheng Xiang said, starting tomorrow I plan to craft more bows and arrows from wood and bamboo, just in case. Sheng Ligang glanced at his son, then at the son, father and son. Your uncle's son and his son are unfamiliar with this area. If they get lost and encounter refugees, it would be disastrous. It's better to be safe than sorry. I think you should accompany them down the mountain. I can make the bows and arrows. These words made the son, father and son feel like they were burdening others, and they were about to speak, when Sheng Xiang nodded and said, Father thinks more comprehensively. I was negligent. Then everyone chatted about other matters before going to sleep. In the middle of the night, Xia Huan was deeply asleep when she was suddenly awakened by the low growls of Da Bai and Xiao Bai. She rose, and by the faint light of the charcoal fire saw both dogs standing, rigid ears perked, staring with cold, gleaming eyes in the same direction, their lips drawn back to reveal sharp teeth. What's wrong? To avoid waking the others, she spoke softly. Upon hearing her voice, the fierce expressions on Da Bai and Xiao Bai gradually softened, and they slowly approached her side. Eventually, under her gentle petting, they closed their mouths and lay down beside her. Xia Huan was extremely sleepy, and seeing that they were fine again, she yawned and drifted back to sleep. The next day after breakfast, the group descended the mountain in an orderly fashion. Sheng Ligang made bows and arrows with Zhang Yuming assisting, while Zhang Kongsheng and the other women continued building the latrine. The children, accustomed to the routine, practiced self-defense techniques and archery. The adults only had time to train in the afternoons. Recently, they had all agreed to begin their exercises around the third watch temporarily under Sheng Ligang's guidance, with Xia Xing and Xia Lu occasionally demonstrating sparring techniques and explaining them. Busy times always pass quickly. Approaching the fifth watch, those who had descended the mountain gradually returned uphill. They brought back firewood, bamboo, and 2 large sacks of fish. Today's luck was poor. Sheng Xiang and Sun Zhan circled the forest several times, but saw no game, so they gathered extra firewood instead. Xia Huan also had little success today. For some reason, Da Bai and Xiao Bai behaved unusually and did not descend the mountain with her, so the moment she returned, she went looking for them. Before she could find any trace of the wolves, she heard Sun Zhan patting himself down frantically and exclaiming, "Oh no! I think I left my water bladder down below. How careless can you be? If you left it down there and refugees find it, what then? Good heavens, what a day of foolishness!" Sun Xiaowang immediately flicked his son on the head. Sun Zhan stamped his foot in regret. Xia Huan comforted him, "Brother Sun, the fact that you discovered it in time is the important thing. If we retrieve it quickly, all will be well." Yes, in such a short span of time, even if refugees had passed by, they likely would not have noticed that corner. Thinking so, Sun Zhan readied the rope and prepared to descend. "I made this mistake. I'll go fix it." Sheng Xiang stepped forward, intending to go with him, but Sun Xiaowang placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Let him go. He must face the consequences of his own actions. Because of this matter, Xia Huan temporarily set aside her search for Da Bai and Xiao Bai. Not long after, Sun Zhan returned, but his hands were empty and no water bladder hung from his waist. "What happened? Where is it?" Sun Xiaowang asked anxiously. Sun Zhan's eyes darted about as he stammered, I went down, and the item. It was already gone." Seeing his furious father, he hastily defended himself. "Don't rush to anger. Perhaps a beast carried it off, or the wind blew it down the mountain. That area is quite remote with narrow and treacherous terrain. If Miss Xia hadn't gone down first to secure the rope, us rough and tumble men would have struggled to cross." Sun Xiaowang's impatient nature could tolerate no more excuses. He raised his hand, ready to strike his son. The people nearby quickly stepped in to mediate and held Sun Xiaowang back, allowing Sun Zhan to narrowly escape the disaster. Xia Huan also stood up to speak on Sun Zhan's behalf. "Brother Sun's words are not without reason. When we went up the mountain earlier, there was indeed a gust of wind. The water in our water skins was all gone, making them light and easily blown down the slope. If they were picked up by refugees, they probably wouldn't think much of it. According to normal thinking, they wouldn't imagine that people lived on the steep mountain. They would just assume someone had dropped them. After her explanation, the others finally let go of their worries. With this matter settled, Xia Huan thought of Dabai and Xiaobai. She scanned every corner, leaving no spot unchecked. Suddenly, she saw them sniffing around on the slope connecting the clearing to the mountain, moving back and forth. Seeing them like this, Xia Huan recalled last night's events, and a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. She immediately turned around and informed everyone. The father and son from the Chung family, who had been hunting in the mountains for years, changed their expressions drastically. Chung Ligan spoke urgently. Snow wolves only make these moves when they sense danger. They are warning us. It is highly likely that the beasts in the forest have discovered we live here. They came last night to scout the terrain and conditions, and they might attack tonight or at some other time. Chung Xiang nodded in agreement. Based on my experience, it's more likely to be a pack of wolves. Then this is bad. Sun Xiaowang frowned deeply. They all knew that wolves are pack animals. When they come in a group. At least a dozen or even dozens. Apart from Dabai and Xiaobai, Xia Huan still didn't know why the two were alone together without their kin or companions. After a moment of thought, she said, since Dabai and Xiaobai can jump up and down from the place connecting to the mountain, the wolf pack probably can too. We need to prepare early just in case. With this discovery, everyone's mood grew heavy. After discussion, they decided to have an early dinner and stand ready, with people taking turns to keep watch through the night. After dinner, under the glow of flashlights, the fathers and sons of the Chung Sun and Zhang families busily continued making wooden arrows. During the day, they had finished 4 bows and about 20 arrows. In case something really happened at night, that amount would not be enough. They hurriedly worked on more, and by the end, they had made over 30 wooden arrows. Xia Huan told the men to go to sleep first, while she would keep watch with Dabai and Xiaobai. It took some persuasion, but they finally agreed. Xia Xing and Xia Lu wanted to stay with their sister, but she dismissed the idea with a single sentence. If you don't go to sleep now and conserve your strength, how will you have the energy to fight when danger comes? Xia Xing and Xia Lu saw reason and obediently went to sleep. Li Sufan and the others also wanted to keep watch with Xia Huan, but she refused them, all relying on Dabai and Xiaobai to ease their worries. Xia Huan spread an oilcloth on the sheltered side of the clearing and sat cross-legged. She secretly stuck a few warm packs from the spatial supply area onto her body, which finally made her feel more comfortable. Just as she finished, a tall, dark figure sat down opposite her, leaving at least 10 meters between them. She turned on a flashlight and shone it on him, making him shield his face with his hand. Why aren't you sleeping? Yi Luobai squinted slightly under the harsh light, his pale complexion even more apparent. He said flatly, can't sleep. Yi Luobai thought that he had been staying here for days without doing much. On a night like this, letting a weak woman like Xia Huan stand guard alone was simply unjustifiable. He understood the principle of being beholden to those who feed you. Xia Huan didn't ask further and let him be. She reached for the switch of the flashlight, but then thought of something. She turned it in another direction so that the light shone downward, though it still cast a faint glow on their side, preventing complete darkness. Yi Luobai stared at the distant light, a momentary daze on his face. Around midnight, the fathers and sons of the Chung and Sun families came to relieve them. Just as Xia Huan was about to crawl into her bed, the sound of howling wolves suddenly erupted from outside. The wolf pack is really here. Chung Xiang immediately ran back to get his bow and arrows. Yi Luobai was a step faster, and the two returned together, bows in hand. Chung Ligan, concerned about the outside, urged Xia Huan hastily. You go back quickly and tell your aunts to stay alert and not come out. And you don't come out either. Before she could finish, she watched the men walk out together. Xia Huan bit her lower lip, thought for a few seconds, then decided to first run and inform Li Sufan and the others. After informing them, she picked up 3 chainsaws and prepared to go out. Xia Xing, Go Dan, Sheng Yeye, and Xia Lu, who had hastily dressed, also wanted to join. This was a wolf pack, not a game. The children had only ever sparred with restraint, but ferocious wolves would not show such mercy. Li Sufan and Sun Xiaozhen thought the same and didn't want the children to take risks. Xia Huan pushed the children toward Li Sufan. Aunties, the children are in your hands. Don't worry, we will come back safe and sound. With that, she ran out to Bai, and Xiao Bai following her. Outside, under the moonlight, she saw dozens of glowing green eyes on the slope connecting to the mountain. She could vaguely make out their shapes, some sturdy, some lean. They all bared their teeth, exuding a fierce ferocity. Dabai and Xiao Bai stood in front of Xia Huan, raised their heads, and barked at the wolf pack. Their voices were resonant and majestic. This call completely enraged the wolves, and they leaped down from the mountain. Shoot arrows! Cheng Ligan shouted. 5 arrows were released simultaneously. 2 of them struck the back and leg of 2 wolves shot by Cheng Xiang and Yi Luobai. The other 3 who missed due to poor visibility were furious and grew more anxious. Seeing this, Xia Huan ran over, grabbed 2 chainsaws, and handed them to Cheng Ligan and Sun Jian. Since the wolves are charging too close for arrows, use these for defense. Brother Cheng, didn't you say wolves have a copperhead, iron tail, and tofu waist? Let's aim for their weak spot. Brother Cheng Yi, by Uncle Sun, you cover us with arrows while we split up. Over the past few days, the father and son of the Sun family had learned how to use the chainsaws and understood their power. Cheng Xiang frowned deeply. This can't work. It's too dangerous. Go inside. As he spoke, his arrow shot wide. There were about 30 wolves, but only 50 arrows. Every arrow missed put them in greater danger. It's fine. I have the chainsaw for protection, and Dabai and Xiao Bai are with me. With that, Xia Huan, under the cover of Dabai and Xiao Bai, successfully struck a wolf in the abdomen. The wolf howled a few times and collapsed in a pool of blood. Immediately, several other wolves surged toward her. Cheng Ligan and Sun Jian rushed to assist her, while the other 3 did their best to fire arrows in coordination. In just that moment, 4 wolves fell to the chainsaws. 2 were killed by Dabai and Xiao Bai, and 3 more by arrows. This greatly boosted their morale, but it also enraged the surviving wolves. A robust wolf standing on a high vantage point raised its head and howled, its tone long and drawn out. As the pitch changed, the wolves below shifted their positions and began to charge toward the 3 archers, Cheng Xiang and the others. They had obviously realized the power of the chainsaws and identified the archers as the weak point. The wolf howling at the top was the leader giving orders. Meanwhile, at the refugee camp on the mountain, they too were under attack by a similar wolf pack, thrown into chaos with casualties on both sides. In that year of famine, not only humans were starving and forced to search everywhere for food, but the wolf packs were as well. Their sense of smell was always keen, and once they caught a whiff of something, they would track it down, hunting and killing to fill their bellies. On the mountainside, in an open space. Stop using arrows. Come take this instead. Xia Huan hurried to grab the 3 iron rods with sharp ends propped against the cliff wall. She managed to get one, but in her haste, she lost her grip, causing another rod to fall and land on her foot. The pain made her clench her teeth. Just as the second rod was about to fall, as well, a large hand with long, well-defined fingers reached out, catching it steadily and picking up the one that had fallen to the ground. Yi Luobai nodded at her with the 3 iron rods in hand, then dashed over swiftly to distribute them to Cheng Xiang and Sun Jian. Sun Jian, wielding an iron rod in one hand and an axe in the other, struck out simultaneously at the 2 wolves that lunged at him with outstretched claws. After several rounds, his arm was scratched by a wolf's claw and blood soaked through his clothes. Enraged, he seized the moment, thrusting the rod into the bellies of the 2 wolves and lopping off the head of another with his axe. The fiercer he fought, the more emboldened he became. Cheng Xiang and Yi Luobai were no slouches either, especially the latter. With steady steps and a ghostly figure, he toyed with the wolves, spinning them around before delivering a fatal blow. Several wolves already lay at his feet. Xia Huan happened to catch sight of this, and she couldn't help but marvel at his astonishing skill. Unwilling to be outdone, she led Dabai and Xiao Bai ahead, wielding a chainsaw for protection. She launched a relentless series of attacks, specifically targeting the isolated wolves. For those that were injured and unable to move, she simply bashed their heads in with the iron rod. The scene was gruesomely violent. Over on the other side, Cheng Ligan and Sun Xiaowang had also grown adept with their chainsaws. In such a brutal struggle, both martial prowess and patience were required. The longer one persisted, the greater the chance of survival. They had plenty of patience, and once they spotted an opportunity, they struck to kill. The wolves gradually dwindled and the wounds on the group increased accordingly, yet not a single person cried out or stopped. Suddenly a small, thin figure dashed out. It was Xia Xing. The moment he emerged, he saw a wolf preparing to ambush Xia Huan from behind. Its forelegs were already tensed, its whole body coiled like a drawn arrow on a bowstring ready to spring. "Sister, watch out behind you," Xia Xing shouted as he charged toward the scene with his iron rod. The shout drew the attention of both people and wolves. Cheng Xiang, seeing the situation, was about to rush over to help, but after 2 steps, he heard Cheng Ligan's agonized cry. He stopped dead in his tracks and called out in distress, "Dad." During that pause, he saw that Yi Luobai had already reached Xia Huan. Relieved, he raised his iron rod and went to his father, driving the rod into the head of the wolf that had its jaws clamped on his father's arm. One blow, instant death. On Xia Huan's side, at the critical moment, Yi Luobai pulled her aside with a swift tug, saving her from danger. But Xia Xing, who had run over, became the new target of the wolf pack. Her scalp tightened. "Xing'er, run back quickly." Xia Xing heard his sister's voice and saw the fierce wolves closing in. He was afraid. He couldn't deny it, but he believed he was a man and couldn't back down. He had to kill the wolf that wanted to harm his sister. In the blink of an eye, he brandished the iron rod with a few feints to distract the wolf, then suddenly exerted force in his wrist, reversed the rod's direction, and aimed the sharp end at the wolf's back, stabbing downward with all his might. The stab only penetrated the fur. His strength was too meager to push deeper. The wolf sensed his intent, shook its body, flinging the rod aside, and lunged at Xia Xing. Just then Xia Huan arrived with the chainsaw, and with Xiaobai protecting her, she managed to wound the wolf as it neared her brother. At the same time, several other wolves locked onto Xia Xing and pounced toward him. Her heart leaped into her throat until a tall, upright figure flashed before her eyes. It was Yi Luobai, who had come in time. 2 wolves fell at his feet. Xia Huan's suspended heart eased a little, and she focused on finishing off the wolf in front of her. Rescued, Xia Xing looked up at Yi Luobai. "Brother Yi Bai, thank you for saving my sister and me. I'm sorry. I came and caused trouble. Could you please take care of my sister?" In Yi Luobai's mind flashed the image of Xia Huan killing wolves moments ago, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Gazing into Xia Xing's stubborn, expectant eyes, he recalled a long-buried, nearly forgotten memory, and finally replied, "All right." Hearing that, Xia Xing immediately turned and ran back into the cave, his heart filled with regret. It was all his fault. He had nearly brought danger to his sister and the others. Seeing her brother back in the cave, Xia Huan, free of worry, resumed killing wolves under the cover of Dabai and Xiaobai. Yi Luobai stayed within 5 meters of her at all times. After an unknown length of time, only a handful of wolves remained, all bearing wounds. Wolf carcasses lay strewn across the ground, and the sickening stench of blood filled the air. Awoo! With the lead wolf's howl, the remaining wolves halted their attacks and turned to flee up the mountain. The pack had suffered heavy losses. Continuing the fight would bring them no benefit and might even lead to annihilation. So the lead wolf summoned back the survivors. Before leaving, the lead wolf stared at the group below for several seconds. Sun Jian tried to shoot it with his bow, but his arm was injured and the wolf dodged with a swift sidestep. Thus the lead wolf led the remaining few battered and wounded away quickly. Dabai and Xiaobai barked and wanted to chase, but Xia Huan scolded, "Stop. Come back here." She continued, "They lost tonight, and we killed so many of their companions. The lead wolf must hold a grudge against us now, but with such heavy casualties, they probably won't return soon. Let's go inside and tend to our wounds." Reluctant as they were, Dabai and Xiaobai obeyed her, wagging their tails as they came to stand by her side. Their pure white fur was stained with blood, and Xiaobai bore a terrifying gash on its back. The other men were no better off. All of them were wounded. The situation on the mountain had also turned in the refugees' favor. After all, they were people who would do anything for food, let alone when their lives were at stake. And since the wolf meat was delivered right to their doorstep, they fought with all their might, their eyes wild with excitement as they slaughtered. Inside the cave, Yi Luobai took out 2 small porcelain bottles. These are medicines to treat wounds and prevent infection, both oral and topical. Over by the side, Li Sufin and the others had fetched the warm water they had prepared earlier, and each took clean cloths to clean the wounds. To Xia Huan's surprise, the one who wanted to clean Yi Luobai's wounds was Xia Xing. She couldn't help but tease Xing why aren't you concerned about me first? Was she even his real sister anymore? Xia Xing wrung out the cloth, looked up at his sister, and said earnestly, I saw just now. Sister, you aren't hurt. Brother Yi Bai has a wound on his hand. Xia Huan pursed her lips and said nothing more. She took a cloth, wet it with warm water, and began to clean Xiao Bai's wound. The wound was a bloody mess, and it pained her heart to see it. She felt a deep hatred for the wolf pack. If they dared to come again, she would show them no mercy. No need, I will handle it myself. Yi Luobai's cool voice came from above Xia Huan's head. She looked over at her younger brother. Xia Xing's face flushed red, and he assured, Brother Yi Bai, I will be very, very gentle. I won't let you feel any pain. Yi Luobai frowned slightly. He was always averse to intimate contact with others except when he had just rushed to save Xia Huan. He saved her because she had considered his identity, yet she still rescued him and kept him. Lost in thought, his gaze involuntarily fell upon her face. Xia Huan happened to be looking up at him at the same time. Their eyes met, and he hastily averted his gaze. Her eyes were clear, showing a hint of confusion. Because Yi Luobai had just saved her and voluntarily shared the medicine with everyone, her opinion of him improved a little. Given the current situation, how crucial trauma medicine was, he did not hide any of it, offering it all for everyone's use without any sign of reluctance or regret. It seemed he was not as cold and aloof as he appeared on the surface. Collecting her thoughts, Xia Huan's expression returned to normal. Xing, he said, he wants to do it himself. Don't force others, you must respect their wishes, understand. Xia Xing thought it over and agreed, so he stopped insisting. He blinked his eyes, looking at the wounds on Yi Luobai's hand with sympathy. Being stared at like that, Yi Luobai felt uneasy and hurriedly snatched the wrung-out cotton cloth from his hand to clean his own wound. Xia Huan finished treating Xiao Bai's wound, then secretly added spiritual spring water to the warm boiled water and gave it to the others to drink. After drinking, everyone felt their bodies become more comfortable. Fortunately, all suffered only superficial wounds. Compared to others, Cheng Ligan was more severely injured. A piece of flesh was bitten off his arm by a wolf's fang. If Cheng Xiang hadn't arrived in time, his hand might have been ruined. After such an incident, the several women felt they had not been helpful and dared not shed tears to add to everyone's distress. With reddened eyes, they busied themselves. Everything was settled near the end of the hour. Xia Huan urged everyone to sleep and rest, saying it was almost dawn and the wolves would surely not come again. For the sake of being energetic the next day, they did not refuse and each lay down on the floor beds to sleep. After not sleeping long, the father and son of the Cheng and Sun families got up to continue making bows and arrows. Last night's losses were too great, there were none left. Xia Huan, who got up a little later, saw how hard they were working and recalled the situation last night. A small number of arrows had missed their targets and fell on the mountain and elsewhere. So she called out to Dabai, who had only minor injuries, to retrieve all the usable arrows. Outside, the wolf carcasses were piled up by a few men, and the Zhang father and son were busy stripping the wolf skins, which could be tanned later for use. There were over 20 dead wolves in total. So many furs would be enough to get them through the winter. What remained was the wolf meat. The three women looked at the large amount of wolf meat with mixed feelings, happy that they didn't have to worry about food for now, but worried that the wolf pack might return. The morning passed quickly. After lunch out on the open ground, the sun was warm. Xia Huan and the children took out all the quilts and placed them on the bamboo poles that had been set up a few days ago specifically for drying clothes. Li Sufan and the others also busied themselves washing the recent dirty clothes using tea seed powder. The men, seeing the women busy, gathered together to discuss how to divide the work. After discussion, they decided to leave Cheng Ligan's son Xiaoguang and the Zhang father and son here to create defensive items so that in case of an emergency, they could protect the women and children. The others went down the mountain as usual. At the foot of the mountain, Xia Huan and Yi Luobai were fishing by the hole they had chiseled in the ice. She fished with great effort, almost non-stop, switching hands. But he would reach one hand down, his sleeve would slide down, then he would pull his hand back and shake the hand that hadn't even touched the water with a look of disdain and impatience. This back and forth made her furious. Did you skip a meal today, or what? After eating you should work properly, or where will the food come from? But this sleeve keeps falling down and the water is too cold. It stings my hand and damages my skin. Besides, the fish smell fishy. I can't bring myself to do it. Yi Luobai shook his head in resistance. Heavens, who sent him to her side? Was it to deliberately anger her to death? Unable to stand it any longer, Xia Huan grabbed his hand, without thinking rolled up his sleeves in a few quick motions, and while he was still dazed pressed his hand into the water. If you don't catch enough fish today, don't expect any dinner. We don't keep idle people here. She held his hand and aimed at the fish in the water. Catched. Whether it was because of her harsh voice temporarily affecting him or something else, Yi Luobai instinctively reached out to grab. His hand touched something slippery and cold, and his eyes widened in shock. It wasn't until the fish flopping on the ice splashed water onto his hand that he suddenly realized what he had just done. He stared at his own hands in disbelief. Those perfectly flawless hands had been forced by that ugly girl to catch fish. Seeing his defiant look, Xia Huan glared at him. What? Don't want dinner tonight? Yi Luobai lowered his head, closed his eyes with a conflicted expression, and said in a nasal tone, I'll catch, but you have to make more spicy boiled fish tonight. Following the way Xia Huan had just guided him, he caught several lively fish in one go. An indescribable sense of satisfaction made him feel that doing this kind of thing wasn't as difficult or unpleasant as he had imagined. Xia Huan saw the delighted expression on Yi Luobai's face. She clicked her tongue and wondered about his true identity. From their first encounter to now, she knew this guy was no ordinary person. Although he always wore a cold face, frankly his appearance, temperament, and agile skills showed that he was no ordinary fish. How could such a person end up on a refugee journey and be forced to the brink, choosing to jump off a cliff to save himself? Also, he was afraid of the dark. She stared at him, lost in thought, even forgetting to fish. Yi Luobai, who was secretly happy after catching a few more fish, sensed the intense gaze beside him. He looked up at her, about to ask what was wrong, when a short, urgent, strange sound rang out. Both became alert immediately. They exchanged a glance, hurriedly packed the fish on the ice into a burlap sack, blocked the ice hole with a pre-prepared branch covered in snow, and then leaned back together, sliding down the slope below. Almost the moment they hid, several people came down from the mountain. Xia Huan and Yi Luobai cautiously peeked out to observe, and they both saw those people. As those people approached, they could clearly see their appearance. Among them, two figures drew their attention. One was a man as tall and sturdy as a baboon, standing at the center. He wore a thick fur coat with a ring of black fur around the collar, adding to his imposing air. His skin was dark with thick eyebrows and large eyes, rugged features, and an ugly, fierce scar running from below his left eye down to the right end of his nose bridge. Even as he walked, his aura alone overwhelmed everyone around him. The other man was also tall, but somewhat less imposing than the first. He wore thin, ragged clothes through which his well-built figure and powerful muscles were clearly visible, the kind that instantly gave a sense of security, not overly exaggerated or wild. His face was smudged with patches of dirt, but he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his features strangely reminiscent of someone. Xia Huan noticed clearly that the latter's gaze toward the former was filled with hatred. When he sensed the former turning to look, he quickly concealed the hatred, his face returning to calm. That man is Sun Jie, the one I've encountered before. Yi Luobai's low voice sounded from beside her, interrupting Xia Huan's thoughts. She had already confirmed Sun Jie's identity from his appearance. Pointing at the man in the center, she asked, "Is that man Su Daqiang?" He nodded in confirmation. No wonder the refugee called Daju was so terrified of Su Daqiang. A man of such massive build could exert pressure just by his appearance. As she thought this, she inadvertently raised her eyes and saw Su Daqiang, as if sensing something, turn his head in their direction. The turn seemed to play out in slow motion. She wanted to duck down to avoid being seen, but at that very moment her left foot cramped. It's over, it's over. They absolutely cannot be discovered. Inwardly groaning, Xia Huan endured the pain and bent her left leg down. At the same time, Yi Luobai reached out with two fingers, grabbed the fabric of her sleeve, and pulled her down. When Su Daqiang looked over, everything appeared normal. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Huan felt that the group must have moved far away, so she dragged her cramped, aching leg to the side, leaning against the slope to massage it. The cold wind blew the loose strands of hair by her temples, the strands brushing against her face and nose, tickling her so much that she sneezed 3 times in a row. After sneezing, she met Yi Luobai's deep dark eyes, and felt a bit embarrassed. She coughed lightly twice and said, "Well, they should be far away by now. I think they were heading down the mountain to the village." Yi Luobai agreed. Probably the situation the refugees who scouted earlier reported has piqued Su Daqiang's interest, so he personally took a few men to check it out. In that case, he's determined to take the village for himself. This was a serious matter, and with Sun Jia also spotted, the two decided to bring the news back to the others. They returned early to the agreed meeting spot to wait for Cheng Xiang and Sun Zhan. After waiting for a long while, they finally arrived. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Cheng Xiang asked Xia Huan with concern, "Ugly girl, what's wrong? Did you run into some trouble?" Time was pressing, so she didn't elaborate and said directly, "We just saw Su Daqiang leading some people toward the village. Among them was one who looks very much like brother's son. I reckon that must be Sun Jia." Sun Jia was only a year younger than her, so calling him little brother was appropriate. "Did you really see my brother Sun Jia?" Sun Zhan was both excited and overjoyed. Yi Luobai was a man of few words. With Xia Huan as a witness, Sun Zhan became even more convinced. As long as his brother was alive and safe, that was enough. "Miss Xia, you said they only took a few people to the village. That probably isn't the group attacking the village today, because the number they brought isn't large. Their move today was likely Su Daqiang personally scouting to assess various conditions. So once Su Daqiang confirms everything, he'll lead the group back." The implication was that he wanted to see his brother Sun Jia with his own eyes. Cheng Xiang looked to Xia Huan for her opinion. After a moment of thought, she said, "It's still early in the day. Let's wait a bit longer." Yi Luobai said nothing, neither opposing nor agreeing, which was taken as tacit consent. The four found a suitable hiding spot and waited. They waited and waited until finally Su Daqiang and his group returned. Xia Huan noticed that Su Daqiang's expression was relaxed, seemingly in a good mood. She thought to herself that he was preparing to make a move against the refugees in the village. Sun Zhan spotted his younger brother in the crowd at a glance. He suppressed his excitement, biting his lower lip hard. Seeing his brother alive and safe today was enough. Back on the mountain, Sun Zhan couldn't wait to share the good news with his family. The whole family hugged each other in relief, with Huang Pingping and Sun Xiaozhen crying until their eyes were red. "Today wasn't the right time. My brother was surrounded by people. Next time there's a proper opportunity, I'll find a way to rescue him." Sun Zhan promised, patting his chest. The group didn't stay happy about Sun Jia for long, because Xia Huan then told them the purpose of Su Daqiang's trip. Cheng Xiang was the first to voice his opinion. "I think ugly girl is right. The people up there are ready to make a move. It won't be peaceful around here soon. It's best to bring Sun Jia back before they strike." Zhang Yuming chimed in, "Fighting and killing is dangerous. It's better to bring Sun Jia back early, and then just stay on the mountain without going down. Anyway, you've been going out a lot lately, so we have enough firewood and bamboo for a while. We still have fish and wolf meat to eat." The Sun and Cheng families shared the same thought. Seeing that Xia Huan and Yi Luobai remained silent, they all turned to look at them. Yi Luobai cast a deep glance at Xia Huan before speaking. "Avoiding blindly doesn't necessarily mean safety. There are always stronger people out there. For the refugees on the mountain, we are hidden and they are exposed. But from the perspective of others, what then?" "What do you mean? I understand every word, but when you put them together, I just can't grasp it." Not only Sun Zhan, but the others were equally puzzled. "I know what he means, and he's right." Xia Huan looked around at them and explained under their confused gazes. "When Su Daqiang's group was going down the mountain, I was fishing with him. Suddenly we heard an unusual sound. It was that sound that made us notice the group. If it weren't for that sound, we would have been discovered by Su Daqiang and the others today." "You mean that sound was suspicious?" Cheng Xiang frowned in thought and said, "At that time I was cutting wood in the forest with Sun Zhan. We didn't go over there, and that sound wasn't made by us. So it must have been someone else." This statement made those who were confused suddenly pale with shock. They all understood besides them and Su Daqiang's people there were others on the mountain. Sun Zhan was startled, and another thought struck him. "Then that water bag I dropped last time, could it also be?" Xia Huan nodded. "Probably yes. Could there be people living on this mountain in the same situation as us? Judging from the water bag and the voice warning us, they must have known about your trips down the mountain for a long time. They've been hiding in the shadows all this time. Are they good or bad?" Cheng Ligan stroked his chin, unable to figure it out. We didn't notice a thing. That shows how deeply they're hidden. Cheng Xiang felt he had been careless failing to detect such an important matter. Knowing what was on Cheng Xiang's mind, Xia Huan comforted him. Brother Cheng, don't blame yourself. We're all ordinary people. No 3 heads or 6 arms, no ability to hear in all directions, nor eyes at the back of our heads to watch our surroundings. After today's incident, the person who warned us probably knows they've been exposed. From the current situation, I think it's more likely that they are refugees hiding in the mountains for safety. They must have observed us and realized we are different from the other refugees on the mountain, so they decided to warn us. From now on, when we go down the mountain, we must be extra cautious. After she said this, Cheng Ligan's son Xia Huan and the Zhang father and son took turns consoling Cheng Xiang, telling him not to feel guilty. With this matter temporarily settled, everyone turned their attention back to Su Daqiang's attack on the refugees in the village. Cheng Xiang said Su Daqiang's side has the advantage in numbers, and most of them are ruffians. The village refugees are just ordinary folk. The disparity in strength is obvious. Otherwise, Su Daqiang wouldn't have been smiling when he came back today. Then it will be troublesome. If Su Daqiang wins, our range of movement down the mountain will shrink even further. He'll send patrols to both the mountain and the village, and some refugees will likely submit to him based on the situation. That way they'll have even more people. When will this chaotic world ever end? Sun Xiaowang shook his head, his eyes filled with worry and resentment. If things continued like this, when would he ever get his revenge? Unlike the others' hesitation, Sun Zhan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. I think this might be an opportunity. No matter how powerful Su Daqiang's side is, once they clash with the village refugees, they'll be too busy to attend to anything else. We can watch for the right moment, and when both sides are exhausted, strike quickly. Maybe we can wipe out Su Daqiang and the refugees in one go, and take all the usable supplies from the village. No, impossible. Several middle-aged and older men spoke in opposition. That's too risky. Besides, even if we eliminate Su Daqiang and the refugees, won't there be more refugees from other places? Kill this batch and another will come like chives in the field. Cut one crop and another sprouts. In this chaotic world, self-preservation is the most important. Zhang Yoming's words plunged Sun Zhan into thought. Looking at the dejected group, Xia Huan cautiously spoke up. Actually, I have an idea I'd like to share. What I want to say is exactly what Brother Sun said last. We can take advantage of the chaos to gather supplies from the village. Although the situation outside is bad, every household in the village has crops planted in their fields, and some refugees must have hidden them. Besides that, we can also look for more ropes. The ropes we have are strong now, but they'll wear out eventually. We need to prepare early, or else we'll be stuck in the cave for a long time. If something unexpected happens, we'll have no way out. Can that work? The scene will be chaotic and dangerous. Zhang Yoming's expression was stern, clearly disapproving of such a risky plan. Cheng Xiang's eyes lit up. I think it's feasible. The more chaotic the scene, the easier it is for us to blend in. Ropes and food are necessities. We can't do without either. When the time comes, a few of us men will go together, move quickly, grab what we need, and leave. Xia Huan, who had been nodding, suddenly looked sharply at Cheng Xiang. How had the conversation turned like this? If only the men went. What about her? She wanted to take this opportunity to bring out more vegetables and grain from her space. In the past few days, she had harvested several more crops. If not for the space's preservation ability, it would have been a pity. Now she was eager to unlock the medicinal field mode and grow herbs. After the last wolf pack battle, she realized the importance of medicine. The men had been injured, and the external wound medicine was almost gone. If another accident happened, she would have to rely on the medicine from the space's supply area. Brother Ching, I'm going too. I can protect myself and take responsibility. She spoke firmly. As expected, everyone else disagreed, trying to persuade her not to take the risk. Xia Huan listened quietly until they finished, then said, Uncles, aunties, I know you're saying this because you care about me. I understand and appreciate it. But I'm no longer the ugly you I used to be. In fact, everything changed the day my father died. I believe you've all felt the change in me. I'm different from before. Growing up in that kind of family environment, I can't say it was all bad. My siblings and I did have a good period, but it was just a short time. Then we went back to being unloved and uncared for. It would have been better if they hadn't given us hope in the first place. If I hadn't rammed my head against the pillar on the day my father died, I would probably have been sold into the mountains to marry an old widower by my nominal grandmother. My poor younger brother and sister would have been left helpless, tormented by the Xia family. Fortunately, heaven had mercy. That collision made me see clearly. I learned that I have to rely on myself. If I don't become strong, I'll only be bullied and beaten. Especially after dodging the refugees and witnessing cannibalism among them, I'm more determined than ever that a person must be self-reliant. Even if someone protects you, can they protect you for life? Can you hide behind others forever, never facing reality? Now I just want to be self-reliant and raise my younger siblings properly. If there's no path, I'll carve one out. No matter what, we'll go on together. Silence fell. Only the wind was heard. The three families, Cheng Zhang and Sun, all stared at her, stunned by her words. Even Yi Luobai, standing at the edge, looked at her thoughtfully. Big sister, Xia Xing and Xia Lu ran to Xia Huan's side, tears streaming down their faces as they clutched her arms. Xia Huan looked at the reactions of the crowd, reflecting on whether her words just now had been too exaggerated. She had said this for two reasons. First, it was a convenient opportunity to openly explain to them why she had undergone such a tremendous change in such a short time. Second, to make it clear that she was no longer the timid and fearful Choyu of the past, so that they would no longer oppose her joining them. Poor child. Li Sufin's sobbing embraced the three siblings. The onlookers could not help but be moved. Cheng Ligan sternly admonished his son, Xiang, you must take good care of Choya. You all must return safe and sound, do you hear? Sun Xiaowang similarly instructed Sun Zhan, his tone even more severe than the former. Seeing that they had relented, Xia Huan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. For now, I plan to first find a way to rescue Brother Sun. From him, we might learn something about how Su Daqiang intends to attack the village. That way we can plan ahead for what to do that day. These words served as a reassurance, and they no longer worried as before. That night, everyone in the cave went to sleep early while the torches in the tents on the mountain burned brightly. Su Daqiang leaned back in a chair cushioned with a soft blanket, holding in his arms a woman who was wearing only a thin undergarment. The woman had her hair disheveled, her collar wide open, revealing clear red and purple marks. At that moment, she curled up in Su Daqiang's arms like a cat, not daring to move. Even so, the night was cold, and she shivered all over. Su Daqiang sensed the person in his arms trembling violently. His interest instantly vanished, and he roughly pushed her away. She rolled several times on the ground, covered only by a thin oilcloth, finally stopping when her head hit the leg of a small table inside the tent, blood streaming down her forehead. Meanwhile, Su Daqiang had already turned his gaze to the young man opposite him. Son Jie, have you made your decision? This opportunity comes only once. If you agree to submit to me, I can guarantee that in the days to come you will enjoy a life of luxury and plenty. Sun Jie stood straight, neither servile nor arrogant. I cannot understand why you want to give this opportunity to me. Haha. Su Daqiang laughed out loud. The scar on his face shifted with his smile, making it even more terrifying and ferocious than before. Sun Jie, standing opposite, saw it, but remained expressionless. His reaction made Su Daqiang laugh even more joyfully. Seeing him was like looking at his own younger self, exactly the same. Gradually, his gaze at Sun Jie grew more intense. If I must give a reason, it is that I need you. Sun Jie's inner alarm bells rang loudly, but he forced himself to remain calm. Tomorrow morning, I will give you my answer. With that, he turned and walked away, utterly unafraid that Su Daqiang might do something to harm him. Interesting. Su Daqiang watched the departing figure, his eyes filled with sinister sneers. Outside the tent, as soon as Sun Jie stepped out, he was seized by two men and taken to a small tent filled with clutter. These past few days he had been locked up alone inside. Although there was no dedicated guard outside, men patrolled at regular intervals, making escape quite difficult. Deep into the night, but he was not sleepy at all. He sat cross-legged, pondering matters. Suddenly, a slender silhouette appeared on the tent wall. Just as he was about to stand up, the curtain was pulled open from outside, and a person slipped in along with the cold wind. Brother Sun, don't make a sound. It's me, Jinjin. Sun Jie stepped back 2 paces, staring at her warily. What are you doing here? He knew this Zhang Jinjin. He had encountered her a few times when he visited his aunt and uncle's village. Due to the strict separation between men and women, they had never spoken. However, she had once taken advantage of the absence of others to approach him, but he had never responded. Zhang Jinjin's gaze at Sun Jie revealed intense obsession and affection. She had long been interested in this man, but fate played tricks, and they met under such circumstances. When she was brought up the mountain by Biaozi that day and saw him, she felt like dying. Everything she had was destroyed. It was all over. Tortured, she had originally wanted to end her own life, not wanting the person she admired to see her in such a wretched state. However, the matter of Su Daqiang wanting to win over her beloved gave her a glimmer of change and hope. Brother Sun, take me away from here. First, pretend to agree to help Su Daqiang attack the refugees in the village. Then, amidst the chaos, we can flee far away, leave this place, and go south. As she spoke, Zhang Jinjin unconsciously reached out to hook her arm around Sun Jie's. Just as she was about to hook his arm, Sun Jie recoiled from her outstretched hand, as if from a viper. His left hand was pressing something on his right arm. With nowhere to retreat behind him, because of the piled clutter and panic, he stepped to the left, his legs crashing hard into a pile of firewood, causing him to gasp in pain. Brother Sun, are you all right? Does it hurt? Zhang Jinjin bent down to help him, but he waved her away. Don't touch me. If you come any closer, I'll call for help. These utterly cold words made her freeze stiff. She stood stunned for a few seconds, then plastered a smile back on her face. Brother Sun, I will find a chance to increase our leverage to escape from these people. Trust me, I won't harm you. I only want to leave here with you. Are you crazy? Why are you rambling on to me about this? Sun Jie pushed her away without any chivalry, lifted the curtain, and walked out. Over the past few days, this woman had frequently looked at him with that gaze and constantly sought opportunities to get close to him. He was not her anything, and besides, back in Fushan village when she had actively approached him, he had already disliked her pretentious and affected manner. A woman like this was clearly not a good woman. Zhang Jinjin, left behind, was full of helplessness. Fearing that she might attract others and suffer a bad outcome tonight, she hurriedly walked out, casting a few reluctant glances at the back of her beloved, then quickly ran towards Su Daqiang's tent. However, before she had run far, a pair of rough, dirty hands pulled her into a tent. Soon the sounds of several men's lewd laughter came from inside. Sun Jie, standing not far away, witnessed everything with cold eyes. He withdrew his gaze, looked towards Su Daqiang's tent, and with his left hand hanging by his side, he fumbled something out of his right sleeve. A short dagger with a thin, bright, and sharp blade. It was something he had stolen from the refugee who had escorted him back, taking advantage of the refugee's inattention. The next morning, Xia Huan, ready to descend the mountain, looked up at the sky. Dark clouds were heavy, and she thought the weather would probably turn bad again. After descending the mountain, the group found a concealed spot to hide. Today they did not go to chop wood or catch fish. They waited specifically here for Sun Jie. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed. In the early morning, 4 refugees had gone in different directions, and they guessed that these people were out looking for food. At noon, they casually ate some sweet potatoes and chestnuts that had been roasted in the morning and brought along, and drank some of the spirit spring water that Xia Huan had given them. They waited until around 1 to 3 p.m., and then a few people slowly walked down the mountain, among them Sun Jie. Sun Jie was escorted by 6 refugees, all of whom wore fierce expressions and walked with steady steps, clearly not ordinary people. Those 6 should be thugs, Cheng Xiang muttered. They're likely local ruffians, Cheng Xiang said in a low voice. Sun Jian stared intently at Sun Jie. Let's find a chance to make contact with my brother. If things look bad, don't act rashly. The fact that he's still unharmed means Su Daqiang and the others find him useful, so they won't hurt him for now. We must be cautious. Those men look formidable. His words made Cheng Xiang and Xia Huan turned to look at Sun Jian in surprise, both astonished that he could still remain so composed and think things through at such a moment. Before long, Sun Jie and the others approached. Suddenly, one of the refugees clutched his stomach, his face twisting in pain. Damn, I've got a stomachache. I can't hold it anymore. I need to go relieve myself. Wait for me here. After one left, the others, seemingly infected by the same urge, or for whatever reason, 2 more said they needed to relieve themselves, and scurried off to another area, holding their pants. 3 refugees remained with Sun Jie. One of them exchanged a meaningful glance with the other 2, who instantly understood. With a vicious look and a sharp tone, he said to Sun Jie, "Brat, don't think that just because Brother Chang keeps you around he fully trusts and supports you. With us around, you'd better watch your step. If you dare to harbor any treacherous thoughts, no one can protect you." With that, he jabbed his index finger hard into Sun Jie's face twice in a thoroughly provoking manner. Sun Jie remained rigid, not moving at all, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Seeing Sun Jie not daring to say a word only excited the man more, and he began to slap him. Sun Jie could no longer endure it. He shot a cold glare and said, "I need to pee. If you don't mind me urinating on you, go ahead and continue. You little bastard. How dare you?" The man glared as if ready to strike. "Why don't you try, eh?" Sun Jie said, already reaching to undo his belt. The man disdainfully shoved Sun Jie aside. "Get lost, get over there. Don't you dare bring your stinking piss onto us brothers." Sun Jie glanced back darkly at the man, then walked to the nearest snow mound. Behind it happened to be the hiding spot of Xia Huan and the others. "Sun Jie," Sun Jian called softly. Sun Jie, who had just unbuckled his pants, thought he was hearing things. He looked left and right. No one was there. "It's me, your brother, Sun Jian. I'm behind the snow mound in front of you. Don't look around or give yourself away. Cooperate with us in a moment. We'll take care of those 6. Mom and Dad are waiting for you to come back." It was real. He hadn't misheard. Sun Jie's hand trembled and his pants nearly fell down. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and pulled them back up. Glancing sideways behind him, he saw the 3 men weren't looking his way. He whispered, "Tell Mom and Dad I'm fine. Don't make a move yet. I have my own plan. Don't be foolish. This is also what Mom and Dad want. We've learned that the refugees on the mountain are planning to attack the village. Staying in the wolf's den will do you no good. We've already decided to sneak in and gather supplies on the day of the attack. Today we'll get you out first, and then we'll go together." So his brother knew all of this. After a moment of surprise, Sun Jie said, "They're planning to attack the village tomorrow night. Tell Mom and Dad not to worry. I can protect myself." He wanted to say more, but footsteps and impatient calls came from behind. "Brat, why are you dawdling like a woman? Hurry up." Hearing the voice behind him, Sun Jie's face darkened. As he pulled up his pants, he replied, "Almost done. I'm coming over now." Before leaving, he looked toward the snow mound and said, "Don't worry. Tomorrow night, I'll end everything with my own hands." Behind the snow mound, Sun Jian was so anxious he wanted to run out and drag his brother back, but reason told him he couldn't. He couldn't endanger the others for his own selfish desires. Soon the 6 refugees pushed Sun Jie toward the woods. What now? Do we follow and try to rescue him, or wait and see? Cheng Xiang asked Sun Jian. Sun Jian shook his head, looking in the direction Sun Jie had gone. "I know my brother's nature best. Once he sets his mind on something, even 9 oxen can't pull him back. Judging from his conversation with those refugees, he's not in immediate danger. Let's head back and inform everyone, then decide after discussing." Back in the cave, after Sun Jian recounted the whole story, no one spoke, most frowning in thought. Unable to bear the heavy silence, Sun Jian continued, "In my view, it's not entirely bad for him to stay with Su Daqiang for now. They're planning to attack the village tomorrow night. We can coordinate from within and without, and we might even find a chance to take him away." Cheng Ligan nodded. "You make sense, but Sun Jie might be staying for revenge. Didn't he say he'd end everything tomorrow night? He probably plans to strike at Su Daqiang during the chaos." The others had the same thought. Thinking of his wayward son, Sun Xiaoguang felt both anger and disappointment. That boy is blinded by vengeance. Tomorrow night I'll go and drag him back. Sun Jian, you're his elder brother. After all you've been through, I trust you won't be as reckless as your younger brother. Sun Jian, thus addressed, rubbed his nose sheepishly and replied in a low voice, "Of course." After discussion, they agreed that a few of them would go down the mountain tomorrow night, including Xia Huan, Yi Labai, Cheng Zhang, and the Sun father and son, while the rest remained in the cave. A night passed. The next day, since they were going to the village that night, they didn't go down. Cheng Ligan and the Zhang father and son continued working on the latrine. The squatting pit and the large manure pit had already been dug, and now they needed to build a small shelter with wooden planks. A few more days would complete it. The Sun father and son had gotten up early to exercise, and were now with Cheng Xiang preparing defensive weapons for the night. Some children were practicing archery not far away. Xia Huan was not idle either. She exchanged the pre-boiled and cooled snow water with spiritual spring water and carried it to water the vegetables. Just as she reached the cave entrance with a wooden bucket, she saw Yi Luobai holding a wooden stick tapping both the hand and back of Xia Xing, who was drawing a bow. With his adjustments, Xia Xing's archery stance immediately became much more proper. She saw Yi Luobai say something, and the arrow in her brother's hand shot out with a whoosh, hitting the target hanging from a tree, almost hitting the bullseye. That guy really has skills. A gleam of keen interest lit up her eyes. It was Xia Li's turn to shoot arrows. She mimicked Xia Xing's posture, drawing the bowstring back. Yi Luobai tapped her a few times with a stick to correct her form. Though her arrow did not hit the bullseye for a girl of her age, this was already quite impressive. Xia Huan watched from behind, barely suppressing her urge to applaud. Her sister-in-law was growing stronger by the day, filling her with an unshakable sense of pride and joy. In a good mood, she moved briskly and soon finished washing all the vegetables. With nothing else to occupy her time, she wandered over toward her sister-in-law's direction. As the saying went, one could never have too many skills. Since her sister-in-law was practicing so diligently, she ought to work hard as well. Her bow had been specially crafted by Cheng Xiang to her measurements, slightly smaller than his own. It fit her perfectly. "Yibai, I didn't know you had such skill. Thank you for guiding my sister-in-law. Since you're already helping her, would it be too much to include me as well? I won't let you teach for nothing. I've noticed you quite enjoy my cooking. I'll prepare both meals today. Make sure you don't come out on the losing end." Yi Luobai lifted his gaze in surprise. The scene of her killing that wolf the previous night was still vivid in his memory. How could she possibly be seeking his guidance on her own initiative, and with such a pleasant demeanor? No kindness comes without an agenda. Wary Yi Luobai crossed his arms tightly over his chest, looking every bit a timid young wife about to be bullied, with Xia Huan cast as the scheming villain. Of course, she must be coveting his handsomeness and charm, which explained her sudden change in attitude. The more Yi Luobai thought about it, the more convinced he became. He had no idea how far his imagination had carried him. Xia Huan genuinely only wanted to learn archery from him, nothing more. Seeing his obstinate resistance, Xia Huan was completely baffled. "What's wrong? Don't you want it? If you refuse, I'll have Aunt Li and Aunt Sun cook sweet potato porridge and boiled radishes for both lunch and dinner." With that, she turned on her heel, intending to go tell Li Suifan and Sun Xiaojun to prepare those dishes. Having already tasted Li Suifan and Sun Xiaojun's cooking, Yi Luobai frowned immediately. Without hesitation, he rose to his feet and blocked her path. "Let's make this clear. I will only teach you archery. Don't even think about anything else." "Anything else? What are you talking about?" She looked utterly bewildered. Yi Luobai dropped the matter and told her to draw the bow instead. The matter at hand came first, so Xia Huan did not press further. She listened carefully to Yi Luobai's instructions, occasionally asking questions with genuine eagerness. Behind them, Cheng Xiang's gaze drifted over, repeatedly lost in thought. True to her word, Xia Huan cooked 2 large pots of sour cabbage fish using pickled vegetables from the jar, and separately stewed a massive pot of wolf meat. She justified it by telling the women, "Eat well at noon, so you'll have the strength for the big task ahead." No one questioned her reasoning. Instead, they praised her thoughtfulness. In the early evening before descending the mountain, the group finished dinner, gathered everything they needed, and used ropes to climb down to a concealed spot. They waited in hiding until Su Daqiang and the others entered the village, then followed at a distance. As darkness deepened, the temperature dropped sharply. The cold wind stung their faces, and they remained crouched, waiting. Nearly half an hour later, faint lights appeared on the mountainside, moving downward. Soon the hidden figures spotted a large crowd brandishing torches, advancing with fierce determination. Su Daqiang walked at the forefront, surrounded like a moon orbited by stars, with Sun Jie slightly behind him. Using the light from the torches ahead, Xia Huan and the others followed at a steady pace. After some time, Su Daqiang and his men stopped near the entrance of the village. Su Daqiang raised his hand and waved, and immediately all the torches were extinguished. Plunged into darkness, they navigated forward by feel. At the village entrance, they split into several groups and silently infiltrated from different directions. Their coordination was seamless, as though they had planned everything in advance. Xia Huan and the others trailed behind for a stretch before finding a concealed position to lie in wait. Not long after taking cover, screams and chaos erupted from within the village. Lights flickered on one by one and half-dressed people came running out. But they hardly got far before Su Daqiang's men caught up and slashed them down with their blades. As the bodies piled higher, the stench of blood grew suffocating, nearly making one retch. Half an hour passed, and the cries gradually subsided. Nearly every member of Su Daqiang's group carried a weapon. They moved like machines of slaughter, beheading male refugees without mercy. The refugees fell like chicks before a blade, while the women were driven together to one location under guard. Seeing the battle drawing to a close, Xia Huan signaled to the group with a glance indicating it was time to begin collecting supplies. Su Daqiang and his men were currently clustered in the middle and rear sections of the village. The front had already been swept by slaughter, so starting their search from the village entrance was the safest approach. The group first split up to search 2 houses at the village entrance. Xia Huan Yi Luobai and Cheng Xiang headed to the second house together while father and son went to the first. Time was short, and everyone hurried their search. The second house yielded nothing, but in the first house they found several jeans of white flour hidden beneath the earthen bricks. After regrouping, they immediately moved to the next house. This time Xia Huan quietly retrieved some brown rice from her spatial storage, about 10 or so jeans, along with several large Chinese cabbages and some potatoes. Cheng Xiang also found success locating a few jeans of sweet potatoes. Father and son, however, came up empty-handed. They continued to the next several houses, stuffing anything useful into their cloth sacks. The further they went, the more supplies they found. After searching a few more homes, they arrived at the largest and best-constructed house in the village. Since it was significantly bigger than the others with more rooms, the group decided to search it together first. Cheng Xiang and Xia Huan entered the main hall with flashlights. The moment they stepped inside, they saw the lifeless corpse of a woman hanging from a beam in the room. "Don't look." Cheng Xiang stepped in front of Xia Huan to block her view. He feared the sight would frighten her. In truth, she stepped around him, her attention fixated with keen interest on the rope around the woman's neck. "Quick, figure out how to get that rope down." Cheng Xiang stared at her in astonishment. At her urging, he dragged over a table. Just as they managed to retrieve the rope, Yi Luobai walked in. He was carrying a thick rope roughly 10 meters long. "I found this on the bed." At that moment, father and son emerged cheerfully from the room on the right. "Take a look at what we found." Son Xiaoguang approached carrying several cloth sacks, while son Zhan held 2 large old pumpkins, each weighing over 10 jeans in his hands. A bulging sack sat at his feet. "Uncle Son, did you find anything good?" Xia Huan couldn't help but ask curiously. Son Xiaoguang smiled as he opened the bag. "I found several cotton-padded jackets and pants in those 2 rooms. They're a bit dirty, but they'll still be wearable after washing them." Right now, what they lacked most besides food and rope was cotton clothing and quilts. If the cold wave arrived, the items they currently had would certainly not be enough to keep them warm. Cheng Xiang looked at the cotton clothes, and a smile spread across his face. "These are precious goods. Let's first take them to the place we agreed on and hide them, then visit a few more houses before we go find Sun Jia." Just as they were about to head out, footsteps and chatter suddenly came from outside. The group exchanged glances and hid together in the adjacent side room. No sooner had they hidden than someone entered carrying a torch. Several men were escorting Su Daqiang, with Sun Jia trailing at the very back. Peering through the latticed wooden window from the side room, they happened to catch a glimpse of something gleaming coldly in Sun Jia's hand. The father and son both recognized it as a dagger, and their hearts raced with anxiety, fearing Sun Jia might make a move right there. In the main hall, "Brother Qiangzi, this is the largest house in the village, and it's sheltering many refugees. There must be valuable things inside. I'll go organize a search right away. You just sit here and wait. As for those refugees outside, leave them to us." A man, his face beaming with sycophantic smiles, wiped a nearby stool with his sleeve before gesturing for Su Daqiang to sit. The other men followed suit, each offering flattering words. Su Daqiang found them all terribly noisy and waved his hand impatiently. "Enough. Stop standing around here. You're eager to search, and that's fine, but there is one rule: everything found must be handed over. If anyone is caught hoarding, you know the consequences." Those final words struck like thunder, causing the men's expressions to shift simultaneously. Only Sun Jia remained calm, as if he had heard nothing. Seeing this, Su Daqiang's lips curled upward, and he beckoned him over. You come here. The other men exchanged glances and shot resentful looks at Sun Jie. It was not until Su Daqiang abruptly spoke up again. What are you all staring at? Do I need to personally invite you to get moving? And tell the brothers outside not to kill everyone. Just create enough fear to scare them. Leave them alive, they'll still be useful. Yes, we're on it right away. The men filed out one after another, preparing to bring in more people to search for useful items. Do you know why I kept you behind alone? Facing Su Daqiang's question, Sun Jie showed no reaction, his gaze fixed ahead, sharp and piercing. You have your reasons for doing this naturally. Su Daqiang studied the young man before him, seeing more of his younger self with each passing moment. Recalling the sycophantic faces he had just witnessed, he let out a cold laugh. Those men would all too gladly hide whatever they could find. I'm giving you one chance. As long as you agree to the conditions we discussed earlier, everything you find tonight can be yours. What do you say? In his view, the offer was irresistible, something those men would kill for. Sun Jie gazed at the confident Su Daqiang, resentment surging within him. His left hand slipped quietly into his right sleeve. He had waited so long for this very moment. He would take revenge and make Su Daqiang pay in blood. The blade's tip emerged, the dagger sliding slowly outward. Meanwhile, in the side room, everyone kept a close watch on the main hall. Father and son were both on edge, their hearts pounding in their throats. Quick, come in. Some of you go over there, and the rest of you go this way. The voice from outside sparked an idea in Xia Huan's mind. She spotted a stone by her foot in the moonlight, and quickly bent to pick it up. Yi Luobai, standing nearby, noticed her movement and immediately guessed her intention. Seeing him looking at her, Xia Huan didn't hesitate. She pressed the stone into his palm and gave him a meaningful glance. Yi Luobai nodded and turned to look out the window. Outside, the men who had been flattering Su Daqiang were leading the way, directing those behind them. Waiting for the right moment, Yi Luobai narrowed his eyes and released the stone from his fingers, controlling its trajectory with precision. Dead on target, the stone struck one of the men right beside his ankle. It landed almost silently, as though it had always been there. The man let out a sharp cry of pain. Who the hell dares to hit me? Suspecting someone nearby had done it, he grabbed whoever was closest and demanded answers. The commotion outside stirred the two men inside the main hall. Su Daqiang's expression darkened, his fierce eyes narrowing as he wondered if these people were attempting a rebellion. Hearing the noise from outside, Sun Jie's mind raced. In an instant, he realized something. That day, he had told his older brother about tonight's plan. He knew the men outside all too well. The one now shouting and demanding answers was Liang Dazhuang, Su Daqiang's most trusted enforcer. Liang Dazhuang abused the refugees at will, beating and scolding them so no refugee would ever dare to lay a hand on him. Could it be that his brother and the others had arrived? Following Liang Dazhuang's direction, Sun Jie cast his gaze toward the rooms on either side. Liang Dazhuang, knowing Su Daqiang was present, decided to call it quits. After roughly disciplining a few nearby refugees, he ordered them to hurry into the rooms and search for usable items. The refugees scattered in all directions, with several heading toward the side room. Watching them move, Sun Jie's hands clenched into fists, his heart churning like it was being deep-fried in oil. As those three were about to reach the room, he bit his lip and called out, "I accept your terms." He then strode out, quickly glancing left and right before marching purposefully toward the side room. He had spotted a pair of eyes through the lattice window. The owner of those eyes was Sun Zhan, who had deliberately let Sun Jie see them. Earlier, when the refugees had glanced over, they had all retreated backward. This discovery made Sun Jie feel relieved that he had made the right choice. Just now, though, a cold sweat broke out across his back. "You brat, what do you think you're doing? Who let you run over here? This area is our responsibility." The refugees searching the side room were instantly displeased. They had just been beaten and were looking for someone to vent their frustration on. They closed in around Sun Jie and raised their fists ready to strike. Liang Dazhuang watched coldly from behind, showing no intention of intervening. "Stop!" The sharp, commanding voice came from Su Daqiang. He stepped to the doorway of the main hall and glared fiercely at the refugees surrounding Sun Jie. "I permitted him to search for items, and anything he finds belongs solely to him. No one is to touch it, and it does not need to be turned over. This applies only for tonight." He cast a meaningful glance at Liang Dazhuang. With those words from Su Daqiang, no one dared to block Sun Jie any longer. Sun Jie shoved the refugees aside, opened the side room door, and closed it behind him, completely cutting off the curious and astonished gazes from outside. Inside the side room, as soon as Sun Jie entered and shut the door, he received a sharp rap on the head from Sun Xiaoguang. "You unfilial son, do you have any idea what you're doing?" In a rage, Sun Xiaoguang grabbed his younger son by the collar, dragged him to the farthest corner, and pressed him against the wall. Lowering his voice deliberately, he said, "Come back with me this instant, and I'll settle the score with you properly when we get home." Facing his father's stern countenance, Sun Jie felt a pang of fear, but replied with unwavering confidence, "Father, those bastards killed grandfather. I want to avenge him, and I'm about to succeed." Bah! Revenge is not about charging recklessly and throwing your life away. Now that your grandparents have passed, if you have any filial piety and reason left, leave with us first. I'm more anxious than you to seek vengeance, but it must never be at the cost of your own life. Our family is down to just a few people now. If we all die, what will become of your mother? By the end, Sun Xiaoguang's eyes were red and his voice trembled with sobs. Grandmother is dead. The color drained from Sun Jie's face. His previous confidence vanished in an instant, replaced by boundless sorrow and shock. Sun Jian also approached to persuade Sun Jie, urging his brother not to act rashly. Xia Huan and the other two kept watch outside, while simultaneously observing the commotion between the Sun family members. "Fine, I'll go with you. I will avenge this, but I won't sacrifice my family's lives." With moist eyes, Sun Jie wiped the corners of his eyes with his hand. He looked up and glanced around, noticing a wooden window not far to his left. The area beyond the window was pitch black and unclear, but Cheng Xiang, who frequently roamed the village, knew it well and also understood what Sun Jie was thinking. He walked to the window, shook it with his hands, and felt it loosen. "We can break this open. There's a bamboo grove behind, and I know a small path that leads up the mountain." Almost simultaneously, Xia Huan and Yi Luobai exchanged glances, both recalling the events of their first meeting. Looking into her clear, bright eyes, he touched the bridge of his nose and averted his gaze. As Xia Huan was lost in thought, someone pushed her arm, snapping her back to reality. Looking up, she saw Cheng Xiang, urging her to step onto the table and crawl out through the window. Time was tight, so without hesitation, she stepped onto the table, squeezed through the window, and landed steadily on the ground outside. They groped their way into the bamboo grove. With Cheng Xiang leading the way and the faint moonlight providing some illumination, they quickly traversed the small path and reached the mountain. Meanwhile, Su Daqiang's side noticed something amiss. Sun Jie had been in the side room for too long. After seeking Su Daqiang's approval, Liang Dazhuang led men to break down the door. "Bad news, Brother Chong. That brat smashed the window and escaped." Liang Dazhuang shouted loudly and dramatically. "What?" Su Daqiang stood up in shock, his face quickly shrouded in murderous intent, gnashing his teeth in hatred. "Send some men to chase him. He can't have gotten far on his own. I want him captured alive. I'll lead the pursuit myself," Liang Dazhuang said, then turned and called a few men before running off. Su Daqiang left in the main hall, couldn't even stop him in time. Enraged, he slammed his fist into a wooden table beside him, splitting it in two with a loud crash. "I trusted you so much and you dare to play me. You'd better hope you're caught alive this time." As he ran, Liang Dazhuang's face turned sinister. "When we find him, beat him to death. Wild beasts often roam the mountain, and with the darkness and slippery paths, it's easy for a man to be mauled to death by a beast or fall off a cliff in the chaos." The men he brought were all trusted confidants who instantly grasped his meaning, and wicked smiles crept across their faces. On the mountain, Cheng Xiang and Sun Jian took the lead, while Xia Huan and Yi Luobai walked in the middle with flashlights, and Sun Xiaoguang and Sun Jie brought up the rear. The group hurried forward, guided by the beams of light. Suddenly, Yi Luobai and Cheng Xiang stopped in unison. The former stared intently at a certain direction, while the latter warily scanned the surroundings. The others, seeing this, understood immediately and tightened their grip on their weapons. Accompanied by a strange rustling sound, a dark figure abruptly shot out from the direction Yi Luobai had been watching. "Everyone be careful," Cheng Xiang shouted, raising his machete and preparing to charge. At the same time, Xia Huan shone her flashlight at the figure, and the sight nearly startled her. It was a person with disheveled hair, bare feet covered in wounds, and tattered clothes rushing towards Xia Huan with alarming speed. Under the flashlight's glare, they looked like a vengeful spirit. There was some distance between them, and the person barefoot staggered with every step, so Xia Huan wasn't too worried about them swiftly reaching her and causing harm. Quick! That bitch is over there, and there are a few others with her. Let's grab them first. The voice came from nearby. A man was pointing at the disheveled figure. His group of 8 men, judging by their ragged clothes, were clearly refugees from the mountain. Xia Huan and the others heard the sound and went on alert. Instead of standing still waiting for the figure to pounce, she stepped back a few paces, raised her iron rod ready to strike if the person made a move. One blow and blood would flow. Sun Jie, standing to the left of the disheveled figure, caught a glimpse of the face. I think I know her. As he finished speaking, the person halted and looked up, speaking softly toward him. Brother Sun, the refugees from the mountain are chasing us. Let's get out of here quickly. Zhang Jinjin. Xia Huan recognized the voice. That's right, it's me. Surprised I didn't freeze or starve to death. Zhang Jinjin's tone was brimming with intense hatred. Noticing the refugees were about to arrive, she grew frantic and reached out to grab Sun Jie's hand. But Sun Jie had already seen her intention and disdainfully sidestepped to avoid her. He walked over to Xia Huan and said, Miss Xia, don't be afraid. Hide behind me. On the way, he had already heard from his father and brother how their family of 3 had reunited with his aunt's family and where they were now staying. He also noticed Zhang Jinjin's hostility towards Xia Huan. Xia Huan was a great benefactor to their family, and as long as he was around, no one would dare harm a single hair on her head. You. Zhang Jinjin stared at them with jealousy and incredulity. Xia Huan had not only tried to kill her before, but had now also taken away the man she loved. While they were speaking, the refugees who had come down from the mountain to capture Zhang Jinjin had already arrived. Without a word, they launched an attack directly at Cheng Xiang and Yi Luobai. Yi Luobai was highly skilled, though any refugee who came close was swiftly knocked down. Sun Xiaowang also ran over to help, and the situation became clear. Sun Zhan sensed that the woman named Zhang Jinjin harbored ill intentions. He walked towards Xia Huan to ask his brother what was really going on. Seeing that the 8 refugees chasing her had gained nothing, Zhang Jinjin's desire to escape grew stronger. She hurried towards Sun Jie, her eyes filled with hope. Brother Sun, this is a rare opportunity. Come with me quickly. I brought some food from the mountain, we can eat on the way. Once we reach the south, everything will be fine. Sun Jie, pestered by her repeatedly, felt nothing but annoyance. His face full of impatience, he retorted coldly, Why should I go with you? Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to make me leave? Behind him, Xia Huan silently exclaimed, What a straight-laced macho man. He still couldn't see that she had feelings for him. Standing only a few steps away from Sun Jie, Zhang Jinjin's eyes were brimming with tears, her grief overwhelming. She pointed angrily at Xia Huan and said, If I have no right, does she? As the last word fell, her expression suddenly twisted into a ferocious grimace. Noticing the change in Zhang Jinjin's tone, Xia Huan raised her iron rod and entered a state of full alert. It's all her fault. She destroyed everything for me. What right does a hypocritical bitch like her have to possess everything and still be alive and well? While speaking, Zhang Jinjin lunged at Xia Huan like a ferocious beast. Her right hand swiftly reached into her chest and pulled out a cold, gleaming object. You actually hit a dagger to launch a sneak attack. Sun Jie roared with fury, striding over and striking downward at the wrist holding the dagger. He nearly hit her, but Zhang Jinjin, having been cautious, sidestepped with one foot. Just as she was about to find Xia Huan and harm her, an iron rod came hurtling toward her. There was no escape. The iron rod pierced into Zhang Jinjin's left shoulder blade. Immediately after, Sun Jie delivered a spinning kick to her chest. She stumbled a few steps, and in her panic a pair of black boots appeared in her sight. Looking up, she saw it was Sun Jie's elder brother. A mad thought flashed through her mind, and the very instant it arose, she raised her hand and stabbed the dagger she clutched fiercely towards Sun Zhan. Big brother, watch out! Sun Jie shouted, running with all his might. Sun Zhan had never expected Zhang Jinjin to still have the strength to harm anyone. The moment he saw the dagger thrusting toward him, he stepped back, but her movement was too fast. The dagger plunged into his right arm. Blood immediately soaked through his clothes. Sun Jian gritted his teeth in pain. Though he tried to endure it, the agony was so intense that an uncontrollable agonized groan escaped his lips. "You venomous woman, I'll kill you." Seeing that his brother's injury was not fatal, Sun Jie breathed a sigh of relief, then swung his fist with full force, striking Zhang Jinjin in the chest. Zhang Jinjin was struck so hard that blood spurted from her mouth, but strangely, she kept grinning. Xia Huan, noticing Sun Jian's unbearable pain, put away her iron rod and supported him. "Brother Sun, are you all right?" She carefully lifted his injured hand to examine it closely. "The wound doesn't look deep. Why is there so much blood?" "Haha, that's because the dagger is coated with a deadly poison. As soon as the venom touches the wound, the toxins will spread throughout the body. Only I have the antidote. Sun Jie, if you want your brother to live, you'll come with me to the south. Otherwise your brother will surely die." Zhang Jinjin laughed maniacally like a madwoman. "Crazy, crazy. Hand over the antidote now, or I'll kill you this instant." Enraged, Sun Jie gripped Zhang Jinjin's throat tightly. Her face lost all color, but she laughed even more joyfully. Over there, Sun Jian's condition was already deteriorating. His eyes were half closed, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness at any moment. Xia Huan watched with burning anxiety. Without a second thought, while no one was paying attention, she took some spiritual spring water from her space and gave it to Sun Jian. "Brother Sun, don't close your eyes. Keep looking at me." Zhang Jinjin had stabbed Sun Jian out of hatred for her. If he died, she would never find peace for the rest of her life. "Nong, is there any way to save Brother Sun now?" Xia Huan asked through her mind. "Xiao Huan, since you haven't unlocked the herb garden mode, yet there are no medicinal herbs in the space to save him. However, the spiritual spring water you just fed him has stopped the bleeding and slowed the spread of the toxin, buying you some time to find an antidote. If the spiritual spring water can't suppress the toxin any longer, he'll be in mortal danger at any moment." The situation was slightly better than she had imagined. At least they had some time to find the antidote. Xia Huan quickly adjusted her mindset, silently resolved to accelerate the unlocking of the herb garden mode. Just then Sun Xiaowang and the others ran over. She handed Sun Jian over to them and walked toward Zhang Jinjin. "Brother Sun, Su Daqiang's men should be catching up soon. We need to leave this place quickly. Let's knock her out first and take her back for interrogation. Brother Sun's wound has stopped bleeding for now." Upon hearing that she would be taken away, Zhang Jinjin instantly became agitated and screamed at Sun Jie, "If you dare to do that, believe me, I'll." Before she could finish, Sun Xiaowang, who had just walked over, struck her unconscious with a single palm blow. Sun Xiaowang restrained his impulse and said to his younger son, "Chou is right. Let's leave here first and avoid a direct confrontation with Su Daqiang's men." The 8 dead men were the ones he left on the mountain, meaning there are still people up there. If his men discover our group, our situation will become even more perilous. The bodies of the 8 men had been dragged to a hidden spot by Yi Luobai and Cheng Xiang, covered with snow, and all traces of blood were cleaned up. The dazed Sun Jian was helped to sit against a nearby tree trunk. Sun Jie carefully considered his father's words. He was well aware of the current situation. Continuing to waste time here would yield no benefit. Fine. He found a rope from a sack and bound Zhang Jinjin's hands tightly. With a forceful tug, a dull thud sounded, and she was dragged along like a lifeless corpse. Xia Huan saw this and signaled the others to walk ahead, while Sun Jie dragged Zhang Jinjin at the very back, using her body to erase the footprints they left behind. Shortly after, Xia Huan and the others left, Liang Dazhuang and his group arrived with torches, unaware of the events that had just unfolded there. One of them said, "Brother Dazhuang, there are 3 paths ahead, one into the woods, one up the mountain, and one leading to the neighboring peak. Which way should we go?" Under the dim light, Liang Dazhuang gazed at the 3 directions with deep eyes. "That brat, since he fled, would never go up the mountain. He knows our people are still up there. Take 5 men into the woods, I'll lead the rest to the other side. Move faster and find him, alive or dead." He bit off the last few words with extra emphasis. Meanwhile, Xia Huan and the others had already reached the mid-slope. Fearing they might attract others, they traveled by the faint moonlight. Sun Jian, who had fallen unconscious, was carried on Sun Xiaowang's back. Worried that his condition might worsen, they hurried their steps. In the darkness, they ascended the slope and disappeared from view. A few minutes later, a tall and a short head emerged from behind a nearby bush. Dad, it seems they're in big trouble. Our grain is almost gone, and these days the mountain folks often come down to patrol, so we can't even catch fish. Winter is creeping in. We can endure, but what about mother, sister, and the two elders? Maybe we could ask those people for some grain or trade with them. They're many and come down almost every day, so they must have plenty. The speaker's voice was somewhat youthful. A boy of about 15 or 16, thinly clad with red, chapped, frostbitten cheeks. Sienna, times have changed. Now even a coarse bun or a vegetable dumpling can save a life. They have their own grain. That's theirs. We must not stoop to the level of those ruthless, murderous refugees. Besides, we're strangers to them. It wouldn't be right to approach them uninvited. The fact that we can catch fish here is thanks to their presence. The speaker was a middle-aged man around 40 with steady eyes and a hint of worry etched between his brows. But Dad, you saved them last time. If you hadn't picked up their water pouch and warned them, they would have run into the mountain folks. From what I can tell, they often move around here, probably hiding in some cave like us. If we search carefully, we might find them. Yangxian, have you forgotten what I just told you? We must not forget our roots, nor use such favors to bind others. Moreover, you must never mention their existence to anyone, especially not to your uncle and aunt. Understood? Yang Lang looked at his eldest son with a stern expression. Let's head back first. The mountain folks shouldn't come down tonight. Now's the time to catch more fish. Scolded Yang Xian lowered his head and murmured, I understand, father. The father and son went to the river, broke the ice, and scooped up fish, about a dozen kilograms worth. Their hands were red from the cold. The night was already frigid, and with the biting wind their hands went almost numb. Enough, that should do. Let's go back. Yang Lang was about to find something to cover the ice hole, when suddenly light blazed from the nearby woods accompanied by a shout. Look! There are people over there. Move fast, catch them. Damn it, Sienna, run. Yang Lang hoisted the bag of fish, grabbed his son's hand, and sprinted in the opposite direction. The pursuers were the ones who had gone into the woods to search for son Xia. Mistaking the two for son Xia, they gave chase with all their might. Midway, one of them stepped into the ice hole, gasping at the biting cold. How is there water here? Forget that. Catch them first, or Liang Dazhuang won't let us off. The 5 men stopped hesitating and gave chase fiercely. The Yangs, familiar with the terrain, deliberately lured them into the woods, winding this way and that. Yang Lang nearly got caught and took a slash to his foot from a machete, but soon they successfully led the 5 men to a slope. The pursuers, running too fast to stop, tumbled down the embankment together. Taking advantage of the chaos, the father and son slipped away. Half an hour later, the 5 men, helping each other, returned to the spot where the Yangs had been fishing. Frustrated by their failure, they noticed the ice hole. One curious man asked, if there are fish in the river, could we make up for our mistake by catching some? The others, seeing they had lost the trail, decided to give it a try. To their surprise, they actually caught a fish. There really are fish. This river might be big. Let's hurry back to the village and tell Su Daqiang the good news. Even if Liang Dazhuang is angry, he won't dare do anything to us. The 5 men excitedly caught a few more fish and headed back. Meanwhile, Xia Huan and the others safely returned to the cave. She immediately took a black cloth, folded it into 3 layers, and blindfolded the unconscious Zhang Jinjin, then bound her feet with rope. This was to keep the cave's location hidden. After that, she searched Zhang Jinjin thoroughly, even checking her hair, but the antidote was not on her person. So where could Zhang Jinjin have hidden the antidote? Sun Zhan was laid on a bed by the others. Li Sufin busied herself heating water, while Sun Xiaojin and Huang Pingping fussed anxiously. Yi Luobai crouched by the bed, examining Sun Zhan's wound. Good, the bleeding has stopped. I have some internal medicine pills for external injuries. Give him one now. That woman said the dagger was poisoned, so the dried blood at the wound's edge is black. I need a specific antidote to counteract it. From the look of it, I can't tell what poison it is. Thank you, Master Yi. Don't worry about the antidote. I'll handle it. Sun Jia clasped his fists in thanks, then strode over to Zhang Jinjin, who was bound in the corner and still unconscious. 2 sharp slaps echoed. Zhang Jinjin's face swelled badly, and she was jolted awake, but she could see nothing. Where am I? What do you want? The darkness around her triggered an instinctive fear. But then she thought of the antidote, and her fear faded. She raised her lips with a smug smile. That poison I stole from Su Daqiang. He said it came from the southern Zhao kingdom. Without the antidote, death is certain. Sun Jia, I'll give you 2 hours. If you exceed that, your brother will die. That's a deadly poison. You'd better make your choice quickly. Fury surged in Sun Jia. He raised his fist ready to smash this detestable woman's head. But the fist hung in the air. He dared not strike, for he couldn't gamble with his brother's life. Zhang Jinjin sensed that the fist did not fall, and a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. She spoke in a gentle, coaxing tone. Brother Sun, it would be such a good thing to come south with me. This place is too chaotic for anyone normal to survive, and your brother could live as well. In truth, I never intended to harm you or your family. I was forced into this. What a fine excuse of being forced. Xia Huan, standing behind, wore a cold, mocking smile. She softly asked Cheng Xiang beside her, do you think her words are credible? Not credible. Zhang Jinjin is vicious at heart. She did this to avenge what we did to her last time. I only regret that I wasn't there then. That blade should have pierced me, not involve innocent Sun Jian. Cheng Xiang clenched his fists, his face taut with strain. Then why do you think Zhang Jinjin keeps insisting that Sun Jia must go south with her? This question caught Cheng Xiang off guard. He pondered seriously before replying. Zhang Jinjin wants to go south. As a weak woman, she would surely worry about dangers on the road. If she had a strong young man like Sun Jia to protect her, she wouldn't have that concern. Xia Huan raised her hand to her brow, covering her face in exasperation, thinking to herself how all the men around her were such dense, straightforward types. There's another possibility. The speaker was Yi Luobai, who walked over slowly. What possibility? Xia Huan looked at him curiously, thinking this guy might finally see something. Yi Luobai fixed his gaze on Zhang Jinjin and said sternly, when she was captured on the mountain, she might have begged Sun Jia for help, but the outcome did not favor her. So she deliberately stabbed Sun Jian, and wants to take Sun Jia away to torment and retaliate against him during the journey south. After speaking, he nodded, as if everything was under his control. Most importantly, Cheng Xiang found it quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. Xia Huan was utterly speechless. She gave him a thumbs up and said, you guessed well, you guessed brilliantly, but you guessed wrong. What do you mean? Yi Luobai frowned. Xia Huan beckoned to them. Come, let's talk over there. I have a way to find the antidote. The three moved to another spot. Cheng Xiang asked impatiently, ugly girl, have you thought of a good way to pry open Zhang Jinjin's mouth? Having sorted out her thoughts, Xia Huan began to explain slowly. First, we need to figure out what she really wants. She talks about nothing but Sun Jia going south with her. So Sun Jia is the key. She could easily go south on her own to escape the disaster, yet she insists on this. What you both said is not without reason, but from a woman's perspective, I see her affection for Sun Jia. She likes him and wants the one she loves to take her away from here. Originally, she intended to harm me, but Sun Jia stopped her. Jealousy and overwhelming hatred made her strike at Sun Jian, who was closest to her, to force Sun Jia to comply. Perhaps we can try using Sun Jia as a leverage to make Zhang Jinjin hand over the antidote. But I haven't come up with a complete plan yet. If you have any ideas, feel free to add. That can't be. If Zhang Jinjin truly likes Sun Jia, she could just confess her feelings and kindly ask him to accompany her south. Besides, Sun Jian is Sun Jia's elder brother. Didn't she think that doing this would earn Sun Jia's disgust? Cheng Xiang still found it hard to believe. Yi Luobai was lost in thought, saying nothing. Brother Cheng, didn't you notice the look in Zhang Jinjin's eyes when she glanced at Sun Jia earlier? Love or hate, the eyes never lie. Tonight she escaped from the mountain, while Su Daqiang and the others were in the village. She brought a dagger coated with deadly poison. This shows she was well prepared. And I suspect she had already asked Sun Jia to go south with her before, but was rejected, which is why she made so many preparations. The hiding of the antidote must have been planned in advance. Judging from her recent experiences, I think, as a frightened bird, she wouldn't hide the antidote among the refugees on the mountain. Because the antidote is her lifeline, she would definitely hide it somewhere both safe and secluded. Xia Huan rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Cheng Xiang was also guessing where Zhang Jinjin might have hidden the antidote. He recalled Xia Huan's suggestion about using Sun Jia as a leverage and suddenly had an idea. We could have Sun Jia pretend to agree to leave with her. Once she hands over the antidote, we can deal with her. As soon as he said it, Xia Huan shook her head in opposition. That won't work. Zhang Jinjin is too cautious now. She won't be fooled so easily. I have a plan. Fight poison with poison. Yubai, don't you still have some poison or something? Yi Luobai asked. You want to poison her to force her to give up the antidote. We'll need one more person to cooperate. Come closer, my plan is like this. After listening, Cheng Xiang grinned and gave Xia Huan a thumbs up. Even Yi Luobai looked at her with newfound respect. After discussing the specifics of how to carry out the plan, the three returned to the others. Cheng Xiang and Yi Luobai stayed with Sun Jia, while Xia Huan quietly approached Zhang Yuming and led him to a secluded spot. Grandpa Lijing, I recall you mentioned some time ago that you had a set of silver needles. When you worked as an apprentice in a pharmacy, you learned acupuncture from the doctor there, and the doctor gave you those needles. I have a plan to make Zhang Jinjin hand over the antidote to save Sun Jian, and I need your cooperation. Zhang Yuming was stunned. Can this old man really help? Yes. Xia Huan leaned closer and whispered, I plan to fight poison with poison. Feed Zhang Jinjin a poison, and then have you use the needles to make her temporarily feel excruciating discomfort. If she wants to live, she'll have to give up the antidote. Will that work? I haven't practiced acupuncture in a while. I'm afraid. Zhang Yuming spoke with uncertainty, but then he thought of the critically injured Sun Jia, steeled his resolve, and his tone became firm. All right, I'll give it my all. Over there, Cheng Xiang whispered a few words to Sun Jia, and Yi Luobai handed him a small porcelain bottle. Sun Jia took the bottle, nodded to them to show he understood what to do. He uncorked the bottle, poured out a black pill, walked toward Zhang Jinjin, and with swift hands pinched her cheeks, forcing her mouth open. He threw the pill into her mouth, clamped her jaw shut, and tilted her head back. After a moment, he released his grip and shoved her to the ground. Zhang Jinjin coughed violently, her face flushed red, struggling for breath. What did you feed me? Sun Jia stepped on her chest, applying pressure. It's a deadly poison. Within an hour, if you don't take the antidote, you'll die. If you want to live, trade your medicine for mine. Poison? How could they possibly have poison? Zhang Jinjin laughed scornfully, but the next moment her smile froze on her face. Cheng Xiang was the one who struck and knocked Zhang Jinjin unconscious. Xia Huan and Zhang Yuming happened to walk over at that moment, and he was carrying something neatly wrapped in yellow cloth. Zhang Yuming unwrapped the cloth, revealing silver needles inside, 6 in total, each varying in length and thickness. I am aware that needling certain acupoints will cause unbearable pain in the short term. If this period is exceeded, the pain will gradually diminish until it disappears entirely, at which point Zhang Jinjin will surely come to her senses. Sun Jia urgently interjected, about how long can this last? Roughly half a double hour, came the reply. Upon hearing this time frame, the others felt it was rather short, for even descending the mountain at full speed would take over a quarter of an hour. Uncle, go ahead with the acupuncture. As long as there is a chance to save Genre, we are all willing to try. It was Sun Xiaowang who spoke, while Huang Pingping and Sun Jia also nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuming pinched the silver needles and began to focus intently on the acupuncture. Not long after the acupuncture was completed, Xia Huan arrived with a bucket of cold water and poured it over Zhang Jinjin. Drenched to the bone, she woke from the cold, and a wave of excruciating pain surged from her lower left abdomen, causing her to cry out in agony. Zhang Jinjin, you have ingested the life-ending intestine-severing pill. This poison is exceedingly potent, and the pain intensifies gradually. You have already fainted once from the agony. Without the antidote in time, you will die screaming in unbearable suffering. Xia Huan spoke, while gesturing for the others to follow her out. Her steps were swift and decisive as she glanced back toward Zhang Jinjin and said, Brother Sun's bleeding has stopped, and he has taken the wound medicine. We can afford to wait. If you can too, then let us see how long this drags out. The Sun family members followed her out and made their way to the living area on the other side, where they warmed themselves by the charcoal fire. Blindfolded Zhang Jinjin heard everyone leave and felt a surge of panic. She had been dumped near the ventilation opening, and the biting cold wind made her shiver uncontrollably. Combined with the excruciating pain, it felt as though her body were caught between ice and fire. Over by the living area, Xia Huan and the others were discussing what to eat for tomorrow, each sharing their opinions while occasionally glancing toward Zhang Jinjin's location. Except for Yi Luobai, who after some thought said quite seriously, the weather has turned cold again. Why don't we have that hot pot you mentioned last time? He looked at Xia Huan with a completely earnest expression. Xia Huan, who had been watching Zhang Jinjin, glared at him for still caring about food at such a moment, but replied in a light tone, "All right, it will warm us up nicely. The weather really is quite cold." She deliberately hissed through her teeth. Hearing this, Zhang Jinjin felt even colder and more miserable, her teeth chattering loudly, and the abdominal pain intensified until she grew dizzy and nearly fainted. Time ticked away slowly. Xia Huan and the others had moved from discussing food to other topics, yet the Sun family members kept glancing toward Zhang Jinjin, their hearts feeling as though they were being roasted over fire. Xia Huan's anxiety grew as well. She had been certain Zhang Jinjin would surrender the antidote to save herself, but nearly 2 quarters had passed without any sign of yielding. Just as the group exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do next, Zhang Jinjin let out a piercing scream. "It hurts so much. Give me the antidote quickly. I will take you to get it." Anxious Sun Jie's face lit up at these words, and he immediately moved to approach, but Xia Huan shook her head to stop him. She smiled faintly toward Zhang Jinjin and said, "What is the rush? I have not tormented you enough yet. We have plenty of time. Wait a bit longer." Meeting Sun Jie's anxious and puzzled gaze, she offered him a reassuring smile. Upon hearing those 3 words, "Wait a bit longer," Zhang Jinjin's expression suddenly darkened. She sat up straight and, judging by sound, roared toward Xia Huan, "Ugly girl, I told you to give me the antidote now. I will not wait another moment." After her outburst, she rolled on the ground in agony. After waiting a while longer, the pain became unbearable, and Zhang Jinjin began cursing viciously, spewing every vile word she could find. Seeing the moment was right, Xia Huan told Sun Jie, "Go ahead." Sun Jie responded and went over, grabbing Zhang Jinjin and demanding, "Speak quickly. Where is the antidote hidden?" Zhang Jinjin was already too weak from the pain to resist. "Untie me quickly, and I will take you to it." Sun Jie looked to Xia Huan for confirmation. She nodded, and he turned back, striking her unconscious with a single blow. This was done to ensure Zhang Jinjin would not sense the journey down the mountain and reveal the cave's location. "I will take her down first," Sun Jie said. Sun Jie carried Zhang Jinjin on his shoulder and sprinted out. Cheng Xiang, Sun Xiaowang, Xia Huan, Yi Luobai, and the others each grabbed their weapons and followed. At the foot of the mountain, Xia Huan poured cold water from her water pouch over Zhang Jinjin to wake her. "Tell me quickly, where is the antidote?" The freshly awakened Zhang Jinjin shivered violently, sneezing several times as she gradually regained her senses. She could tell she had been moved to a different location, for the biting wind howling around her was colder than before. "How can I lead you anywhere if you will not tell me where I am and remove the cloth covering my eyes?" Fortunately, Xia Huan had anticipated Zhang Jinjin's schemes and had Sun Jie bring her to the forest beforehand. Sun Jie caught Xia Huan's signal and stepped forward to remove the blindfold from Zhang Jinjin's eyes. She opened them and looked around, seeing a circle of people surrounding her, all watching her with cold, unreadable expressions. At that moment, Xia Huan delivered a fierce kick straight to Zhang Jinjin's abdomen, sending her flying several meters away. She did this both as a warning and to prolong Zhang Jinjin's suffering, buying them more time. The pain in her abdomen surged again, leaving Zhang Jinjin too weak to think clearly. She reached out to Sun Jie with a trembling voice. "It hurts so badly. Help me walk." Sun Jie had no desire to touch this venomous woman who was as cruel as a serpent or scorpion. He picked up a dead branch from the snow and threw it at her, saying, "Delaying any longer will benefit you not at all." Unable to bear the agony any longer, Zhang Jinjin used the stick to prop herself up, her hands shaking. She scanned her surroundings first, then began limping toward the left. The others stayed close on her flanks, wary of any tricks she might attempt. The pain became so unbearable that she eventually quickened her pace. After running for roughly 2 quarters of an hour, Zhang Jinjin suddenly collapsed onto the snow, gasping for breath, her eyes fixed on something in the distance. Xia Huan followed her gaze and noticed she was staring at a tree not far ahead. With time running short, Sun Jie roughly hauled Zhang Jinjin to her feet and demanded, "Where is the antidote?" "Beneath that tree. Just search around and you will find it." Sun Jie was about to head over when Xia Huan, studying Zhang Jinjin with suspicion, pushed her forward instead. "You go get it and bring it to us." "Very well." Zhang Jinjin's compliance came as a surprise. She hunched over and slowly made her way toward the tree. From an angle beyond, everyone sight a sinister smile crept across Zhang Jinjin's face. She fumbled beneath the tree for a moment before producing a small white porcelain bottle. Xia Huan, come get the antidote yourself if you want it. Upon hearing this, Xia Huan immediately suspected a trap and frowned. Miss Xia, don't go, I'll get it. Sun Jie had only taken 2 steps when Zhang Jinjin's cold voice rang out. If Xia Huan doesn't come for the antidote herself, I'll destroy it right now. I'll go. Ignoring everyone's plea, Xia Huan strode forward resolutely. Upon reaching Zhang Jinjin, she extended her hand. Give me the antidote. Zhang Jinjin said nothing, merely watching Xia Huan with a smile as she slowly extended the antidote. Where is my antidote? Xia Huan opened her palm, revealing a black pill resting in her palm. In truth, it was merely an ordinary pill for treating wind cold. Everyone else was watching them with rapt attention, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble. The moment Xia Huan grasped the porcelain bottle and Zhang Jinjin took the black pill, she suddenly struck her 5 fingers, forming a claw that grabbed for Xia Huan's throat. Ugly girl. Watch out, Miss Xia. Several people rushed forward in alarm, unaware that Xia Huan had long been prepared. The instant she received the antidote, she gripped it tightly and simultaneously drew out an electric stun baton hidden in her other sleeve, striking Zhang Jinjin's hand. While the woman spasmed from the electric current, Xia Huan tossed the antidote towards Sun Jie and backhanded her to pin both her arms. Zhang Jinjin was pressed against the tree, completely immobilized, her face flattened against the bark and features contorted. Despite the dire situation, she burst into laughter, her voice unnerving. What are you laughing at? Speak. Xia Huan pressed the stun baton against Zhang Jinjin once more. This time the woman's eyes rolled back, yet she continued laughing. I'll kill this madwoman. Sun Jie drew the dagger he always carried, preparing to end Zhang Jinjin in one strike. Xia Huan had no objection, but she could not fathom why Zhang Jinjin kept laughing so eerily, which left her deeply uneasy. Was the antidote fake? As she pondered, she raised her gaze and scanned the surroundings. Notably, Zhang Jinjin's laughter suddenly grew louder, filled with provocation. It seemed something was nearby. Just as Xia Huan was about to warn the others, Yi Luobai's eyes locked onto a direction, and he quickly called out, "Everyone be careful." Almost before the last syllable left his lips, everyone felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, drawing their full attention. Xia Huan had no time for further hesitation. She used her free hand to switch on her flashlight and aimed it toward where Yi Luobai had just pointed. The beam revealed a massive brown-furred living creature. Looking upward, her expression turned to shock. That's a giant brown bear. As the light swept across, she spotted another bear of similar size emerging from behind the first. Before she could process that, 2 more bears appeared, slightly smaller than the others, likely their cubs. So that was why Zhang Jinjin had been laughing so eerily. Xia Huan cursed silently to herself. Still gripping Zhang Jinjin's hands with full force, she tossed aside the flashlight and stun baton, then drew a short blade from her spatial storage. Seizing the chaos, she acted while the others were distracted by the bears. In the confusion, Zhang Jinjin felt a chill on her neck, a terrible premonition surging within her. Xia Huan, what are you doing? Sending you to hell. Xia Huan spoke coldly, her reddened eyes blazing with killing intent. Zhang Jinjin had caused so much trouble time and again, letting such a menace live would only invite endless disaster. No, I was wrong. At that moment, genuine panic seized Zhang Jinjin. She could already feel the pain building at her neck, and in her desperation, she tried to speak further, but the stabbing agony silenced her. The short blade sliced cleanly. Warm blood sprayed outward, and a few droplets splattered onto Xia Huan's face. She showed no reaction, her expression cold and emotionless. Xia Huan released her grip, and Zhang Jinjin fell like a severed kite, her neck bearing a gruesome wound, blood gushing forth. Her wide-open eyes reflected both terror and unwillingness. Out of caution, Xia Huan crouched to carefully inspect the body, repeatedly confirming that Zhang Jinjin was truly lifeless. She brushed off the bloodstained hand, retrieved the stun baton and flashlight from the ground, and rose to her feet. Xia Huan, watch out for the bear behind you. Yi Luobai's urgent cry came from behind. Xia Huan instinctively turned, and though the scene was not entirely clear, she saw the massive brown figure closing in. It was nearly upon her, close enough to see the brown fur rippling in the wind. In that brief moment, the distance between her and the bear shrank further. Her heart raced, yet her mind remained eerily calm. She planted a hand on the ground, kicked up, and rolled her body to the side. Seeing its target escape, the bear huffed angrily and swung its massive paws, pursuing her relentlessly. Several times, Xia Huan barely avoided being caught by the bear's enormous claws, countering with the stun baton each time. She knew evasion alone would not suffice, so she began devising a way to kill it. The bear, its body numb from the electric shocks and patches of fur singed, emitted a foul stench. Cautious of the weapon, it no longer charged recklessly as before, instead shadowing Xia Huan closely, waiting for an opportunity to strike. While the two sides were locked in a stalemate, Chengxiang, moving carefully to avoid alerting the bear, circled wide and positioned himself behind Xia Huan. Noticing that Xia Huan only had the stun baton and flashlight, he handed her an iron rod and kept only the chainsaw. In a low voice, he asked with concern, "Are you all right? Any injuries?" Gripping the familiar iron rod, Xia Huan felt much more at ease. "I'm fine. Let's deal with those 4 bears first." Meanwhile, Yi Luobai and the Sun father and son were engaged in combat with the other 3 bears. Some wielded chainsaws while others used iron rods and machetes. Fortunately, they had been thorough in arming themselves before descending the mountain. Hardly had Xia Huan finished speaking when the bear tailing her seemed to lose all patience. It lumbered forward with heavy, thunderous steps toward them. Chengxiang shielded Xia Huan as they retreated. He called out, "Black bear has poor eyesight. When it gets close, stay calm and don't panic. As long as you don't make eye contact, it won't detect us. Then we can use that to our advantage and kill them." Xia Huan tightened her grip on the iron rod and exchanged a glance with Chengxiang. The two moved stealthily, approaching the bear from left and right. Hearing no movement around it, the bear turned its head, confused, searching for its prey. Xia Huan and Chengxiang simultaneously seized the moment, the former wielding the iron rod, the latter the chainsaw, as they attacked the bear's legs from both sides. In an instant, the bear let out a deafening roar, its hind legs kicking wildly. Chengxiang gripped the chainsaw with both hands, driving it deep into the bear's thigh until blood sprayed across his face. Meanwhile, Xia Huan drove her iron rod into the beast's flesh. Though the hide was too thick to pierce completely, she did not persist. Instead, she yanked the rod free, dodged its counterattacks, and repeatedly struck the same wound. And so the cycle continued. Xia Huan jabbed 4 times in total. The bear, its legs severely wounded, lost its balance, and driven mad by pain, stumbled a few steps before tripping and crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Chengxiang seized the advantage with his chainsaw, delivering several fatal blows. The Sun family, father and son, having witnessed Chengxiang and Xia Huan's tactics against the bear, mimicked their approach, coordinating to attack the bear's legs. Once the legs were badly hurt, the bear would collapse and be unable to rise, greatly limiting its immense strength and leaving it at their mercy. Seeing that the small bear was nearly dealt with, Xia Huan called out to Chengxiang and rushed to aid Yi Luobai, who was fighting a large bear alone. As she ran over, she saw the sleeve of Yi Luobai's left arm soaked in horrifying crimson. She was startled at the sight, but the man himself showed no sign of distress, as if he felt nothing. After a moment of shock, she attacked the bear's legs just as before. This large bear was clearly more intelligent than the smaller one. At the slightest sound nearby, it would swipe its furry paw, huge and thick, which could split a head open and draw blood in an instant. "Yi Bai, coordinate with me." Xia Huan exchanged a glance with Yi Luobai. They silently ceased their attacks. As the surroundings fell quiet, the bear became confused. Seizing the moment, they approached it stealthily and struck with heavy blows. She thrust her rod into its left leg while he drove his into the right. Under the double assault, the bear roared in agony and tried to drive them back by stomping and beating its chest. With each stomp, the snow it kicked up scattered like blossoms, shrouding them and blurring their vision, causing Xia Huan to fail to see the incoming bear paw in time. Chengxiang, having just finished off the smaller bear, turned around and witnessed the scene. His eyes widened as he shouted, "Ugly girl, watch your left side." Hearing his voice, Xia Huan retreated hurriedly while glancing to her left. Before she could see clearly, a strong gust of wind reeking of a foul stench swept toward her, and she vaguely discerned a furry paw as if magnified several fold. It was so close. Could she still dodge it? With her heart thundering, she used a clever twist to thrust her iron rod at the paw. It struck a hard surface. The bear's hide was too thick to penetrate further. Though the move caused little harm to the bear, it bought Xia Huan some time. She shifted her left foot outward, leaning her body aside, shifting her weight to her lower back. She bent down, yanked the rod free, and narrowly missed the sweeping paw. Before she could regain her footing, Xia Huan felt a powerful force suddenly yank her backward by the waist. She was pulled into a cold yet broad chest, followed by a dizzying spin, and then they tumbled to the ground, rolling several times until her head spun. "Are you all right?" Hearing this deep voice, Xia Huan belatedly realized they had stopped rolling. She tapped her dizzy head, sat up, and looked up at Yi Luobai. "I'm fine." Yi Luobai's lips moved as if to speak, but she cut in first. "Go help Brother Cheng." She scrambled to her feet, grabbed her iron rod, and ran toward Cheng Xiang. Yi Luobai looked at his extended hand, which he had just reached out. He had intended to say to Xia Huan, "Stay here, leave the rest to me." But she had gotten up so nimbly as if nothing had happened. She must be fine, right? Xia Huan went to help Cheng Xiang, while Yi Luobai went to aid the Sun family in dealing with the remaining large and small bears. After 3/4 of an hour, the last large bear finally closed its eyes and ceased breathing. The group panted heavily, exhausted, each bearing bloodstains on their clothes, some their own, some the bears'. Resting against a tree for a while, Sun Xiaowang asked Sun Jie to deliver the antidote back first. "Brother Sun, when you take the antidote back, let Uncle Lijing confirm it's non-toxic before giving it to Brother Sun." Even if Xia Huan hadn't reminded him, Sun Jie had already considered this. After Sun Jie left, Sun Xiaowang and Cheng Xiang used knives to process the bear hides. The two large bears had thick, fine pelts, valuable goods. Xia Huan rested for a while, then shone her flashlight around. The 4 bears had appeared suddenly, and Zhang Jinjin's eerie smile suggested they lived nearby. Clearly Zhang Jinjin had known the bears dwelled here, which was why she hid the medicine in this spot. A backup plan to lure the bears at enemies and escape in the chaos. Xia Huan couldn't help but admire Zhang Jinjin's meticulous thinking. With that thought, she looked toward the base of a tree where Zhang Jinjin had met her end. There she saw a ghastly pool of blood under the tree. Red blood against white snow, a stark visual shock. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, with 2 long, slender, limb-like organs particularly conspicuous. Hiss! Xia Huan inhaled a sharp breath, suppressing the nausea rising in her throat. Zhang Jinjin's body had been mangled somehow, as she guessed it had been trampled by the bears during the chaos. By the light, Yi Luobai pointed to a spot and said, "There seems to be a cave over there, likely the bear's den." Xia Huan collected herself and looked over it. Indeed, there was a pitch-black cave entrance. "Let's go check it out together." Yi Luobai glanced at Cheng Xiang and Sun Xiaowang, who were covered in blood from skinning the bears. His brows furrowed slightly before he agreed readily. "All right." He took the lead, walking ahead of Xia Huan, iron rod in hand, wary of any remaining bears or beasts in the cave. As they walked in, they found no other beasts, but were overwhelmed by the foul stench, their faces twisting in discomfort. Yi Luobai thought of retreating, but seeing Xia Huan beside him, also pinching her nose, yet still scanning the surroundings, he hesitated. "Yi Bai, look over there. What is that?" Xia Huan pointed excitedly at a pile of things in the corner on her left. Yi Luobai looked at the dark lumps on the ground and asked in confusion, "What are those?" "Those are hazelnuts, chestnuts, and pine nuts. Didn't I stir-fry chestnuts in sugar for you a few days ago?" As she spoke, she ran over, took off the burlap sack hanging at her waist, and scooped handful after handful, in her joy growing with each scoop. Noticing that the person beside her had no reaction, she said, without looking up, in a regretful tone, "Hazelnuts are even tastier than chestnuts. If I only bring back this little, there won't be enough for everyone to share. At most a few bites each to taste." Her words were met with Yi Luobai's somewhat hurried voice. "How could it not be enough? Isn't the ground full of them?" He crouched down, momentarily disregarding everything else, held his breath, and without even looking grabbed handfuls of the items and stuffed them into the sack. In the end, the two filled one sack to the brim and still had more. Xia Huan ran outside to fetch another sack from Cheng Xiang, filling it halfway more. Additionally, Xia Huan and the others also discovered some dry grass and firewood inside the cave, which the bear had used to line its sleeping area. This time Yi Luobai flatly refused to touch those items. Xia Huan, equally unable to bear the stench, reluctantly decided to let it go. Over the past few days they had gathered quite a bit of firewood into the cave. Thus the two of them dragged the sacks outside. Upon emerging they saw Sun Jie and Sheng Ligan also present, busy skinning and dismembering the bear meat. During this process Sun Jie remarked cheerfully, "My brother took the antidote, and his complexion has improved significantly. It's clear the antidote is effective." Sun Xiaowang, upon hearing this, relaxed his expression and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Miss Xia was clever enough to think of this method, and with Uncle's help as well as everyone's cooperation, genre survived because of all of you. On his behalf I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Sun Jie quickly added, "And me too. I must thank you on behalf of my parents, my brother, my aunt, and my uncle-in-law for taking them in and protecting them all this time. And because of me I've caused you no small amount of trouble. No need for such courtesy. We must be wary of refugees descending from the mountain or ascending from the village. Let's quickly finish here and head up. In the short term it's best not to come down." The village head mentioned that bear gallbladders have medicinal properties. Make sure to bring them back carefully. At Sheng Ligan's words the others hastened their pace to help clean up. Finally, they managed to return to the cave before dawn. After a brief tidying up, the group, exhausted from the night's labor, washed up and fell into a deep sleep. Huang Pingping and Sun Xiaozhen, who had rested during the first half of the night, watched over Sun Zhan. Xia Huan slept until she was awakened by the cold. Curled up in her quilt, her toes were all clenched from the chill, and even her breath turned white in the air. Their sleeping area was now partitioned by square wooden planks, offering more privacy and slightly blocking the draft. The cold today made her wonder if it had snowed. She hastily dressed and stepped out of the partition, coming face to face with Li Sufan. Li Sufan looked Xia Huan up and down. "Ugly girl, it's snowing outside, heavily. Put on some more layers. You brought back some cotton-padded clothes and trousers yesterday. I've been debating whether to wash them. If I do, they'll take forever to dry, but if I don't, we won't have enough to wear. Auntie, you can wash them and place them near the charcoal fire. The heat from the charcoal should speed up the drying." "That's a good idea." Li Sufan's face immediately lit up with a smile. Li Sufan continued, "You brought back so many useful things yesterday. They're over there taking inventory. I saw plenty of good stuff, even some salt. Now we won't have to worry about salting the fish and wolf meat." As they spoke, Xia Huan saw Sun Xiaozhen and Huang Pingping salting fish and wolf meat in a large wooden basin, both with smiles on their faces. Turning to the inventory area, she saw the men examining the items brought back, chatting and laughing among themselves. Sun Zhan's injuries had improved significantly. He had woken up once in the morning and wanted to get up to work, but the others sternly insisted he stay in bed to rest and recover. Xia Huan went outside to see the snow. Passing by the cave entrance, she noticed the thriving greens, garlic sprouts, and chives, all covered in snow white with tinges of green. She crouched down for a closer look. The vegetables weren't frozen. But if the snow continued and a cold wave hit, they might not survive. Bracing against the wind and snow, she stepped outside, greeted by a vast white world of ice. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, near the river, Liang Dazhuang led a group to break the ice and fish with a pile of fish lying on the snow. In the forest halfway up the mountain, several groups of refugees were patrolling the hills. Since the incident the day before, Su Daqiang had sensed something amiss. Recalling Zhang Jinjin's words, he concluded that besides their own people there were others on the mountain, and they were connected to Sun Jie. Therefore, Su Daqiang ordered that several groups be sent up the mountain daily to patrol. The snow fell for 4 days without stopping. During this time, Xia Huan and the others took turns looking down the mountain with binoculars, observing the refugees' every move. Since the night they brought back the antidote, they hadn't descended the mountain and had no plans to do so in the near future. The relentless wind and snow, accompanied by a continuous drop in temperature, signaled the imminent arrival of a cold wave. In the middle of the night, Xia Huan and the others were gradually awakened by the cold. Every breath they took was chilling to the bone. Even with thick quilts and charcoal fires burning nearby, they still felt the cold, a testament to the severity of the cold air. Seeing everyone shivering miserably under their quilts, Xia Huan put on her padded coat and resolutely lit another small charcoal stove. The stove, made of pottery retrieved from the village, was just the right size for burning charcoal. After lighting it, she opened the partition door to the men's side and called out for them to light a stove as well. The extra stove did provide a bit more warmth. For Yang Lang's family far away in a cave at the foot of the mountain, with no charcoal, every second felt like an eternity. Though the fire was blazing and everyone piled on all the covers they only had 4 quilts for over a dozen people. Sister Yu and Suyu are tough and not afraid of the cold. You don't need to huddle together under a quilt. Just warm yourselves by the fire with Yang Lang and Yang Xian. Mai Xiaoya and Tian Bao are the most sensitive to cold. Give us your quilt. The woman speaking was Wang Suihua Yang Xian's aunt by marriage. The sister she addressed was Lu Rongrong Yang Xian's mother and the younger sister of her husband Lu Deyuan. Lu Rongrong looked at the 2 children in her arms, their faces pale from the cold, and hesitated. Lu Deyuan, wrapped alone in a quilt, saw this and shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Didn't you hear your sister-in-law talking to you? A sister-in-law is like a mother. I think your family is getting more useless by the day. Not only do you disrespect your elders, but you also make your parents eat fish day in and day out. Is there nothing else besides that tasteless fish? Is that all a man can do?" He was directing his words at Yang Lang. Yang Xian, unable to bear it anymore, stood up abruptly. "What right do you have to criticize my parents? The fish we worked hard to catch, the quilts, came from our home. What have you done, uncle and aunt, besides scolding my parents every day? You talk about respecting elders, but look at how you treat grandpa and grandma. Now you 2 hog 2 quilts and still want a 3rd. If you're so filial, why don't you give the quilts to the elderly? You're nothing but ungrateful wolves. You little brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Lu Rongrong Yang Lang, is this the son you raised?" Lu Deyuan, furious, stood up to strike Yang Xian. "Who dares touch my son?" Yang Lang, tall and imposing, stepped forward, and Lu Deyuan, a head shorter, clearly lacked the former's presence. In the village, Su Daqiang and his men were faring no better. With daily patrols up the mountain, they had already lost over a dozen people, either to freezing or slipping to their deaths. Suffering heavy losses, Su Daqiang was compelled to rescind the order and forbade anyone from ascending the mountain, instead instructing them to cut firewood from nearby areas so that they could first survive the winter safely. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, during which the snow continued to fall unabated, and the cold wave arrived stealthily one night. That night the people in the cave had already fallen into deep slumber when they suddenly heard strange noises from outside. They donned their clothes and made their way to the passage leading to the open ground. Before they had taken many steps, a fierce gust of cold wind laden with ice pellets blasted into their faces, causing the father and son of the Chung family, who were at the forefront, to stagger backward. Fortunately, the Sun family father and son steadied them from falling, but they fared no better as they too were blown backward several steps, their eyelashes quickly coated and frozen by the ice pellets. "It's bad, the cold wave is here," Chung Ligan shouted, urging those behind him to retreat. Originally, they had installed a wooden door near the cave entrance, but now the door had been blown away by the wind. Fortunately, Xia Huan had just finished harvesting all the vegetables from the plot 2 days ago, so there was no need to worry about them now. The passage had 4 wooden doors in total, 1 at the entrance, 1 in the middle, 1 in the middle rear section, and the last one at the junction between the passage and the living area. They joined forces to close the remaining 3 doors. With the cold wave upon them, no one could sleep. They sat in their cotton-padded clothes, warming themselves by the charcoal fire. Suddenly a loud crash echoed from the passage. The wooden door in the middle section had collapsed. Several men immediately sprang to their feet in alarm. Xia Huan felt a deep unease. It was all her fault. Conditions hadn't allowed her to bring in a few iron doors, and the wooden doors could not withstand such fierce winds for long. Now only 2 doors remained. No one knew when the cold wave would pass. As time ticked by, everyone's hearts remained suspended in anxiety. Little did they know how terrifying the outside world had become. The sky was dark and overcast, a gloomy pall hung low, violent winds raged, and ice pellets swirled in the air, turning everything they touched into thick layers of frost. Squirrels and other small animals hiding in tree hollows for the winter were frozen solid in an instant, their lives extinguished like amber. Only they were entombed within crystalline blocks of ice. The towering trees and the mountains were all shrouded in an expanse of white. In the village at the foot of the mountain, the roofs and the ground were frozen under thick snow. The people inside the houses could only keep warm by the fires they had built. To endure this difficult period, Su Daqiang piled all the dry firewood into his own house and burned it with his loyal followers and the more than a dozen village refugees who had recently submitted to him, all crammed into that single room. The refugees who refused to submit and the women and children were locked in a small house where they had only a small, nearly extinguished fire. In the corner, many elderly people had already frozen stiff and stopped breathing. Everyone scrambled to get near the fire, and many were trampled or beaten to death. Those who survived did not last long either, because the only firewood that could provide them with warmth had already burned out. Though it was daytime, the sky remained as dark as night, and the biting wind continued to blow with heavy snow falling. In the cave, only the last wooden door remained. The men gathered together to discuss a plan. Cheng Ligan said, "We still have a spare wooden door. If this last door gets blown down, we'll just block it up again. No matter what, we must not let the wind and snow in. Yes, it's been blowing all night. It should be close to noon now, and the wind might ease up a bit later," Sun Xiaohuang said with a worried expression. While they were discussing, Xia Huan was on the other side with Dabai and Xiaobai. She paced back and forth, biting her lip. Just then she remembered that the shelves in the material storage area of her space were made of iron. If she used them to hold down the wooden door, it would be much more effective, and the backs of the shelves were not hollow, so they could block the wind and snow. After all, iron doors were far better than wooden ones. Now she was torn over whether to take them out as an emergency measure. If she did, how would she explain it to them? Dabai sensed her anxiety and uttered a soft whine, "Woo woo woo." Just then Cheng Xiang's loud shout came from the other side. "The wooden door is broken. Sun Zhan, Sun Jia, ye by the four of us will hold the door together. Let my father, Uncle Sun, and Uncle Zhang install it." They wasted no time and set to work. Despite the combined efforts of these men, the wooden door was still swaying precariously in the wind. Just as Xia Huan was hesitating and unable to make a decision, she heard cheers from Cheng Ligan and Sun Xiaoguang. "It stopped. It stopped. The wind has stopped blowing. Let's take this opportunity to reinforce the door." Seeing the situation improving, Xia Huan temporarily set aside her concerns and walked over to check. Uncertain of what might happen next, the men along with Xia Huan remained on guard behind the door. After about half an hour, the howling wind resumed outside. The men pushed against the door with all their strength. This cycle repeated several times until by dusk the wind gradually subsided. However, the snow outside grew heavier, and the passage leading to the cave entrance was buried under thick snow with no trace of the former vegetable plot. That evening, the women used radishes to stew 2 large pots of spicy venison. The fiery, numbing dish warmed them from the inside out, and a sip of the hot soup made their whole bodies feel comfortable. To guard against any trouble during the night, they drew lots to take turns resting. Xia Huan drew the second shift starting after midnight. After washing up, she wrapped herself tightly in a thick cotton quilt, on top of which she placed another cotton-padded coat, and underneath she had a layer of fluffy wolf fur. At midnight, Xia Huan, Cheng Xiang, and Yi Luobai took over the watch, while the Sun family's father and 3 sons went to sleep. Out of the warm bedding, despite the small charcoal fire burning in the stove, the chill was still biting. Xia Huan sat on a wooden stool, her hands and feet ice cold and numb. Cheng Xiang noticed her pale complexion and added more charcoal to the stove. "Brother Cheng, let's save it. We don't know how long this weather will last. Yesterday you checked the remaining charcoal. How much is left?" Cheng Xiang, holding a few pieces of charcoal, met her puzzled and slightly worried eyes as he placed the charcoal into the stove. "We've already used half of the charcoal. The rest should last us about half a month." Given the current cold weather, they needed to keep 2 charcoal braziers burning by each sleeping area at night, or else they would be too cold to sleep. "Don't worry too much. We also have firewood. After setting aside enough for cooking and boiling water every day, it should last us about 10 days. If things don't improve by then, we'll think of another way," Cheng Xiang consoled Xia Huan. Xia Huan nodded. For now, this was all they could do. She gazed at the warm, glowing charcoal fire, her thoughts drifting. Recently, she had successfully unlocked the herb field mode and had planted some medicinal herbs given to her by the farm as rewards. Once they grew, she could use them. Cheng Xiang happened to be sitting to Xia Huan's left. As he inadvertently lifted his gaze, he caught sight of her profile. In the soft glow, her serene expression appeared gentle and graceful, and his entire attention was drawn to her. Yi Luobai, who had been sitting opposite them in silence, sensed movement outside the door. As he looked up, he happened to see Cheng Xiang staring intently at Xia Huan. Yi Luobai was about to speak when Dabai and Xiaobai, lying at Xia Huan's feet, suddenly sat up, baring their teeth and growling lowly toward the door. "Is that?" Xia Huan suddenly sprang to her feet. Cheng Xiang, snapping back to awareness, immediately understood and hurried over to where the men were sleeping, rousing them. The commotion roused the others from their slumber. The women kept watch over the children, preventing them from adding to the chaos, while the men, quickly dressed, grabbed their weapons and stood ready for battle. From outside the door came occasional sharp sounds and thudding bangs, unnervingly eerie in the otherwise silent environment. Watching the Great White and Little White standing behind the door in a state of alert, Xia Huan's gaze unconsciously fell upon their paws. She spoke. "Those causing such a ruckus outside are most likely the same pack of wolves from last time. They risked coming here in such extreme cold, and their target aside from us is this cave that shelters us from wind and snow. Then what should we do now? Simply keeping the door shut and waiting is not a solution. If they breach the door and burst in, it would be disastrous. The children are still here along with all our supplies." Sun Jian, his wounds fully healed, tightened his grip on the machete and said. At these words, Cheng Ligang declared, "We absolutely cannot let the wolf pack enter. If they break in, the situation will be impossible to control. In cases like this, I believe we should go out and confront them head on." "I agree," the Sun family father and sons chorused in unison. Zhang Kongxing, who had not participated in the previous wolf battle, raised his hand and said, "I agree too." This time Zhang Kongxing was determined to join the fight. Over the past, while his physical fitness and combat prowess had improved significantly across the board, even several of the women were now capable of sparring with them. Under the boost of the spirit spring water and the guidance of Yi Luobai, Cheng Xiang, and Xia Huan, the children had made remarkable progress in all aspects. In particular, Xia Xing had shot up in height and grown considerably stronger, no longer the scrawny boy he used to be. After discussion, everyone reached a consensus to open the door and take the initiative in battle. One group would head to the open ground to intercept the wolves, while the other remained at the entrance to guard the cave, vowing never to let the wolves break in. After assigning who would go where, Cheng Ligang quickly opened the wooden door. The moment it cracked open, Great White and Little White slipped out in a flash. Immediately, wolf howls and the sounds of combat erupted outside. Following them were the Sun family father and sons, the Cheng family father and sons, Yi Luobai and Xia Huan. The Zhang family father and son, along with Xia Xing, were the last to emerge. The moment they stepped out, they saw over a dozen wolves glaring at them menacingly in the passage. In an instant, the wolves launched their attack from all directions. These people were no pushovers. During the cold days, with nothing else to do, they had spent their time exercising and practicing archery. Their overall combat ability and coordination had improved dramatically. Wolves charging forward were split open by machetes in one strike. When surrounded from all sides, they remained calm. As soon as a companion finished off their wolf, they immediately came to assist. "You covered me, I covered you," and within moments several wolves lay dead on the ground. Xia Huan no longer needed Great White and Little White as cover. The iron rod in her hands moved as deftly as the Monkey King wielding his golden cudgel. Combined with her increased strength, nearly every strike inflicted significant damage on the wolves. In less than 15 minutes, the wolves in the passage were all slaughtered. The group assigned to the open ground hurried outside to prevent the next wave of wolves from entering. Guarding the passage at the entrance were the Zhang family father and son, along with Xia Xing and Xia Lo. In the open ground, Xia Huan and the others who had come outside were stunned by the sight before them. Great White and Little White, who had been running at the front, now wagged their tails and circled around Xia Huan, striking protective poses. Tonight is sure to be a fierce battle. Everyone hold your weapons tight and stay alert. After Sun Xiaowang finished speaking, he held a chainsaw in his left hand and a machete in his right. With one slash and one swing, he simultaneously pinned down two wolves. This move drew the attention of several massive creatures nearby, and the wolf pack on the hillside, their eyes glowing green, joined the assault on the group. Those massive creatures were not ferocious wolves, but black bears that the group had recently fought. There were 4 adult bears, 6 black-haired wild boars, 2 large ones estimated at 3 to 400 jin, and 4 smaller ones around 1 to 200 jin. The wolves numbered roughly over 20. With the weather turning cold, the original habitats of these animals could no longer shelter them. Finding food in the icy wasteland was difficult, so the wolf pack had sought them out, attempting to form an alliance to crush the people in the cave. This way they could not only seize the cave for themselves, but also have food to eat. Xia Huan watched the 2 wild boars, one large, one small, charging toward her, her eyes gleaming. That was all meat. Pork was delicious no matter how it was prepared, and the excess fat could be rendered into lard, which was fortunate since their supply was nearly half gone. She spotted Yi Luobai nearby and smiled at him, saying, "Those 2 pigs are mine. Don't try to take them from me." Yi Luobai merely looked at her without speaking, his hands already finishing off a wolf. While speaking, Xia Huan brandished her iron rod in a series of feints before the wild boars, dazzling both of them. Seizing the opportunity, she thrust the iron rods in her left and right hands simultaneously into the eyes of the boars. 3 eyes were blinded in 2 strikes. The larger boar still had 1 good eye remaining. Xia Huan regretted her slight hesitation, but it didn't matter. She still had her secret weapon for another attempt. She quickly reached into her bosom and pulled out a small black portable bottle. Pointing it at the boar's remaining eye, she pressed down hard, and instantly a white mist sprayed out. The incident happened so suddenly that the boar's eye was scorched by the mist, its vision impaired, and its steps became erratic. Seizing the chance, Xia Huan successfully brought down both wild boars in 1 move. Yi Luobai, standing nearby, was astonished at how quickly she had taken down the 2 boars. Noticing Yi Luobai's gaze, Xia Huan raised an eyebrow at him and held up the black bottle, saying, "Everyone can learn from what I just did. It makes things much easier." That bottle was the wolf repellent spray she had asked the snow wolf to bring back some time ago, perfectly suited for this moment. No sooner had she finished speaking when a familiar wolf came into her line of sight, the same lead wolf from that day. The lead wolf was now avoiding them, attempting to reach higher ground. Without hesitation, Xia Huan unslung the bow from her back. Recently, her archery had improved greatly, and during practice, she had hit the bullseye several times. Aiming carefully, she was about to release the arrow when a whoosh sounded beside her. A sharp arrow sped past her eyes, followed immediately by a second one, each more formidable than the last. With that technique and that momentum, she knew at a glance it was Yi Luobai's arrows. As Xia Huan followed the trajectory of the released arrows, she happened to see the final arrow strike the lead wolf's right foreleg. At the same moment, Cheng Xiang swung his machete, slicing into its abdomen. Tisk had these 2 planned ahead to team up and take down the lead wolf. The lead wolf was no ordinary wolf. The fact that it could issue commands meant it had the ability to do so. At the critical moment, Xia Huan's heart skipped a beat. As expected, the leading wolf, as if it had eyes in the back of its head, burst with astonishing power and leaped up the hillside, evading the machete. Cheng Xiang lunged and missed, his face etched with reluctance. Xia Huan also felt a pang of regret. Failing to kill the leading wolf in 1 strike meant such an opportunity might not come again. She pondered how to eliminate the leading wolf. Once it fell, the remaining wolves would scatter like loose sand, making them far easier to deal with. Suddenly, 2 white figures caught her eye. Big White and Little White attacked simultaneously from the left and right of the leading wolf. Before Xia Huan could look closer, a loud shout came from the Sun Father and Son, who were locked in combat with the black bears. She turned to see them entangled by 2 black bears. With no time to think, she grabbed her twin clubs and rushed to assist. Meanwhile, the Cheng Father and Son were battling 2 other black bears, while Sun Zhan and Yi Luobai joined forces to kill the wolf pack. With Xia Huan's help, the 3 of them handled the 2 black bears much more easily. Coupled with their prior experience fighting black bears and seamless coordination, they dispatched them in just over 2/4 of an hour. The 3 of them gasped for breath like oxen, exchanging smiles. As her laughter faded, Xia Huan remembered Big White and Little White. She looked toward the hillside, and her heart instantly clenched. The leading wolf had its jaws clamped around Big White's neck, its pristine white fur now stained with blood. Little White pressed down on the wolf's hindquarters, also biting its neck. The situation was dire and urgent. If anything went wrong, Big White would be in grave danger. Xia Huan desperately wanted to run over, but the recent snowfall made each step a struggle, sinking deep into the snow. Suddenly she remembered she had a bow and arrows. She stopped, and as her hand touched the bow, doubt crept into her own ability. Such a critical task could not afford any mistake. If her arrow missed, and instead enraged the leading wolf, the consequences would be disastrous. Yi. Just as she was about to call his name, Xia Huan turned to see Yi Luobai drawing his bow and aiming at the leading wolf. The flying arrow struck true, hitting the leading wolf squarely between the eyes. As soon as Big White felt the grip on its neck loosen, it seized the chance to break free and counterattack alongside Little White. Though the scene was bloody, Xia Huan found it deeply satisfying. Amidst the tearing and biting, Big White and Little White lifted their heads and howled. The other wolves below heard the sound and looked up. Many pawed the ground anxiously and howled back. Taking advantage of the moment, the group surrounded the wolf pack and killed them one by one, leaving no future threat. When it was all over, every cold breath Xia Huan took was filled with the stench of blood. Though she was exhausted, she could not rest. They had to dispose of the corpses lest the scent attract other beasts. Several days passed, and the snow continued to fall without cease, but not as fiercely as on the day of the cold snap. The men in the cave took the opportunity to use the available timber to build another door, while the final door remained intact. On snowy days, it was inconvenient to go out and work. The men each found tasks, crafting defensive items, teaching the children archery and basic literacy, while the women focused on how to conserve food, dreading that this extreme cold might persist for a long time. During this period, Xia Huan learned to mend clothes from the women. In her past life, her grandmother had sewn her garments. Now she had acquired the skill and sewed for her younger siblings. Days passed, and the group celebrated the new year together in the cave. Outside, the wind howled cold, the world was harsh and chaotic, but inside the cave, harmony and peace prevailed. Yet an unavoidable problem arose: the gradual depletion of food and supplies. Additionally, an unexpected event left everyone utterly perplexed. That event was Yi Luobai announced his departure. Several men tried to dissuade him, citing the chaos outside, and the women joined in, but his resolve was firm. He insisted on leaving. Yi Luobai bowed solemnly to the group. I have troubled and inconvenienced you all during this time. Thank you for your care. I have nothing valuable to offer, but I can leave you a few remaining bottles of medicine. I have already explained their properties to Headley. Today the weather is fine. When I descend the mountain, please pull the rope back up. He spoke gently and politely, his expression sincere. Yi Luobai had changed since arriving at the cave. Though he remained as taciturn as ever, often sitting alone in a corner in silence, he now took the initiative to help others, taking on the heaviest and dirtiest tasks, without a word sparing Xia Huan and the women from labor, and completing everything reliably. Chung Ligan and the others trusted Yi Luobai's work because in their eyes his status was different from theirs, an unspoken understanding among them. Brother Yi Bai, are you really leaving? Xia Xing looked at Yi Luobai with reluctance. Yi Luobai nodded at Xia Xing, then shifted his gaze to Xia Huan, who was watching him. After a brief moment, he looked around at everyone, turned, and prepared to leave. Li Sufan rushed forward and grabbed Yi Luobai's hand. Child, if you must go, you need to take food with you. How can you travel without strength? Yes, I'll pack some food for you to take along. Sun Xiaozhen and Huang Pingping hurried into the cave. With Li Sufan holding him tightly, Yi Luobai couldn't break free for a moment. Seeing Cheng Xiang and the others heading into the cave, he guessed their intentions and said, I carry weapons with me. Traveling light is best for me. Hearing this, Cheng Xiang and the others abandoned the idea of fetching defensive weapons for Yi Luobai. They knew his strength well enough. Extra gear would only be a burden. Soon Sun Xiaozhen and Huang Pingping emerged, each carrying a heavy sack. Here, Yi Bai, take these with you down the mountain. Inside are padded clothes, food, and charcoal. I also packed some water, freshly steamed vegetable buns, sweet potatoes, and the pork and wolf jerky you made, along with roasted pine nuts and hazelnuts. You can eat and drink on the way. Sun Xiaozhen shoved the sack into his hands. Huang Pingping tried to hand hers over as well, but Yi Luobai extended both hands to receive them. Thank you, aunties, for your trouble. I'll take some food, that's enough. With that, he opened the sack and picked out some easily portable provisions. The women grew anxious and tried to persuade him. Just then Xia Huan stepped forward, pulled Li Sufan to her side, and said with a smile, Aunties, Yi Bai wants to travel light. He must have his reasons for saying so. She gave Yi Luobai a meaningful glance. He quickly stepped back a few paces, flashed her a grateful look, then turned to inspect the rope for descending the mountain. The rope had not been used for some time, and he feared it might have frayed places. Several men walked over to help Yi Luobai. Cheng Xiang quickly said, "Be careful." Yi Luobai looked up and nodded to Cheng Xiang. Cheng Ligang and Sun Xiaowang stood on either side of Yi Lai, reminding him to be safe on the journey and not to act rashly when facing difficulties. Familiar with the terrain, Cheng Ligang also explained which paths led where and warned him about dangerous routes to avoid. Yi Luobai listened attentively. The rope was inspected and ready. Gripping the rope, he prepared to descend the mountain. "Brother Yi Bai!" Several children cried out in unison, their eyes red and tearful. Yi Luobai's heart trembled slightly. In an instant his expression recovered to normal. Just as he was about to descend, Xia Huan's voice came from ahead. "Yi Bai, take this with you." He looked over and saw it was a flashlight. He still hadn't figured out how this strange device that emitted light actually worked. Gripping the rope tighter, Yi Luobai gazed into Xia Huan's calm, bright eyes and said, "You keep it." Before he could finish, a figure approached. Before he could see clearly, a familiar faint fragrance reached his nostrils, causing him to freeze in surprise. Xia Huan forced the flashlight into Yi Luobai's chest pocket with a smile, saying, "When the old goes, the new comes. Perhaps to Bai and Xiao, Bai will find something new to bring back for us. Besides, if you change your mind and want to come back halfway, don't even think about returning empty-handed. Remember what I told you before. We don't support idle people here." Though spoken as a joke with a smile, Xia Huan's gaze was serious. Yi Luobai looked deeply at Xia Huan, then glanced around at everyone. With a calm expression on his face, but a heavy heart, he gripped the rope and resolutely descended the mountain. Honestly, he couldn't understand why his mood had grown so heavy. The people on the mountain watched Yi Luobai descend, their gazes following him even after he disappeared from view. After a while, the rope trembled violently several times. Cheng Xiang pulled on it and felt no weight, saying, "He's gone." Hearing this, several women hugged each other and wept silently. During the time they'd spent together, they had come to see Yi Luobai as their own child, so his sudden departure felt like a knife twisting in their hearts. Xia Xing and Xia Lu were also crying. Xia Huan held them and comforted them softly. She knew that over this time Yi Luobai had been teaching the younger ones martial arts and archery, and they had come to see him as both a teacher and family. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, with sorrow evident on everyone's faces. Zhang Yoming, the eldest present, tried to lift everyone's spirits with a smile, saying, "Yi Bai is going home. We should be happy for him. Though we are wandering far from home, at least we have family nearby. But what about him? He is alone. He's going home to reunite with his family. That's a good thing." "That's right, it's a good thing. We should be happy," Cheng Ligang agreed. With that, everyone felt a bit better and silently prayed for Yi Luobai's safe journey. Through the forest, Yi Luobai hurried along. After nearly 4 days, he arrived at the most renowned restaurant in Linyang Prefecture. The restaurant's doors were closed, and the desolate street rarely saw more than 1 or 2 people passing by. Yi Luobai knocked on the door, 2 short taps followed by 3 long ones, rhythmic and deliberate. Almost as soon as the knocking stopped, the door swung open. It was Chi Hung, his face etched with anxiety, yet his eyes filled with eager anticipation. "Master, you finally returned." Yi Luobai nodded and stepped inside. "How has everything been progressing?" Chi Hung cautiously glanced outside before closing the door, keeping a respectful distance from his master. "Everything has unfolded exactly as you foretold, except Yi Cheng has taken them northward." Yi Luobai stopped in his tracks and turned around. "Heading north at this time?" Chi Heng's expression turned cold and grave. "I received word this morning. Since the refugees fled south and the situation has grown chaotic, the one in the south has rallied his hidden faction's loyal followers and the Sang people looking to exploit the chaos. He's inciting the southern refugees to march north under the guise of purging the emperor's corrupt court. This hasn't reached the public yet, so Yi Qingwen's timing suggests someone tipped them off. It was common knowledge throughout Beijing that the current emperor had 9 sons, each exceptional in their own right. The one in the south was the former crown prince Wang Hongyi, stripped of his title 2 years prior for tyranny, debauchery, faction building, and harming his brothers. As the emperor's eldest son, he would never have been crowned without that birthright, for among the talented princes his abilities were merely ordinary. Yi Luobai immediately grasped the political maneuvering and frowned slightly. Had the recent calm only been a brief respite before chaos erupted once more? Qi Heng suddenly recalled something and lowered his voice. Not long after the second prince escorted the former crown prince south, with the official storytellers and teahouses and wine shops began hinting that the second prince had disgraced him in some forest. What was strange was that the rumor spread like wildfire and remained a favorite topic of conversation among commoners for an extended period. No one, neither openly nor secretly, attempted to suppress it, which suggested someone was deliberately allowing it to circulate, lending credibility to the claim. Could it be the forests within Jinzhou? Yi Luobai asked. Yes. Though the storytellers were vague, anyone familiar with the area would likely guess they were referring to the vicinity of Tsanger Mountain. Yi Luobai felt a ripple of emotion stir within him. The cave was situated precisely in that area, and the most direct overland route north also passed through there. Noticing his master's expression, Qi Heng couldn't quite fathom what he was thinking. He spoke softly. Master, while things are still stable here, I'll hasten to arrange everything for our departure to Deshua. Yi Luobai frowned in thought, remaining silent. At that moment, a graceful figure descended the stairs. It was Xiao Shuang. Upon seeing that familiar upright figure in the hall, her eyes grew warm, and a smile spread across her face as she gathered her skirt and ran toward him. You've returned. She beamed with delight, her gaze fixed on him, but Yi Luobai remained lost in thought, not once looking her way. Xiao Shuang studied Yi Luobai from head to toe. He wore a plain cotton coat, stained with patches of dirt. His jawline appeared sharper than before, his face leaner, and the gauntness lent his features a more defined, austere quality that radiated a cold detachment. Watching him like this made her nose tingle with emotion. I'll go have someone prepare hot water and food. It's fine. Qi Heng, follow me. Yi Luobai hurried toward the stairs and climbed to the second floor. Xiao Shuang remained behind, staring blankly as the two departed. Why did she feel he seemed different somehow? In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On this day, Qi Heng, dressed in a clean and sharp black outfit, entered Yi Luobai's study. Master, all matters here have been fully settled. We can set out for Dashua at once. Have there been any news from that side? Yi Luobai reclined in his chair, his jade-like slender fingers slowly rubbing the flashlight in his hand. Watching the strange black object in his master's hand, Qi Heng was puzzled. Ever since his master returned, he had never let it leave his side, nor allowed anyone else to touch it. What on earth was that thing? Just as Qi Heng was about to speak, Xiao Shuang walked in with a gentle smile, holding a black cloak. It's windy outside today. Wearing this would be safer. She opened the cloak and stood beside Yi Luobai, waiting for him to rise so she could put it on him. Seeing this, Qi Heng swallowed the words he had intended to say. He could sense that his master was deeply concerned about the matter he had asked him to investigate a few days ago, and it was this very matter that kept him hesitating and delaying the trip to Dashua. In these turbulent times, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat are bound to suffer. Therefore, he did not wish for that matter to hold back his master's steps. Having waited in vain for an answer, Yi Luobai slowly lifted his eyelids, a chilling gleam flashing in his dark, deep eyes. He sat up straight and spoke coldly to Qi Heng. What, have you turned mute, or have you failed to investigate thoroughly due to incompetence? Qi Heng's heart jolted at these words. Xiao Shuang, standing beside Yi Luobai, was also stunned. The cloak she was about to hand over stiffly frozen in midair. The latest report from the southern outpost is that Wang Hongyi led his troops north over 10 days ago. Based on the current situation, they may reach Jinzhou territory within the next few days. They had set out more than 10 days ago, so scouts must have been sent ahead of the main force. In Yi Luobai's mind, the faces of those people in the cave flashed by one. He suddenly stood up. Xiao Shuang quickly brought the cloak over to put it on him, secretly pleased, thinking he was about to head downstairs to the carriage and depart for Dashua. However, Yi Luobai avoided Xiao Shuang, and the words he spoke next left both Qi Heng and her astonished and puzzled. Meanwhile, back in the cave, it was now early March, and the snow had stopped falling. The weather was mostly clear with occasional cloudy days, and the snow had mostly melted. Li Sufin and a few other women had cleared the land where vegetables had previously been planted, intending to sow seeds and grow some crops. I hope these seeds will sprout and grow as well as they did last year. Sun Xiaozhen said with a sigh, recalling that at this time in previous years they would be busy with spring plowing, but now they could no longer do as they had before. Huang Pingping looked at the nearly melted snow outside, her face clouded with worry. If all the snow melts away, where will we find water to irrigate the vegetables? Not only for watering the vegetables, but also for daily drinking and cooking. This place was good in many ways, but it lacked water, and there was not much arable land for planting. The men working outside overheard their conversation. Cheng Xiang said, "There's a river at the foot of the mountain. We can go fetch water from there. Never mind the refugees down there. Distant water can't quench present thirst. This land can grow some vegetables, but it's not suitable for staple crops like rice and wheat, and there isn't enough space for us. There are nearly 20 of us, and we consume 3 meals a day." Zhang Yoming's words plunged everyone into silence. They all knew that the remaining brown rice, sweet potatoes, and potatoes were running low. Previously, to avoid consuming the brown rice too quickly, they had mixed it with sweet potatoes or potatoes. Even so, with no production to supplement their stores, they could not fundamentally solve the problem. Xia Huan was using a telescope to observe the situation at the foot of the mountain. When her gaze swept to a certain spot, she paused and did not look away for several minutes. "Come over and take a look. Something seems off down there." Her voice was urgent, alerting the others, who quickly gathered around her. Xia Huan handed the telescope to Cheng Xiang. He took it and looked, seeing some people in the woods below carrying bundles and walking. They were not walking together. As he moved the telescope, he could see them in different places, seeming to be families with children and belongings. After he finished, he passed the telescope to Zhang Yoming, and so on. When everyone had taken a look, their faces turned grim, as if facing a great enemy. Sun Jie was the first to break the silence. He said, "These people seem to be coming from the south. Perhaps now that the cold wave has passed and spring has arrived, they want to return home. After all, drifting outside is like floating duckweed with nowhere to settle." Sun Xiaowang shook his head at this, his expression stern. If they were truly returning home, why would they be walking in such haste with anxious looks, as if someone were chasing them? Both Cheng and Zhang's fathers and sons nodded simultaneously, having noticed this detail, as had Xia Huan. None of them could figure out what was going on. Finally, Xia Huan suggested, "Why don't we observe for a few more days, and then decide based on the situation?" In the following days, everyone took turns using the telescope to watch the foot of the mountain at regular intervals. For days passed in this manner. During that time, people passed through the area every day, and their numbers increased. They also noticed that Su Daqiang's men, who had previously patrolled the mountain, no longer came up. This made everyone even more suspicious. Many felt restless, thinking that staying put indefinitely was not a solution. The Sun brothers had long wanted to go down the mountain to check, but they were afraid that their rashness might harm everyone, so they held back and said nothing. Cheng Xiang also felt the same anxiety. After waiting so many days, he thought it was time to go down and learn the situation. He suggested to the group, "We can go down to scout first. We'll be in the dark and they'll be in the light." The middle-aged and older men had also been thinking over the past few days and had come to a realization. They believed it was necessary to keep track of outside developments in real time, as long as they did not expose the cave or endanger their own safety. After discussion, they decided that Xia Huan, Cheng Xiang, and the 3 Sun brothers would go down the mountain together. Although it had been some time since they last descended, they had not forgotten the techniques for going down. Moreover, their agility had improved, so they made the descent in about half the usual time. After descending as usual, they first hid the rope. During this process, Xia Huan used the telescope to survey the surroundings. As she looked, she noticed a group of people gathered not far below. They were not all from the same group. One group was being suppressed by another, as if they were arguing over something. She handed the telescope to Cheng Xiang. "Brother Cheng, take a look over there." After looking, Cheng Xiang lowered the telescope. "There are too many people over there, and a few of them look like troublemakers. Let's take a detour." "Who are they? Let me see." Sun Jie took the telescope and looked in that direction. "This aren't those Su Daqiang's men. They're Liang Dazhuang and his crew. Why have they suddenly come up the mountain again?" Su Daqiang's men. Xia Huan recalled the scene she had just witnessed. Among those who were subdued were several children and two middle-aged couples who appeared to be husband and wife. What kind of dispute could Su Daqiang and his people have with them? Based on their usual modus operandi, wouldn't they just drag these people back to the village as food? I think we should go take a look. Su Daqiang's men haven't come up the mountain for days. Suddenly showing up here is definitely suspicious. No sooner had Sun Jie spoken than he received a rap on the head from his elder brother. Sun Jian said, "Put away those little schemes of yours. Su Daqiang's side has the numerical advantage. We can't act recklessly. We need to outsmart them." After saying this, he looked at Sun Xiaoguang with an expression that clearly sought approval and praise. "I wasn't thinking of anything else. I just wanted to go over and have a look. Don't you think Su Daqiang and his men must know why those people are heading north? Not all of them, but at least a few would have to pass through the village to get up the mountain, right? So why didn't Su Daqiang and his people capture them?" Sun Jie raised his hand to rub his aching head, speaking with a defiant tone. "Sun Jie has a point. How about this? We take a shortcut through the woods over there and hide to observe from the shadows." Sheng Xiang said this while looking at Xia Huan. Xia Huan happened to have the same intention, so she nodded in agreement. The group crouched low and slipped into the forest, descending the mountain until they finally hid behind a mound of earth with Liang Dazhuang and his men just in front of it. Their conversation reached the listeners' ears clearly. "I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't talk, I'll start by killing this little one. No, please don't hurt my son. He's my everything." The pleading tone suddenly turned sharp. "Yang, you'd better speak up now. Tell me where those people are. And you, Yang Xian, you little brat, you know, don't you? Spit it out." "Bosses, I swear, I only overheard this little brat talking to his father. They were discussing whether to ask the people up the mountain for food. I'm telling the truth." "Oh, is that so?" Liang Dazhuang strode over to Yang Xian, cleaver in hand. In his eyes, this kid was just a half-baked brat. One good scare, and he'd spill everything. Liang Dazhuang pressed the cleaver against Yang Xian's neck. The moment the sharp blade touched his skin, beads of blood seeped out. He had expected Yang Xian to wet himself in terror, but the boy kept his eyes tightly shut, trembling all over, yet clenching his lips firmly. At that moment, Yang Xian thought only of the disaster he had already caused. Lu Diyuan had overheard his conversation with his father. No matter what, he would never reveal anything about those people. He had promised his father, and he would keep his word. Yang Lang, forced to his knees, glared with eyes nearly splitting open and roared, "If you have any issue, take it out on me. Let my son go." Liang Dazhuang sneered in response and nodded to the thug behind him. The thug's blade swept swiftly toward Lu Tianbao, striking a fatal blow. The little figure collapsed in a pool of blood, head severed from body. Oh, my precious!" Lu Diyuan and his wife shrieked like mad, their voices filled with utter despair. "See that? If you still don't talk, your son and daughter will end up like that little child. And I'll have my men slice the flesh off their bones right before your eyes." Liang Dazhuang's face twisted into a sinister grin. Yang Lang felt sick to his stomach. He strained silently, but couldn't break free from the two men pinning him down. Furious and desperate, sweat poured down his face, the veins on his temples pulsing violently. "Even if you ask me 1,000 times, I can only tell you I don't know. I truly don't know exactly where those people are. I've only encountered them once by chance." Behind the mound, the group exchanged glances. They simultaneously recalled the people on the mountain they had discussed earlier. Aside from themselves, there were others on the mountain. From the current situation, the Yang family must be those others. Would those people betray them to save themselves? As Xia Huan and the others exchanged looks, Liang Dazhuang's cleaver was already pressed against Yang Xian's neck. More and more blood oozed out, yet the boy never once cried out in pain. Yang Lang watched, wishing he could suffer in his son's place, longing for that blade to be against his own neck instead. On one side was his family, on the other were strangers who had once shown him kindness. How could he choose? The group, hidden in the shadows, hearing that the Yang family had not revealed their information, debated whether to intervene. If they did, what were their chances of success? Seeing Yang Lang remain silent, Liang Dazhuang's patience wore thin. He raised his cleaver swiftly. Just as the tension reached its peak, Yang Lang opened his mouth to speak, but the hidden group seized their weapons and charged out. Xia Huan saw Liang Dazhuang about to deliver a killing blow and hurled her iron rod. It struck his throat, and his cleaver clattered to the ground. Sheng Xiang and the others, before the enemy could fully react, launched a swift assault, felling several nearby opponents in a few quick moves. With Liang Dazhuang dead and leaderless, some of his men fled in the chaos while the majority chose to stay and fight. Xia Huan's side had 5 people, while Liang Dazhuang's force numbered a full 20. They were surrounded by a dark mass of enemies. Logically, the situation was grim, but in reality, Xia Huan, wielding 2 sticks, could hold her own against 2 opponents, while the 3 Sun men and Cheng Xiang could sometimes take on 3 each. The 5 soon gained the upper hand. In the process, they also freed Yang Lang. Yang Lang immediately untied the ropes, binding his children and wife. Brother-in-law, sister's husband, free us too. Lu Daiyuan shouted at Yang Lang. Come save us, Wu. Wang Cuihua, already collapsed in terror, wept with tears and snot streaming down her face. Yang Lang pretended not to hear, shielding his wife and daughter behind him and telling them not to run off. Lu Daiyuan wouldn't give up and called to Yang Xian, dear nephew, come untie your uncle quickly. Hurry. Yang Xian acted as if he hadn't heard, casting a cold glance at Lu Daiyuan. He picked up the fallen cleaver and gripped it tightly. Dad, go help them. I'll protect Mom and my sister. Outnumbered Yang Lang, who understood the situation, patted his son's shoulder approvingly and then went to assist Xia Huan and the others. He stayed close to his wife, daughter, and son, ready to rush back at a moment's notice. The battle was about to reach its peak when, from Xia Huan's vantage point, she saw Su Daqiang leading a fierce-looking group of men approaching from the opposite path. The Sun family saw them too, and their demeanor shifted instantly. The dozen or so survivors, upon seeing Su Daqiang, rushed over as if they had found a lifeline. They pointed at Xia Huan and the others, accusing them of how they had killed Liang Dazhuang, how they had slaughtered their men, and what great losses they had suffered. Su Daqiang stared unblinkingly at Sun Jia, a chilling gleam flashing from his slightly narrowed eyes. You people have been hiding deep in the mountains. I thought you were long dead. Excellent, excellent. I underestimated you all. Not only have you survived, but you've been digging at my doorstep. His gaze swept over the corpses strewn across the ground, darkening with each passing moment. The 3 members of the Sun family, father and 2 sons, looked at Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang with guilt in their eyes. Today it was the Sun family who had become a burden to them. Sun Xiaoguang gripped the chainsaw and machete tightly, his voice grave as he addressed his 2 sons. Today fate has brought us face to face with our enemies. It's time to settle this once and for all. Protect yourselves at all costs. If the situation grows dire, you must fight to the death to ensure Xiang and Miss Xia escape safely. This is our family's grievance, and we alone will bear the consequences. Father, we understand. The moment Sun Jian finished speaking, Sun Xiaoguang charged towards Su Daqiang. Sun Jian and Sun Jia followed closely behind. Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang exchanged glances, each seeing resolve in the other's eyes, and they too ran forward. At Su Daqiang's command, roughly 30 men behind him surged forward in a swarm. What are you staring at? Move quickly. Stay here and you'll die. Lu Daiyuan spoke to Lu Rongrong. He had seized an abandoned blade from the ground during the chaos, sliced through their bonds, and freed his wife and daughter. Lu Rongrong turned to Yang Lang, awaiting his decision. If you want to leave, go ahead, Yang Lang said coldly. Lu Daiyuan's temper flared instantly. Tianbao died because of you. If not for the fact that you're my sister and my brother-in-law, I wouldn't have bothered saying any of this. Wang Cuihua clutched Lu Tianbao's lifeless body to her chest, tears streaming down her face as she glared at Yang Lang with hatred. Pa, you're not doing this out of kindness. You just want to keep using us as servants. The moment Yang Xian's words left his mouth, a suspicious flush crossed Lu Daiyuan's face. Furious and humiliated, he pointed at Lu Rongrong. I'll ask you one final time. Will you leave or not? If you stay, we have nothing more to do with each other. Don't call me brother again, and don't expect me to call you sister. Lu Rongrong's face went deathly pale. This time she didn't look at Yang Lang, but instead fixed her gaze firmly on Lu Daiyuan. I'm not going. From this moment on, we are forever done with each other. Fine, fine, fine. Enraged and desperate to save face, Lu Daiyuan grabbed his wife and daughter, attempting to slip away in the confusion. Kill him. Kill them all and avenge my son. You worthless coward. Wang Cuihua, who had no intention of leaving, struggled against Lu Daiyuan's grip, threatening Yang Lang. Snap out of it. A sharp slap sent Wang Cuihua reeling, stunned into silence. Seeing her finally still, Lu Daiyuan dragged her along. With everything in chaos, simply surviving was a struggle. If those men reached them, there would be no escape. Lu Deyuan led his wife and daughter into the forest. Meanwhile, Xia Huan and the others fought desperately, while Su Daqiang remained on the sidelines observing and directing the battle. After securing his family, Yang Lang chose to join the fight, a decision that surprised Xia Huan and the others. They could have used the chaos to escape with their loved ones. After 2/4 of an hour, Xia Huan gazed at her trembling hands, still gripping the iron rod, biting her lower lip to steady herself. The strain of the short battle had drained her stamina. Every enemy she and the others dispatched was immediately replaced by 4 more. Though her companions would come to her aid once they finished their own fights, her movements had lost their former agility and her reflexes had slowed. Cheng Xiang and the other men fought with bloodlust, their hands closed and faces smeared with blood. After such an intense struggle, their limbs ached with exhaustion, and every forceful strike sent sharp pain through their arms. Over a dozen enemies remained, including Su Daqiang. These men were hardened thugs, their faces twisted with cruelty, unlike the refugees lying dead on the ground. The sight of those formidable thugs sent anxiety through Xia Huan. In her panic, she failed to notice a man approaching from her left, a curved blade drawn ready to strike. The others were all engaged with their own opponents and couldn't detect the danger closing in on Xia Huan. By the time she realized the threat, it was too late. The curved blade was nearly at her face, too close to escape. She could feel the cold radiating from the blade. Even so, she refused to fall without a fight. If she was going to die, she'd take him with her. She spun the iron rod in her hands, aiming to pierce through the man's abdomen in one decisive strike. But the next moment, a sharp whistle cut through the air. The man who had been smirking with certainty suddenly shuddered in agony as his curved blade plummeted downward, directly toward her feet. Oh no, would her foot be severed? She tried to pull back, but before she could, 2 arrows whistled through the air, striking the curved blade simultaneously and deflecting it mid-flight. It landed just a short distance from her. Impressive. Such precise archery, 2 arrows in 1 shot. She needed to see who among them had mastered this skill, for their archery had improved dramatically, even surpassing that of the Yi family. Xia Huan turned to look at Cheng Xiang and the others scanning the area. They weren't the archers. They were too busy fighting their own opponents. Before she could figure it out, an arrow whizzed past her face. Following its trajectory, she watched it pierce through a thug's neck, saving Cheng Xiang from his own adversary and allowing him to focus on his opponent. The arrow had come from that direction. Xia Huan turned to look and saw 3 figures standing on a nearby mound. One of them, clad in black combat attire, stood tall and steady like a pine tree defying the wind on a cliffside. In his hands, he held a bow aimed at a target below. Another arrow flew from his bow, striking true and piercing through another thug's neck. The commotion drew everyone's attention. Someone shouted, "The arrows are coming from above." Su Daqiang's men looked up one by one, scanning their surroundings, their eyes eventually fixing on a high vantage point. Cheng Xiang and the others followed their gaze. "That's..." Cheng Xiang exclaimed in surprise. Xia Huan glanced over, and a faint smile touched her lips. "Now's our chance. Counterattack." In an instant, she felt a surge of strength course through her body, her blood boiling with renewed energy. The twin rods in her hands moved faster than ever before, and the weight that had seemed so burdensome moments ago now felt light, her aching arms forgotten. Cheng Xiang and the others shared the same surge of determination. They fought back with fierce grins, their movements sharp and precise. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Su Daqiang watched in fury, cursing under his breath. "Damn it all. Those who cross me will meet a terrible end." Su Daqiang lifted the machete that had been planted in the ground and swiftly ran toward the direction from which the arrows had been shot, his strides majestic and imposing. Upon the earthen mound, "Leave this man to me." Yi Luobai spread his arms and used his qing gong to float gracefully to the ground, joining the chaotic battle below. Xiao Shuang bit her lower lip and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Qi Hong, still standing in place, loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, each one carrying overwhelming momentum. Su Daqiang, who had originally intended to finish off his opponent with a single strike, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Throughout his entire life, he had never encountered anyone capable of releasing 3 arrows at once. Though shocked, he did not foolishly stand idle waiting for the arrows to reach him. Instead, he seized the moment and raised his large machete to strike at the incoming projectiles. He barely managed to deflect one arrow with his blade while twisting his body to dodge a second. The arrow grazed his left arm, tearing away the sleeve and exposing bleeding flesh. Even these 2 arrows alone were enough to overwhelm him. Overcome with terror, Su Daqiang spun around swiftly to evade the 3rd arrow, but it seemed to anticipate his movement, curving precisely toward where he was attempting to flee. The arrow struck his shoulder blade, blood pouring forth as he gasped in agony. Throughout the entire exchange, Xia Huan remained expressionless, drawing another arrow to deliver the killing blow. The Sun brothers sprinted forward. "Young master, please hold. May we take care of this man?" Sun Jian pleaded, looking toward Xia Huan. Xia Huan instinctively glanced at Yi Luobai, and only after receiving a nod did he lower his bow and arrows. The Sun brothers had rushed over for 2 reasons. First, the situation had stabilized, and second, this was a rare opportunity for revenge. They intended to settle both old and new scores together. Before Su Daqiang could react, Sun Jie and Sun Jian attacked simultaneously from both sides. Neither brother was as tall as Su Daqiang, nor as well built, but combined they managed to hold him in check, neither side inflicting serious harm upon the other. Fortunately, the stalemate didn't last long as Sun Xiaoguang arrived to help after dealing with the last thug. Watching the 3 Sun brothers locked in combat, Xia Huan grabbed an iron rod to join the fight, completely unaware that blood was dripping steadily from her left wrist. Her left arm had been torn open, exposing raw bleeding flesh. "Xia Huan." At the sound of his voice, she turned to see Yi Luobai approaching, her lips parting as if to speak. Suddenly, she felt something placed in her palm. Looking down, she saw him pressing a clean handkerchief into her hand. Yi Luobai gestured toward her injured left arm. "Wrap the wound first to stop the bleeding." Only then did Xia Huan realize the wound had been bleeding steadily and blood was dripping from her hand. She noticed other superficial injuries across her body and winced. "I've lost so much blood. What kind of nourishment will it take to recover?" Yi Luobai's lips curved slightly. "I'm hardly a man who idles about, nor do I return empty-handed." "What do you mean by that?" Xia Huan's eyes darted up and down as she examined him, but he carried nothing visible. Before Yi Luobai could respond, Cheng Xiang and Xiao Yingshuang approached. "Miss Xia, it's been a while." Xia Huan's gaze narrowed as she noticed Xiao Yingshuang positioning herself slightly behind Yi Luobai. Something felt off. They had arrived together, which meant they knew each other, and yet Xiao Yingshuang dared not meet his eyes, choosing to stand behind him instead. No one in their right mind would deliberately position themselves behind another person. Cheng Xiang, for instance, had simply walked up and stood beside her. In an era like this, it was uncommon for a woman to manage such a large wine house. She had witnessed Xiao Yingshuang's martial skills. Nothing extraordinary, but more than adequate against minor thugs. How could someone with such capability and status show such deference to Yi Luobai? All signs pointed to Yi Luobai holding a higher status than Xiao Yingshuang, and that man who had loosed 3 arrows from the height. She had seen clearly that he was even more formidable than Yi Luobai, yet seemed to take orders from him. So the question arose, who exactly was Yi Luobai? As Xia Huan pondered this, she suddenly recalled being followed and cornered by him at Zuishiang Tower. Could Yi Luobai be the true mastermind behind Zuishiang Tower? Or perhaps a member of a powerful noble family? According to the original host's memories, Xia Huan knew of no prominent Yi family members throughout Jinzhou. Shaking off these thoughts, Xia Huan turned her attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, the Sun brothers were nearly finished with Su Daqiang, driving him backward with relentless strikes until Sun Jie's punch sent his head crashing against a rock. Su Daqiang died on the spot. Around them, dozens of corpses lay scattered across the ground, their blood pooling and slowly spreading. It was all over, yet the 3 Sun men stared blankly at Su Daqiang's body, feeling as though they'd stepped into another world. There was no satisfaction in having killed their enemy. They hadn't expected it to end so simply. Sun Xiaoguang turned to Sun Jie. "What did you promise Su Daqiang that night?" "Huh? What are you talking about?" Sun Jie looked thoroughly bewildered. At this, Sun Jian also recalled hearing his younger brother make some kind of promise to Su Daqiang the night they'd gone to the village to gather supplies. Seeing Sun Jie's confused expression, he reminded him, The night Su Daqiang led his men to attack the village. Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang, who happened to walk over, also watched Sun Jie with curiosity. "Ah, that's what this is about. Back then Su Daqiang wanted me to help him contain Liang Dazhuang and his gang. Most of the thugs under his command had grown rebellious. Don't let his outward display of trust in me fool you. I was merely a pawn he used to deal with them." As Sun Jie spoke, he glared resentfully at Su Daqiang's body. The others exchanged knowing looks. The village is now empty of Su Daqiang's men. There should still be useful supplies there. You should hurry and retrieve them before the northerners arrive, or it will be too late. Yi Luobai's words left Xia Huan and the others exchanging puzzled glances. Cheng Xiang asked, "Yi Bai, do you know something about this?" "It's a long story. Qi Hing, you explain." Yi Luobai retrieved several small porcelain bottles from his sash, handing one to Xia Huan first, then passing them to Sun Xiaoguang and Cheng Xiang in turn. "Clean your wounds while you listen to Qi Hing." Xia Huan and the others accepted the bottles without hesitation, thanking him before tending to their injuries as Qi Hing began to speak. After listening for only a short, while they all froze simultaneously, their expressions stunned, Sun Jie couldn't help interjecting, "Will the former crown prince pass through here on his way north with his troops? There's a mountain path near Tsonger Mountain that is a shortcut to the capital." "Don't interrupt, let him finish speaking." Sun Xiaoguang shot a stern glare at his youngest son. Qi Hing then went on to recount the rumors that had been circulating in taverns and tea houses. He had deemed these matters unnecessary to mention, but his master had insisted he relay them. By this time the former crown prince should have already reached Jinzhou, shouldn't he? Xia Huan asked. Yi Luobai nodded. "Indeed, I estimate he'll arrive here in a few days. The troop he leads will certainly take that mountain path, through Tsonger Mountain." He paused briefly, his expression turning solemn. Judging from his past actions, it's clear he's a man who harbors grudges. Returning to this former ground, he might well do something reckless. So my main purpose today is to remind you to make your choices early. 3 prefectures to the south are already under his control. The imperial court has responded by sending troops southward. By my calculation, they should soon reach Jinzhou as well. If the two sides clash here, this place will undoubtedly be plunged into misery and devastation. The word choice deeply stirred Xia Huan's heart. She understood that Yi Luobai meant whether they should stay in the cave or journey north with the others. Personally, she preferred to remain in the secluded cave with her younger siblings, as they currently had no shortage of water, food, and daily necessities. But for the others it was indeed a difficult decision. Winter had passed, and the snow that had once provided water had mostly melted with no new snowfall. Moreover, the land there was limited, and the mere lack of water was a major headache. If chaos truly erupted here, how could she tell them she wanted to stay in the cave with her siblings? While Xia Huan pondered this worry, the others were likewise weighing the pros and cons based on the information they had gathered. A silence fell, and for a long while no one spoke. Time flew by. Yi Luobai glanced at the sky and said, "Let's first go to the village to collect the useful supplies. You can return and discuss this with everyone before making a decision." "All right." Xia Huan was the first to respond, instantly full of energy again. Throughout, Yanglang's family had remained quietly on the other side. As they saw Xia Huan and the others about to leave, they made no move to follow. Xia Huan noticed this detail and signaled Cheng Xiang with a glance. He understood immediately and said to Yanglang with gentle courtesy, "Friends, why not come with us?" "Can we come along too?" Yang Xian asked in surprise. Xia Huan and the others nodded. Yanglang looked at his wife, daughter, and son, then replied with a hearty laugh, "Sure thing." In Fushan village. The village path was deserted, utterly desolate. The once clean dirt road usually trodden by villagers was now littered with all sorts of filth, looking nothing like a place inhabited by humans. The houses were in even worse disrepair, crumbling walls with spider webs covering half their surfaces. The group continued downhill until they reached the house with the largest footprint in the village, the very one where they had previously hidden in a side room. On that occasion, they had collected many useful supplies from this house. They stopped before the door, which was ajar. Through the gap, they could faintly see the scene inside. "I think I see handcarts in the courtyard," more than one Sun Jie remarked. Sun Jie stepped to the front, his eyes nearly pressed against the door. Sun Jian shoved him aside. Squinting through the crack won't tell you much. Since the village is empty, why not just go in? With that, Sun Jian pushed the door open with force. As the door swung wide, the courtyard's contents were fully revealed to those outside. The Sun brothers, standing at the forefront, were instantly dumbfounded. How can there be so much stuff? There are several handcarts, each loaded with goods. Could Su Daqiang be planning to flee north? Sun Jie answered his own question. In my view, Su Daqiang must have heard from the northern refugees about the military unrest in the south. That's why he gathered all these things and didn't even capture the refugees. With such chaos, he'd naturally be thinking of escaping. Let's go in and take a look, Xia Huan said. Then one by one they entered. Sun Jian walked to a nearby handcart and opened a few tied burlap sacks. These seemed to contain quilts and clothes. Mine has rice and flour and some salt. Coarse salt at that. Just in time, as we're almost out of salt. Sun Jie held up the clay jar of salt, grinning from ear to ear. Additionally, others discovered more useful supplies on the other carts. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, straw mats, bamboo mats, pots and pans, and a large amount of oilcloth. Xia Huan felt 2 burlap sacks that were rock-hard, reminiscent of the dried meat she had once made. She wondered if they might contain cured meat like bacon or dried chicken. Earlier, some villagers had raised pigs. When the refugees attacked, suddenly most villagers had only grabbed easy-to-carry food. Pigs, being large animals, were naturally impossible to take along. When she opened both sacks fully, Xia Huan saw pieces of cut meat that looked just like cured bacon. She smiled and said to Cheng Xiang, who was nearest, "Brother Cheng, look. There's a lot of cured meat here." Cured meat. Cheng Xiang frowned. Su Daqiang's men and the village refugees had all been here. With so many people, how could there be any leftover cured meat? Could it be? His expression shifted. He lifted both sacks with one hand, opened their mouths wide, and tilted them with a forceful push. Several pieces of meat-like objects tumbled to the ground. As those items fell on the open ground, the surrounding people were immediately drawn to a few strangely shaped pieces. Some sections were slender with a slight curve, and 2 of them had one end resembling a clenched human fist with 5 thin dark fingers clearly visible. This can't be human flesh, can it? Sun Jie covered his mouth, fighting back a retch. Xia Huan's heart jolted. Those items were made from human flesh, dried human meat. Besides hands and legs, she also spotted an indescribable piece of dried meat in the sack. Her stomach convulsed violently, and she quickly averted her gaze. These beasts in human form have done every evil deed, even this. They are utterly inhuman. Sun Xiaohuan cursed, then bent down to kick the fallen human jerky back into the sack. Cheng Xiang helped as well. The 2 of them temporarily tossed the 2 sacks of human jerky outside, planning to burn or bury them later. After that incident, the mood of the group instantly soured. They hastily sorted out the useful items and wheeled them out with the handcarts. Once everything was done, Yi Luobai pointed to a certain spot and said to Xia Huan, "Look over there. Look over there, what's so interesting?" Though puzzled, Xia Huan still followed Yi Luobai's gaze. Not far ahead, Qi Heng stood before 2 carriages. "Unload everything." As Yi Luobai's words fell, Qi Heng turned and went behind the carriage. Soon he carried 2 stacked wooden crates to Xia Huan. "What's inside?" Xia Huan was bewildered by the scene, but she hadn't forgotten his earlier remark about not returning empty-handed. Could these crates be gifts? While she wondered, Qi Heng turned back and brought 2 more crates. In the end, 8 wooden crates lay on the ground. They contained food and clothing for everyone, nothing much. Yi Luobai said, thinking that in the past, it would have been far more than this. Nowadays, everything from outside is a rarity, especially food and salt. The edibles brought today were only possible by emptying out the entire restaurant. Catching the hint in his master's meaningful gaze, Qi Heng stepped forward and opened the crates one by one, revealing their contents to all. Xia Huan raised an eyebrow. This fellow knew exactly what they lacked at the moment. Sun Jie exclaimed, "So many good things. This rice must be polished. No broken husks or pebbles. The white flour is different from what I've had before, and there are all sorts of cured meats and dried meat, even new clothes I've never worn before." Cheng Xiang and Sun Xiaoguang were equally astonished. These were goods far better than anything they'd seen. Sun Xiaoguang said, "You buy this must have cost a fortune, especially to buy such things now. I understand your kindness, but if you give all this to us, what will you do?" Yes, we still have some food and supplies. This is too much. Sun Jian echoed. Cheng Xiang was about to add his persuasion, but Yi Luobai spoke first. Let's head back first. It's not safe here. All right, let's carry these crates onto the cart. Sun Xiaowang beckoned his two sons to help. Before leaving, Xia Huan glanced back at the empty courtyard, her gaze pausing at the corner under the eaves. From her angle, she could see a glimmer of moisture on the ground there. Earlier, she had spotted similar traces elsewhere in the yard. That liquid was not ordinary water, but blood. Moreover, she noticed signs of a struggle in parts of the courtyard and nearby areas. These traces had been deliberately cleaned hard to spot, unless one looked closely. The others had been distracted by the supplies on the cart and hadn't noticed. Connecting this with today's events, she was certain Yi Luobai was involved. On her way to the village, she had wondered why Su Daqiang would lead everyone up the mountain to Liang Dazhuang's place without taking anything. Even if the village had few supplies, there should have been some. Weren't they afraid others would come and take them? After noticing the blood and the struggle marks, she was convinced things weren't that simple. Choya, what are you looking at? Cheng Xiang's voice snapped her back to reality. She smiled. Nothing, let's go back. As she spoke, she subtly shifted her gaze to Yi Luobai, who walked ahead. Originally, someone had been left to guard the supplies in the village. The blood and fight marks pointed to Yi Luobai having dealt with those people, which was why nothing happened when they arrived. The group reached the river where they had once fished, and Yang Lang's family stopped. Yang Lang looked at Xia Huan and the others. Thank you for saving our family today. We have no way to repay such a great kindness. Please wait a moment. My boy and I will catch some fish for you to take back. If you ever need anything, you can find us in the woods over there. Yang Xian quickly rolled up his sleeves and crouched by the river ready to start fishing. Yang Lang also bent down to fish. The river water was no longer as icy as before, but still cold. The father and son fished intently, showing no sign of discomfort. Xia Huan saw this and was about to speak when Cheng Xiang happened to look at her. She nodded at him. The Sun family's three men noticed this subtle exchange and understood. They exchanged glances with Cheng Xiang, and each took some items from the cart, setting them aside on a separate pushcart. Cheng Xiang pushed the cart to Lu Rongrong. It's not much, take some back. How can we? Lu Rongrong saw the fully loaded cart and refused outright, looking to her husband for help. Seeing this, Yang Lang stood up, wiped his hands on his clothes, and walked toward Cheng Xiang. Xia Huan anticipated what Yang Lang would say and spoke first. You must accept these. Your family suffered this ordeal partly because of us. Yet at such a critical moment, you didn't reveal anything about us. Even just that last point. How many in this world would do the same? But in truth, it was my uncle's doing. He overheard my father and me talking about you, then threatened us to reveal your whereabouts. When we refused, he stormed out in anger and attracted those villains, which led to our capture and near death. We truly have little to eat now. Over the winter, we survived on the fish we caught. For a long time, those villains patrolled the river daily, and there were also forest guards, so we could only stay in the cave, eating less and less each day. My father taught me never to forget one's roots, not to accept favors without repaying, and to rely on oneself. He always reminded me of the saying, a peck of rice breeds a peck of gratitude, a bushel of rice breeds enmity. So if I want these things, may I trade something else with you? Yang Xian, crouching by the river, looked at Xia Huan as he spoke. His words stunned Xia Huan and everyone else. Good child, you speak so wisely. Sun Xiaowang couldn't help but praise. Sun Jia felt a twinge of envy. Looking at Yang Xian's thin, small frame and his eyes that held a maturity beyond his years, he couldn't help but feel sympathy. Didn't you say you had no food? What could you possibly trade? Besides, you and your father each pushed a cart of supplies up the mountain. The path was rough, and even though your hands were chapped and blistered, you didn't give up. So you deserve these things. Sun Jian and Cheng Xiang nodded in agreement. Xia Huan saw a reflection of her younger brother in Yang Xian, which only strengthened her resolve that the Yang family must accept this cart of goods. After much persuasion, Yang Lang finally relented. Yang Xian patted his chest and promised, next time I'll bring you something useful. After bidding farewell to the Yang family, Xia Huan and the others ascended the mountain, staying vigilant until they returned to the cave. In the cave, after a few moments of joy, several women went with Xia Huan to prepare the meal, while the men chatted with Yi Luobai, learning about the recent events at the foot of the mountain and the military unrest in the south. It's chaos again starting so soon. Zhang Yuming sighed deeply. Cheng Ligan worried looked around the cave and said, "What shall we do? I thought things were settling down." He was concerned about how to survive in this place without water and the inability to farm or raise livestock on a large scale. With wars raging outside, returning to the village was impossible. Since ancient times, Jianzhou has been a contested region for military strategists, so the current emperor will surely send troops to stop them. With constant warfare, hiding here may not fully protect us. Zhang Kongxing said, his brows furrowed deeply. Zhang Kongxing's brows were almost knit into a straight line. Sun Jian thought for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps we should head north like those people. Though this place is hidden and safe, there are still many dangers like water and food. On our way north, we can avoid the main roads and take mountain paths through forests where water and food are plentiful. With so many of us, we can face dangers together. In the cave, we are passive. If soldiers camp at the foot of the mountain, we can only wait for rain to drink water. I think this is feasible. Staying cooped up here is not ideal. Going out gives us more control," Sun Jie agreed. Sun Jie echoed. Sun Xiaowang shook his head and retorted, "You don't understand. The forest is full of dangers, from wild beasts to ruthless refugees. Outside is full of dangers, and we can't avoid them. We must face them head on." "You all make sense, but as an old man with one foot in the grave, I think staying in the cave is safer and more reliable," Zhang Yuming nodded. "You young people are strong and agile. I can't walk far without aches and pains. If I follow you, I'd only slow you down." Cheng Ligan quickly said, "Lijing, don't say that. Didn't they bring back several handcarts today? If we do head north, you can sit on one. There are plenty of strong men here to take turns pushing you." The scene fell silent, everyone's face heavy with worry. Yi Luobai, Qiaoing Shuang, and Shi Heng stayed quiet, watching them calmly. Suddenly Sun Jie's eyes lit up as if a thought struck him. He said, "Perhaps we could head north first. The main goal is to find a place where we can live without worry for the rest of our lives. A place without war or man-eating refugees, with mountains and water. There we can build houses, grow crops, and raise chickens and ducks, just like in our village, living a safe and stable life. The world outside is so chaotic, who knows when it will settle. In the meantime, we live in constant fear. They say one must live comfortably to live long. We're always worried about what's outside. To put it bluntly, one day we might die from the stress." Sun Xiaowang, shocked, gave his youngest son a sharp knock on the head. "You brat, what nonsense are you talking?" Sun Jie yelped in pain, clutching his head. "Dad, I think brother makes sense," Sun Jian said, and he too received a knock from Sun Xiaowang. That last remark shouldn't be said casually. "Oh heavens, children, speak without thought, spit it out." Sun Xiaowang clasped his hands together, praying that his son's words would never come true. Sun Jie's words left the Zhang and Cheng fathers and sons deep in thought. Even Xia Huan, who happened to walk by, stopped and looked at Sun Jie, pondering his words. The words were blunt but held truth. Soon the meal was ready. Li Sufan and the others had stewed the preserved dried venison and wild boar meat with white radish. Additionally, Xia Huan used the fish Yang Lang had caught to make 2 large pots of spicy boiled fish, with potato slices and bean sprouts as a base. The bean sprouts she had just sprouted from soybeans. The hot dishes, paired with fragrant, perfectly cooked rice, were incredibly appetizing. Such good rice was a first for everyone except Xia Huan and her siblings. They ate with smiles, thanking Yi Luobai, for it was thanks to him that they could enjoy such quality rice. Yi Luobai enjoyed Xia Huan's cooking, feeling content, and smiled lightly as he responded to everyone's thanks. During the meal, Qiaoing Shuang and Shi Heng clearly struggled to adapt to such an environment. The latter was better, gradually relaxing as he ate the delicious dishes. Qiaoing Shuang held her bowl and picked at the rice, secretly watching Yi Luobai. She had never seen him eat so happily or be so unguarded with strangers, nor had she noticed the peasant girl Xia Huan. Thinking of Xia Huan, her gaze unconsciously shifted to her. Since their last meeting, she had changed greatly. Xia Huan knew martial arts and seemed more capable than herself. Her face was as smooth as a shelled egg, with picturesque brows and eyes and a smiling face. Her changed complexion made her features more striking, unlike what she had seen at the restaurant. The only similarity was the confident aura she exuded, which made her even more radiant and charming. A few days ago, she had thought he would take a carriage to Dachau, but he told her, and Shi Heng, Not going to Dashua for now, back to the mountain. At the time she didn't know where the mountain was or why they were going. Now after experiencing what just happened, she was even more puzzled. Xia Huan noticed Xiao Shuang's gaze on her. She found it odd and thought, is Miss Qiao shy? Perhaps she's never eaten with so many people before, so it's normal to feel uneasy. Seeing no vegetables in the other's bowl, she kindly handed her the wooden ladle from the pot. Here, Miss Qiao, have more vegetables. Are the dishes not to your taste? Xiao Shuang sensed Yi Luobai's gaze and smiled calmly as she took the ladle, scooping some vegetables into her bowl. She said sincerely, "Thank you, Miss Xia. Your dishes are aromatic, flavorful, and truly excellent." Her peripheral vision swept to Yi Luobai's bowl, which was piled with food. She had tasted Xia Huan's cooking before, and seeing him eat happily and more than usual, she felt a genuine desire to thank Xia Huan. No need to be polite, just eat. Xia Huan smiled and ate. After the meal, everyone gathered in a circle. After a few words, Cheng Ligan looked at Yi Luobai and asked, "Yi Bai, what are your plans for this trip?" Cheng Ligan's question was also what Xiao Shuang and Qi Heng were concerned about. None of them knew what their master planned, so they all looked at him with slight tension. Facing the multiple gazes, Yi Luobai remained calm and said softly, "Head north." Xiao Shuang and Qi Heng exchanged glances, seeing confusion and anxiety in each other's eyes. They were about to advise against it, but Cheng Ligan spoke before them. "Northward at this time. The road will surely be perilous." "Are you only 3? Dad, the reason we managed to escape from Su Daqiang just now is because Yi Bai and his friends arrived in time and helped us." Cheng Xiang promptly explained. Then he looked at Yi Luobai. "Are you really set on going north at this time? If you have nowhere to go, you can stay in the cave. The entrance ahead is now free to pass. As long as there are no soldiers stationed near the river, water isn't a big problem. Yes, staying in the cave, at least we can look after each other. It's chaotic outside, not safe." Li Sufan urged. "Brother Yi Bai, can you stay in the cave? It's safe here. What if you get hurt outside?" Xia Xing's eyes were full of worry, his concern evident. Yi Luobai looked at Xia Xing's clear eyes, feeling moved. He suddenly reached out to Qi Heng and said, "Give me the thing." Qi Heng was stunned for a few seconds. After seeing his master's eyes gradually turn sharp, he belatedly remembered something and took out a 1-foot 2-inch dagger from his belt. It appeared dark and heavy, neither gold nor silver, its material clearly special. The spine curved with the blade, and the sheath had smooth lines. Placed upright, it reflected a chilling gleam. When the blade was drawn, a cold light seemed to flow over the edge, evoking a sense of sharp coldness. Yi Luobai handed the dagger to Xia Xing. "This is called moonlight chill. Although both the sheath and the blade are black, it is much sharper than most daggers. When used, a cold light flows on the edge as if tangible moonlight falls upon it. Earlier I noticed you are most skilled in close combat with a dagger. Today I gift you this moonlight chill, hoping you will wield it well in the future." "To me?" Xia Xing asked in surprise. "Master," Qi Heng also exclaimed in astonishment. Moonlight chill was crafted with great wealth, resources, and effort by the master, and it was his favorite. Xiao Shuang was also surprised and puzzled, but on second thought she realized that he must have planned this all along. So she smiled and urged Xia Xing accept it. "He never jokes." "Sister." Xia Xing looked at Xia Huan. Xia Huan had already noticed when Yi Luobai spoke that he was sincere. Now meeting his gaze, looking into his deep vortex-like black eyes, and then at her brother's bewildered expression, she said, "Xinger, faced with this situation, what should you say first? Second, now that you have grown up, you can make your own decisions." Meeting his sister's encouraging, gentle gaze, Xia Xing's wavering heart immediately steadied. He looked at Yi Luobai and said, "Thank you, brother Yi Bai. Moonlight chill is too precious." Before he finished, he felt a somewhat heavy and cold object placed in his hand. Looking down, it was exactly moonlight chill. "Take it and protect yourself and your sister and the others," Yi Luobai said quickly and gave Qi Heng a look. The latter understood, instantly went to the cart, picked up a wooden chest, and walked over. When the chest was opened, everyone saw various exquisite defensive weapons inside: bows, crossbows, daggers, longswords, barbed iron rods, meteor hammers, and so on. Xia Huan's eyes were immediately drawn to the iron rod with barbs. It was much better than the one she currently used, looked lighter, and the barbs were the key. Now she had already harvested the first batch of herbs from her space. After she dried and ground certain poisonous herbs into powder, she could use them wisely. Then she could sprinkle the poison powder on the barbs. If attacked by villains, they would get a buy one get one luxury package, barbs plus poison. The taste of that, needless to say, would be wonderful. These things were all carefully prepared by the master for you, Xia Huan said as he took out the barbed iron rod that Xia Huan had liked and handed it to her. This is for Miss Xia. He said this while looking at a piece of paper stuck on the iron rod with Xia Huan's name written on it. It was only then that he understood why his master had asked him to find these things before coming to the mountain. Xia Huan looked at Yi Luobai in surprise. For me? Yi Luobai nodded. Everyone has one. Xi Hung distributed the other weapons to each person according to the names on the paper strips. They were all delighted. The Sun brothers, who were delighted to receive meteor hammers, discussed enthusiastically and asked Yi Luobai how to use them best. What surprised Xi Hung and Xiaoing Shuang again was that Yi Luobai responded to each one with great patience. Yi Bai, thank you for giving us these handy weapons. Cheng Xiang, not good with sweet words, scratched the back of his head shyly. Yeah, Yi Bai, you're so generous. I won't let you down. Tell me, what do you want to eat during this time? I'll cook whatever you want, anything. Xia Huan held the newly acquired iron rod, unable to put it down, beaming with joy. Yi Luobai's expression froze. He looked at Xia Huan and said, we'll be leaving soon. So soon? The group, who had been happily discussing their new weapons, suddenly stopped smiling. Their eyes fell on Yi Luobai in unison. Xia Huan walked side by side with Yi Luobai to the open space outside. Looking at the scenery opposite, she asked, do you really have to head north? Yi Luobai also looked at the forested mountains opposite, his eyes deep. There is something I must go north to retrieve. She keenly detected a hint of something wrong in his voice. His voice initially carried coldness and mockery, and toward the end seemed tinged with a hint of weariness. Could she be mistaken? Hearing this, she couldn't help but think about his identity. Xia Huan was lost in thought, completely unaware that Yi Luobai was staring at something, his pupils suddenly dilating. They saw thick smoke billowing in the air to their left, with faint sparks flickering among the trees on that side. Xia Huan, look over there. Hearing his urgent voice, Xia Huan looked in the direction he pointed. When she saw the smoke and sparks, her expression changed dramatically. That seems to be Tsunger Mountain. How did it suddenly catch fire? There was still some unmelted snow on the ground, not deep or shallow. With winter snow covering the forest, the trees were damp. Although the past few days had been sunny, it was unlikely that the trees would catch fire in such a short time. But what if it was man-made? Xia Huan thought it over and could only conclude that it was arson. Otherwise, how could a fire break out without reason? It wasn't as if the timber was so dry and brittle that it would ignite at the slightest spark. Under the circumstances, someone must have used alcohol or kerosene or something similar to accelerate the blaze. Otherwise, the timber could never have burned so swiftly. Let me go in and warn the others first. Xia Huan ran back to the cave. Before long, everyone emerged, and they stood frozen in shock as they gazed at the distant sparks of fire. How could a fire have broken out of nowhere like this? That area belongs to the Tsang Mountains, roughly 30-odd li from here. A trek of nearly 2 hours on foot. If this fire keeps spreading like this, God only knows what will become of us. The Zhang father and son exchanged words in succession. Cheng Ligan extended his hand, feeling the wind threading through his fingers. The wind's blowing toward our mountain. If we don't contain this fire soon, it could easily spread right here to where we're sheltered. Cheng Xiang, who had years of hunting and wilderness experience, noticed the same thing. Gazing at the flames in the distance, he said, my father's right. At this rate, the fire will reach us before long. For safety's sake, I propose we move the essentials out of the cave first. If the fire dies down or the wind shifts, we'll be fine. But if neither happens, we can't stay in this cave any longer. Yes. Let's move the belongings out first. Fortunately, the snow at the cave entrance has melted. Otherwise, we'd need ropes to lower everything, which would take far too long. The more critical the moment, the steadier we must remain. Zhang Yuming raised his hand to signal the group. Men, carry the heavy items to the wheelbarrows and push them out. Fill the barrows as much as possible. For anything that won't fit, gather it all together and make multiple trips to get it out. The women, the mothers of the children, should handle the smaller items like pots, bowls, and utensils. They're more familiar with organizing these things and will know the best way to pack them. Yes, Li Zhang. The group responded in unison before rushing into the cave together. In light of the sudden emergency, Yi Luobai abandoned his original plan to depart shortly. He turned to Xia Huan and Cheng Xiang and said, "I'll have Qi Heng stay behind to monitor the fire and watch for any developments outside. If anything seems amiss, he'll come in and notify us immediately. I'll join you in moving the belongings." Inside the cave, everyone had clear assignments and worked in an orderly fashion without chaos or jostling. The three Sun men, being the strongest, had Sun Xiaoguang and Cheng Zhang load the heavy items onto the sleds, while the Sun brothers Cheng Ligan and the Zhang father and son pushed the wheelbarrows out. The women and Xia Huan busied themselves sorting the lighter belongings, and the children lent a helping hand. Xiaoing Shuang was also pitching and handling tasks with decisive efficiency that earned Xia Huan and the others her respectful attention. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. United in their efforts, they quickly moved more than half of the cave's contents outside. Just then Qi Heng hurried in with urgent news. "The fire has started spreading this way." Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank, but the despair was brief. They quickly rallied their spirits and resumed moving the remaining belongings. Meanwhile, at the foot of Tsanger Mountain, a vast army marched in great numbers, kicking up dust wherever they passed. The vanguard rode atop sturdy horses, while those in the middle and rear traveled on foot. The mountain trails proved treacherous, and during their northward journey they had already lost many horses, leaving no choice but to proceed on foot. At the very front of the army, a man clad in armor sat astride his horse, gazing up at the forested slopes. The raging flames danced in his eyes that held both coldness and a sinister smile. He had waited 2 full years for this moment. Initially, everyone had opposed his decision to set fire to the forest, warning that the world would judge him harshly for such an act. Yet after 2 years of enduring hardship and swallowing his pride, he simply could not let go of the humiliation he had suffered. So he devised a plan that would accomplish 2 things: destroy the place that had become a stain on his life, and eliminate the imperial army that had blocked his southern advance. This clever scheme was unfolding exactly as he'd envisioned. He wanted the world to know that Wang Hongyi had returned. Gazing at the vast sea of flames, Wang Hongyi felt a surge of satisfaction, a smile playing on his lips. The scouts who led the operation this time have rendered outstanding service. They lured the first wave of imperial troops into the forest and trapped them within the burning woods. Anyone who participated in this plan and survived will be richly rewarded. 100 taels of silver and 2 pickles of premium rice. The moment he spoke, the soldiers erupted into cheers, their voices rolling like waves and shaking the heavens, lingering long after his words had faded. Meanwhile, inside the cave, everyone had finished packing and pushing out their belongings. They gazed at the place they had called home for some time, their hearts heavy with reluctance. Without today's fire, they likely wouldn't have left so soon. A somber quiet settled over the group. Dabai and Xiao Bai stood at the cave entrance, their eyes fixed on the opening. Xia Huan sensed their gloom and crouched down to stroke the fur on their heads. "If you'd rather not leave with me, go into the forest over there. The farther the better. Be careful and don't fall into the wrong hands." The road ahead was uncertain, and Dabai and Xiao Bai would only suffer by her side. It would be better for them to return to the wild and live freely. Whine, whine, whine. Dabai and Xiao Bai shook their heads in unison, nuzzling her palm as if protesting. Xia Xing noticed the reluctance in his sister's eyes. "Sister, the snow wolves want to stay with you. They don't want to part from you. It's dangerous out there, and they have no family or companions. You should take them with us." Sigh. Her brother made a valid point. These 2 little ones were alone and helpless. With so many beasts in the forest and desperate refugees who would stop at nothing, starvation would make them see the wolves as nothing more than food. Torn between options, Xia Huan decided to leave the choice to them. "Dabai, Xiao Bai, would you like to leave with us? We don't know where we're headed or what dangers lie ahead. If you're willing, I'll do everything I can to keep you safe. And us." The Cheng Zhang and Sun families, along with Xia Xing and Xia Lu, spoke in unison. Xia Huan's heart warmed at their words. Dabai and Xiao Bai pressed their faces hard against her palm, letting out passionate cries. "I've thought it over carefully. What brother Sun said before dinner makes sense. We can only live happily and freely if we find a place where we can truly feel safe. Along our journey north, I hope to find such a place. What do you think?" "Miss Xia, I think it's feasible. I support this idea. Sun Jie was the first to voice his opinion. Sun Zhan followed closely. The rest of them watched the fierce flames spreading closer, the warm wind constantly brushing against their faces. At that moment, they all felt something in their left chests beating rapidly, burning as hot as the raging fire on the mountain. This feeling did not stem from the warm wind or the forest fire, but from Xia Huan's words to find a place where one can truly settle and live happily and freely. Our situation is now as dire as it can be. Rather than sitting idle and waiting for death, let us follow what Sun Jie and Huaner said. Find that place, and once we do, we can finally find peace. As long as we can find such a place, no matter how far the journey is, or how arduous the process, even if it breaks these old legs of mine, I will persist and keep walking. If I can truly no longer walk, I will find a quiet place to end my own life. I will never be a burden to you. After speaking excitedly, Zhang Yoming's graying beard trembled, his face slightly flushed, his entire demeanor radiant with spirit. Yes, I think the same way. Rather than cowering and hiding east and west, it is better to endure some hardship and find a stable place to live. This is the principle of hardship first and sweetness later. Sun Xiaoguang said. Cheng Ligan shared the same thoughts as Sun Xiaoguang. It did not matter how much hardship and toil this generation endured, or what was important was to let the next generation live a stable life. Looking at his son and daughter, his heart grew warm. Then let us leave this place first. It is getting late, and we need to find somewhere to stay for the night. We have brought quite a lot of things. Let us first sort out some items that are not necessary to carry, such as the extra pots, bowls, and other household utensils we brought back from the village. There are many trees in the forest, and if we need them later, we can make them on the spot. Xia Huan nodded in agreement and said, Uncle Cheng is right. We originally had only one cart, but today we brought back 4 each, piled high with goods. Carrying so many things on the road is like telling others we have food and useful supplies. I think we can hide some items that serve the same purpose but are not of great importance in a certain place. If our journey north does not go smoothly, we can also return to find these things and use them, which would be a double guarantee. Cheng Xiang thought it was feasible. Looking at the carts full of goods, he asked, but we certainly cannot hide things in the cave anymore. Where should we hide the extra items? As soon as this question was asked, the expressions of the Sun brothers changed slightly at the same time. They almost spoke at the same time. Perhaps we can hide things at the Yang family's place. Xia Huan had the same thought and gave them a thumbs up to show her praise. With the problem of hiding things solved, where should all of us settle tonight? I heard Yang Lang say that the cave they live in is not very large. Xia Huan also knew this point that Sun Xiaoguang mentioned. After thinking for a moment, her eyes sparkled. How about we first stay in the village for one night? I think it's feasible. When I was in the village, I noticed that 1 or 2 families had relatively good conditions. As soon as Cheng Xiang finished speaking, he looked at Yi Luobai. Yi Bai, it is about to get dark. Why don't you follow us to the village and stay for one night first? Traveling at night, when it is dark, is not safe. Yi Luobai considered this point, nodded, and then thought of something. Looking at Xia Huan and the others with a questioning gaze, why don't we go north together? Xia Huan and the others were stunned upon hearing this, and then successively nodded with smiles indicating that they also had the same intention. Especially the few women who smiled especially happily. Li Sufan looked at Yi Luobai and said, it's good for everyone to go together. With more people we can support each other and feel safer. I notice you seem to have lost weight. When we get to the village and finish making dinner, you must eat more. Sun Xiaozhen added with a smile. I see he quite likes eating the fish made by Huaner. Later when we go down the mountain, let's go to the river to catch more fish on the way. Previously it was always them who went to catch fish. Today let's go catch them too. The extra fish can be preserved with salt. The weather is not that hot now, so it can probably be kept for a period of time to eat on the road. Xia Huan has gradually grown up now, so it is no longer appropriate to call her by her old nickname. Therefore, after discussions behind the scenes, the elders decided to call her Huaner. Then let us leave first. It is not safe to stay here, Xia Huan said, while looking at the surging mountain fire. The group left the cave in this manner. The hand carts were pushed by several men, and everyone had large and small bags on their backs containing their respective clothes and other miscellaneous items. Soon they arrived at the riverside. The division of labor was clear. Some were left behind to watch the belongings while others went to the riverside to catch fish. It was unclear whether the fish in the river had been almost caught before or what, but when Yang Lang and the others caught them just now, they struggled hard to catch 5 fish and gave 3 of them to Xia Huan and the others. At this time, several men were worried about possibly not catching any fish. On the rippling blue lake's surface, rings of water waves appeared, and a moving black shadow was faintly visible under the water. Cheng Xiang saw that black shadow and whispered to the person beside him, "Dad, there are fish over there. Let us surround them from left and right and catch them." The father and son had a tacit understanding, and in no time at all they caught quite a few fish. Little did they know that these fish were lured over by the bait that Xia Huan secretly scattered. After catching the fish, everyone set off to go to the forest where the Yang family lived. Before parting today, Yang Lang had told them the location of the cave. As soon as they entered the forest, a series of rustling sounds ahead caught the attention of the few people walking in front. Cheng Xiang raised his hand to signal the people behind to stop first. When they picked up their weapons and were about to launch an active attack, 2 figures walked out from over there. "Wait first, it's Yang Lang and the others." Sun Xiaowang spoke out to stop Cheng Ligan, who was preparing to launch an attack. Seeing their formidable appearance, Yang Lang's anxious expression grew even heavier. Just now Xiener saw that the mountain over there was on fire. "I was worried that something might happen to you, so I came over." Sun Xiaowang first made simple mutual introductions for the companions who had never met the Yang family members, and then briefly explained the current situation and the plan they had thought of. After listening, Yang Lang guessed and asked, could today's fire be related to the military unrest in the south? The others had grave expressions. Although none of them spoke, they had already thought in their hearts that this fire was inextricably linked to that person in the south. Given the urgent situation, Yang Lang did not ask too many questions and led everyone to the cave. The location of the cave was still quite hidden, right below a slope. It was a blind spot in vision. In addition, the Yang family had earlier built a clay wall outside the perimeter with the same color as the surrounding soil blocks to tightly seal the cave entrance. Behind the clay wall there was another wall. Even if a rainstorm washed away the outer layer of the wall, or someone accidentally stumbled upon it, they would never think that there was a different world behind it. Xia Huan and the others, together with the Yang family, worked together to leave some items in the cave. The few carts were still taken along, but the things on the carts did not look as exaggeratedly stacked as before. The main things they brought were food. The Yang family also had a cart, but there was not much on it. After everything was settled, everyone took advantage of the fact that it was not yet dark and hurried down the mountain to the village. After a night's rest, everyone was full of energy the next morning. After packing all the things, the group went up Fushan. The Chung father and son knew that there was a road on Fushan that could go north. Although this road was rugged, required a detour, and was overgrown with weeds, it could avoid the army in the south and also avoid some of the refugees. Because that road was above the halfway point of the mountain, few people went up there usually, and not many people knew about it. They walked with one boost to the halfway point of the mountain, and it was already past noon. Everyone was so hungry that their chests were pressed against their backs. They were all busy preparing to make lunch. However, before the meal was ready, several uninvited guests walked towards them. These unwelcome visitors who approached were clad in tattered clothing, all men with unkempt beards and disheveled hair. Each of them was gaunt with sallow complexions. 2 of them carried a spotted deer weighing approximately 100 jin between them, and as they walked they scrutinized Xia Huan and the others. The rice had barely been cooking in the pot when its fragrance began to waft through the air. These dozen or so men greedily inhaled the scent, and upon noticing the various goods on the carts, their gazes turned avaricious and menacing. But the next instant, strands of chilling light pierced their eyes, forcing them to squint. Cheng Zhang's son and Yang, several men from those families, stood alongside Qi Heng in a line, each gripping weapons with an imposing presence. Seeing that the opposition was no pushover, their own numbers meager and lacking superior weapons for defense, the leader among them exchanged a glance with his companions before they turned and departed. They had managed to secure a deer today, enough to sustain them for several days. Those men were armed and numerous, so it was wiser not to take the risk. In these turbulent times, merely surviving was already an arduous struggle. The men departed sullenly. Cheng Zhang hurried to the downhill path where they had gone and peered carefully, confirming they had truly left before turning back to address the group they're gone. The meal was consumed with mixed emotions. They had barely begun their journey and already encountered such people and such events. No doubt the road ahead would bring even more harrowing encounters and a myriad of different kinds of people. Xia Huan sensed the heaviness in everyone's spirits and recalled words she had spoken before in the cave. She said, "I once spoke of how a single rope breaks easily, yet when a dozen ropes are twisted together, they become strong and unyielding. I believe that as long as we continue to unite our efforts in one direction, as before, the difficulties we face will be overcome." When we lived in the village, we were terrified merely at the thought of the wolf packs and wild beasts on the mountain. Yet over this period we have not only faced refugees, but also battled wolves and black bears. Events have proven that we have grown stronger through it all. Huaner speaks truly. We are growing stronger. Even if the road ahead holds unknown dangers, what need do we have for fear when so many walk together? Zhang Yuming laughed, his voice clear and resonant. Hearing the words of Xia Huan and Zhang Yuming, the doubts in others' hearts instantly dissolved into resolve. The gloomy atmosphere that had weighed on them lifted immediately. Yi Luaning watched Xia Huan surrounded by the others, a faint smile blooming in his dark eyes. She had a gift for clearing the confusion and bringing people together, uniting their scattered strength. It was the same in the cave before. Yi Luobai was so absorbed in watching that he failed to notice Qiao Yingshuang beside him, gazing at him with equal fascination. Qiao Yingshuang turned her gaze towards Xia Huan's bright smile, her hand clenched tightly within her sleeve. In her bright eyes an unguarded envy surfaced, and a bitter smile touched her lips. In her eyes Xia Huan shone like the golden crow, radiant and dazzling, something she could never achieve or even dare to desire. Having just finished lunch, they rested in place for most of the afternoon before continuing their journey, needing to find suitable shelter before nightfall. The forest offered no comparison to the cave, though at least the cold had lessened, and there were no insects or snakes to worry about, for now. Summer would bring its own troubles. Since it was their first day traveling, safety came first. They found a suitable place to rest near dusk and decided not to press further. As darkness fell, the Yang family members struck flint to light fires, building two separate flames. Sun Zhan and his brother found a stream nearby and returned carrying 2 buckets of water. The women poured the water into pots to boil. Once it reached a rolling boil, they ladled out some for drinking and used the rest for cooking rice and soup. I must say the net Yang Xian brought out works remarkably well. We caught fish with every cast. The only drawback is that the fish in this stream are too small, making the whole endeavor rather unsatisfying. Sun Jia said with a slight frown. Sun Zhan held the net and praised Yang Xian. "Brother Yang, this net you wove is quite impressive. Your father told me you made it yourself." Yang Xian blushed slightly and replied with a smile, "Before the winter winds came, I found some sturdy grass near the cave. I reasoned that if bamboo strips could be woven into baskets and other items, grass can be woven into straw sandals, so it must be possible to craft other things as well. I used that grass to make fishing nets, ropes, hats, and even rainproof grass clothing." Half of these items had been insistently offered to Xia Huan and the others that morning, along with several other useful small things. "You're so young, and yet can make so many things. Your craftsmanship is excellent, and you're handsome as well. Unlike my 2 worthless sons, if only." Sun Xiaowang patted Yang Xian's shoulder, but his words were cut short by a sharp, urgent voice. "The water is poisoned." The moment the word was spoken, everyone who had been busy with other tasks turned their attention toward the source of the voice. Shi Hung stood before the small stove where rice was cooking, a pot of boiling water bubbling on top. Beside it sat a wooden bucket half filled with water. The women had intended to use the remaining water for washing. At Shi Hang's words, the women froze in disbelief. Yi Luobai approached from another direction, his cold, unfathomable gaze fixed on the water in the bucket. "Are you certain?" Shi Hung nodded without hesitation. "The water appears identical to ordinary water. I wouldn't have been so certain if not for heating this pot. Master, please stand where I am and look at an angle." As Yi Luobai moved to comply, a slender shadow fell across the ground beside him, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. Turning his head, he saw it was Xia Huan. Xia Huan followed Shi Hang's instructions and observed that on the surface of the boiling, rolling water there was a faint, pale blue substance. one that would be completely invisible without tilting her view. She examined the water in the wooden bucket, which appeared no different from ordinary water on the surface. But what was that pale blue substance? What could turn a faint blue when heated? She felt as though something had flashed through her mind. Xia Huan squatted there, resting her chin on her hand as she pondered deeply. Yi Luobai and the others also spotted the unknown pale blue substance in the boiling water. Can the fish from that stream still be eaten? Yang Xian asked, his tone filled with regret. Absolutely not. The fish have absorbed the poison into their bodies from the water. If we eat them, the toxins will transfer to us. After speaking, Cheng Xiang poured both the bucket of water and the fish into a nearby thicket. Can we still use this pot? Li Sufin asked, reluctant to part with it as she gazed at the cookware. For caution's sake, it's better not to keep it. We have enough pots, and if needed, I'll fire some more from clay another day. Zhang Yuming extinguished the fire in the small stove and asked Zhang Kangsheng to help him dig a hole to bury the pot. Cheng Xiang, uneasy about leaving things exposed, went to bury everything he had discarded. Once everything was settled, they walked back together. Cheng Ligang sighed, his brow furrowed with worry. This is strange. How could the stream be poisoned? Now we must follow it upstream. What will we do if there's no water? If I recall correctly, this stream should be a branch of the Wuling River. Upon hearing Wuling River, Qi Heng and Yi Luobai, who had been deep in thought, both changed expression simultaneously. The others noticed their change in demeanor and asked if they knew something. Qi Heng took a breath and looked at Yi Luobai with a grave expression. During our northward journey, most rivers are tributaries of the Wuling River. This poison is quite unusual. I have encountered black, red, and even colorless poisons, but a blue poison is something I have never heard of or seen before. Even Qi Heng did not know of such a poison, which left Yi Luobai and Xiao Yingshuang momentarily stunned. Could it be that people from the north tampered with the Wuling River to prevent those from the south from heading north? Zhang Kangsheng ventured a bold guess, but the moment he spoke, he received a warning glance from Zhang Yuming. Disaster comes from loose lips, and walls have ears. The group gradually realized the implications, and a silence fell over them. After a long while, Cheng Xiang spoke up. Should we still follow the original plan and continue on this route? Running out of water during the journey would be a major problem, as rivers and streams are our primary water sources. Cheng Xiang's question left everyone exchanging glances, uncertain of what to do. Take out the map. Yi Luobai held out his hand toward Qi Heng. Qi Heng had long anticipated this, for he carried a map of Beiqing Kingdom and the surrounding nations on his person. The map depicted the terrain of each country with remarkable clarity, where hidden paths led and the source and terminus of every stream. He had spent over half a month navigating through a merchant in Shisong Kingdom, going to great lengths to acquire it. By all rights, this map was of utmost importance, which is precisely why he had remained silent about it thus far. Yet now his master was demanding he produce the map before so many people. Had he misunderstood? Do I need to repeat myself? Yi Luobai's voice turned ice cold. Xiao Yingshuang understood the map's significance all too well, and watching her resolve harden, she felt helpless frustration rising within her. Qi Heng, who knew Yi Luobai's temperament well, did not hesitate this time. He reached into his inner garment and withdrew something resembling a scroll. Yi Luobai unrolled it with both hands. The yellowish-brown parchment displayed towering mountains, sprawling rivers, and place names across the land. He quickly pinpointed their current location. Everyone come look. The moment Yi Luobai finished speaking, Xia Huan directed her flashlight toward him, the beam landing precisely on the spot he was indicating. As the light fell upon it, the rest of the group turned their attention to where Yi Luobai pointed. Xia Huan, however, found her gaze drawn to his slender, elegant hands. Though she wasn't particularly captivated by hands, she couldn't help but admire them when they were this striking. Shaking off her momentary distraction, Xia Huan refocused. You by the direction you're pointing to. That's upstream from where we found the poisoned stream, right? And that doesn't appear to be a tributary of the Wuling River. Correct. Now look further northwest along this river. Do you notice anything? Yi Luobai turned the question back to the group. Cheng Xiang had already pieced things together. To the northwest, there are only two tributaries of the Wuling River. This one appears to merge with another, which means that second river could be contaminated as well. Exactly. Cheng Ligang nodded in agreement. Yibai, I understand your plan now. If we continue upstream along this poison stream, and then pivot northwest, we can avoid most of the contaminated tributaries of the Wuling River. But that's a different direction from our original plan, and I'm not familiar with that area. I've heard that the northwest region is extremely desolate. Some places where nothing grows, where living creatures are rarely seen, and where sandstorms sweep through constantly. Zhang Kongxing added. Zhang Yoming's gaze fell on the northern routes near Fushan, his brows furrowing. But if we head toward other areas around Fushan, we're highly likely to encounter people from both the north and south. That area is extremely dangerous. I wouldn't recommend taking that route. Then our only viable option is to follow the northwest path along the stream. That's our safest bet, Xia Huan concluded. Yi Luobai nodded in agreement, his finger tracing 2 points northwest of the stream on the map. From what the map shows, these two locations aren't far apart, and both have forests and streams. Overall, it shouldn't be as desolate as described. We can detour through here and reach the source of the Wuling River. The group listened and nodded, finding the plan feasible. After reaching a consensus to follow Yi Luobai's route, they each went to inventory their provisions and supplies, estimating how long they'd last. These supplies should last us over a month, not counting whatever we can forage or find along the way. I'm confident we'll find food somewhere along the route. Before we reach the northwest area of the stream, we'll be traveling through forest. There's definitely going to be something we can eat. Xia Huan's words were inspiring. Hearing them, they rubbed their hands together with determination in their eyes. With the route decided, they continued talking until darkness fell. Several men went out to find water and discovered a pond nearby. They brought the water back and boiled it, confirming it was safe. Xia Huan and the women prepared sweet potato porridge and 2 large pots of chestnut and wolf meat stew, then filled everyone's water pouches with boiled water. The remaining water pouches and bamboo containers were also filled. These were the same ones Yi Luobai had brought earlier, perfectly suited for the journey ahead. After eating, they drew lots to determine who would keep watch through the night. They maintained this rotation until dawn, then, after a simple breakfast, they packed up and prepared to continue their journey. What's going on? Come look at this. Sun Jie's startled voice rang out from nearby. He had pulled up his belt after finding a place to relieve himself, but as his eyes swept across the ground, he was immediately struck by the chaotic scene before him. Sun Jie's cry drew everyone over, and they all paused in shock at what they saw. The ground was covered in disturbed earth, with the largest pile of soil surrounding a pit. Among the debris lay several mangled, unrecognizable bodies, and nearby, several black crows lay dead. Not a single crow had survived. Isn't this where we buried the fish yesterday? The crows dug them up and ate them. Zhang Kongxing's eyes widened with terror, though a flicker of relief crossed his face. If the crows that ate the poisoned fish had died, what would happen to people who drank contaminated water? Throughout the morning's journey, many pondered this question in silence. Even the Sun brothers, who usually kept spirits high with jokes, grew grave and somber. After walking all morning, with noon approaching, they decided to find a suitable spot to rest and eat some vegetable buns and roasted hazelnut chestnuts to stave off hunger. Given the scarcity of water, they planned to ration it carefully at midday and save some for evening when they'd boil a warm soup. Early that morning, several men had fetched 2 buckets from the pond, and now they took turns carrying the water along the route. Xia Huan longed to tell them not to worry about water. She had an endless supply in her space, but she dared not reveal it yet. She decided to wait and see how things unfolded before considering using it secretly. Eventually, they found a warm, sunlit spot with relatively flat ground, perfect for resting and setting down their carts. The vegetable buns had hardened as they cooled, making them difficult to chew and requiring water to swallow. As they ate in silence, a bright laugh drifted from their right. Haha, look at those people over there. They're carrying wooden buckets filled with water on their journey. I've never seen anyone travel with something like that. Others bring silver food or clothes. What could those people be thinking? They turned to look and saw 4 men and 3 women approaching from the left. The woman who had spoken was dressed in the finest attire, clearly of high status. The 4 men wore matching simple garments and moved with steady, composed steps. Their expressions were cold and guarded as they positioned themselves around the speaking woman like a protective circle. The leader among them, perhaps noticing the larger group or sensing the impropriety of his lady's words, stepped forward with a respectful bow. Please forgive us, everyone. My young mistress is naturally curious about unusual things. That's why she spoke as she did. There's a stream not far from here. You're welcome to draw water from it. Though the man's words were gentle and courteous, Xia couldn't bear the woman's look of disdain and exasperation directed at them. The incident with Zhang Jinjin had barely passed, and like someone bitten by a snake who fears a rope for 10 years, he found himself on high alert whenever confronted with a woman like her. How could he know whether these women were as vicious and ruthless as Zhang Jinjin? Sun Jie rose abruptly, his expression cold. What we choose to carry on our journey is our own affair. I'd advise this young lady to watch her words. Not everyone is as easygoing as we are. I notice you've come from the direction of that stream. Have you drunk its water? His question caused Xia Huan and the others to immediately glance at the water pouches carried by the men opposite them. Who do you think you are speaking to my young mistress that way? Yes, we came from the stream. We not only drank the water and ate the fish from it, but we also filled our water pouches to carry. The water was sweet, and the fish were delicious. We would never travel with buckets of water like some fools. Can't they find water for themselves? After speaking, the woman sniffed haughtily, her eyes filled with disdain as she looked at Xia Huan and the others. Miss? The man's voice carried an edge of urgency. To escort this young lady, he had cleaned up countless messes along the way. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would never have taken this job. Although Sun Jie was furious at the woman's words, he had learned from recent events that one must not act solely on emotion or impulse, but rather focus on solving the problem. He turned to Xia Huan and the others, seeking their opinion with a glance. Upon hearing that the woman's group had drunk water from the stream, Xia Huan and the others were momentarily startled. But in an instant their expressions returned to normal, and they exchanged quick glances, each knowing exactly what to do next. Zhang Yoming, the eldest among them, walked toward the 4 men and 3 women. His weathered face broke into a kind, gentle smile. It's nothing, just minor matters. We should indeed thank this young lady for her warning. While traveling, we never knew where to find water, so whenever we spotted a source, we would collect some for later. It brings peace of mind. As he spoke, he shook his head with a worried expression. The woman curled her lips in a mocking smile and was about to speak when the leader among the men cut in first. Elder, the stream I mentioned earlier may not be as wide as a great river, but its volume and quality are quite acceptable. We have already drunk water from it. Xia Huan and the others were secretly alarmed. How could these people have drunk from the stream and remain unharmed? The sight of those dead crows had left a deep impression on them. In just a short moment, Zhang Yoming's mind raced. Looking at the men, he said, "We fled all the way here, encountering numerous hardships along the way. It is only by the kindness of people like you that we managed to reach this place. If you don't mind, you may rest nearby." As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Ligan and Sun Xiaowang both gestured for them to sit, their manner warm and cordial. The man noticed how accommodating and polite the others were, and it gave him an opportunity to step down gracefully. He was willing to go over and rest, but that young lady would certainly not agree. He was about to decline politely when a delicate, soft voice spoke up. The voice was familiar, yet something about it sounded off. "My name is Lin Wenwen. Since everyone is so hospitable, I suppose I'll accept reluctantly." After introducing herself, a sweet smile appeared on Lin Wenwen's face, completely different from her earlier attitude. Xia Huan across the way felt puzzled and followed Lin Wenwen's gaze, instantly understanding the reason. It turned out she had taken a fancy to Cheng Xiang. Just now, Cheng Xiang had been standing behind Cheng Ligan and was hidden from view. Once Cheng Ligan moved away, Lin Wenwen caught sight of him and couldn't look away. Lin Wenwen marveled inwardly at how such a magnificent man could exist in this world. He was tall and imposing, radiating a sense of security, and his dark, deep eyes resembled a vortex that she had fallen into at first sight. Thanks to Lin Wenwen's change in attitude, their group was able to sit down and rest. The two parties chatted politely, but throughout the entire time Lin Wenwen kept her bold gaze fixed on Cheng Xiang with keen interest. However, Cheng Xiang never once acknowledged Lin Wenwen with a glance. Later, his expression grew serious as he turned to speak to the big white dog lying at Xia Huan's feet. In just half a sentence, a smile bloomed on his face like a spring breeze. Lin Wenwen harbored resentment. She had never been so slighted by anyone in her life. How could that man smile so joyfully at two beasts yet show her nothing but a cold countenance? This man was truly blind, mistaking a fine jade for an ordinary fisheye. There were plenty of fine men in this world, many more excellent and handsome than he. The man who married her must love her more than she loved him, otherwise she would rather remain unmarried. After venting her frustration, Lin Wanwen lost interest and glanced boredly around. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuming and Cheng Ligan and the other men chatted casually with that man. During their conversation, the man revealed that they intended to head north toward the capital. What a coincidence, we too are heading north. Alas, the world is in such chaos these days, there is no safe place to go. Zhang Yuming sighed. Indeed. We just fled here from the south. If we hadn't encountered these people on the way, I fear I would have lost my life long ago. Cheng Ligan finished speaking and raised his hand to wipe his eyes, though no tears had fallen. What? You don't know each other. Did you flee together? The man had been mostly focused on Lin Wanwen during their conversation. After speaking, his deep gaze shifted towards several carts. Sun Xiaowang noticed this and calmly replied, No, we came from different places. By fate we met, and ultimately decided to travel north together. Having endured hardships for months, they had all tacitly realized that the best way to survive steadily in this chaotic world was to stick together and support one another. Not long after traveling together, they passed through this mountain. At a small village at its foot, they encountered over a dozen refugees. The moment those refugees saw them, they tried to seize them without hesitation. Of course, they would not yield, and a life-and-death struggle ensued. Perhaps it was heaven's blessing, or perhaps it proved the saying that many hands make light work. In the end, they won. They found some food and supplies in the village, and those things had saved them. Yes, let me tell you, this was the better outcome. Over a month ago, I was fleeing alone when a snowstorm raged and frozen corpses littered the road. Cheng Ligan deliberately told an exaggerated tale, describing how he witnessed a group slaughter a traveling couple, focusing on how tragically they died and how horrifying the killer's methods were. After he finished, Sun Xiaoguang began to improvise his own story, speaking without a hint of breathlessness, vividly and convincingly. The man's attention was drawn away for the most part, and even Lin Wanwen found herself listening. Trembling with fear, Lin Wanwen glanced around and asked softly, Can there really be such evil people in this world who can eat human flesh raw without a flicker of emotion? Sun Xiaowang nodded firmly, his tone mournful. I saw it with my own eyes. That group killed an entire family of 3. They specifically waited until the pregnant woman was not yet dead before slicing open her belly to extract the newly formed child. They claimed the child's flesh was the most tender, and they fought over it, tearing the body apart to eat. I still dream of that scene every night. Oh. Already deeply immersed in the story, Lin Wanwen covered her ears and screamed in terror, her face drained of color. 2 days ago, we happened to encounter that gang in this forest. That's why we didn't dare make fire or search for water at noon. We were afraid of running into them. Sun Xiaoguang covered his face with his hands as if suffering from torment. Chu Hao, I don't care. I want to join this group and head north with them. Missy. Chu Hao looked at her in confusion. Are the 4 of you really all I have to protect me? Last time you were trapped by a few beasts, and I nearly lost my life to wolf claws. What should we do if something like that happens again? Lin Wanwen questioned them tyrannically while uneasily glancing around. She looked at the bushes and deep forest not far away, always feeling as if someone was watching her. I felt something wrong since I entered this forest. It's eerie and unsettling. Regardless, you were paid for this. I'm your employer, and you're my servants, so you must obey me. Chu Hao, seeing this, turned to his companions with a headache. He left one person behind and took the other 2 to a quiet spot not far away to discuss in hushed tones. Brother Chu, what those people said doesn't seem like a lie. Judging by their accent, they appear to be from the Jinzhou area. The fact that they survived after enduring the cold wave and the southern military turmoil indicates they have some real capability. Or could it be that they have the advantage of numbers? When we found Miss Lin, there were 10 of us, but now only a few remain. We still have a considerable distance to cover before reaching our destination, and we can't guarantee nothing unexpected will happen along the way. If we fail to bring her back safely, the consequences would be disastrous. Chu Hao caught the unspoken meaning in their words. So you're all leaning toward joining those people and heading north. Only temporarily together. I also secretly observed that among those people only one appears to be a trained fighter, while the rest looked like ordinary villagers. After finishing his words, the man shifted his gaze toward Xia Huan behind him. Chu Hao also noticed this, his sharp gaze fixed directly on Xia Huan, while his peripheral vision caught Lin Wenwen storming toward them in a rage. Have you finished discussing? If you refuse to follow along, I'll take my maid and join them instead. Lin Wenwen's face flushed with anger as she stomped her feet in place. Seeing Chu Hao remain silent, her rage intensified, and she pointed her index finger at him. Fine, this is your choice. When I return, you'll know the consequences. After speaking, she turned and ran off immediately. Brother Chu, this young miss isn't joking around. Make a decision quickly. The companion's urging made Chu Hao frown, his expression cold as frost. He stared at Lin Wenwen's retreating figure, then set off in pursuit. Stay alert, especially keep a close eye on that person. The person he referred to was none other than Xia Huan. Due to Lin Wenwen's insistence, Chu Hao had no choice but to lower his stance and express to Zhang Yuming and the others his desire to travel north together, at least until they reached a place near Chunshui County where they would part ways. Zhang Yuming and his group initially pretended to be reluctant, then softened a bit, but they worried about encountering those dangerous individuals in the forest and potentially endangering Lin Wenwen and her party. These words made Lin Wenwen hesitate again, while Chu Hao's companions actually relaxed their guard a bit toward Zhang Yuming's group, since every word seemed to come from a place of genuine consideration for their safety. During her hesitation, Lin Wenwen noticed there were quite a few of them, mostly strong and sturdy men, so she convinced herself that even if something went wrong with so many people around, they wouldn't suffer a major setback. After coming to a decision, she removed a valuable gold bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Zhang Yuming. Gazing at him with eager anticipation, her tone noticeably softened. Sir, please let us accompany you. We have our own food and supplies, no need for you to provide anything. If there's anything that needs assistance, I'll have my people help you out. When the right moment came, Zhang Yuming and his group persuaded her and eventually agreed to let Lin Wenwen and her party join them. Their real purpose was to determine whether the stream water was poisoned and what effects it would have on people who consumed it. They could have avoided all this trouble, but the dead crow made them feel something wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Their intuition proved correct. In the afternoon, the group traveled smoothly and found suitable shelter before dark, but disaster struck shortly after they settled down to rest. At that moment, moonlight like thin gauze filtered through the dense forest, casting dappled shadows over Lin Wenwen and her companions. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Wenwen, who had been asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was blank and hollow. The two maids dozing beside her instantly sat upright, their eyes equally empty. Chu Hao, who was on night watch along with another man, seemed like different people, their expressions dazed and vacant. The two men sleeping on the other side also opened their eyes, their gaze as lifeless as Lin Wenwen's. Xia Huan, who had not slept since something was wrong. Ostensibly on night watch, she was actually observing Lin Wenwen and the others in secret. The moment they stirred, she had noticed. Cheng Xiang and Yi Luobai were also keeping watch, while the rest feigned sleep with their eyes closed, ears perked to catch any sound. Suddenly, Lin Wenwen and the others rose one after another, their movements stiff and unnatural. Xia Huan, witnessing this, also wanted to get up and follow them to see what they were up to. Just as she was about to move, she caught the glances from Cheng Xiang and Yi Luobai across from her, silently urging her to wait a little longer. Very well, then she would wait. Xia Huan bit her tongue and watched as Lin Wenwen's group slowly and stiffly departed. Hardly had they taken a few steps when an ethereal flute melody pierced the quiet night sky, each wave more haunting than the last, the tempo growing increasingly urgent and soaring, like thousands of iron hooves thundering across a battlefield. Before long, Lin Wenwen and the others followed the sound of the flute and vanished without a trace. In that instant, Xia Huan and the others felt their hearts sink, a sudden and inexplicable panic surging within them, something they could not quite explain. Those who had been pretending to sleep opened their eyes and rose. What is happening to them, and what is that flute sound? Should we follow and investigate? Something is clearly wrong with these people. As the Sun brothers spoke, the others hesitated, turning to Zhang Yuming, Xia Huan, and Yi Luobai for guidance. Zhang Yuming was thinking that since things had come this far, it would not do to leave matters unresolved. Just as he was about to speak, Qi Heng's face turned pale, and he shouted, "This is the soul calling command. It is a long-lost forbidden art in the martial world. These people must have been controlled after drinking water from the stream. I only listened for a short while, and already felt unwell. This flute sound must affect ordinary people as well. Everyone quickly cover your ears, pack your things, and leave this place. It was indeed the soul-calling command. In her past life, Xia Huan had encountered descriptions and depictions of it in numerous novels and films. She never expected such a thing to exist in this world. Seeing the usually calm and detached Qi Heng speaking with such earnest intensity, Zhang Yuming and the others realized the gravity of the situation. There was no time to dwell on it. They hurriedly packed their belongings and found materials to plug their ears. Working together, the group quickly finished packing. They left some things behind over there. Should we take them? Sun Jie pointed toward the remaining belongings of Lin Wenwen's group and asked the others. With cloth strips stuffed in their ears, the others could barely hear clearly. They understood Sun Jie's meaning through his gestures, and everyone shook their heads, indicating they should leave everything behind. Those belongings had been handled and used regularly by Lin Wenwen and the others. There was a chance they were contaminated with poison. Guided by moonlight, the group hurried in the direction opposite to the flute sound, which happened to lead upstream along the stream. In their haste, they could not afford to be selective about the path. Cheng Xiang and the Sun brothers led the way with chainsaws and long swords, clearing the path ahead, while the other men pushed carts. Under the circumstances, Zhang Yuming did not refuse and took a seat on the cart, while the women carried their bundles and kept watch over the children. Da Bai and Xiao Bai kept watch on all sides, while Xia Huan Yi Luobai and Xiaoing Shuang moved cautiously forward, clearing weeds from both sides as they went. After traveling some distance, everyone was panting from exhaustion. The large temperature difference between day and night meant their bodies were burning through energy quickly, and their pace gradually slowed. The children and women had supported each other all the way, their legs already trembling with fatigue, yet they gritted their teeth and pressed on. Xia Huan, equally exhausted, cupped her hands to her ears and listened carefully. Once she confirmed the flute sound had faded, she signaled for everyone to stop. Let us rest here for a while. The sound is gone. While resting, Xia Huan and the women brought out a small stove and boiled water using the remaining coal and water from their flasks. When distributing the water, Xia Huan secretly added some spirit spring water. After drinking it, everyone felt an immediate relief from their fatigue. For safety, let us not sleep tonight. We will rest for a while and then continue traveling. Tomorrow morning, we will see if we can find a suitable place to take turns resting. What do you think? Zhang Yuming looked around at the group and asked. Before others could respond, the impassive Qi Heng broke the silence. Village Chief Zhang speaks wisely. Whoever knows this forbidden art and successfully performed the soul calling is no ordinary person. What is their purpose, and are there others behind them? The two questions left everyone stunned. Zhang Kangxing cautiously glanced at Zhang Yuming and added quietly, and it all happened at just the right moment. One crisis after another, Sun Xiaoguang remarked with a sigh. It seems we will need to be even more careful on the road ahead. Xia Huan remained silent, her thoughts consumed by the soul-calling command. First, using drugs to invade the human body, making people like zombies controlled by the flute sound. She had recently learned about several types of drugs that could control human consciousness. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to enter her spatial dimension and search through the medical books the farm had rewarded her with. The group rested on the spot for about 3/4 of an hour before continuing their night journey. At dawn, the forest was shrouded in mist. Xia Huan worried the mist might be toxic, but just as she finished worrying, Qi Heng, who was scanning the surroundings, said, "The mist is harmless. We can proceed." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in relief. The Sun brothers asked with smiles how he could tell. Qi Heng remained silent, pressing on with a stoic expression. After their repeated inquiries yielded nothing, the brothers exchanged a disgruntled glance. As they walked, Xia Huan stared at Qi Heng ahead. She had long speculated about his origins. From the first time she saw him, his archery had astounded her. In all aspects, his martial prowess surpassed Yi Luobai's, and he understood medicine, even knowing the long-lost summoning soul command. What puzzled her was why someone so formidable would willingly serve under Yi Bai. "What are you thinking?" came Yi Luobai's voice from beside her. Xia Huan turned to look at him. Whether it was her imagination or not, she caught a fleeting, teasing expression on his face. She wondered if he had seen through her thoughts. But she didn't show it, replying, "Nothing much. Let's hurry, we mustn't fall behind." With that she quickened her pace, not seeing Yi Luobai's lips curl into a slight smile behind her. Witnessing all this, Xiao Shuang stood frozen for a few seconds, her face shadowed and her eyes bleak. By mid-morning the temperature had risen. Tired and hungry from the long trek, they finally reached a sheltered sunny spot that Xi Huan had scouted ahead. Surrounded by dense woods with a cliff not far away, the location was fairly secluded. After stopping, everyone busied themselves. Earlier at dawn, they had passed a mountain spring and filled enough water for the journey. The men gathered dry wood to start a fire, while the women boiled water. After confirming the water was pure, they used one pot to boil water and another to cook sweet potato porridge. The boiled water was poured into water skins, and the freed pot was used by Xia Huan to stew a large pot of spicy white radish and smoked fish. After eating and drinking their fill, they drew lots as usual to decide the rest shifts. Xia Huan and Xi Huan drew the first shift, while the others found relatively flat ground, laid out straw mats and bedding, and slept. Xia Huan had intended to use this time to strike up a conversation with Xi Huan, but he never even glanced her way. Xi Huan used his lightness skill to effortlessly perch on a large tree branch, surveying the surroundings. His face was as impassive as ever, calmer than a windless lake. Shrugging, Xia Huan thought she could use this opportunity to do something else. She first checked the sleeping people to confirm none were paying attention, then looked at Xi Huan again. He remained in the same position. Perfect, no one was watching her. Xia Huan naturally crouched down, idly pulling at weeds near the tree, and communicated with Nong Nong through her mind. "Nong Nong, can you get me some mushrooms and other fungi from the space? Non-toxic and with soil attached." "Wait a moment, little Huan Huan." It was the season for various fungi to sprout, so pulling them out wouldn't arouse suspicion. Though they had enough to eat along the way, the same few dishes were getting monotonous. It was necessary to occasionally improve their variety. Xia Huan estimated it took less than a quarter of an hour for Nong Nong to produce 2 small piles of fresh soil-laden mushrooms from the space. Delighted, she fetched baskets to pack them while mentally asking, "Nong Nong, I planted some herbs in my space that can be used to make a soul-confusing powder to control people's minds. Are all those herbs documented in the medical books with their effects and precautions?" "Yes, all herbs planted in the space are recorded in the medical books." "Is little Huan Huan wondering what the poison in the stream is?" "Yes, any suggestions? Just in case, I want to see if there's an antidote for this poison." "I'm sorry, little Huan Huan, I don't have a quick scanning function. You'll have to search through the medical books yourself to identify that poison. However, once you confirm what the poison is, if the medical book records an antidote, I can check if your harvested herbs meet the requirements to plant that ingredient. Then I can find and automatically plant the herbs for the antidote from the farm system, provided you meet the planting requirements." After that, Nong Nong reminded her again. This didn't seem too bad after all. Xia Huan beamed with joy. "Then I'll trouble little Nong Nong again to bring out the medical book." Once the medical book was out, she could find a chance to read it. She recalled that several herbs in the book changed color when heated, so she planned to scrutinize those carefully. Maybe she'd discover something. Having settled that, Xia Huan stealthily glanced around. As her eyes landed on the medical book, a drowsy voice came from behind. "Chengxing, Xia Huan, what are you looking at?" "Nothing much. I found some edible mushrooms here." With a mental command, she stored the medical book back into the space, lifted the 2 baskets of mushrooms, and whispered to Chengxing, "Go back to sleep, don't wake the others." Chengxiang, half awake, heard her gentle, soft voice, relaxed completely, and drifted back to sleep. Seeing him asleep, Xia Huan let out a sigh of relief and seized the time to read the medical book. More than an hour later, it was time for the second shift to take over. Xia Huan was so absorbed in the medical book that she remained motionless. Sun Jia noticed and asked in confusion, "Miss Xiaoyu," before he could finish with, "What's wrong?" He spotted 2 sika deer leaping swiftly through the nearby woods, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Pray," Sun Jia whispered in excitement, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Yet mindful of the current circumstances, he refrained from acting rashly. In the past, he would have already grabbed his bow and chased after it. Xia Huan, hearing the mention of prey, snapped back to attention and looked around. "Where is the prey? 2 sika deer, each about 200 caddies, have already fled. Miss Xia, please go get some sleep. My brother and I will keep watch." Sun Jian said. Xia Huan's eyes showed regret upon learning the prey had escaped. She handed 2 baskets of mushrooms to Sun Jian. I just picked these mushrooms over there. They can be cooked for lunch. They're quite fresh. After handing over the mushrooms, Xia Huan went to sleep. As the saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people who, after traveling all night, she was exhausted. The moment she lay down on the straw mat and bedding, drowsiness overcame her, and she drifted into a hazy dream. After an unknown period, Xia Huan was awakened by muffled laughter. She sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and saw Li Sufan and the others huddled together, chatting and laughing. The men had all risen, but strangely, Cheng Zhang, the Sun brothers, and Xia Xing were nowhere to be seen. She folded away the straw mat and bedding, then walked over to Li Sufan. Aunt Li, where did Brother Cheng and the others go? Li Sufan, who was crouching to clean the mushrooms in the basket, looked up in surprise at Xia Huan's awakening and then smiled. They went hunting in the woods. Qi Heng and the village head discussed it. We've traveled a fair distance from last night's spot, and we're following Yi Bai's map into the deepest part of the forest. Without the map, few can find their way in. Yes, last night we pushed through overgrown weeds everywhere. Fortunately, we were many, and we covered our tracks as we went. But most importantly, we owe it to Yi Bai's map. Sun Xiaojun said with a grateful smile. Huang Pingping looked at Xia Huan with affection. Huan, you must be hungry. Have some jerky and hazelnuts to tide you over. We'll start cooking soon. We'll stew the wolf meat with those mushrooms you found. Just now I went with Aunt Sun and Aunt Li for a walk and saw a lot of these mushrooms in the grass. After lunch, I'll take the children to pick more. Xia Huan nodded, nibbling on jerky and hazelnuts, thinking to herself that it was good she had brought out the mushrooms. Once they tasted the savory flavor at noon, they would surely be won over. Mushroom picking depends on the season, and this was exactly the right time. Any leftover mushrooms could be dried for storage, easy to keep and use as needed. Just as she was lost in thought, 2 sharp wolf howls rang out, and Dabai and Xiao Bai darted past her like lightning. Sensing danger, Xia Huan swiftly grabbed the double wolf-tooth clubs lying on the grass. The entire action took less than 3 seconds. Dabai and Xiao Bai ran past Li Sufan and the others, plunging into the thicket. Xia Huan faintly heard rustling sounds coming from the direction they had gone, and she shouted, "Aunties, run to the opposite side quickly. Leave the mushrooms on the ground. Hurry." Cheng Ligan's son Xiao Wang Yi Luobai and Qi Heng, who had stayed behind, alertly grabbed their weapons. Seeing Xia Huan so urgent and Dabai and Xiao Bai acting so unusually, Li Sufan and the others asked no questions. With a pang of regret for the mushrooms, they hurried together to the opposite side. Within seconds, the thicket shook violently, and several gray creatures shot out, racing across the grass. At this sight, Xia Huan recalled the rats that scurried around her room in her past life, but these creatures were dozens of times larger and far more ferocious. These are honey badgers. Don't come near, aunties. Xia Huan blocked the honey badger with her double wolf-tooth clubs. The badger reacted swiftly, charging straight forward to escape under her legs, but she wouldn't allow it. She kicked it several meters away with her right foot. Meanwhile, the other men engaged the remaining honey badgers. Xia Huan dashed toward the one she had kicked, and as it lay on the grass struggling to rise, she struck its abdomen with both clubs. Cornered, the honey badger screeched fiercely, springing up like a fish leaping, and bared its sharp teeth to bite her. But before it could, the wolf-tooth clubs were already closing in on its back. With a thud and a spray of blood, the honey badger collapsed motionless. No sooner had Xia Huan pulled out her clubs than rustling came from the adjacent thicket. She ran over to block it, and barely had she steadied herself when a honey badger's head emerged. Without hesitation, she struck it down with one blow. The others had also dispatched several honey badgers, but they remained on high alert, scanning their surroundings. From the thicket came the sounds of Dabai and Xiao Bai. They leaped over the bushes and landed at Xia Huan's feet, each holding a half-dead honey badger in their jaws. Dabai, Xiao Bai, you're amazing. Xia Huan patted their heads while checking for injuries. Fortunately, they were unscathed. Huaner, are these badgers? Father and son Zhang, returning with a basket, stared in astonishment at the honey badgers on the grass. Yes, they'll make a nice addition to lunch. Didn't you once say that badger fat has both culinary and medicinal value? Yes, they'll make a nice addition to lunch. Didn't you once say that badger fat has both culinary and medicinal value?